At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangbei District, Xinjiang City, Pai Yangyang followed Qin Yujia with somewhat heavy steps in their hands. They each held a divorce certificate, marking the formal end of their 3-year marriage. Do not blame me, the distance between us has grown insurmountable, and continuing to force this relationship holds no meaning, Qin Yujia remarked with an indifferent tone as she turned to face Pai Yangyang upon reaching the edge of the street. Indeed, you have become increasingly busy, to the point of spending nights at the office. A flicker of disappointment and self-mockery crossed Pai Yangyang's gaze. Qin Yujia, with a hint of disdain in her expression, retorted, "Our disparities are widening. I am preoccupied with the company's growth, while you languish aimlessly, merely setting up your shabby stall beneath the bridge to deceive the elderly. You never allow me to be involved in company matters. If I refrain from selling goods, when I find myself even more idle." Pai Yangyang shrugged helplessly. "Do I truly wish to be idle? You simply look down upon me. But do you know what others say about me? They claim I'm married a charlatan." Qin Yujia appeared somewhat agitated. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang chuckled softly, as if finding some solace. "So, it is I who have brought you shame. However, soon no one shall speak of you in such a manner. I prefer not to dwell on the past. It is behind us. This card contains 1 million. Take it and engage in a more respectable business, rather than continuing with your meager stall. If this persists, you will forever remain a useless drifter." Useless? Pai Yangyang scoffed. So, in her eyes, he was merely a worthless being. Years ago, his master had divined an extraordinary fortune for the Qin family, altering their fate and facilitating his union with Qin Yujia. Yet, the master paid the price with his own life shortly thereafter. The Qin family had thrived over the past 3 years, and as the wife, Qin Yujia had taken over the family business, becoming increasingly engrossed in her work. Consequently, their time together dwindled, and their relationship grew monotonous. Ultimately, Qin Yujia filed for divorce. However, throughout these 3 years, he had been steadfastly protecting the Qin family without him. Where would they be today? Also, take the Audi home. A man ought not to be without a vehicle. And no need. Pai Yangyang declined. The bank card and car keys. And no need? How will you sustain yourself? Will you rely solely on your little stall that deceives people? We are already divorced. My affairs are no longer your concern, President Qin." With that, he turned to leave, feeling disdain for Qin Yujia's condescending, patronizing tone. But just as he took a step, several luxury cars screeched to a halt. A group of over 20 individuals emerged, swiftly positioning themselves beside a Maybach, one of whom respectfully opened the car door. A well-dressed, suave young man approached Qin Yujia, presenting her with a bouquet of blue roses. "Yujia, congratulations on finally attaining your freedom." Initially intending to depart, Pai Yangyang halted, gazing at the young man. Hualu Bin, the second young master of the Hua family, one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang. Yangyang was certainly acquainted with the situation, as each time he visited Qin Yujia's company, he would inevitably encounter the flowers sent by Hualu Bin adorning her office. That on one occasion, he even collided directly with Hualu Bin as he emerged from her office. Upon seeing him, Yangyang felt a pang in his heart, as if everything suddenly became clear. Qin Yujia's eyes flickered slightly. "What brings you here?" "It is the joyous occasion of your divorce today. How could I possibly refrain from attending?" Hualu Bin replied nonchalantly, promptly extending the bouquet in his hand. Qin Yujia accepted the flowers with natural ease and called out to Yangyang, "You can take this card." "No need. Yangyang, do not require the charity of others to sustain myself." His heart was icy with disdain. "Could you not be so stubborn?" Yangyang raised the divorce certificate in his hand and waved it dismissively before preparing to leave once more. Listen, this the illustrious Yangyang, the so-called fortune teller of Linjiang? "Master Pai, would you care to divine your own future?" Hualu Bin's mocking voice echoed from behind. Yangyang turned around, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Hualu Bin, a slight smirk playing upon his lips, hinting at amusement. "My future is not in need of divination. It is undoubtedly bright. However, I could offer you a free reading. Your brow is darkening. Within 3 days, you shall encounter a calamity." "You, how dare you curse me?" Hualu Bin erupted in fury. "Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Piang Yang scoffed dismissively, uninterested in further discourse, and turned to leave. Think you can walk away? Yet, as he took 2 steps, several men in suits obstructed his path. Oh, you think you can simply curse young Master Hua? These men, evidently well prepared, surrounded him with an imposing demeanor, ready for confrontation. Unfazed, Piang Yang surveyed them coldly and intoned, "What do you intend to do? We have long found you displeasing. Previously, Miss Qin shielded you, but now that you have been ousted, you are nothing but a worthless wretch, lesser than a dog. What do you think we wish to do?" One of them derided, raising his fists. Menacingly, "Stop!" Just as the man's fist was about to strike Piang Yang's head, Qin Yujia intervened. "Young Master Hua, allow him to leave." Hua Lubin sneered, "Very well. I shall let him go today, for your sake. However, should he cross my path again, he must not expect leniency. Piang Yang, you ought to thank young Master Hua. Thank him for placing a green hat upon my head." You. Qin Yujia's face turned pale with anger. "Indeed, I have been pursuing Yujia all along. Had you not appeared 3 years ago, she would have long been mine. From this day forth, Yujia has no ties to you. The farther you are from her, the better," Hua Lubin proclaimed with pride. Piang Yang gazed at Qin Yujia, anticipating her defense, yet he was met with disappointment. Gradually, the warmth in his heart turned to ice, and the lingering reluctance began to dissipate. She has grown so indifferent that even explanations elude her. What is there left for me to cling to? May you find happiness. The 5 word were nearly forced through clenched teeth. "Farewell, ex-husband." Hua Lubin waved his hand with nonchalance. At that moment, a fiery red Ferrari approached. From the vehicle emerged an enchanting woman. Her figure was graceful, her beauty striking, with flowing burgundy hair. Yet, there was a discernible hint of urgency in her eyes. "Have you just divorced?" The woman approached Piang Yang, fixating on the divorce certificate in his hand, inquired. Piang Yang looked up at her, feeling somewhat bewildered. Before he could respond, she glanced at Qin Yujia and Hua Lubin, suddenly linking her arm with his. "Come with me." Without further ado, she dragged him towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Caught off guard, Piang Yang found himself bewilderingly pulled inside. "We shall marry." Upon reaching the marriage certificate counter, the woman presented her household registration book, identification card, and 2 letters of introduction, stating her intent. Piang Yang was taken aback. What kind of nonsense was this? Marrying someone plucked off the street? And she had even prepared letters of introduction? "Miss, have you made a mistake?" he inquired, perplexed. "No mistake at all. Hurry, your ID, household registration, and sign your name here." She urged him on. The clerk inside was also momentarily stunned, unable to react at once. "Are you truly getting married?" Piang Yang hesitated. "What are you still contemplating? Are you not a man? She finds another man to plant her dreams upon you. Can you truly accept this?" The woman pressed on. "Accept? Huh?" Piang Yang recalled Qin Yujia's actions, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Qin Yujia, if you regard me as worthless, I too can cast you aside like a discarded garment." With a surge of resolve, he handed over his ID and household registration book to the utterly bewildered clerk. "I shall marry." "Who is she? Do you not recognize her?" "She is Su Xueqing, the 3rd young lady of the Su family and the current executive president of Su Group." On the street, Qin Yujia observed Piang Yang being dragged into the Civil Affairs Bureau by an enchanting beauty, her expression one of astonishment. Is this Su Xueqing? What could she possibly want with Piang Yang? For some inexplicable reason, a sense of loss suddenly washed over her. Although the Qin family had seen considerable development in recent years, it paled in comparison to the Su family, akin to a mere chicken next to a phoenix. What could possibly be happening? Surely, it could not be a marriage? Hua Lubin chuckled heartily. Qin Yujia's gaze sharpened. She too understood that marriage was highly unlikely. The 3rd young lady of the Su family, a paragon of the younger generation in Xinjiang, renowned as the city's flower, and the executive president of Su Group. How could she possibly marry a man she had just divorced? Nonetheless, her curiosity piqued. Why would this celestial beauty inexplicably pull Piang Yang into the Civil Affairs Bureau? Could it be that he had deceived this illustrious young lady during his time as a street vendor? Suddenly recalling something, she voiced her concerns. Hua Liubin's expression darkened. "You divorced him already? Why still worry about him?" Qin Yujia was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. "Indeed, he is no longer my concern." As the official seal was stamped clearly on the photo of him and Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang was still in a daze. All right, from now on, you are my husband. You must adhere to your responsibilities and not flirt with other women. Yet, Su Xueqing seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as she handed him the marriage certificate. Pai Yangyang, still bewildered, accepted the certificate without fully grasping her words. However, upon glancing at the name on the certificate, he paused slightly. Su Xueqing, the third young lady of the Su family, well known throughout Xinjiang. Though he had never met her, he had certainly heard of her. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had just married this woman, and now it felt rather hasty. Had he unwittingly entered the realm of second marriages? He glanced at the divorce certificate in his left hand and the marriage certificate in his right. A peculiar wry smile gracing his lips. This damn marriage! Who would believe that in half an hour, he had experienced both divorce and marriage, two significant life events? This was a true flash marriage. Let us go, they must be waiting for us, Su Xueqing said, lifting her delicate chin. Naturally linking her arm with his as they walked side by side outwards. Am I mad, or is the world mad? First, I divorced a stunning ex-wife, and then immediately married a woman resembling a celestial being. This man is a paradigm of our generation. Today's youth are far too casual, treating marriage and divorce as if they were mere child's play. The clerk who processed their marriage certificate felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Indeed, handsome men are often perceived as easy prey for the softer side of life. However, one individual seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Observing Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing descending the steps hand in hand, affectionate in their demeanor, Qin Yujia's lips twitched slightly. Ex-sister-in-law, your former husband is now my spouse. Remember this. Once divorced, do not disturb my husband again. Su Xueqing proclaimed, holding her marriage certificate aloft as if to assert her dominion. Adopting a regal stance as she addressed Qin Yujia. Under the weight of Su Xueqing's formidable presence, Qin Yujia felt as though she was struggling to breathe. Just moments ago, she and Hua Lubin were convinced that Su Xueqing had brought Pai Yangyang here to settle scores, utterly unthinkable as a marriage. Yet, the glaringly red marriage certificate struck her like a slap to the face. The man she had discarded like refuse was now treated as a treasure, unblemished and cherished, by none other than the illustrious third miss of the Su family. Was this a mockery of her inability to recognize true beauty? Pai Yangyang, no wonder you so readily agreed to our divorce. It seems you had long awaited this moment. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at Qin Yujie and Hua Lubin. Had he not also been waiting for her? We are not the same. What is the difference? Are you allowed to set fire while I am forbidden to light a lantern? Qin Yujie was once again at a loss for words. She could not comprehend how Pai Yangyang, usually so subservient to her, seemed utterly transformed today. Miss Su, have you been deceived by this scoundrel? He is nothing but a charlatan, relying on his tongue to mislead the elderly. Though Qin Yujie was undeniably beautiful, she felt overshadowed by Su Xueqing's commanding presence. Thus, when Hua Lubin laid eyes on Su Xueqing, he was instantly captivated. Especially upon seeing the marriage certificate in her hand, he felt a surge of resentment. A man he deemed a fraud, a good-for-nothing, was not only pursuing his goddess, Qin Yujie, but now also his queen, Su Xueqing. What made it worse was that Su Xueqing had actively sought him out. I know. Su Xueqing replied with a calm, yet resolute tone. You know? But he is utterly worthless, a man who lives off women. I am willing. Hua Lubin was completely bewildered. He felt as though he might lose his mind. Such madness existed in the world. Husband, let us return home. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Su Xueqing continued to link her arm with Pai Yangyang's, her proud figure standing tall, as she spoke softly and sweetly. Hua Lubin and Qin Yujie felt a wave of bitterness wash over them, particularly Qin Yujie, who was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. After 3 years of marriage, she had scarcely acquainted herself with the kitchen, with Pai Yangyang always the one to conduct the culinary symphony. Yet now, a queen-like third miss of the Su family was proclaiming her intent to cook for him, driving Qin Yujie to the brink of madness. She opened her mouth, intending to offer a word of caution to Su Xueqing, but the latter, entwined with Pai Yangyang, was already striding towards her gleaming new Ferrari. Here, you drive. From now on, it's your car to use as you wish. As they walked, Su Xueqing tenderly passed the car keys to Pai Yangyang. Her demeanor gentle and considerate. Qin Yujie's countenance had, almost imperceptibly, turned ashen. In the past, Even the slightest contact with her Maserati Quattroporte by Pai Yangyang would elicit her demand for a thorough cleaning thrice over. Yet now, the sense of despondency within her intensified, gradually morphing into an inexplicable emotion. Su Xueqing, you shall regret your decision today. Qin Yujie murmured as she gazed at the retreating figures of Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing. How does it feel? Is your anger assuaged? The car glided along the street, becoming a striking visual spectacle. A young man, clad in humble attire, albeit slightly handsome, exuded an air of poverty as he drove a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. Beside him sat a breathtaking beauty, her fair skin and long legs seemingly capable of bringing nations to ruin. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Damn it. What exactly is my shortcoming? In this era, it appeared that even the finest cabbages were being trampled by swine. My friend, please, take a closer look. It is evidently the splendid cabbage being ravaged by the swine. The young men by the roadside lamented in a chorus of envy and jealousy, wishing they could slay Pai Yangyang, who seemed to be living every man's dream, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, yet tragically, that man was not themselves. Miss Su, although I remain unaware of your intentions, the performance has reached its conclusion. The vehicle pulled to the side of the street as Pai Yangyang spoke with an air of indifference. Did you know this was an act? Su Xueqing feigned astonishment. Pai Yangyang offered a bittersweet smile. Even a fool could discern that this was mere theatrics. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. With that, he prepared to exit the vehicle. Wait, what do you intend to do? Su Xueqing grasped his arm, her voice laced with allure, urgency punctuating her tone. Where I go is not your concern, is it? He retorted. It is. You are my husband, and given your striking looks, what if some vixen were to whisk you away? I would be at a disadvantage. Pai Yangyang found himself bewildered. Was this woman serious? Yet, the glimmer in Su Xueqing's eyes unmistakably conveyed that everything was a fade. I shall return briefly to retrieve what is rightfully mine, he sighed helplessly. Return? To your ex-wife's residence? Su Xueqing inquired, her eyes narrowing. Pai Yangyang nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall accompany you. Should your former mother-in-law prove troublesome, I will ensure she is put in her place, leaving your ex-father-in-law helplessly gaping. En route to his former mother-in-law's home, Su Xueqing forcibly dragged Pai Yangyang into a hair salon. Ladies, give him a dashing hairstyle. Make it as flamboyant as possible. Pai Yangyang nearly leapt from his seat. All right then, Miss Su. He felt as if he were not undergoing a hairstyle transformation, but rather facing execution. Ah, splendid. Now he truly resembles the man of Su Xueqing. Once the hairstyle was completed, Su Xueqing nodded in satisfaction, circling around Pai Yangyang thrice, nearly causing him to become dizzy. Your man? The hairstylist was taken aback. She departed, promising to treat her friends to drinks another day. Su Xueqing offered no explanations, leaving a room full of bewildered onlookers as she effortlessly waved her hand and, linking arms with Pai Yangyang, slipped into a nearby men's clothing store. Get him 3 complete outfits, including underwear, socks, and shoes, she instructed. Pai Yangyang stumbled, gazing incredulously at Su Xueqing. What are you staring at? Are you reluctant to part with the scent of her perfume lingering on your clothes? 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. This was hardly the demeanor of a refined lady. She was unmistakably a streetwise girl. What was her intention, after all? The manager personally attended to them, bowing and nodding. Miss Su, what level of quality do you desire? Isn't it obvious? Yes, my man. What standard would you suggest? The manager was taken aback for a moment. Then his face broke into a wide smile, albeit with a flicker of disbelief. Wow, what incredible luck this fellow has. Do the daughters of wealthy families really favor this style nowadays? Tomorrow, I shall don humble attire as well. Perhaps I too will catch the eye of a rich girl and never have to worry about stomach ailments again. After all, one's appearance speaks volumes. When Pai Yangyang re-emerged in his new attire, the store fell silent. A girl accompanying her boyfriend dropped her phone in astonishment. Handsome, truly handsome, absolutely stunning. These words echoed in the minds of everyone present. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Pai Yangyang turned to the mirror and was stunned. Indeed, stunningly handsome? What are you staring at? If you wish to see your own man, this is my husband. Su Xueqing seemed slightly flustered and quickly took his arm, whispering, It seems I can't let you look too good. It's not safe. Pai Yangyang was left speechless. He felt as though he were spiraling into madness, unwittingly playing the role of a supporting character in a melodrama without a script. With a swipe of the card, the total came to 590,000. This woman is incredibly bold, marrying a man at whim and lavishing such sums on his appearance. Let us go now to your future mother-in-law's house. She emphasized the word future, fearing Pai Yangyang might forget. In the Sunshine community, at the Qin family's villa, Qin Yuqing's mother, Yan Jinfeng, awaited anxiously. She wondered whether Yuqing and that good-for-nothing had truly divorced. She glanced repeatedly at the clock, her worry palpable. Mom, don't fret, this time my sister is serious. She will definitely leave him. Qin Yuqing's brother, Qin Yuyu, replied confidently. That is not certain. That good-for-nothing has become addicted to living off us. Does he really intend to survive on that shabby street stall? Humph, he wouldn't dare stay. I've already informed Hua Xiao. If he truly lacks the sense to leave, I'll have Hua Xiao break his legs. Well done. Now I can rest easy. Once that good-for-nothing is out of my Qin family, I will have Hua Xiao come to propose immediately. Indeed, only a young master like Hua Xiao is worthy of my sister. What is Pai Yangyang, after all? Merely a useless wretch. The mother and son harmonized melodiously, while Qin Yujia's father, Qin Sihai, sat on the sofa, incessantly smoking, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by some concern. Suddenly, Qin Yuyu's phone chimed, and he eagerly checked the message, his face lighting up with delight. Really? Yan Jinfeng hurriedly leaned in closer. Look, they've even sent a photo of the divorce certificate. It can't be fake. Fantastic. That good-for-nothing has finally rolled out of our lives. The mother and son rejoiced exuberantly. Madam, young master, the son-in-law has returned. At that moment, a servant approached with a report. What son-in-law? He has divorced Yujia. He is no longer a member of the Qin family. Yan Jinfeng's expression turned frosty, her anger palpable. Come on, Mom. Let us see what he is back for. Qin Yuyu said with excitement, pulling Yan Jinfeng towards the door. When they spotted Pai Yaoyang standing at the entrance of the villa, they were both taken aback. Yan Jinfeng rubbed her eyes, convinced she was hallucinating. Is this that good-for-nothing Pai Yaoyang? Could it really be him? Qin Yuyu also questioned his own perception. How has he changed like this? Mom, don't you remember? My sister said she would give him $1 million as soon as they divorced. He must have received the money. Qin Yuyu speculated confidently. Yan Jinfeng's countenance shifted abruptly, a pang of sympathy washing over her. What are you back for? She demanded, her expression stern. I'm here to collect my belongings, Pai Yangyang replied calmly. At that moment, he had completely lost hope in this family. For 3 years, he had toiled tirelessly, taking on all household responsibilities, yet never receiving a word of praise. Even a stone would eventually warm up. However, he ultimately realized that he had been nurturing a block of eternal ice, one that never thawed, leaving him frostbitten instead. Turning around, Qin Yuyu gazed at a dilapidated wooden box in the corner, striding towards it with determination. With a thud, he kicked the box in front of Pai Yangyang, then stepped on it. Your worthless belongings are all here. However, if you wish to take them, you must first hand over that $1 million. $1 million? What million? Pai Yangyang furrowed his brows, baffled by the sudden mention of this sum. Stop pretending. My sister said that once you two divorced, she would give you $1 million. She promised, and we didn't agree to anything. She said she would give me $1 million, but I never accepted it. Never accepted it? Do you think I believe that? Qin Yuyu looked at Pai Yangyang with a smirk. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. I truly never accepted it. You can ask your sister. Ask her. Why would I do that? Qin Yuyu pointed an accusatory finger at Pai Yangyang's chest, his voice rising in anger. If you didn't take my sister's $1 million, where did your clothes come from? Don't tell me you won the lottery. These clothes were a gift from a friend. Haraha. How could Qin Yuyu possibly believe that? Do you take me for a fool? What friends do you have that I wouldn't know about? If you had such friends, would you still spend your days peddling on the streets, deceiving others? Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Pai Yangyang, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. It is your own lack of ambition that has led to this. Look at Yujia. She is now the president of our Qin group. Moreover, she is on the brink of securing a project worth over $100 million. The disparity between you is indeed vast. I hope you can comprehend this. If you remain by her side, you will only hinder her and impede the progress of our Qin family. At that moment, Yan Jinfeng approached, her demeanor haughty. As you wish, I have already left the Qin family. Now, I merely seek to reclaim what is rightfully mine. His heart had turned cold. A project worth over $100 million? If it weren't for him, where would such a project come from? Are you not ashamed to rely on a woman for your livelihood? You are divorced, and yet you still took 100,000 from Yujia. How can you face her? Yan Jinfeng exclaimed angrily, noticing Pai Yangyang's indifferent attitude. I truly did not take it. I do not believe you. If you did not take it, how could you afford such fine clothing? And what of that ostentatious hairstyle? Are you trying to flaunt it before us? Yin Jifeng remained unconvinced. The clothes were bought by me, and the hairstyle was done at my request. What of it? Upon hearing this, mother and son realized that a Ferrari was parked not far from the entrance. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, swaying her alluring hips, approached Pai Yangyang and naturally linked her arm with his. However, I am not merely his friend, I am his current wife. Qin Yuyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had seen countless beauties, his sister being one of them. Yet, upon seeing Su Xueqing for the first time, he was utterly captivated. As if a garden of blossoms had burst into bloom before him. Who are you? Yin Jinfeng was equally mesmerized. Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang's current wife, answered with composure. Well, Pai Yangyang, I must admit I underestimated you. You divorced Yu Jie and immediately latched onto a little vixen. While you may lack other talents, your ability to attract women is indeed remarkable. Yin Jinfeng was furious. She could not tolerate this scene. To her, Pai Yangyang was a worthless individual, cast out by the Qin family today, yet he had the audacity to return with a woman to flaunt before her. Su Xueqing's expression turned icy, her tone equally frigid. Mind your words. If it weren't for the fact that you are my husband's former mother-in-law, do you think I would hesitate to slap you? You wish to slap me? Vixen, you've already entangled yourself with my son-in-law, Haven to you? The usually domineering Yin Jifeng was not one to cower in the face of Su Xueqing's threat. As she spoke, she stepped closer to her. You wish to slap me? Here I am. Let us see if you dare. Before Yin Jinfeng could finish her sentence, a crisp slap resounded through the air. The atmosphere instantly froze. Yin Jinfeng incredulously touched her stinging face, her lips quivering. You truly dared to strike me? Moments later, a furious roar shattered the silence. Qin Yuyu, how can you just stand there while he hits your mother? Yin Jifeng turned to Qin Yuyu, who was still in a daze, and shouted, with her arrogant demeanor. How could she accept such humiliation? Yet, Qin Yuyu's expression was somewhat awkward and unpleasant. Mom, she is Su Xueqing. I don't care if she is Xueqing or Yuqing. If she dares to strike me, you go and ruin her face. Let us see how she seduces other people's husbands in the future. Mom, she is the third miss of the Su family. Seeing that Yin Jinfeng had yet to comprehend, Qin Yuyu anxiously continued. What third miss of the Su family? As she spoke halfway, she suddenly paused, looking at Su Xueqing in disbelief. Which Su family? In Xinjiang, there is only one Su family, of course. The Su family from the southern part of the city. Yin Jinfeng's legs weakened, and she stumbled, her face turning pale in an instant. The Su family, one of the 5 prominent families in Xinjiang, is a colossal presence before the Qin family. The third miss of the Su family? She found it inconceivable that such a person was associated with this good-for-nothing. Slap. The other side of her face instantly bore 5 distinct fingerprints. I can tolerate a few insults, but calling my husband a good-for-nothing is unacceptable. Yin Jinfeng was dazed, the pain on her face overshadowed by the shock within her heart. She could not fathom why the third miss of the Su family would protect Pai Yangyang so fiercely. Miss Su, I think. It might be a misunderstanding. Qin Yuyu cautiously spoke. He is just a good-for-nothing, a charlatan who only knows how to swindle the elderly at stalls. He has been living off the Qin family for 3 years, amounting to nothing. Have you been deceived by him? You are simply blind to his true worth. Su Xueqing retorted coldly. In your eyes, he may be a good-for-nothing, but in my eyes, he is a precious gem. This. Qin Yuyu was taken aback. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. His own good-for-nothing brother-in-law. What fortune is this? But the 1 million he took from Yu Jie should be returned to us. Right? Although Yin Jinfeng was frightened, she could not shake off her resentment over that 1 million. My husband said he didn't take it. So he didn't take it. Su Xueqing lifted her chin, speaking with pride. Besides, would my husband, Su Xueqing's husband, lack money? The mother and son were left in a daze, exchanging glances as if they were dogs gazing at the stars, utterly confused. Just then, Yin Jinfeng's phone rang. Startled, she hurriedly answered, inadvertently putting it on speaker. Mom, if Pai Yangyang comes back to get something, don't make things difficult for him. The 1 million I gave him. He didn't accept. The expressions of Yin Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu turned extremely awkward and unpleasant. Now do you understand? Once the call ended, Pai Yangyang coldly smiled, bending down to retrieve the old wooden box that Qin Yuyu had stepped on. Qin Yuyu quickly released it and took 2 steps back. Remember, he is my husband now. I hope you will not harass him in the future. Su Xueqing carried herself with an air of superiority, causing the mother and son to involuntarily bow their heads. As Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with Pai Yangyang and approached the gleaming Ferrari, Qin Yu felt a twitch of agitation on his face. A sense of impending madness enveloped him. Standing at the entrance, Qin Sihai let out a long sigh. "What treasures do you have in that box that you must retrieve? Once inside the car?" Su Xueqing curiously gazed at the wooden box in Pai Yangyang's hands and inquired about it. The box, worn and weathered, bore an ancient copper lock, rusted and tarnished. "It's nothing, just some childhood toys," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Su Xueqing shot him a significant glare with her beautiful eyes. As the vehicle exited the Sunshine community and halted once more by the roadside, Pai Yangyang frowned. "Why have we stopped again? Haven't you had enough fun?" "What do you mean, had enough fun? I know that as a rich young lady, you enjoy seeking amusement from others. I've accompanied you for quite a while now. Aren't you tired? Why do you assume I am playing?" Su Xueqing retorted, brandishing the marriage certificate before his eyes. "Would I casually obtain a marriage certificate with just any man?" Pai Yangyang was taken aback. He couldn't fathom what Miss Su truly intended. They were essentially strangers. He could hardly be so vain as to believe that she genuinely wished to marry him. "I do not understand your intentions. You may not be weary, but I am," he said, hoisting the box and pushing the door open to exit the car. "Are you planning to abandon me right after our marriage?" But as he turned away, he heard her voice, melancholic and filled with grievance, calling after him. A few passers-by cast curious and disdainful glances, as if he were a scoundrel abandoning his newlywed wife. Reluctantly, he turned back and was suddenly struck by the sight of her tear-filled eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. "Miss, what exactly is your aim? There are plenty of divorces at the marriage registry. Why do you fixate on me?" Pai Yangyang felt a headache coming on. Su Xueqing did not respond. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as her mind drifted back 5 years. Back then, while still in school, she and a few classmates rode their bicycles along the riverbank during winter break when a car unexpectedly emerged, colliding with her and sending both her and her bicycle plunging into the icy waters. Panic swept over her friends, but none could swim, and as she began to sink, a boy rushed forward without hesitation, diving into the frigid river to rescue her. However, she had already lost consciousness, and she remained unaware of the boy's surname. After recovering from the hospital, she searched tirelessly for the boy who had saved her life. But by the time she discovered that the one who had rescued her was Pai Yangyang, he had already become a son-in-law of the Qin family. For 3 years, she had silently watched over Pai Yangyang, aware that he was not faring well in the Qin household. Simultaneously, Su Xueqing herself found herself ensnared in troubles of her own, as her family pressured her into marriage for the sake of their interests, forcing her to wed a man she utterly despised. She was unwilling to accept the situation. Upon learning that Pai Yangyang was to divorce Qin Yujie that very day, she made a remarkable decision. She would give Pai Yangyang a chance, and in doing so, grant herself an opportunity as well. Thus unfolded the dramatic scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As Pai Yangyang stepped into the car once more, Su Xueqing's tears transformed into a radiant smile as she fastened her seatbelt. Under her guidance, Pai Yangyang drove towards the headquarters of the Su Group. Upon alighting, Su Xueqing hurried to a nearby flower shop and purchased a bouquet of vibrant red roses. With effortless grace, she linked her arm with Pai Yangyang's, walking side by side towards the office building. The intoxicating scent that enveloped her, combined with the delightful sensation of her soft body brushing against his arm, stirred something deep within Pai Yangyang. "Good day, President Su." "Good day, President Su." As they entered the lobby, the staff greeted them respectfully, though their astonishment was palpable. Almost every gaze was fixated on Pai Yangyang, speculating about his identity. Who could have imagined that our esteemed president would display such a tender side? Who is this man? He appears quite handsome. I was unaware that President Su had a boyfriend. Where did he suddenly come from? Only when Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang stepped into the elevator did the tension in the lobby begin to dissipate. The employees remained at the elevator entrance, unable to quell their excitement, as if they had just stumbled upon a sensational scoop. "Oh my gosh!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, drawing the astonished gazes of dozens. "Tomorrow marks the engagement of President Su and the young master of the Yi family. Could this jeopardize everything?" Pai Yangyang followed Su Xueqing to the 17th floor, where the president's office awaited. Inside, a woman in her 30s, clad in a sleek black business suit and exuding a commanding presence, was already waiting. "President Su, you have returned." The moment Su Xueqing crossed the threshold, Her demeanor shifted dramatically. Li Jia, please close the door. Li Jia promptly complied, securing the door. Su Xueqing then released Pai Yangyang and handed the bouquet of roses to Li Jia. Curious, Pai Yangyang surveyed the opulent office that truly reflected the status of one of the 5 prominent families in Xinjiang, spanning an impressive 300 square meters. The office was adorned in grand luxury. The floor-to-ceiling windows allowed abundant light to flood the space, revealing a panoramic view. The expansive executive desk and the generous leather chair bespoke the authority of a president. How is the situation? Su Xueqing settled into the executive chair, immediately radiating an air of regality. Excellent. The forums in Xinjiang are abuzz with rumors of President Su and a gentleman appearing as a couple, with speculations that they have registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the online chatter is rather unflattering, branding him as a kept man, cast aside by the Qin family, and a charlatan exploiting the elderly. Li Jia responded with utmost respect. Su Xueqing glanced at the bewildered Pai Yangyang, nodding slightly. Do not concern yourself with this. His name is Pai Yangyang. Please provide him with the agreement. Understood, President Su. Soon. Sister Li picked up a contract from the table and handed it to Pai Yangyang. Since entering, he had felt a sense of bewilderment. His curiosity regarding Miss Su San's intentions was piqued. Hesitantly, Pai Yangyang accepted the agreement. What? A marriage contract? His eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Pai, do you genuinely believe that your marriage to President Su is legitimate? Sister Li's voice carried a cold, condescending tone. I know it's a facade, but if it is merely a charade, why go through so much trouble? Issuing a marriage certificate and subsequently annulled should pose no challenge for you, right? Pai Yangyang tossed the marriage certificate onto the table and turned to leave. Wait. Just as he turned, he heard Su Xueqing's voice behind him. Miss Su, I have played my part in this charade. What more do you desire? I wish for you to sign a marriage agreement with me, Su Xueqing said, biting her lip as she gazed at him. Is this amusing? If it's all a ruse, why pursue this? Pai Yangyang asked, confusion etched across his face. I need you to be my husband for a year. Upon hearing Su Xueqing's words, Pai Yangyang chuckled. Miss Su, do you perceive me as a mere joke? Freshly divorced, hence the jest? I am not jesting. I am earnest. Su Xueqing stood, her eyes reflecting sincerity. I am in trouble and require your assistance. Why should I aid you? Pai Yangyang replied coolly, but then he recalled the 2 sets of clothing he was holding. I will return these to you. He set the clothes down. Su Xueqing regarded him with a playful glint. The ones you're wearing are also mine. Take them off. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Her old clothes had been discarded into the trash. While it was easy to remove his outerwear, he pondered how he could possibly remove his shorts. He felt a mix of knowing he was being duped, yet feeling powerless to resist. Furthermore, I have helped you regain your dignity in front of your ex-wife and cornered your mother-in-law against the wall. Can you not assist me in return? Are you attempting to leverage my kindness? Pai Yangyang was stunned. He had never encountered such blatant reciprocity. Yet, her reasoning held some merit, at least due to her. His earlier frustrations had diminished significantly, even granting him a sense of vindication. Very well. I can assist you, consider it a favor returned. But we must clarify the specifics of my assistance, and please, do not make excessive demands. Pai Yangyang conceded, unable to withstand her pitiful gaze. Su Xueqing smiled gently and sat down slowly. Firstly, you must publicly acknowledge your marriage to President Su. Apart from the 3 of us, no 4th party should be privy to our agreement. At this point, Sister Li interjected, no problem. Pai Yangyang readily agreed. Furthermore, during the duration of this year's agreement, you must remain by President Su's side, never leaving his presence. Sister Li seemed quite satisfied with his response and continued speaking. Pai Yangyang interjected, do you have any objections? Sister Li's gaze sharpened as she coldly replied, of course there are objections. Do you expect me to follow President Su into the shower or restroom? Pai Yangyang declared with conviction that would lead to dire consequences. Su Xueqing's face flushed as she retorted, what a ridiculous thought. Sister Li shot him a fierce glare and continued. Thirdly, if anyone dares to bully President Su, you must fulfill the protective responsibilities of a husband. I protest. Pai Yangyang immediately countered. Protest? Are you still a man? Sister Li's cold stare bore into him. She is not my legitimate wife. Why should I protect her? If I encounter a reckless person, should I risk my life? Sister Li's expression revealed a hint of disdain. Countless men would risk everything to protect President Su. Yet you are so afraid of death? Of course. I am not a cat with 9 lives. Once my life is lost, it is gone forever. Why should I not fear death? Pai Yangyang asserted defiantly. I will not allow you to sign this agreement without compensation, Su Xueqing stated. During the contract period, I will pay you a monthly salary of 10,000. 10,000? Pai Yaoyang rolled his eyes. Do you think I would risk my life for such a sum? Sister Li interjected. Who says it must come to that? In Xinjiang, who would dare to truly harm President Su? That is hard to say. If I encounter a rabid dog, a single bite would be quite painful, Pai Yaoyang replied earnestly. Then how about 15,000? Su Xueqing gritted her teeth. 20,000. Pai Yaoyang confidently raised 2 fingers. As the president of the Su Corporation, you cannot be too stingy. Besides, with my looks, 20,000 is hardly a loss. Seeing Su Xueqing hesitating, he quickly urged, come on. Su Xueqing glared at him, her eyes fierce. Am I stingy? Who bought the clothes you're wearing? Do you have any idea how much they cost? Pai Yaoyang scratched his nose, insisting, I never asked you to buy them, and this image is not solely mine. You. Su Xueqing's chest heaved with anger. Mr. Pai, do not be ungrateful. Sister Li's gaze remained icy. Does this guy think this is a marketplace? Haggling over prices? Su Xueqing waved her hand dismissively, exasperated. Fine, 20,000 it is. Pai Yaoyang beamed, revealing his bright white teeth as he squinted his eyes in delight. I also have to live. I can't work for free. And one more thing, for this year, you must live with me, Su Xueqing firmly added, recalling another matter. Pai Yaoyang was taken aback. Do you expect me to share a bed? What are you thinking? Su Xueqing replied, her forehead creased in annoyance. I have several rooms. We can each have our own floor. That works for me. Otherwise, 20,000 would be quite unfair. Su Xueqing's forehead creased further. Do you really think I would keep a little lapdog? In my household, a bodyguard resides, and Sister Li also lives with us. Pai Yaoyang turned to glance at the stern Sister Li, swallowing hard. This woman exuded an aura of menace. He was suddenly reminded of the scene where Rong Mama pricked Ziwei with needles, sending a shiver down his spine. Very well. He reluctantly agreed and signed the agreement. Can I leave now? Where are you going? I need to go home and tidy up. Home? Were you not expelled from the Qin family? Even a dog has a den. Must I be without a home? Seeing the somber expression on his face, Su Xueqing raised an eyebrow, stood up, and unexpectedly linked her arm with his. I'll accompany you downstairs. Her voice was gentle, akin to a lover's whisper. Pai Yaoyang's heart skipped a beat. This woman must surely be from the Sichuan opera troupe. With such acting skills, it would be a waste not to walk a few red carpets and collect a few golden statuettes. As Su Xueqing clung to Pai Yaoyang's arm, they affectionately re-entered the grand hall. You can drive my car. Remember to pick me up after work, darling. Everyone in the hall stood frozen. Is the president serious? How has he suddenly become so uncharacteristic of the person they had imagined? Pai Yaoyang nearly stumbled. Had he not witnessed her acting prowess, he might have been moved. However, why not drive a car if one is available? He climbed into the Ferrari and sped towards the old district in the west of the city. Upon arriving at a seemingly aged residence, Pai Yaoyang paused for a moment, took a deep breath, pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door, and stepped inside. Master, I have returned. Facing the empty courtyard, Pai Yaoyang called out. Upon opening the door, he found a spirit tablet placed upon the altar. The room was furnished in an exceedingly simple manner, yet it was orderly and spotless. Fresh fruits were even offered before the spirit tablet, with 3 sticks of incense burning gently. Clearly, this place was regularly cleaned and offerings made. He approached, took 3 sticks of incense, lit them, and knelt before the spirit tablet in reverence. Master, you once said that if I were to become the son-in-law of the Qin family, I would never be allowed to open the wooden box. Today, having been cast out, I have come before you to open it. His expression was solemn as he bowed 3 times respectfully, then placed the incense into the burner. His gaze then fell upon the offering table, where an ancient and exquisite key rested before the spirit tablet. Master, I shall now open this box. Please bless your disciple, so that I may succeed in my cultivation and not disappoint your expectations. He took the key and slowly inserted it into the copper lock of the wooden box. With a decisive click, the lock sprang open. Inside the box lay a sheepskin pouch adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a dragon soaring through the air. Upon opening the sheepskin pouch, he was astonished to find 9 gold and 9 silver long needles nestled within. The needles were slender, yet faintly visible upon their surfaces were intricate bas-reliefs of a flying dragon, vividly lifelike. This set of needles was precisely the 9 mysterious 18 needles he had long coveted. After his master's passing, he had believed this set was buried with him, never expecting it to appear before him now. In the corner of the wooden box lay a small, obsidian-like casket alongside a blue, thread-bound tome exuding a profound sense of historical gravitas, the Nine Mystical Jade Clarity Sutra. He first picked up the book and, upon seeing the ancient and obscure characters inscribed upon its cover, immediately recognized them, exclaiming in excitement. A cursory glance at the text revealed its intricate and arcane nature, rendering its meaning elusive, prompting him to carefully set it down and direct his gaze towards the small casket. After a brief moment, he solemnly lifted the casket and slowly opened it, a wave of primordial energy washing over him. Inside rested a dark ring, its material unknown and somewhat peculiar in appearance. Once adorned, you shall become the ninth master. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Jiang, unfazed, did not turn around. A portly man in his 50s, sporting a short beard and graying hair, stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon him with an icy intensity. Ninth master? Jiang murmured, momentarily taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes. Uncle Fu, what is going on? What does ninth master mean? He questioned, holding the ring aloft in puzzlement. This man, known as Uncle Fu, had been his master's attendant. Following his master's demise, Uncle Fu remained to guard the estate. This ring is a symbol of the Nine Mystical Sect's leadership in the martial world. The leader of the Nine Mystical Sect is venerated as the Ninth Master. Jiang's astonishment grew as he asked, the Nine Mystical Sect? So my master was the leader of the Nine Mystical Sect? He was utterly bewildered. Having followed his master since childhood, he only knew him as the Celestial Yang, unaware that he possessed such a significant title. Uncle Fu approached slowly, hands clasped and performing a deep bow, speaking solemnly. This is the late master's final decree. Please, Ninth Master, don the ring. Jiang's gaze flickered. Despite his myriad doubts, he gradually slid the ring onto the fourth finger of his left hand. I cannot disregard my master's wishes. Strangely, though the ring appeared thick and cumbersome, it fit his finger perfectly, as if custom-made for him. Additionally, the dark ring shimmered with golden light, resembling a dragon coiling around it. Uncle Fu knelt respectfully, proclaiming, Congratulations, Ninth Master. From this moment forth, you are the 17th leader of the Nine Mystical Sect. In the future, Fu Rahai shall serve as your attendant. Feel free to command him as you wish. Jiang was taken aback and hastily assisted him to his feet, inquiring, Uncle Fu, what exactly is the Nine Mystical Sect? Fu Rahai remained silent, his demeanor radiating reverence and solemnity. After a moment, he replied gravely, in the realm of extraordinary sects, the Nine Mystical Sect reigns supreme, encompassing medicine, martial arts, mysticism, and sorcery. It embodies all, with the Nine Mystical Sects standing as the pinnacle. Jiang felt a surge of disbelief as he glanced at the dark ring on his finger. Could it be that his master possessed such remarkable prowess? He muttered softly. Then why did no one refer to him as the Ninth Master? Uncle Fu replied with solemnity. The identity of the Ninth Master is known only to the prominent figures within the Nine Mystical Sect. Upon assuming the role of the sect leader, one must not carelessly divulge their identity. This is a tenet of our sect. Yang furrowed his brow, pondering the mystery. Could it be that there are enemies to fear? No wonder such an illustrious leader had never been mentioned by Master. It seems there are indeed strict regulations governing the sect. Yet, Master, as the leader of the Nine Shen sect, had not appeared particularly formidable over the years, merely possessing superior medical skills and prowess in combat. Moreover, it was rather absurd that he had sacrificed his own life to alter the fortunes of the Qin family. However, Fu Bo did not respond to his inquiries, remaining solemnly at his side. Suddenly, Yang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he inquired eagerly, Fu Bo, is this sect quite wealthy? Fu Bo paused momentarily, then gestured toward a wooden chest. Within the chest lay a letter. Inscribed on the envelope were the words, to Yang, personally opened. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yang took a deep breath before retrieving the letter. Yang, your bond with the Qin family shall conclude in 3 years. Today, you inherit my legacy and take command of the Nine Shen sect. The initial line startled Yang, who silently mused. So Master had already foreseen that my stay with the Qin family would be limited to 3 years, after which I would be cast out. I am aware that you harbor numerous questions. To uncover the answers, you must journey to Spirit Island on the 15th of August this year, where all shall be revealed. Ah, and I have toiled tirelessly to raise you, incurring significant expenses. Reluctantly, I borrowed a sum from the island master for your sustenance. When you visit Spirit Island, do remember to repay the debt on my behalf. Eagerly, he continued reading, but as he progressed, a frown creased his forehead. What? Not only do I lack funds, but I also owe money? He hurriedly inspected the envelope, discovering several slips of paper within. 100 billion? He pulled out a slip and glanced at the figure, nearly leaping in shock. This was merely a small loan? The slips contained multiple amounts, each one more staggering than the last, nearly pushing him to the brink of despair. Master, you truly have a knack for entrapment. How can your milk powder cost over 100 billion? Clutching the loan records, he felt utterly despondent. With such an astronomical sum, how could he ever repay it? Just as despair enveloped him, a hurried voice called from outside. Is Dr. Pai at home? Fu Rahai's expression hardened slightly as he glanced toward the door. Pai Yaoyang secured the wooden chest, picked it up, and stepped outside. At the entrance stood a young girl in her early 20s, peering anxiously inside. Clad in a white dress, she exuded a fresh and radiant demeanor reminiscent of a student, though concern etched across her features. Who are you, and what brings you here? As the girl caught sight of Pai Yaoyang, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. You are Dr. Pai? I am indeed Pai, he replied nonchalantly. Oh. I am Gu Tianchuan. My grandfather has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and my uncle has sent me to request your assistance in treating him. The girl spoke rapidly, her words flowing like a cheerful songbird. Pai Yaoyang inquired, Your uncle? Who might that be? Gu Tianchuan smiled faintly, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, and inquired. My third uncle is Gu Jiqing. You must know him? I do not, Pai Yaoyang replied, shaking his head. With the multitude of patients he had treated, it was impossible for him to remember each one. Gu Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback, then pondered before saying, He is a commander in the provincial defense camp and mentioned that you once treated his wounds, which is why I was sent to find you. Pai Yaoyang continued to shake his head, but then suddenly recalled the promissory note left by his master and asked, By the way, is there a fee for treating patients? Gu Tianchuan nodded eagerly. Since you have come this far, I shall accompany you. Pai Yaoyang feigned contemplation. Gu Tianchuan quickly turned with excitement, opened the door of a Maserati, and invited him inside. What was your surname again? After getting in the car, Pai Yaoyang suddenly remembered to ask. Gu Tianchuan paused for a moment, but remained patient as she replied, My surname is Gu, from the Gu family in the eastern part of the city. You must have heard of them? I have not. Pai Yaoyang replied, and Gu Tianchuan appeared astonished, even slightly embarrassed. While it was one thing not to know her third uncle's name in Xinjiang City, who had not heard of the Gu family in the east, they were one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang. Nevertheless, she maintained her smile and turned to him, saying, Well, now you do. As the car started, Fu Rahai stood in the courtyard, slowly retrieving his phone to make a call. Master. He has already put on the ring. When the call connected, he spoke respectfully. Oh, so the Qin family has cast him out? A frail voice replied from the other end. Indeed, just as you had calculated, exactly 3 years, not a day more. A look of admiration crossed Fu Rahai's face. Very well, let him continue his worldly trials. Remember, he must never know that I am still alive. My matters here remain unresolved. Then, should we still concern ourselves with the Qin family? Fu Rahai hesitated before asking. I had him enter the Qin family to repay a prior kindness. He was reluctant from the start, and now that the Qin family does not cherish him, it is clear they are unworthy of such a blessing. Let it be. It is his destiny. A soft sigh escaped the elder on the other end, and Fu Rahai replied, Understood. He continued, By the way, over the years, he has returned nearly every day to pay respects. Moreover, he frequently visits Luohanshan, seemingly in search of something. You need not worry about him. Everything unfolds in due course. When the time comes for him to know, he shall know. The elder fell silent for a moment before uttering a final word, then hung up the phone. Fu Rahai gazed at the tightly closed courtyard gate, his eyes gleaming with determination as he murmured to himself. The 9th master is making his return. It is time to announce it to the world. The car soon arrived at the Gu family's residence in the eastern part of the city. Dr. Pai, we have arrived, Gu Tianchuan called out, but received no reply. Turning around, she found Pai Yaoyang, clutching the worn wooden box, fast asleep, drool sparkling as it dripped onto the seat. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Tianchuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently nudging the other person. What's wrong? Pai Yaoyang, still half asleep, opened his drowsy eyes and looked around in confusion. Gu Tianchuan replied, We've arrived at my house. Please disembark. Oh, we've arrived so swiftly, and I haven't even finished my dream. Pai Yaoyang stepped out of the car, stretching luxuriously. Who is unwell? Take me to see. Gu Tianchuan shut the car door and said anxiously, It's my grandfather. You must help save him. As they walked toward the residence, they were met by a mocking voice. "Oh, Gu Tianchuang. Could this be the divine doctor you've brought?" Gu Tianchuang retorted irritably. "Step aside. He is the renowned Dr. Pai, introduced by my uncle, who assured me he could save grandfather." "A divine doctor? Have you ever seen such a young practitioner?" The young man, seemingly in his mid-20s and somewhat frail, scoffed. He was Gu Tianchuang's older brother, Gu Tianchen. "To curry favor with grandfather, you're resorting to any means necessary." "But he was introduced by my uncle. My uncle was injured, and it was he who treated him." Gu Tianchuang staunchly defended his trust in his uncle. However, Gu Tianchen sneered, "That is not the same. My uncle was merely injured. Any doctor could handle that. Grandfather is gravely ill. Do you truly believe a wandering physician can cure him?" Gu Tianchuang was taken aback. "A wandering physician? Humph. To call him a wandering physician is to flatter him." Gu Tianchuang gazed incredulously at Pai Yangyang, who remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile. Seeing that Pai Yangyang did not defend himself, Gu Tianchen assumed he was guilty and arrogantly declared, "My father has summoned a real divine doctor, who is currently treating grandfather inside. He should be nearly cured by now." Gu Tianchuang's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly inquired, "Which divine doctor?" "The director of Xinjiang Central Hospital, renowned as the national medical sage, Li Fu." Gu Tianchen beamed with pride. Gu Tianchuang was immediately startled. "You truly summoned Director Li?" She added, "This so-called divine doctor should return from whence he came. My family may be wealthy, but we do not allow just anyone to exploit our resources." Turning to Pai Yangyang, she displayed a conflicted expression. "You mean Li Fu? Just him? It would be miraculous if he could save anyone." Pai Yangyang glanced at Gu Tianchuang and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll step outside for now. Soon enough, someone will come out, begging for me to enter." "Preposterous." Gu Tianchen shouted angrily, "If anyone invites you in today, I will call you big brother from now on. Do you think all of us in the Gu family are as easily deceived as Gu Tianchuang?" Pai Yangyang smiled with amusement and turned to leave. However, he did not truly depart, merely waiting outside the courtyard. Had it been anyone else, he would have long since walked away. Yet, Gu Tianchuang had been sincere throughout, demonstrating her deep concern for her grandfather. Moreover, and most importantly, Pai Yangyang needed to earn money to repay his master's debts. Thus, he resolved to stay. Gu Tianchuang, witnessing Pai Yangyang's abrupt departure in anger, stamped her foot in frustration. "Gu Tianchen, what are you doing?" She contemplated pursuing Pai Yangyang, but hesitated, concerned for her grandfather. Ultimately, her fury propelled her into the courtyard. Inside the bedroom, the head of the Gu family, Gu Zhixing, accompanied a man in his 50s, administering acupuncture to an elderly man lying on the bed. The patient's complexion was ashen, his eyes tightly shut, appearing to cling to life by a thread. Beads of sweat formed on the acupuncturist's forehead as he held a long needle, hesitating to proceed. After a moment, he sighed deeply, retracting the needle end. With a hint of regret, said, "Mr. Gu, I am truly powerless regarding your father's condition. It would be wise to prepare for the inevitable." Despite his disappointment, Gu Zhixing reluctantly accepted this grim reality. "Director Li, your efforts are appreciated. I will ensure you receive a token of gratitude." Li Fu, feeling guilty, waved his hand to decline, just as Gu Tianchuang burst through the door. "Uncle, how is Grandpa?" "Little Shuang, please do not be too despondent. Your grandfather has lived a long life." Gu Zhixing sighed, shaking his head. "No, Grandpa will be fine. You brought Director Li from the Central Hospital, didn't you? Surely he can save my grandfather." Gu Tianchuang's face paled, tears welling in her eyes. "Miss Gu, I truly regret to say, I am powerless." Li Fu replied, his expression filled with remorse. "By the way, my third uncle introduced a divine doctor, Pai Shen-yi, claiming he can surely save my grandfather. I have already summoned him." "Little Shuang, I understand your feelings for your grandfather, but Director Li has advised us to prepare for his passing," Gu Zhixing said, his tone tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, Li Fu's eyes brightened, and he asked, "Miss Gu, whom did you mention?" "Pai Shen-yi." Gu Tianchuang paused in surprise before nodding. "Yes, that's how my third uncle refers to him." "Is he the one from the old street corner?" Li Fu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Gu Tianchuang, slightly bewildered, nodded again. "Yes, he is from the old street corner. My goodness. If we truly manage to summon Pai Shen-yi, then your grandfather may yet be saved." Gu Zhixing was also taken aback. Having just spoken of preparing for the worst, do not remain dazed. Pai Shen-yi seldom intervenes lightly. Even money may not secure his assistance. "Miss Gu, Have you truly brought him here? Where is he? Li Fu's enthusiasm grew. Gu Tianshuang pointed toward the door. I did invite him, but he was chased away by Gu Tianchun. Oh dear, we must hurry to retrieve him. Li Fu exclaimed, stamping his foot in urgency. At this moment, Gu Zhixing regained his composure. Little Shuang, where is Pai Shani? Take me to him. The three hurriedly exited the room, finding Gu Tianchun still standing in the courtyard, staring at the gate. Father, how is Grandpa? Upon seeing them, Gu Tianchun rushed forward. Humph. We will settle accounts later. Gu Zhixing huffed angrily, shoving him aside. Outside the courtyard, Pai Yangyang, with a vibrant green bamboo leaf clenched between his teeth, leaned against a Maserati, lost in thought as he gazed at the birds soaring through the sky. Dr. Pai, Gu Tianshuang, relieved to see him still present, hurriedly trotted over, patting his chest as he spoke. You're still here. You frightened me. Is it true that the treatment has not succeeded? Pai Yangyang replied languidly. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, staring intently at Pai Yangyang, his expression filled with doubt. Could this truly be the renowned Dr. Pai? Had there been a mistake? Li Fu disregarded him and swiftly approached Pai Yangyang. Dr. Pai, do you still remember me? His tone bore an almost sycophantic quality. Oh, old Li, I have some recollection. Pai Yangyang responded casually, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. Li Fu was nearly elated, exclaiming, Yes, it's me. He then turned to the still bewildered Gu Zhixing, cautiously saying, Mr. Gu's father is gravely ill. I implore you, Dr. Pai, to intervene and save him. Gu Zhixing, now regaining his composure, observed that despite the youth's appearance not aligning with the image of a miraculous healer, the respect Li Fu showed him indicated his significance. Dr. Pai, please, I beg you to help my father. Whatever the conditions, whatever the remuneration, the Gu family will not hesitate. He slightly bowed, his tone earnest. Is that so? Just moments ago, I was unceremoniously dismissed. If I were to enter now, would that not mean my dignity was trampled upon? Upon hearing of the remuneration, Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he soon wore an amused expression. Gu Tianchun. Gu Zhixing turned abruptly, directing an angry shout at Gu Tianchun, who stood at the door. Come here and apologize to Dr. Pai at once. Gu Zhixing glared fiercely at him, his tone grave. What could he possibly be? A miracle worker? Father, do not be deceived. This man is Pai Yangyang. He has a master, known for his fortune-telling and divination, a mere charlatan. He frequently sets up stalls beneath the overpass, deceiving the elderly. He is nothing more than a petty quack. Gu Tianchun sneered, his disdain evident. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall break your legs. Gu Zhixing, enraged, kicked Gu Tianchun forcefully. Although reluctant, Gu Tianchun could only begrudgingly utter an apology. What did you say initially? That if someone invites me in, you would thereafter call me brother, correct? Gu Zhixing fixed a fierce gaze upon him. Gu Tianchun's expression darkened, and under his father's intimidation, he was compelled to call out, brother. Pai Yaoyang grinned widely. Very well, lead me to the patient. Upon entering the bedroom, Pai Yaoyang furrowed his brow. The elder lying on the bed had hollowed eyes, his skin dull and lifeless, barely clinging to breath. If further delay occurred, it was likely he would be beyond saving. Old Li, are you using the Heavenly Gang's 18 needles of righteous qi? Indeed, yet I hesitated before administering the final needle. Fortunately, you refrained, otherwise, your actions would have been more harmful than beneficial. Pai Yangyang remarked with an air of nonchalance, while beads of sweat cascaded down Li Lif's forehead. The Gu family, 3 in number, stood by, utterly astonished yet rendered speechless. Pai Yangyang cast a calm glance at Li Lif, stating with an unruffled demeanor. I recall having previously advised you that the Tiangang Zhenqi acupuncture technique, while remarkably effective for numerous perplexing ailments, possesses an overwhelming potency. Those of frail constitution often cannot endure it, hence the need for cautious application. It seems, you may have overlooked this? Li Lif bowed slightly, feigning humility. Yet he felt a profound embarrassment. As the director of the Central Hospital, adorned with the title of National Medical Sage, he naturally endeavored to explore every possible avenue when confronted with challenging patients. Yes, I shall not forget the teachings of Dr. Pai, he conceded, his usual air of arrogance and pride diminished. Gu Zhixing, initially apprehensive, feared that Pai Yangyang's reputation might be unfounded. However, witnessing Li Lif's humble demeanor dispelled all his doubts. Pai Yangyang gradually opened a wooden box and retrieved a sheepskin pouch, revealing 18 exquisitely crafted long needles. Li Lif's gaze sharpened, his demeanor now imbued with respect. Pai Yangyang grasped 3 golden needles, and with a slight tremor, they emitted a faint sound. He deftly lifted the old man's blanket with his left hand, while his right plunged the needles into the elder's body with precision. In a fluid motion, he swept his hand across the needle ends. The entire procedure was executed with an effortless grace. Observing the 3 golden needles quivering intensely, Li Lif's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The dragon breath needle technique. At last, I am privileged to witness this miraculous method once more. He murmured with fervor. Is this the lost technique you often speak of? Gu Zhixing's eyes lit up, brimming with hope. Please prepare a basin, Pai Yaoyang instructed calmly. Gu Zhixing promptly exited and soon returned with a steel basin. 10 minutes later, Pai Yaoyang swept his left hand, retrieving the 3 golden needles, while simultaneously using his right hand to massage the elder's liver and gallbladder area in 3 circles. An invisible stream of vital energy gradually flowed into the elder's body. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide, turned abruptly, and retched violently. A foul-smelling concoction filled the basin, prompting Li Lif to grimace. Gu Tianchuang could not help but pinch her nose, while Gu Tianxin gagged repeatedly and hastily exited the room. After a full 3 minutes, the elder finally caught his breath, half sitting on the bed. Gu Tianchuang swiftly offered him a cup of water, and after rinsing his mouth, the old man declared, I feel much better. Tears glistened in Gu Tianchuang's eyes as she joyously exclaimed, Grandfather. Gu Zhixing tugged at Gu Tianxin's ear, leading him back in, saying, Father, it is fortunate that Xiaoshuang sought out Dr. Pai. Otherwise, you might have. I am aware. I have heard all that you have said. The elder nodded, gazing gratefully at Pai Yaoyang. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Had it not been for you, my life would have surely been forfeit. Not at all. In the future, when dining out, one should simply exercise more caution. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhixing's expression darkened. For what Dr. Pai had implied was clear. Illness often enters through the mouth. The elder's affliction stemmed from consuming unclean food, which had accumulated in the liver, resulting in such a condition. I have already saved the man. Going forward, caution is advised. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Doctor, Pai, please wait. Upon hearing Pai Yangyang's words, Gu Zhixing hastened to catch up, respectfully presenting a black bank card. This contains 20 million as a token of gratitude. In the future, should Dr. Pai require anything, the Gu family shall not refuse. Pai Yaoyang, unreserved, accepted the card with a calm demeanor, responding, Thank you. Tianxin, see Dr. Pai off, Gu Zhixing called as he turned. Gu Tianxin's lips twitched, revealing his reluctance. I shall go instead. Gu Tianchuang stepped forward. Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement. Very well. Ensure Dr. Pai's safe passage. He then retreated indoors, delivering a sharp kick to Gu Tianxin's rear. You imbecile. If your negligence today delays the treatment of your grandfather, I will hold you accountable. Though Gu Tianxin was in a predicament, he dared not protest. Director Li, what is the background of that Dr. Pai? Gu Jiuzhou, seated on the bed, suddenly inquired. It is a long story. Li Lifu contemplated. My master, the renowned Tianyang, 5 years ago, I encountered a peculiar patient whom I could not cure despite exhausting all methods. In desperation, I sought my master at the old street, but unfortunately, he was not home, leaving only his disciple present. In that moment of urgency, I had to let his disciple attempt the treatment. To my surprise, this young man proved extraordinary. Not only did he effortlessly heal the patient, but he also pointed out deficiencies in my acupuncture technique. Gu Jiuzhou grew increasingly excited, eagerly asking, Do you know his name? He is called Pai Yangyang, Gu Tianxin interjected. You know him? Gu Jiuzhou looked at him in astonishment. Gu Tianxin disdainfully replied, Of course I know him, the worthless son-in-law of the Qin family, famously known in Xinjiang. Imbecile. Before he could finish his sentence, he received another kick from Gu Zhixing. It is indeed him. I wonder what third uncle thinks, to consider him a divine doctor just as Director Li does. Gu Tianxin grimaced in pain, rubbing his rear while grumbling in defiance. Speak another word, and I shall strike you down. Gu Zhixing brandished his fist, prompting Gu Tianxin to hastily flee. Gu Jiuzhou looked at Li Lifu, somewhat disappointed, and asked, Director Li, is it true that he is married? Li Lifu nodded yes. He is married to Qin Yujie, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Alas, what a pity. Gu Jiuzhou sighed softly, his face filled with disappointment. At the old street, Gu Tianchuang halted the car and turned to Pai Yangyang, expressing her gratitude. Dr. Pai, I am truly thankful for saving my grandfather. You are a benefactor to me. Gu Tianchuang. Should you ever require assistance, I shall wholeheartedly offer my support. Pai Yangyang pushed open the car door and stepped out, stating with a sense of ease that the Gu family had already compensated him, leaving no debts between them. Gu Tianchuang also alighted from the vehicle, flashing a radiant smile and remarking that her grandfather's life was worth far more than 20 million. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected, "Oh, so quick to charm another?" Turning their heads in surprise, they spotted two young women emerging from a Maserati, Qin Yuqie and her secretary, Huang Herong. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened as he pivoted towards the Ferrari parked not far away. "Aren't you going to introduce me to this one?" Qin Yuqie coldly inquired, her eyes fixed on Pai Yangyang. "I am Gu Tianchuang." "And you are?" Gu Tianchuang, sensing the tension, interjected. "Gu Tianchuang?" Qin Yuqie approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Earlier that morning, Pai Yangyang had been dragged by Su Xueqing to obtain a marriage certificate. In less than half a day, he was already accompanied by another Gu Tianchuang. Moreover, both women were strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more commanding than she. A sense of inexplicable jealousy surged within her. "What brings you here?" Pai Yangyang turned, calmly asking. "This is the only gift you ever gave me during our 3 years of marriage. You claimed it was a family heirloom, and now I return it to you." Qin Yuqie spoke with an icy demeanor, simultaneously thrusting a jade pendant into Pai Yangyang's palm. "It seems you have quite the knack for living off others. Just as you lost one meal ticket, you immediately found another. I presume you were well prepared for this." Huang Herong looked at Pai Yangyang with disdain. "How can you speak so recklessly?" Pai Yangyang maintained his calm demeanor, yet Gu Tianchuang was incensed. However, her youthful appearance made her fury appear almost endearing. "Reckless? He just divorced our President Qin and promptly entangled himself with you. Young lady, I advise you to keep your eyes wide open. Do not be deceived by his handsome facade, or you may find yourself with nowhere to weep. You, clarify your words." Gu Tianchuang stamped her foot in anger. But Huang Herong had already entered the car. As they watched the vehicle speed away, the weight in Pai Yangyang's heart began to lift. "Miss Gu, I apologize for the earlier scene," Pai Yangyang said with a hint of remorse. "Was that your ex-wife? Have you truly just divorced?" Gu Tianchuang regarded him with suspicion, her eyes blinking rapidly. "Yes, we finalized the divorce this morning." Gu Tianchuang's expression turned to one of surprise. "A man as exceptional as you, how could she?" "It's nothing, Miss Gu. Please, do take your leave." Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Could you leave your number? It would be convenient to contact you if any matters arise." After a moment of thought, Gu Tianchuang agreed. Pai Yangyang pulled out his phone. "What is your number? I'll call you." Gu Tianchuang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his worn-out domestic phone. She disclosed her mobile number. And when the ringtone resonated, a charming smile adorned her face. "All right, do make sure to answer my calls in the future," she remarked before turning away and departing in her vehicle. Pai Yangyang exhaled in relief as he drove his Ferrari towards the Su family group's office building. In the office of the president of the Su group, Secretary Zheng Li gazed at Su Xueqing, who was meticulously reviewing company data and could no longer suppress her concern. "Isn't what you are doing rather reckless?" she inquired. "What is the matter?" Su Xueqing asked, her head still lowered, her tone indifferent. Zheng Li hesitated before speaking. "If you were to casually marry any man, the repercussions on your image would be significant. I fear." A flicker of emotion crossed Su Xueqing's eyes. "He is not just any man. He saved me 5 years ago. Furthermore, our marriage is merely a facade. However, the Su group is in dire need of investment and collaboration from the Yi family. Your engagement banquet with young Master Yi is tomorrow, and the entire city is aware. What would the consequences be if the Yi family discovered this?" Zheng Li's voice was tinged with worry. "I cannot concern myself with that. Even if there were no men left in this world, I would never marry Yi Fenglu." Su Xueqing finally set aside her documents and looked firmly at Zheng Li. "Sister Li, you wouldn't choose to oppose me at this moment, would you?" Zheng Li quickly replied, "Never. Regardless of the circumstances, I stand by you, President Su." "That is good. Let us focus on getting through tomorrow first. We will address the future later." A faint smile graced Su Xueqing's lips as she resumed her work. Zhang Li's expression flickered with unease. She opened her mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed her words. She understood all too well that Su Xueqing was decisive and relentless in her actions, which is precisely why she occupied the esteemed position of president at the Su Group. She silently hoped that the storms of tomorrow would not be too fierce. Piang Yang re-entered the company lobby, where all the employees regarded him with peculiar expressions. "Good day, sir," the lobby manager, Deng Jing, approached with a respectful greeting. The others followed suit. Recognizing that this man held a significant status and had a close relationship with their president, it would be wise to endear themselves to him. Pyongyang nodded politely in acknowledgement. Upon reaching Su Xueqing's office, before he could speak, she greeted him with a radiant smile and stood to welcome him. "You're back. Perfect timing. Let's go have lunch together." It was indeed lunchtime. "President, I will bring the meals for you," Zhengli offered. "No need. We shall dine in the staff cafeteria," Su Xueqing replied. Zhengli was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. "All right, I will make the arrangements." As the president of the Su group, it was uncommon for her to frequent the staff cafeteria. However, for the sake of appearances, she recognized the necessity of this choice. "That is not necessary. I can manage with something light outside," Pyongyang declined, unwilling to be a mere puppet. Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with his and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget, we have a signed agreement." Just as Pyongyang was about to retort, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, "All right, I see. That's more like it," Su Xueqing said with a smile, releasing her grip on the soft flesh at his waist. "This woman is quite fierce." Pyongyang furrowed his brows, still reeling from the unexpected pain of her earlier tug. As their figures appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, all the staff stood up, greeting her with a chorus of "Hello, President Su. Come closer." Pyongyang suddenly felt her grip on his waist again and quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. However, he sensed a noticeable tremor when his hands made contact with her. After all, it was the first time Su Xueqing had been held so intimately by a stranger. The employees were left dumbfounded. Is this really their formidable president? It seems that love can truly transform a person. Throughout the meal, Pyongyang felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware of countless eyes fixed upon him, as if he were a gorilla freshly transported from Africa. Yet, Su Xueqing dined leisurely, and he breathed a sigh of relief only when she finally finished her meal. "If you have no other matters this afternoon, you may rest in my office," Su Xueqing said after wiping her lips. "No, I still have some tasks to attend to." Pyongyang promptly declined, fearing he might melt under the scrutiny of those around him. "Very well, Li Jie, please take him to the garage and allow him to select a vehicle," Su Xueqing instructed, showing no insistence on him staying. "Yes, President Su," Li Jie replied, then turned to Pyongyang, saying, "Mr. Pai, please follow me." As they arrived at the garage, the rolling shutter door slowly lifted, and Pyongyang's eyes widened in amazement. The garage was lined with an array of luxury vehicles, Maybachs, Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes, a veritable showcase of opulence. "Mr. Pai, please choose one," Li Jie said, glancing at the astonished Pyongyang with a slight frown. Regaining his composure, Pyongyang awkwardly asked, "Is there a more affordable option?" Although he had a penchant for luxury cars, he was aware that he was driving someone else's vehicle and did not wish to appear ostentatious. "An affordable car? Even if there were, I cannot allow you to take one," Li Jie replied without hesitation. "Why not?" Pyongyang was taken aback. "Am I not allowed to drive a less expensive car?" "Because you are now President Su's husband, and a less expensive vehicle does not befit your status. Furthermore, you will be responsible for transporting President Su to and from work. Do you think a modest car is appropriate?" Li Jie asserted confidently. Pyongyang was stunned. "What? You mean I am to be a chauffeur for your President Su? Are you unwilling?" "Many would give anything to be President Su's driver," Li Jie declared with pride. However, Pyongyang was unfazed. "Those people are fools. Less talk. Choose a car quickly." Li Jie seemed a bit impatient, her gaze turning stern. "What else is there to choose?" Pyongyang smirked and casually pointed to a Maserati. "I'll take that one." Zhengli promptly detached a key from the bunch in her hand and handed it to Pyongyang. She remarked, "Your judgment is remarkable. This is a new car, just acquired and scarcely driven." Pyongyang entered the vehicle and drove out of the garage. During his time at the Qin residence, he could only drive the nearly obsolete Audi. The newly purchased Maserati by Qin Yujie was off limits to him. However, now, as a contractual spouse, he found himself behind the wheel of a luxurious Maserati, which was rather amusing to contemplate. In truth, he had no pressing matters to attend to that afternoon. He merely wished to avoid lingering at Su's group, where he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him. Furthermore, having spent 3 years as Qin Yujie's husband, their separation today left him feeling somewhat stifled. He sought a tranquil place to reflect. The car exited Su's group, heading directly out of the city towards Mount Luohan. According to his master, it was on this very mountain that he was found and brought back when he was not yet 5 years old. Thus, from his earliest memories. He had a penchant for sitting alone atop the Luohan stone, pondering profound questions. Where do I come from? Who are my parents? These inquiries he had posed countless times to his master, Tianyang Shangren, yet he had never received a definitive answer. Upon seeing the letter today, he had hoped his master would reveal the truth of his origins, but once again, nothing was disclosed. He could never fathom why his master chose to withhold such knowledge from him, nor why he compelled him to remain at the Qin household. Enduring the indignity of being a son-in-law, his master had once told him that unless the Qin family rejected him, he must not abandon them. Yet now, the Qin family had indeed cast him out. Nevertheless, all of this seemed to be part of his master's design. Today marked exactly 3 years since he had joined the Qin family. As he parked the car at the foot of the mountain and prepared to ascend, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly, yet still answered the call. "Mr. Pai, I just received some news and wanted to confirm it." A voice on the other end, timid and cautious, spoke. Pai Yangyang replied coolly, "Go ahead, I'm listening. I heard you just got divorced. Is that true?" The voice belonged to an elderly man in his 50s, trembling slightly with apprehension. Should anyone witness this exchange, they would surely be taken aback. For the voice belonged to Meng Qingfeng, the illustrious president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. "Ah, your information is rather astute. You call me specifically for this matter?" Pai Yangyang was not particularly surprised, for he was well aware of the man's influence. He ended the call and walked along a narrow path overgrown with weeds, making his way to the mountain summit. On the other end, Meng Qingfeng did not express anger at being hung up on. Instead, a hint of relief washed over him. "Old Meng, why are you so pleased now that he has divorced?" A woman in her 30s sitting on the sofa queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you know?" Meng Qingfeng replied with a smile. "If Mr. Pai had not divorced, I would have felt obliged, in deference to him, to invest 100 million in the Qin family at this year's investment conference. And what of that? After all, it is an investment. Is there anything wrong with entrusting it to the Qin family?" The woman inquired, gently caressing her abdomen, her voice laced with curiosity. Meng Qingfeng displayed a hint of disdain, shaking his head as he replied, "The Qin family. I truly hold them in low regard. Were it not for Mr. Pai, the Qin family would have likely faced bankruptcy long ago." At that moment, within the bamboo grove on the mountainside, an elderly man with white hair was keenly observing the freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. Beside him stood an exquisitely beautiful young woman and a young man, whose resolute demeanor and upright posture resembled that of a spear. "Grandfather, the winds in the mountains are strong. We should return sooner," the young woman suggested, her concern evident as she rushed to support the old man, who had emitted a couple of faint coughs. "There's no need for worry. Grandfather is not so frail as to be easily swayed by the wind," the elder chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, though he appeared slightly breathless. "Little sister, fret not. Grandfather is a martial artist. Even in my advanced years, my physical constitution surpasses that of ordinary people." A trace of arrogance flickered in the elder's gaze as he spoke, seemingly vigilant of the surroundings. The young woman, adorned in a flowing red dress that danced with the breeze, radiated elegance. Her fair skin, accentuated by the fiery hue of her attire, appeared all the more captivating. Upon hearing the young man's words, she frowned slightly, casting him an irritable glance as she retorted, "You talk too much. Are you not aware that grandfather's old injuries have worsened during this time?" Before she could finish her sentence, the young man suddenly shouted, "Who goes there?" With that exclamation, he launched himself forward, hurtling out of the bamboo grove. Pai Yangyang was making his way up the mountain, the narrow path cutting through the bamboo forest. Just as he stepped into the grove, he heard the shout, accompanied by the sudden approach of a figure. Instinctively, he sidestepped to avoid the assailant. A practitioner? The young man thought, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, he bent slightly at the waist, thrusting his right hand forward with a fierce wind that aimed directly at Pai Yangyang's right rib. "Lei Yuan, hold back," the elder shouted urgently, but it was too late. The young man's assault was relentless, his palm already slicing through the air towards Pai Yangyang's torso. With narrowed eyes, Pai Yangyang casually waved his left hand, as if swatting away a fly, and countered with a strike. "Do not engage directly," the elder bellowed once more, fully aware of his grandson's abilities. Even a martial artist would struggle to withstand such a blow. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and both the elder and the young woman, standing 10 meters away, felt the rush of displaced air. Alarm surged within them. The man struck by Lei Yuan was surely left with broken bones. A figure was sent flying, crashing through the bamboo, snapping several stalks in its wake. It's over. Both the elder and the young woman felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Lei Yuan. I warned you not to act rashly, but you never listen. What if innocents are harmed? The elder's words were abruptly cut off. His throat seemingly constricted as he gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. It was not his grandson Lei Yuan who stood there, but rather a refined and handsome young man. The elderly man gazed in astonishment at the figure that had just been flung away, taking several moments to process the reality before him. This was impossible. The individual who had been sent flying moments ago was none other than his grandson, Lei Yuan. How could this be? Lei Yuan was a master of martial arts, and no ordinary warrior could withstand his strike. Yet, that young man had effortlessly waved his hand, and Lei Yuan had been unable to counter it? At that moment, Lei Yuan sat trembling on a broken bamboo stalk, his face drenched in cold sweat, staring incredulously at Pai Yangyang. Was there truly such terrifying power in the world? The young man's earlier gesture had made Lei Yuan feel as though his palm had struck an impenetrable wall. To describe it as an ant attempting to shake a tree would be an understatement. Grandfather, little sister, you must leave quickly, Lei Yuan exclaimed anxiously. The old man shook his head and instructed the girl, Xianghong, go help your brother up. As the girl, Lei Xianghong, approached, Lei Yuan attempted to speak again. But the elder waved his hand, saying, he is not an assassin. If he truly intended to kill me, even if I wished to flee, there would be no escape. Lei Yuan's right arm was sore and heavy, rendering him incapable of exerting strength, yet he could sense that his arm was not broken. This demonstrated the opponent's mastery over power, wielding it with effortless precision. He rose to his feet, casting a cold glare at Pai Yangyang, and in a low voice demanded, who are you, and what is your purpose here? Pai Yangyang looked at him with a hint of confusion and replied, this is not a forbidden place. Why should I not come here? Lei Yuan's eyes widened as he scrutinized Pai Yangyang, remaining on guard against a sudden attack. The old man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of understanding as he regarded Pai Yangyang, nodding gently before stepping forward and speaking in a mild tone, I am Lei Ting. May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend? Pai Yangyang, he replied. Despite the inexplicable assault, he observed that the elder possessed an extraordinary presence and spoke with humility, causing his ire to gradually dissipate. I apologize on behalf of my grandson for any offense he may have caused, the elder said, bowing sincerely. Grandfather, use silence. Before Lei Yuan could finish his sentence, Lei Ting rebuked him sharply. Pai Yangyang calmly responded, there is no need. He has not harmed me. With that, he turned to leave. Please wait. Just as Pai Yangyang had taken 2 steps, Lei Ting called out and quickly moved to stand in front of him. Is there something you need? Lei Ting produced a golden card from his possession, presenting it with both hands, his face reflecting a hopeful expression as he said, might I ask if you would be interested in becoming friends? His tone was respectful, laced with an unspoken eagerness. Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong stood in stunned silence. Their grandfather was actively seeking friendship with a stranger? It was the first time they had witnessed such humility from him in an attempt to befriend a young man. It was important to note that, throughout the entire Chunan province, numerous prestigious families sought to forge alliances with the Lei family, and they could easily line up from this location to the city center. To befriend? To their surprise, Pai Yangyang's brows furrowed slightly, and he replied in a calm voice, I am not interested. The trio of grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter stood frozen in disbelief. These were the most shocking 3 words they had heard in years. Not interested. Xinjiang, with a population nearing 20 million, boasts only a handful of individuals whom Thunder actively regards as friends. Mere fingers on one hand can count them. These few are the titans perched atop the pinnacle of Xinjiang's power. Yet, when Thunder sought to forge an alliance, he was met with the icy dismissal of Pai Yangyang. Not interested. Should this news circulate, it would surely leave the entire city in shock. What did you say? Stop right there. Watching Pai Yangyang depart with resolute strides, Lei Xianghong stamped her foot in indignation. Although she believed Lei Yuan should not have acted recklessly, she was equally incensed by Pai Yangyang's coldness towards her grandfather. Pai Yangyang appeared oblivious, turning away without a glance. You. Lei Xianghong's face drained of color in her fury. Just as she was about to pursue him, Pai Yangyang suddenly pivoted, his gaze locking onto Thunder. Old Lei, you would do well to abandon your practice. Otherwise, it may one day cost you your life. At this pronouncement, Thunder's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a soft sigh. Young friend, your ability to discern the dangers I harbor is indeed remarkable. To be honest, it is precisely for this reason that I ventured to Xinjiang. Yet who could have foreseen? He shook his head, exhaling a long sigh. Is that the reason for your journey to Xinjiang? Pai Yangyang inquired, perplexed. I came seeking the Master Tianyang. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Pai Yangyang's eyes. Master Tianyang? I have heard he passed away 3 years ago. Thunder shook his head slightly, sighing again. The Master is unfathomable. How could a mere mortal hope to comprehend him? He has saved my life. In my youth, I suffered grave injuries, and it was the Master who intervened, allowing me to survive. Pai Yangyang's gaze flickered, a hint of skepticism surfacing within the depths of his eyes. He could discern the old wounds etched upon Thunder, remnants of decades past. However, those injuries were not beyond healing. With Master Tianyang's medical prowess, they could have been remedied long ago. Why, then, had he chosen to allow this peril to linger? Taking 2 steps forward, Pai Yangyang accepted the card from Thunder's hand and carelessly tucked it into his pocket. Your affliction may not be solely within Master Tianyang's ability to heal. Thunder paused, then offered a rueful smile and shook his head. Mr. Pai, I have sought healing from numerous practitioners, yet to no avail. It seems only the Master can provide salvation. He coughed lightly several times. Pai Yangyang chose not to elaborate further, turning to ascend the mountain. Grandfather, how can there be such an arrogant person in this world, who disregards our lay family? As Pai Yangyang vanished from sight, Lei Xianghong seethed with indignation, feeling deeply humiliated. Your brother could not withstand even a single strike from him, which attests to his prowess. Such individuals, even if arrogant, possess the merit to be so. Thunder sighed, withdrawing his gaze and lamenting, Alas, my lay family lacks the fortune to befriend such a person. With that, he waved his hand despondently. Let us descend the mountain. Grandfather, since Master Tianyang is no longer with us, should we not return to the provincial city? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lei Xianghong suggested. No, tomorrow is the engagement banquet of the Yi family. Since I have come to Xinjiang, I shall pay a visit. Lei Yuan disdainfully remarked, Is it truly worthy of your personal attendance for a mere Yi family? You are the leader of the Wind Thunder Hall, and even the elite families of the provincial capital do not possess such honor. After all, the Yi family is the foremost clan of Xinjiang, and over the years, the head of the Yi family has sought my audience numerous times, wishing to align themselves under my Lei family. Tomorrow provides the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether the Yi family is deserving of such recognition. Lei Tang's gaze sharpened. Yet his thoughts soared beyond the mundane, murmuring, the esteemed families of Xinjiang are indeed blind. Who could have imagined that a mere fortune-teller, the wandering Tianyang, is in fact the formidable master of the Jiuxian sect, Lord Jiu? Though the name of Lord Jiu has faded from public consciousness, one wonders where the Tianyang has gone since feigning death, and to whom he has entrusted his legacy. Atop the mountain, Pai Yangyang sat cross-legged upon a stone, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Although he appeared tranquil, his inner turmoil churned restlessly. In his grasp, he clutched a jade pendant. According to his master, this pendant was the only possession he had upon being found, presumably a family heirloom. If that were the case, it would also serve as the sole clue to his lineage. He fixated on the jade pendant. The words from a letter echoing in his mind. On the 15th of August, proceed to Ling Island. All shall be revealed. What manner of place is Ling Island? Why did my master insist on visiting there? Moreover, why on earth does he owe the island's lord over 1,000 billion in milk powder debts? The past 3 years within the Qin family replayed vividly in his mind, remembering how his master, in an effort to alter the Qin family's fortune, had cast a fateful divination, only to ultimately exhaust his lifespan and pass on. Filled him with a profound sense of injustice. Master, your sacrifice for the Qin family is truly unwarranted. Gradually, he cast aside his distractions and retrieved the treasured 9 Xian Jade Clarity technique, opening to the first page. This technique, left by his master, was indeed remarkable. He decided to give it a try. As he read, Pai Yangyang became increasingly engrossed, instinctively channeling the energy within the text. With the practice of the technique, he gradually entered a state of meditation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Pai Yangyang slowly rose, feeling a significant surge of vitality. Gazing towards the distant Xinjiang city, he let out a bitter laugh. He felt a sense of injustice for his master and a mocking self-reflection. For 3 years, he had followed his master's wishes, marrying into the Qin family, and despite his reluctance, he dedicated himself to helping Qin Yujia realize her dream of elevating the Qin family to the ranks of prominent clans, only to find himself cast out in the end. Labeled as a gigolo, a pretty boy, a failure, and a green-haired turtle, how absurd it all seemed. Ah, women. Observing the vast expanse of crimson clouds, He scoffed softly and turned to descend the mountain. Upon returning to the Su group, Su Xueqing was indeed awaiting him. "Darling, let us go home," she said naturally as she slid into the passenger seat of Mushang, while she instructed Zhang Li to drive the sports car back. This scene drew the attention of numerous employees and passersby alike. Someone captured a photograph and uploaded it to their social media. Su Xueqing resides in a luxurious villa community known as Yunding Garden. She does not live with her family but occupies a standalone villa. The expansive garden and the European-style villa stand majestically in the twilight, illuminated by brilliant lights. Yunding Villas is a renowned enclave for the affluent in Xinjiang, where it is rumored that even the least expensive villas command a price in the tens of millions. Upon entering the villa, Pai Yangyang was astounded by the exquisite decor and opulent furnishings inside. In comparison to Qin Yujia's residence, this was an entirely different echelon. A few middle-aged women clad in maid uniforms, along with two tall and robust young men, greeted them with utmost respect as they returned home. "My name is Pai Yangyang, and from today onward, I shall reside here. Matters concerning the household must not be discussed outside, including with my parents and family." Su Xueqing instructed everyone solemnly as they stepped inside. "Yes, miss," came the respectful replies from all. "All right, please take him to freshen up and prepare for dinner," Su Xueqing said, satisfied, and instructed one of the maids to assist Pai Yangyang. During dinner, the maid stood behind him, which made Pai Yangyang feel somewhat uneasy. However, being an actor, he knew he had to perform well. "You will reside on the second floor, while Sister Li and I will be on the third. Remember, you are not allowed to set foot on the third floor without my permission." After dinner, Su Xueqing assigned the rooms. Pai Yangyang chuckled nonchalantly. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in you." "You?" Su Xueqing was momentarily taken aback. "It's best if you're not." Strangely, she felt a flicker of anger. It was the first time in her life that she encountered a man who seemed so indifferent to her. "If I'm going to live here, I suppose I should be given a set of keys?" Pai Yangyang inquired lazily. "Su Ma, give him a set of keys," Su Xueqing called out. Receiving the keys, Pai Yangyang turned on the television and lazily sank into the sofa. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li exchanged peculiar glances before heading upstairs. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard Su Xueqing's voice. "Still watching? What time is it? Shouldn't you be getting to bed?" He glanced at the grandfather clock and mumbled, "It's not even midnight yet." When he turned back, he found Su Xueqing standing at the top of the stairs, arms crossed, watching him. Clad in loose pajamas, her figure remained captivating despite the casual attire. The silk pajamas, worn without undergarments, hinted at her form beneath the lighting. Having been separated from Qin Yujia for a year, Pai Yangyang felt a sudden warmth rising within him. "Care to join me?" he blurted out impulsively. "Dream on." Su Xueqing retorted angrily, shooting him a sharp glare. Pai Yangyang immediately wilted, thinking she was waiting for him to join her in bed. "Less chatter. Remember, tomorrow morning at 9, you must go to Xinjiang International Hotel to elope," Su Xueqing said, slowly descending the stairs. Her delicate, jade-like feet came into view before Pai Yangyang. "Elope?" Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang was left utterly stunned. "You are my husband. Tomorrow, someone else is to be engaged to me. Are you willing?" Su Xueqing stepped before him, slowly extending her left hand to gently cradle his chin, her expression a portrait of grievance. The anger that had just begun to subside within Pai Yangyang surged anew. He involuntarily tightened his legs, his throat parched as he stammered. What exactly are you trying to play at?" At this moment, he was utterly bewildered. Earlier that morning, he had been inexplicably dragged to obtain a marriage certificate with her. And now she was announcing her engagement to another. Was she jesting with the institution of marriage? Oh dear, how can someone as astute as you not comprehend? Su Xueqing released her hand, letting out a sorrowful sigh, her eyes blinking as if on the verge of shedding tears. A sudden epiphany struck Pai Yangyang as he gazed in astonishment at the breathtakingly beautiful Su family CEO, who could be both serene and intoxicating, yet fiery and spirited like a spirited young girl. "You do not wish to marry that man, hence you orchestrated this charade. Tomorrow, you plan for me to disrupt the engagement, am I correct?" "Precisely, my clever husband." Pai Yangyang nearly retched at her words. "I refuse," he declared resolutely, spitting out those 3 words. Su Xueqing looked at him in shock, asking, "Why not? This is far too perilous. Who knows what kind of person your fiancé is? What if I attempt to steal you away and end up beaten to death? Who would I turn to for justice?" Pai Yangyang retorted with conviction. "Very well, if you refuse to go, I shall go alone. After all, I possess the marriage certificate, and I shall reveal it before everyone, proclaiming that I divorced Qin Yujie for you. Yet now you abandon me. Scoundrel. Zheng Li, having appeared in the living room unbeknownst to them, added her timely comment. Pai Yangyang was left dumbfounded, akin to a dog staring at the stars, unable to comprehend. As he looked at the two women before him, it felt as though it was they who were losing their sanity, not himself. How have I become the scoundrel? Do you think he will not seek vengeance? Will my family not come after you? Su Xueqing regarded him with pity. The color drained from Pai Yangyang's face, alternating between crimson and pallor. He was uncertain whether he was incensed or terrified. Oh, I forgot to mention, tomorrow's fiancé is the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Fenglu. The pallor on Pai Yangyang's face deepened. How could he be unaware of the Yi family? They were the foremost prestigious family in Xinjiang, renowned for their martial prowess. Knowing that he had stolen the fiancée of the Yi family's eldest son would surely incite their wrath. I am in a sham marriage with you. I can clarify matters with them. Pai Yangyang mused aloud. Su Xueqing smiled triumphantly. Who would believe that? Many witnessed you staying here tonight. By tomorrow, this news will spread throughout the city. As she spoke, she took his hand and leaned slightly against him. Click. Zhang Li captured their intimate photograph with precision. Are you not afraid? You are a woman. Pai Yangyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Xueqing released his hand and replied, Why should I be afraid? As long as I am not forced to marry Yi Fenglu, I would dare to do anything. Madness. Lunacy. You are indeed a deranged woman. Pai Yangyang was utterly dumbfounded. You are a man. Surely you cannot fail to protect your own wife? Do not forget that Qin Yujie has already left her mark on you once. Do you wish for me to leave another? Su Xueqing blinked her watery eyes at Pai Yangyang. However, at that moment, you did not express any desire to engage in such antics. Pai Yangyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to being trapped on a pirate ship. Oh, just this once. I will not frequently urge you to seize a bride. Pai Yangyang's expression darkened, as if this were merely child's play. Oh, will you agree or not? Su Xueqing grasped Pai Yangyang's hand, shaking it gently, her voice soft and coaxing. In uttering these words, it was unclear whether it was intentional or not, as she leaned slightly forward. Beneath her loose nightgown, an alluring sight was revealed, accentuating her enchanting curves. Very well, but let it be clear, this is a one-time affair. Should such an event occur again, I shall not be responsible. Pai Yangyang instinctively tightened his legs, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If I do not acquiesce, I fear I might explode. Now, that is a true man. Su Xueqing immediately beamed, releasing his hand, while playfully adjusting her nightgown at her collarbone, joyfully exclaiming, Indeed, I am a true man. However, this is beyond the agreed terms. An additional fee is required, an extra 10,000. Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes and promptly extended his middle finger. Su Xueqing furrowed her brows. 5,000. How miserly. Pai Yangyang scoffed. Just 5,000. Su Xueqing insisted. Fine, 5,000 it is. Let us proceed. Pai Yangyang nodded reluctantly, extending his hand. In comparison to the more than 100 billion owed to his master, this amount was but a drop in the bucket, yet it was better than nothing. Sisterly, please give him. Pai Yangyang received the 5,000 and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Sisterly, why does he walk so strangely? It's a shame for such a handsome exterior. Pai Yangyang, what do women know of a man's struggles? Upon reaching the second floor, he encountered two bodyguards standing like iron towers at the staircase, watching him with vigilant eyes. He firmly believed that if he dared to ascend to the third floor, these two would not hesitate to throw him down the stairs. Entering the bedroom that had been prepared for him, he quickly stripped down and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water. It seemed as though he saw wisps of steam rising, and the sound of sizzling filled his ears, akin to a red-hot iron being cast into cold water. Refreshing. I adore bathing. So many bubbles. Oh, oh, oh. He reveled in the cascade of cold water, humming a disjointed melody, his cacophonous voice echoing throughout the villa. Miss, is he reliable? After all, it is the Yi family. Might he flee in fear during the night? The two women gazed toward the second floor, listening to the song emanating from within, Zhang Li furrowing her brow. Su Xueqing glanced at the two bodyguards, smiling slightly. With Bear and Bear 2 present, he cannot escape. Moreover, he would not wish to flee. Why? Has he truly captured your interest? Zhang Li inquired anxiously. Su Xueqing replied with confidence. What are you thinking? He is merely greedy. Can't you see that? Besides, he has just been cast out by the Qin family, without a single cent to his name. How could he possibly afford my monthly salary of 20,000? Zhang Li nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Unbeknownst to them, Pai Yangyang had not overheard their conversation. After finishing his shower, he flopped onto the expansive 2.5-meter bed, relishing the comfort it provided. The next morning, Pai Yangyang was lost in a vividly colorful dream, his body writhing under the covers like an octopus. What time is it? Why aren't you up yet? Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced the air. Startled awake, he opened his bleary eyes to see Zheng Li approaching the bed, hands on her hips. Why didn't you knock? He stammered, quickly clutching the blanket. To his surprise, Zheng Li stepped forward and yanked the covers away while exclaiming, I'll knock your head. However, her words trailed off into a shriek as she recoiled in shock. You're sleeping without clothes. She could hardly fathom that Pai Yangyang would be so bold, and he quickly realized he needed to cover himself. Turn around. Pai Yangyang was momentarily stunned, but he soon grasped the situation and hastily wrapped the blanket around himself. Why are you shouting so loudly and staring so intently? He thought. Hurry up. It's nearly 8. Zheng Li finally turned her back, her heart racing from the unexpected sight. The shock of what she had seen was overwhelming. It's not even 8 yet. Didn't we agree on 9? Upon hearing this, Pai Yaoyang felt a surge of irritation. His blissful dream had been shattered. Shouldn't you have prepared earlier? We're all set to go, and you're just lounging around at home? Realizing she was concerned he might not join them, he begrudgingly began to dress. After washing up, Pai Yangyang emerged from his bedroom, ready to stretch luxuriously. However, just as he raised his arms, he froze, abruptly choking on his breath and coughing violently. In the living room, Su Xueqing stood resplendent in a pure white wedding gown, resembling a water lily, impossibly beautiful. The gown clung to her figure, accentuating her curves in a captivating manner. Pai Yangyang stood mesmerized, his arms still raised, gazing at her in awe. What are you staring at? Hurry down. Su Xueqing noticed him and beckoned with her delicate fingers. Pai Yangyang felt as though his very soul had been swept away. Hastening down the stairs to circle around her, genuinely exclaiming, Miss Su, you look stunning. With a stern expression, she ordered, You need to drive. Drive? Pai Yangyang was taken aback by her directness. What? Is my 20,000 salary just for show? It's working hours, if you don't drive. Are you expecting me to? Su Xueqing replied sharply, her demeanor unyielding. Pai Yangyang felt deflated, reluctantly making his way outside the villa, mumbling to himself. You say you don't want to marry Yi Fenglu, but it seems you are quite eager. What did you say? Su Xueqing asked, suspicion lacing her voice. It was nothing. I said I would go drive. After starting the car, Su Xueqing took her seat in the passenger side, while Zheng Li settled into the back. Throughout the journey, Zheng Li remained remarkably silent, her gaze towards Pai Yaoyang somewhat peculiar. At the Qingjiang International Hotel, 2 enormous LCD screens mounted on the exterior were broadcasting the news of the engagement between the esteemed Su and Yi families, the distinguished Su Xueqing and the young master Yi Fenglu. Colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, and a pristine red carpet unfurled from the hotel entrance to the street. 20 young women clad in red kipayos, each holding bouquets of fresh flowers, stood elegantly along the sides of the carpet, welcoming the distinguished guests arriving for the celebration. The Yi family, the foremost among the 5 prominent families of Qingjiang, held an undisputed position of power in the area. The Su family, though ranked 5th, remained a significant force. The union of these 2 illustrious families was destined to create a sensation throughout the city. Thus, beyond the privileged guests invited to the engagement banquet, many citizens, lacking the credentials to attend, gathered to witness the grand event. It was not merely for the occasion. It was primarily because Su Xueqing, renowned as the most beautiful among the 4 beauties of Qingjiang, was the head of the Su group, embodying both beauty and intellect. Such a woman was the goddess in the hearts of all men, and everyone wished to seize this opportunity to catch a glimpse of the celebrated socialite. In recent years, the Su family had been on a downward spiral, facing economic hardships, and if this trend continued, they might soon be ousted from the ranks of the 5 prominent families. Among the crowd, someone lamented. But now, a turning point had arrived. With the union between the Su and Yi families, the Su family was certain to receive substantial support from the Yi family, allowing them to revive their former glory. One was the eldest son of the Yi family, and the other was the 3rd princess of the Su family, a match made in heaven, showcasing talents and beauty alike. With the alliance of the Yi and Su families, the future of Qingjiang would largely be dictated by these 2 houses. However, did you hear about the 2 significant events that transpired in Qingjiang yesterday? Suddenly, someone lowered their voice, appearing mysterious. What events? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. When someone acts mysteriously, others naturally become intrigued. Miss Qin Yujia from the Qin family has divorced her husband, the so-called soft rice man. Humph, wasn't he that only a matter of time? Their marital discord was already common knowledge throughout the city. What is so significant about that? Indeed, we all knew that the worthless man named Pai Yangyang would eventually be cast out by the Qin family. Hiki, that's only one event. But there's another that you might not know. Just spill it. Why the theatrics? Yesterday, Pai Yangyang and Qin Yujia had just obtained their divorce certificate, and hadn't he even left the Civil Affairs Bureau when he was dragged in to receive a new marriage certificate. At these words, everyone was taken aback, with one person incredulously asking, "Is that true? Who is it? Who else could it be but Qin Yujia?" Everyone knows that Hua Lu Bin, the young master of the Hua family, has been pursuing her. It's said that their divorce was due to him. This is too shocking. How could Pai Yangyang not faint in the restroom? Listening to the astonished voices, the enigmatic figure shook his head and declared, "You are mistaken." Everyone fell silent, gazing at him with disbelief. It was revealed that Pai Yangyang had been taken to obtain a marriage certificate. Who could it be? Who would be so blind as to choose this discarded waste? When the answer was unveiled, they could hardly believe it. It was none other than the day's heroine, Su Xueqing. Impossible. This is a bit far-fetched. Indeed, who would believe Su Xueqing would choose Pai Yangyang? Even if she did, she would never consider him. Such sentiments echoed around, and no one appeared to accept this revelation. However, the individual produced a smartphone, opened a forum, and navigated to the images. See the proof. Don't you all check the forum? Oh my, is this real? These images must be edited. How could this be? The revelation felt overwhelming, and a sense of foreboding loomed. As if today's engagement banquet would erupt with surprises. As discussions swirled, a luxurious convoy approached the hotel entrance. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by several Bentleys and Maybachs, with even the most modest being a Range Rover. The individuals who emerged exuded an extraordinary presence, particularly a young man clad in formal attire, adorned with a small red flower on his chest, radiating brilliance. He was Yi Fenglu, the eldest scion of the Yi family, strikingly handsome and exuding confidence. It was said that he was a likely candidate to become the third-generation heir of the Yi family. The grand entourage of the Yi family, resplendent in their attire and brimming with vitality, made their way into the hotel. Shortly thereafter, the Su family's convoy arrived. Upon disembarking, the patriarch, Su Baohua, turned to his eldest son, Su Jiwen, and inquired with a stern tone, "Why hasn't Ti Xueqing come with you?" Su Jiwen respectfully replied, "She has always preferred to reside alone at the Yunding Villa and refuses to return home. Additionally, she has been quite averse to this marriage, and I feared provoking her might lead to unforeseen complications, so I allowed her to come over from the villa this morning." "Humph, you certainly indulge her." Su Baohua huffed lightly. Su Jiwen offered an awkward smile. "Father, are you not indulging her as well?" "Very well, let us wait here for a while. We must not provide the Yi family with any leverage. Please urge her to arrive promptly." Su Baohua appeared somewhat exasperated and could only concede. Just as Su Jiwen picked up his phone, a luxurious Mulsanne pulled up, and he heard Su Xueqing's voice, "Dad, Grandpa, I'm here." The vehicle came to a halt, and Su Jiwen cast a suspicious glance at the driver, Pai Yangyang, and asked, "Who is he?" "Oh, he is my newly hired driver." Su Xueqing replied casually. As Zheng Li opened the car door, Su Xueqing alighted, with 4 young attendants stepping forward to assist her wedding gown as she walked down the red carpet. "Remember, enter precisely at 9. Zheng Li instructed Pai Yangyang in a low voice while closing the car door. Pai Yangyang cast a glance at her and replied nonchalantly, "Understood." The appearance of Su Xueqing caused a stir among the onlookers outside the hotel. Among the youthful crowd, someone led the charge with a jubilant shout, "Su Xueqing." Almost immediately, everyone began to wave their arms and chant her name in unison, as if a celebrity had graced them with her presence, receiving adulation from her fans. Pai Yangyang parked the car at the roadside, astonished by the frenzied scene before him, yet his brow was furrowed in concern, contemplating the events that were about to unfold. He felt a pang of anxiety. Just yesterday morning, he had finalized his divorce, only to be inexplicably coerced by Su Xueqing into obtaining a marriage certificate. Now, he found himself at her engagement banquet, poised to disrupt the proceedings. Everything felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. He turned to gaze at Su Xueqing, who was gracefully traversing the red carpet, and felt a fleeting disorientation. Had he not endured that 3-year marriage? Had Su Xueqing truly harbored feelings for him? Perhaps he would willingly have pursued her in this manner. But that was merely conjecture. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head, acutely aware that after today, he would garner notoriety in Xinjiang, becoming a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, he was already a well-known figure in Xinjiang, a man living off others' fortunes, a pretty boy, a green-haired turtle. His labels were plentiful. What was one more title of third party to add to the list? Noticing that time was still on his side, he retrieved his worn-out phone and engrossed himself in a game of Snake. Inside the opulent banquet hall of the hotel, the venue was filled to capacity. Those fortunate enough to attend the engagement celebration between the Yi and Su families, aside from relatives, were prominent figures in Xinjiang. The arrival of Su Xueqing ignited the atmosphere, as this renowned beauty shone like a dazzling pearl, captivating all eyes. Yi Fenglu, beaming with joy, had pursued the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang since high school, continuing his efforts until their university graduation. Yet, Su Xueqing had always regarded him with disdain. Now, at long last, he would achieve his heart's desire, winning her over. He was destined to become the envy of all men in Xinjiang, a definitive victor in life. As he watched Su Xueqing approach step by step, his heart swelled with elation. The parents of both parties exchanged warm greetings, reveling in the joy of their union and offering their blessings. However, Su Xueqing's face bore no evident smile. On the contrary, her demeanor was serene, her gaze frequently drifting towards the entrance, as if she awaited something. Ascending the stage, Yi Fenglu extended his hand. She hesitated for a moment before allowing him to draw her up. Amidst the cheerful music, the host began to exuberantly introduce the newly engaged couple. The lively atmosphere left many attendees secretly awestruck and envious. What have you heard? The venerable elder of the Lei family from the provincial capital has arrived in Xinjiang and is likely to attend this engagement banquet. A middle-aged man said mysteriously and excitedly to the guests seated near the main table. Each individual at this table was a titan of the Xinjiang business world, presiding over at least one publicly traded company. Yet, upon hearing the news of the elder Lei's impending arrival, astonishment washed over their faces. Brother, are you joking? How could old Master Lei possibly attend such a banquet? Indeed, it seems improbable. If old Master Lei were to grace this occasion, the Yi family would have made a grand announcement. One remarked, perhaps, the Yi family intends to surprise everyone? At this utterance, the crowd fell silent. One person gasping in astonishment. The Yi family has always aspired to establish themselves in the provincial capital. If they truly have invited old Master Lei, then the Yi family would soar to great heights. It is said that old Master Lei is the legendary leader of the formidable and mysterious faction, the Wind and Thunder Hall. If this is indeed the case, today will be truly remarkable. You must understand, old Master Yi has made numerous attempts to meet old Master Lei in the provincial capital, only to be rebuffed. If he truly appears today, then we too shall have the opportunity to witness his grandeur. Another exclaimed in delight. As his words echoed, the applause erupted, and the ceremony commenced in earnest. Ascending the stage, Su Xueqing quietly withdrew her hand. Yi Fenglu's smile momentarily faltered before blossoming again. He was indifferent, regardless of the day's outcome. Su Xueqing would soon be his. According to the customs of Xinjiang, after their engagement, Su Xueqing would move into the Yi residence. The engagement ceremony swiftly reached its final segment. The host addressed Yi Fenglu. Mr. Yi Fenglu, do you take this lady before you as your wife, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, to never part ways, and to grow old together? I do. Yi Fenglu's voice rang out, clear and resolute. He had anticipated this moment with mounting impatience. The applause thundered, cheers rising in a crescendo. Ms. Su Xueqing, do you take this gentleman before you as your husband, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, to never part ways, and to grow old together? The host then turned to Su Xueqing. Under the spotlight, her expression remained composed as she slowly turned, surveying the assembly. Her gaze then drifted towards the entrance of the banquet hall. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon her. The moment she uttered those three words, she would become Yi Fenglu's wife. Yet, she remained silent. Doubts began to creep into the faces of some, while Yi Fenglu's father, Yi Yuanyang, felt the smile fade from his countenance, casting a cold glance at Su Jiwen, who sat beside him. Brother Su, what is going on? Your daughter wouldn't have changed her mind, would she? Beads of sweat formed at Su Jiwen's temples as he hurriedly replied, No. How could she change her mind? I hope you aren't attempting any tricks here. You should be well aware that the Su family is in dire need of my Yi family's financial support. Yi Yuanyang grumbled darkly. Of course, brother Yi, rest assured. It will not happen. But before Su Jiwen could finish, the doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open. The previously serene expression on Su Xueqing's face began to blossom into a radiant smile, akin to a resplendent hibiscus flower unfurling. I do not wish to. At the same time, she clearly enunciated those 4 words, casting aside the rose in her hand. What? The hall erupted in astonishment. Everyone stood up in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Su Xueqing, then following her line of sight towards the entrance of the banquet hall. There stood a tall, handsome young man, wearing a smile, gazing back at Su Xueqing from afar. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. What on earth is happening? This is going to end badly. The expressions of the Yi family and the Su family simultaneously shifted, revealing their unease. The Yi family seethed with anger, while the Su family was taken aback. Su Xueqing, what are you saying? Yi Fenglu, in shock, finally reacted and grasped Su Xueqing's arm, questioning her. Su Xueqing struggled to free herself, pulling away while articulating her stance clearly. I have already made myself abundantly clear. I refuse. She then pointed towards the approaching Pai Yangyang, declaring, because he is my husband. These words detonated like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned and disoriented. Chaos ensued. When did Su Xueqing acquire a boyfriend? This could plunge the Su family into an abyss. Su Xueqing, this is sheer madness. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet no one dared to stop Pai Yangyang. 1 step, 2 steps. Pai Yangyang reached the front of the stage, looking up at Su Xueqing. Wife, I've come to take you home. Despite the murmurs around them, each word he uttered resonated clearly. Stop! Yi Fenglu roared, resembling an enraged beast. Pai Yangyang met the twisted visage of the furious Yi heir with calmness, responding, I am here to take my wife home. Do you realize where you are and with whom you are speaking? A middle-aged man from the Su family stood up, glaring at Pai Yangyang and shouting angrily. Pai Yangyang cast him a nonchalant glance. What does that have to do with me? Who are you? Yi Fenglu gritted his teeth. How dare a man appear at my engagement ceremony, pointing at my fiancée and claiming her as his wife? How could he endure such humiliation? Especially as the scion of the Yi family, the favored child of heaven? Who would dare to challenge him? Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang lazily uttered the name, then slowly extended his hand. Su Xueqing, maintaining her smile, also reached out her hand. Just as their fingers were about to intertwine, a thunderous bang startled everyone. Yi Tianxiong, the head of the Yi family, thundered in fury. Who is this boy, and how does the Su family intend to explain this? Su Baowu stood up, trembling and staring at Su Xueqing, anxiously imploring, Xueqing, what are you doing? Su Xueqing looked at him, a mix of regret and resolve in her gaze. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I have already stated that I will not marry Yi Fenglu. My marriage is my own decision. As she spoke, Zhengli strode forward, handing her the marriage certificate. Su Xueqing opened the certificate and raised it high, exclaiming, I am already married. He, Pai Yangyang, is my husband. Seeing the bright red marriage certificate in Su Xueqing's hands, the crowd fell into stunned silence. After a long silence, someone finally exclaimed, Is this real? I saw it on the forum yesterday and thought it was mere gossip. No wonder. Someone captured footage yesterday of a mysterious man entering Miss Su's villa and never emerging. Could it be? Have they already cohabited? This is not mere speculation. They possess a marriage certificate, legally uniting them as a couple. A few young individuals took out their phones, revisiting the forum posts from the previous day. Initially, they had dismissed such content, convinced it was a deliberate fabrication aimed at drawing attention. After all, she is the esteemed daughter of the Su family, and her engagement to Yi Fenglu had long been the talk of the town. Thus, almost everyone concluded it was merely the antics of bored individuals. Yet, reality has slapped them in the face. Indeed, I too witnessed Miss Su and this man appearing together at the company, looking quite intimate. At that moment, I assumed he was merely a relative of hers. Look, here are photos of them at home, dressed in pajamas. Goodness, this revelation is quite shocking. Guests were abuzz with chatter, while members of the Su and Yi families were engulfed in astonishment and fury. Such a scandal at the engagement banquet left both families in a precarious position. Particularly, the Yi family was seething with rage. Old Master Yi was convinced there must be a misunderstanding. This cannot possibly be true. Su Xueqing's father, Su Jiwen, was drenched in cold sweat, slightly bowing to Yi Tianxiong, anxious yet respectful as he attempted to explain. What is not true? They possess a marriage certificate and are living together. Could that be a falsehood? Do you think I am senile or confused? Yi Tianxiong was already furious and refused to entertain any explanations. The evidence was irrefutable, rendering any justification utterly futile. The Yi family was incensed, feeling as though their dignity had been mercilessly trampled in public. The illustrious Yi family, the foremost aristocracy of Xinjiang, humiliated before all, they could never swallow this affront. Su Xueqing, have you lost your mind? Su Jiming, the second son of the Su family, shouted in rage, rushing forward in an attempt to snatch the marriage certificate from Su Xueqing's grasp. However, she evaded him, leaping directly off the stage. Caught off guard, Pai Yangyang could only extend his arms to catch her. Su Jiming suddenly halted, feeling as though the world had spun around him. I see now. This Pai Yangyang is the Qin family's discarded son-in-law, who apparently just divorced yesterday. Indeed, he is famously known in Xinjiang as a man living off a woman. How could he suddenly be entangled with Miss Su? But wait, could it be that his divorce from Qin Yujia was due to Miss Su? Goodness, how can such a handsome man engage in such antics? What is Miss Su thinking? Why choose a married man of no merit over the exceptional young Master Yi? It's madness. It is not Miss Su who has gone mad, but rather I who am on the brink of insanity. Upon learning his identity as Pai Yangyang, some young individuals were even more astonished. A man, cast out by the Qin family, astonishingly becomes the husband of Su Xueqing, the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang. This turn of events is nothing short of shocking. The crucial detail is that he had only divorced the day before and today holds the marriage certificate with Su Xueqing. Is marriage truly such a capricious affair? Pai Yangyang gently embraces Su Xueqing, assuming the role of the groom, the center of attention. Eufilio's face contorts in a grotesque mask of fury. Su Xueqing, you are audacious. Faced with such humiliation, he feels bile rise in his throat, nearly spewing forth blood. In a fit of rage, he violently tears at his suit, hurling it to the ground, his eyes aflame with fury as he glares at Pai Yangyang. Daring to compete with me for a woman? You must be tired of living, he exclaims with venom. A moment later, he bellows, bring them in. Several bodyguards clad in black storm in from the side entrance with a menacing air. Yi Fenglu, what are you planning? Su Xueqing gasps, extending her arms protectively in front of Pai Yangyang. What am I planning? If I do not incapacitate him today, where shall I place the honor of the Yi family? What of my own dignity? Yi Fenglio's face is a mask of rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turn white. The Yi family is a lineage of martial prowess, and he is a practitioner himself. Witnessing Su Xueqing's defense of Pai Yangyang ignites an uncontrollable flame of jealousy within him. Seeing this scene, no one from the Su family dares to speak, and all the guests regard Pai Yangyang with disdain. How foolish to challenge young Master Yi for a woman. It would be a mere trifle to cripple him. He deserves to be fed to the fish in Xinjiang. They scoff, believing that his handsome appearance grants him the freedom to act without consequence, oblivious to the danger he has provoked. Almost everyone aligns themselves with the Yi family against Pai Yangyang. In the face of overwhelming power, no one dares to support the Su family, which is indeed in the wrong. Old Master Yi, please temper your anger. At this moment of palpable fear among the Su family, a middle-aged man seated at the main table stands up. All eyes turn to him. To speak in defense of the Su family seems perilous. Yi Tianxiong glances coldly in his direction, uttering, Gu family head, do you have something to say? Are you truly seeking to plead for this scoundrel? The middle-aged man is Gu Zhixing, the current head of the Gu family and the elder uncle of Gu Tianchuang. He had been internally wrestling with whether to intervene. Although the Gu family ranks as the second largest, they remain significantly weaker than the Yi family. Moreover, the Su family is indeed at fault for the recent events. Nevertheless, Pai Yangyang had saved his father merely yesterday, a debt of gratitude that weighs heavily on the Gu family. Given this connection, he feels compelled to stand up, unable to watch as Pai Yangyang faces violence from the Yi family. Old Master, regarding today's events, it is indeed their wrongdoing. He deliberates cautiously, however. The facts remain. Miss Su and Mr. Pai have already obtained their marriage certificate and are now a lawful couple. Thus, before he could finish speaking, Yi Tianxing interrupted him with an angry snort. What do you mean, Master Gu? The marriage contract between the Su family and my Yi family was not announced today. The invitations were delivered to your hands a month ago, were they not? Their actions now are clearly intended to embarrass my Yi family. Gu Zhixing's temples glistened with beads of sweat, his smile faltering. He mustered the courage to say, I humbly beseech you, old Master Yi, to quell your anger. Let the Su family and Mr. Pai formally apologize to the Yi family and compensate for certain losses to restore our reputation. What do you think, old master? Your request? On what grounds do you make such a request? What benefits has the Su family conferred upon you? Yi Tianxiong retorted coldly. To be frank, my Gu family owes Mr. Pai a favor. Old master, could you not, for the sake of my Gu family, suspend your wrath and resolve this matter amicably? Bang! Yi Tianxiong slammed his palm heavily on the table, his voice booming with rage. Master Gu, are you attempting to use your family to pressure mine? I assure you, even if your third son is the commander of the provincial defense camp, my Yi family does not fear. I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter today. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, his expression darkening. Old master, I did not mean to pressure your Yi family. Enough. Do not force my Yi family into a confrontation with yours. Yi Tianxiong's fury surged, cutting off Gu Zhixing. As a martial artist, his rage emanated a terrifying aura. Gu Zhixing cast a guilty glance at Pai Yangyang, helplessly shaking his head with a sigh. Yet, Pai Yangyang merely smiled gently at him, her demeanor calm and serene. Observing Yi Tianxiong's explosive anger, those who typically maintained good relations with the Su family fell silent, fearing to provoke him further. In the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as Yi Tianxiong's piercing gaze fell once more upon Su Baohua. The members of the Su family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could the Su family withstand the wrath of the Yi family? Humph. Daring to disrupt the Yi family's affairs, you must be courting disaster. Not only will the Yi family not spare you, but my Hua family will also not acquiesce. A stout middle-aged man stood up, his tone severe. This man was Hua Deming, the newly appointed head of the Hua family. Although the Hua family was merely a second-rate family in Xinjiang, Hua Deming, upon assuming leadership, was ambitious, eager to elevate the Hua family to the ranks of first-rate families. Today, he sensed an opportunity, should the Su family falter, and if the Hua family managed to curry favor with the Yi family, they could potentially replace the Su family altogether. Thus, he stepped forward without hesitation. Su Baohua, Su Jiming, and other members of the Su family had not previously regarded Hua Deming highly. However, now they refrained from speaking out, not wishing to turn the entire hall against them. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at Hua Deming, disdain evident in her voice as she remarked, "What is the Hua family? What qualifications do you have to speak before me?" Hua Deming's expression darkened, and he strode angrily toward Pai Yangyang, coldly asserting, "You, young man, are far too arrogant. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I must inform you that offending the Yi family will leave you without a refuge in Xinjiang." Pai Yangyang scoffed. "Is that so? Does Xinjiang truly belong to the Yi family? You should swiftly kneel and apologize to young Master Yi and the Yi family. Perhaps then, you may preserve your wretched existence." Hua Deming spoke with a sharp tone, commanding from a position of superiority. Witnessing someone stand up, Yi Tianxiong's expression grew even more haughty and frigid. "Kneel before you? You are not worthy." Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy, his tone resolute. "And what of my Wei family?" An elder in his 60s stepped beside Hua Deming, regarding Pai Yangyang with an air of arrogance. The Wei family, like the Hua family, is a second-tier family, yet ranks above the Hua family. This elder was Wei Kuei-yang, the head of the Wei family. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at him, lightly shaking his head. "Not enough. There is also my Long family, my Shui family, and my Yu family." As Pai Yangyang's words fell, several heads of families rose to stand before him. Su Bao's countenance turned ashen, but these individuals were merely heads of second-tier families, along with the Yi family. They represented a significant portion of Xinjiang's business power. "Do you truly believe you are sufficient?" Pai Yangyang's tone remained calm, devoid of fear. The crowd stirred restlessly. With so many families applying pressure, Pai Yangyang remained utterly dismissive. Is this boy foolish or mad? At such a time, he refuses to kneel, truly courting death? Guests murmured among themselves. His reckless disregard for his own life is one matter, but he has dragged the Su family into this pit with no hope of recovery. Some shook their heads in lament. Humph! Utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation, daring to disrupt the Yi family's affairs deserves a lesson. Others voiced their indignation. How intriguing! Since you do not regard them highly, what of my Hua family? Surely that should suffice? Amidst the murmurs, a middle-aged man approached Pai Yangyang, speaking with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing his claim of being from the Hua family, Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, asking, "Hua family?" He recalled Hua Lubin, the Hua family's young master who had persistently pursued his ex-wife, Qin Yujie. Hua Qisen smirked coldly. "Indeed, one of the 5 prominent families, the Hua family. Noticing that Pai Yangyang hesitated instead of outright dismissing him as before, Hua Qixin felt that Pai Yangyang held some regard for the Hua family. What? Is the Hua family also to serve the Yi family? Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang disdainfully retorted, causing Hua Qixin's face to flush crimson, and he began to cough violently. The room fell into a profound silence at this remark. The Hua family ranks 3rd among the 5 prominent families, far surpassing the Su family in power. Pai Yangyang's audacity to insult the head of the Hua family was nothing short of madness. Su Baohua and Su Jiming turned pale. At this moment, their loathing for Pai Yangyang deepened. This was the rhythm of offending all the esteemed families of Qingjiang. How could the Su family continue to survive hereafter? Humph. I see you truly wish to embrace death. Then allow me to oblige. Hua Qixin finally managed to suppress his cough and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Bring him to me and break his legs. I wish to see if he can still kneel." At his command, 4 burly men charged towards Pai Yangyang. Su Xueqing was taken aback and shouted loudly, "What are you planning to do?" Su Jiming gritted his teeth and retorted, "Su Xueqing, do you wish to lead the Su family to ruin? This scoundrel deserves punishment. Why do you protect him?" In a state of desperation, Su Xueqing cried, "He is my husband. I will not allow you to lay a finger on him." Pai Yangyang glanced at her in surprise, moved slightly by her anxious demeanor. However, the 4 strong men paid her no mind and lunged menacingly at Pai Yangyang. "Stop!" At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, reverberating painfully in the ears of everyone present. All turned in astonishment towards the entrance. An elderly man in his 70s, accompanied by a pair of young individuals, strode purposefully into the banquet hall. The old man was dressed simply in coarse clothing and shoes, his frame lean, yet his every gesture exuded the aura of authority. The young man bore a chilling demeanor, his gaze icy, while the young woman in red was strikingly beautiful, radiating vitality with her every glance. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Who are these people to dare meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? They appeared to be of no consequence. Given their modest attire, confusion spread among the onlookers as they speculated about the trio's identities, concluding that their humble garb suggested they were of lowly status. Yi Tianxiong, Hua Qixin, and Hua Deming exchanged doubtful glances with one another. "Who are you? Do you even know where you are, barging in here like this?" Hua Deming turned to block their path, speaking haughtily, though he did not recognize the newcomers. Pai Yangyang instantly identified them as the Lei family he had encountered on Luohan Mountain. The elder, Lei Ting, and his grandchildren, Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong. Upon entering, Lei Yuan had been coldly fixated on Pai Yangyang, still resentful after being repelled by him in the bamboo grove. "Is this not a dragon's den? Am I not allowed to come?" Lei Ting responded coldly, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his gaze sharp, hinting at concealed menace. Upon laying eyes on Pai Yangyang, his gaze intensified, and he trembled. He had noticed the pitch-black ring on Pai Yangyang's finger. His lips moved as if to utter ninth master. But he quickly swallowed the words. The rules of the Jiao sect dictated that the identity of the ninth master must never be revealed, with severe punishment for transgressors. "Humph, I advise you to leave at once and avoid courting disaster." Just as Lei Ting was processing the shock, Hua Deming snorted coldly and spoke with a chilling tone. Lei Ting's gaze turned icy, slicing through Hua Deming with a glance as he retorted coldly, "Courting disaster? Spare me the pleasantries, if you do not vacate this place. Do not blame me for being unkind." Hua Deming's expression darkened as he waved his hand dismissively while speaking. From the crowd emerged 4 robust men, imposing and fierce. Standing resolutely behind him, with a piercing gaze, Thunder coldly declared, "I have heard that today marks the engagement banquet of the Yi family, and I have specially come to offer my congratulations. Is this the Yi family's hospitality?" Hua Deming was momentarily taken aback, hesitant to act rashly. Casting a doubtful glance at Yi Tianxiong, Yi Tianxiong cleared his throat gently and inquired, "I am Yi Tianxiong. Pardon my ignorance, but may I ask who you are? However, it seems this banquet may not proceed as planned, so I suggest you take your leave." His intention was to familiarize himself with Thunder, only to find himself confronted by a deity he did not recognize. Thunder's presence today was prompted by Yi Tianxiong's repeated request for an audience. As he wished to pay his respects to the Thunder family, he had come to assess whether the Yi family possessed the requisite stature. Unexpectedly, tensions flared at the banquet. Had he not spotted Pai Yangyang, he would have taken his leave long ago. Hua Deming, who had harbored some doubts, saw that Yi Tianxiong also did not recognize Thunder, and his expression shifted dramatically. So they had come merely to mooch on the feast. He quickly urged, "Leave at once. Do not hinder the Yi family's affairs here." Fuming, Yi Xianghong turned pale and chastised you. But before she could finish, Thunder lightly patted her shoulder and coldly retorted, "What do you think you are, speaking to me in such a manner? I am wielding, the head of the Hua family," he declared with an air of pride. Thunder responded with a chilling smile. Turning to Yi Xianghong and commanding, "Xianghong, call your uncle Wei. I intend to bring the Qingjiang Hua family to ruin within half an hour." Upon hearing Thunder's words, wielding was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. "Who do you think you are? You expect me to believe you can bring the Hua family to ruin in half an hour? How absurd." He found it utterly unbelievable that the elderly man before him could wield such power. Everyone present was incredulous. After all, the Hua family was a prominent second-tier clan. How could they simply declare bankruptcy? This old man must be jesting. Such bravado. He should be wary of overextending himself. No one in the banquet hall took Thunder seriously. Even as Yi Xianghong stepped aside to make a phone call, they merely perceived her as putting on a show. Consequently, the atmosphere in the banquet hall lightened considerably. Upon hearing Thunder's proclamation, Pai Yaoyang was slightly taken aback, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He sensed that the elder was not merely seeking to boast. He surely possessed the means to fulfill his words. Simultaneously, he understood that Thunder's actions were, in fact, a gesture of goodwill towards him. "Grandfather, I have finished the call." Yi Xianghong returned to Thunder's side. Thunder, with a calm demeanor, gazed at wielding and solemnly stated, "I hope you can still find humor in this situation afterward." "Humph, I see this as mere theatrics. Pay them no mind. First, break the brat's legs to relieve young Master Ye's frustration." Wielding retorted fiercely, turning to glare at Pai Yaoyang. Yi Tianxun coldly replied, "There is no rush. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves." Wielding promptly responded, "Yes, old master." Observing his obsequious demeanor, Pai Yaoyang could not help but emit a cold chuckle. Su Baohua attempted several times to voice his thoughts, yet, under the pressure exerted by the Yi family, each time his words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he forcefully swallowed them back. With matters having escalated to this point, he could only await anxiously, pondering how to placate the Yi family. Lei Tang cast a glance at Pai Yaoyang and inquired, "Why have you broken his legs?" Yi Tianxiong snorted derisively, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Today marks the engagement ceremony of my grandson and the granddaughter of the Su family, yet this brat dares to disrupt the occasion, claiming that my granddaughter is his wife. This is an immense humiliation to the Yi family. Breaking his legs is merely a light punishment." A look of astonishment flickered across Lei Tang's face. He had not anticipated such an event occurring here. "Oh, it seems I have missed quite a spectacle," he scoffed. "What do you mean by that? Are you here to witness the Yi family's disgrace?" Yi Tianxiong's nostrils flared in indignation. Lei Tang spoke in a deep tone. "Head of the Yi family, I advise you to cease this matter here." Noticing the marriage certificate in Su's hands, he continued, "They are legally married." Before Yi Tianxiong could respond, Wielding interjected, "Who do you think you are to utter such words?" Ignoring Wielding, Lei Tang's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Tianxiong, stating, "This is your opportunity." Yi Tianxiong scoffed, dismissing the notion with a derisive snort. "My Yi family requires no one to grant us opportunities." Lei Tang smiled coldly, disappointment and disdain evident in his expression. This Yi family, with such arrogance, believed they were worthy of aligning themselves with the Lei family. They were unworthy. As time ticked by, the hall remained eerily quiet. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed. Just as everyone assumed Lei Tang was merely bluffing, the abrupt ringing of a mobile phone shattered the silence. Wielding jumped in surprise and quickly answered the call. After a few seconds, his complexion turned pale, panic creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "How could this happen?" An anxious voice echoed from the other end. "I'm unclear as well. All clients have suddenly ceased cooperation. Several shareholders are demanding to withdraw their investments, and our factory has received a notice for shutdown and rectification. Brother, think of a way quickly, otherwise, our Hua family will be finished." Listening to these words, Wielding's hands trembled, nearly causing him to drop the phone. After a moment, he despondently lowered the device, his eyes wide with horror as he looked towards Lei Tang. Everyone sensed his distress, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it truly be that bankruptcy was imminent? This was utterly absurd. It had barely been 20 minutes. Someone voiced their fears. "Mr. Hua, what has happened?" Hua Chisan asked, startled by Wielding's ghastly expression. "The Hua family is finished." Wielding uttered those few words in despair, casting a hopeless glance towards Yi Tianxiong. Elder Yi, I implore you to intervene. Please save my He family. The Yi family had become his only hope. He believed that if the Yi family acted, the He family could evade calamity. Yi Tianxiong was profoundly shaken. He had not expected Lei Tang's assertion that the He family would face bankruptcy within half an hour to actually come to pass. The Yi family likely lacks such capability. Thunder turned, gazing at Yi Tianxiong, and spoke coldly. For reasons unknown, when Yi Tianxiong's gaze met his, a heavy sensation washed over him, a feeling of being subdued. Who exactly are you? He was now entirely certain that the elder before him possessed an extraordinary identity. Thunder. Thunder casually uttered those two syllables. Yi Tianxiong was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, You. Are you the venerable Elder Thunder? Thunder replied, Yi family head. You have sought an audience with me at the Lei family several times. Now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me? Yi Tianxiong felt his breath quicken. His legs weakened, and he swayed slightly, inquiring, Are you truly the esteemed elder of the Lei family from the provincial capital? Lei Xianghong could not help but remark, In Chunan, which Lei family could it be? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's countenance drastically changed. He hurried a few steps forward, bowing earnestly, and said respectfully, I, an old fool, have failed to recognize Mount Tai, and was unaware of the venerable Elder Thunder's presence. I have been remiss. This scene left everyone speechless. The patriarch of the foremost family in Xinjiang, who had always received reverence from others, was now seen displaying such trepidation towards someone else. We pay our respects to Elder Thunder. The heads of other families, having realized Thunder's identity, hastily bowed in respect. Hua Qisen and Hu dimming wore grim expressions, not daring to lift their heads. Yi family head, may we now be spared? Thunder spoke with an air of indifference. Although Yi Tianxiong felt an immense reluctance, he could only grit his teeth and respond. Since Elder Thunder has spoken, I shall naturally comply. The Lei family is a terrifying presence throughout the entirety of Chunan province, to say nothing of extinguishing a mere He family. Even his Yi family would be reduced to ashes at a single word from the Lei family. Furthermore, it is rumored that there exists an extraordinary figure above the Lei family, one who wields power over the world, commanding storms and tides with ease. Were it not for this, he would not have endeavored so painstakingly to seek admission into the Lei family. It is well known that any family that aligns itself with the Lei family can rest easy and soar to great heights. Yet now, the venerable Elder Thunder, whom he had desperately sought but failed to meet, stood before him, and he had squandered such a splendid opportunity. At this moment, he felt both fear and regret. Yet the most elusive remedy in this world is that for remorse. Thunder nodded coldly, stating solemnly, I wish for this matter to end here. Having said that, he led Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong outwards. Elder Thunder, it is already mealtime. Shall I prepare a banquet in a private room? Su Baohua, seeing the situation, hurried a few steps to catch up, respectfully stating, he believed that Thunder's resolution of this matter was a boon for the Su family, thus considering this an excellent opportunity to ingratiate himself with Thunder. With Thunder as a backing, who would dare to trouble the Su family in the future? Even the Yi family would have to show some trepidation. Yi Tianxiong's expression shifted. Being a cunning fox himself, he was acutely aware of Su Baohua's intentions. As he was about to step forward, Thunder spoke without turning back, stating, No need. His tone was indifferent, and he continued to stride out without a moment's hesitation. Su Baohua was taken aback, while Yi Tianxiong quietly exhaled in relief. Although he could not fathom why Thunder had chosen to protect Pai Yangyang, it was evident that Thunder's intervention was not due to any close ties with the Su family. Once Thunder and the three others exited the banquet hall, the suffocating pressure that had enveloped the atmosphere dissipated. It was only at this moment that many attendees realized they were drenched in cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably. Humph! Who is this old man Thunder to dictate here? Yi Fenglu, who had remained silent until now, snorted angrily, raising his voice. Yi Tianxiong's expression changed in alarm, and he immediately turned to glare fiercely at him, commanding, Shut your mouth. This matter ends here. You are to return home at once. Unwilling to back down, Yi Fenglu retorted, My Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang. Why should we fear an old man from the provincial capital? With a resounding slap, Yi Tianxiong struck him fiercely, his voice seething with rage. If you utter another word, I shall break your legs. Yi Fenglu felt as though his gums were about to bleed. It was the first time he had ever been struck by Yi Tianxiong. He directed all his anger and hatred towards Pai Yangyang, glaring at him coldly, and declared, This matter will not simply be forgotten. With that, he He forcefully shoved past two burly men and strode out, not looking back. Witnessing this scene, all the guests were left in shock. No one had anticipated that this farcical affair would conclude in such a manner. Su Baohua, the humiliation you have inflicted today will be remembered by the Yi family. From this moment forth, our family shall be irreconcilable. All investments in Su family projects will be withdrawn. Yi Tianxiong fixed a fierce gaze upon Su Baohua, his lips twitching, his body trembling as he gritted his teeth. Sweat beaded at Su Baohua's temples as he stammered, "Brother Yi, I cannot bear this. The Yi and Su families shall part ways from now on. I hope your family takes care." Yi Tianxiong abruptly interrupted Su Baohua's words, his tone imbued with a menacing aura. The Yi family was a lineage steeped in martial arts, and Yi Tianxiong was a master in his own right. Having roamed the martial world since his teenage years, he had never encountered such humiliation. The earlier suppression by thunder had left him feeling disgraced in front of Xinjiang's elite, a resentment that he could not swallow. Thus, he unleashed all his fury upon the Su family, confident that with a single call, the Su family would find themselves in dire straits, perhaps even facing total decline. Indeed, following his declaration, several individuals promptly stepped forward. My Wei family stands in solidarity with the Yi family. From this moment on, we sever ties with the Su family and withdraw from all collaborations. My Yu family shall not align with a treacherous clan. We will retract all partnerships with the Su family. My Guanghui Pharmaceuticals will cease all collaborations with the Su family. My Shui family is withdrawing from cooperation with the Su family. My Zhang family is also withdrawing. In an instant, heads of various families and companies among the guests declared their intention to dissociate from the Su family. Everyone is well aware that the Su family cannot withstand the wrath of the Yi family. The demeanor of Lei Ting has not gone unnoticed. His protection of Pai Yangyang is not directed at the Su family. In Xinjiang, the Yi family still holds the reins. If they do not make a definitive statement at this moment, they will surely be marked by the Yi family, and when the reckoning comes, they will be swept away as well. Only Gu Zhixing remains silent. The faces of Yi Tianxiong and the other members of the Yi family are adorned with cold, disdainful smiles as they look upon the Su family. This is the price Su Xiuqing pays for betraying the Yi family and humiliating them. The members of the Su family are all pale with fear. They understand that this is only the beginning. The impending storm is something the Su family cannot endure. Su Baohua's demeanor is one of despondence as he murmurs, "It's over the Su family, it's finished, humph. This is the consequence of your own making," declares Yi Yuanyang, the father of Yi Fenglu, with a scoff. "Let us depart," commands Yi Tianxiong, prompting the Yi family members to follow him out of the hotel. All the guests, except for the relatives of the Su family, hastily follow suit. At this moment, no one dares to linger. Wadiming, his face ashen, follows behind, utterly despairing and filled with regret. It was old Master Lei who brought ruin to the Hua family. Even the Yi family might hesitate to extend a hand to help him. The once grand banquet hall is now left desolate, with only a handful of Su family members remaining. Gu Zhixing hesitates for a moment before approaching Pai Yangyang, expressing his remorse. "Mr. Pai, I apologize for not being able to assist." Pai Yangyang offers a slight smile, responding, "It's all right. You have done your best." With a sigh, Gu Zhixing exits the banquet hall. As Su Baohua sits down in despair, gazing at the empty, chaotic banquet hall, he is overwhelmed with hopelessness. It's over. The Su family is finished. What have I done to deserve this? How can I show my face after this? Tears stream down his cheeks as he laments. After a lifetime of hard work to elevate the Su family to a first-tier clan, they now stand on the brink of collapse. The Su family had originally hoped to forge an alliance through marriage with the Yi family, leveraging their power to lift the Su family. Yet now, Su Xiuqing, their greatest asset, has single-handedly cast the Su family into the depths of despair. "Dad, do you know old Master Lei?" Su Zhuwen cautiously inquires. Su Baohua shakes his head in disappointment. "Today was the first time I have met him, and as you saw, when I attempted to invite him to dinner, he completely disregarded me." Su Zhuwen is taken aback as all hope evaporates into despair. "Perhaps Pai Yaoyang knows him?" suggests a hesitant young member of the Su family. Su Zhiming let out a cold laugh, dismissing the notion as impossible. After all, he was merely a discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. How could he possibly know such influential figures? The crowd, too, pondered this, concluding that if Pai Yangyang truly had connections with Lei Ting, he would not have been expelled from the Qin family. At that moment, the Su family had no time to deliberate on why Lei Ting had suddenly appeared to assist Pai Yangyang in resolving his crisis. as they were about to confront a tempest of their own. Su Xueqing, kneel. Su Baohua turned to Su Xueqing, his voice booming with anger. Su Xueqing trembled slightly, yet her expression remained resolute. She walked slowly towards Su Baohua and Su Jiwen. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Your union with Yi Fenglu is common knowledge. Now you have stirred such chaos. Should there not be an explanation? Su Jiwen's right hand quivered, yearning to strike her. Indeed, how could you be so thoughtless? Your reckless behavior shows a complete disregard for the Su family's welfare. Su Jiming's wife, Ho Saihua, remarked bitterly. The other members of the Su family shared expressions of rage and sorrow, glaring fiercely at Su Xueqing. Only her mother, Shen Yi, looked on with concern, tears streaming down her face. Xueqing, you must apologize to your grandfather and your second uncle and aunt. Her voice was weak, tinged with helplessness. Apologize? Ho Saihua clearly had no intention of letting Su Xueqing off the hook easily. Do you truly believe that an apology will resolve the issue? Su Xueqing raised her gaze to meet hers, calmly responding. The deed is done and irrevocable. If an apology cannot rectify the situation, then what do you suggest we do to resolve it? Ho Saihua snorted disdainfully. I have long asserted that your arrogance and impulsiveness render you unfit to lead the Su group. Is this not a validation of my words? Her statement garnered immediate agreement from many in the Su family. Sister-in-law is right. Su Xueqing's excessive pride and rash actions indeed disqualify her from the presidency of the Su group. Su Xueqing's aunt, Su Yu, quickly voiced her support. I recognize that many of you are dissatisfied with my position. Today, I have further offended the Yi family, and you are all the more convinced that I should no longer hold this role. Su Xueqing remained curiously composed. Is that not the case? Today, you have brought such humiliation upon the Yi family. Should I continue as president of the Su group, they would have even more reason to target us. Ho Saihua argued vehemently. Exactly. Su Xueqing can no longer serve as president of the Su group. After causing such a calamity today, we must adopt a stance to seek the Yi family's forgiveness. You have relied on your grandfather's favoritism to act recklessly, and now it is time to face the consequences. Not only should you be removed from the presidency, but you ought to leave the group entirely. This might alleviate the Yi family's ire somewhat. Almost all of the Su relatives rallied around Ho Saihua, condemning Su Xueqing. Su Jiwen maintained a stern expression, hesitant to speak. After all, Su Xueqing was his daughter, and he bore considerable responsibility for the turmoil she had caused. Su Baohua gazed at Su Xueqing with disappointment and spoke solemnly. Su Xueqing, shouldn't you provide an explanation to everyone? Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards Su Xueqing. She glanced at the distant Pai Yangyang and said, Come here. Pai Yangyang was reluctant to involve himself in their family affairs, but with no retreat possible, he steeled himself to see it through. After all, he was a paid service, and integrity was paramount. Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with his and addressed her family. Grandfather, second uncle, and aunt, little aunt, you have all witnessed it. Pai Yangyang is my husband, and we have already registered our marriage. However, Su Baohua's voice deepened with concern as he inquired, But why would you do this? As far as I know, Yi Fenglu has always been infatuated with you. He could not comprehend why Su Xueqing would despise Yi Fenglu, the scion of the Yi family, the foremost aristocracy of Xinjiang, a paragon many women dreamt of marrying. Yet she had spurned him so openly at the engagement banquet. This bafflement was shared by all members of the Yi family. When the family sought to marry me to Yi Fenglu, I expressed my unwillingness. My marriage should be my own decision. I refuse to be a sacrificial pawn of the family. To others, Yi Fenglu may appear as a dragon among men, a celestial prodigy and the heir of the Xinjiang elite. Yet, you are unaware that he is, in truth, a debauched young master. In high school, he spied on female teachers while they bathed and even stealthily climbed through windows into female students' dormitories. His misbehavior only escalated in college, where, due to his status as the Yi family's heir, many female classmates willingly became his prey. He is notorious as a playboy at our school. His supposed affection for me? It is merely a fade born of desire unfulfilled, a performance for your benefit. Su Xueqing furrowed her brow, speaking deliberately and with palpable disdain. Grandfather, would you have me be with such a man? Moreover, the Yi family's intention in uniting with the Su family is hardly simple. Their ambitions are well known. They will never allow anyone to surpass them. Even if we were to unite, do you truly believe the Yi family would offer genuine assistance to the Su family? Expressions of surprise gradually spread across the faces of Su Baohua and Su Jiwen. They had indeed heard whispers about Yi Fenglio's character and were not entirely ignorant. The ambitions of the Yi family were common knowledge throughout the city. Even if the Su and Yi families were to unite, the likelihood of the Yi family wholeheartedly aiding the Su family seemed slim. However, the Su family had overinvested in a pharmaceutical group, and all their capital was entangled in it. The pharmaceutical group had yet to produce a market-shaking product, and if the situation continued to drag on, the family's financial chain would face peril. Su Bao sighed helplessly and spoke gravely. The Yi family has already promised that if you become engaged to Yi Fengliu, they will inject 500 million. This would allow us to navigate through the crisis. Indeed, but you have angered the Yi family today, Su Xueqing replied. Not only will that 500 million be unattainable, but even the original cooperation will be rescinded. Furthermore, as you have just witnessed, nearly all families and companies that have collaborated with the Su family have expressed their stance and withdrawn from their partnership with us. Su Jiming's face was a mask of fury as he continued. With such developments, we are bound to confront an even greater crisis. It is not an exaggeration to say that our family's finances can barely endure for half a month. He added, regardless of your reasons, you should never place the entire family in jeopardy. This is a dereliction of duty towards the family, as well as a betrayal of our grandfather. Su Yu chastised. Indeed, no amount of explanation will suffice. The Yi family will undoubtedly take action against the Su family now. Do you truly believe you still possess the qualifications to be the president? Ho Saiwa uttered coldly. The members of the Su family began to direct their accusations towards Su Xueqing, with several external shareholders echoing their sentiments. Upon hearing these rebukes, Su Xueqing merely smiled softly, remarking, whether I occupy this presidential position is of little consequence to me. After all, many of you harbor resentment towards my presence here and have never cooperated in our work. How can you say such a thing? You act unilaterally, making it impossible for us to cooperate. Su Jiming retorted defiantly. Su Baogua cleared his throat, prompting an immediate silence among everyone. What do you see in him? Su Baogua's gaze settled on Pai Yangyang as he inquired gravely. Indeed, he is the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family, notorious for his laziness, apart from his handsome appearance. He is utterly devoid of merit. You have always been proud and dismissive, even of Yi Fengliu. Why would you take an interest in this pretty boy, this idle man? Ho Saiwa sneered at Pai Yangyang. Aunt, please show some respect in your words. To you, he may be a mere pretty boy, but to me, he is a treasure, a potential gem. Moreover, we are now legally married, and regardless of his flaws, I accept him wholly. You. Ho Saiwa's indignation was palpable. Su Xueqing, you truly have an eye for talent. You embraced the very son-in-law that the Qin family discarded as if he were a jewel. Others have cast him aside, and you hastily picked him up. Do you not see the absurdity in this? It was Su Jiming's son, Su Xingxian, who spoke, harboring resentment towards Su Xueqing's ascension to the position of president and aspiring to replace her. Let those who wish to laugh do so. I am indifferent to others' opinions. Su Xueqing replied with an air of nonchalance. Su Xueqing, given the current circumstances, you are indeed no longer fit to serve as the president of the group. Effective today, you are to step down from the presidency and take a temporary leave from the company to rest, Su Baogua said, waving his hand and speaking with solemnity. The atmosphere within the family grew heated, and all shareholders demanded Su Xueqing's resignation. After much contemplation, Su Baogua believed it necessary to provide the Yi family with an explanation. And this course of action seemed the only viable solution at present. Very well, I shall resign. Su Xueqing expressed her decision without a trace of regret. A subtle smile played on the faces of Ho Saiwa, Su Jiming, and Su Xingxian. With Su Xueqing's resignation, Su Xingxian emerged as the prime candidate, temporarily assuming the role of the group president. Within a year, should I successfully guide the Su group out of its predicament, I shall officially ascend to the position of president of the group. As expected, Su Baogua promptly made the appointment. Su Xingxian, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Yes, Grandpa. I shall exert myself to the utmost, living up to your expectations and the family's trust. However, just then, an incongruous voice interjected. All eyes turned towards Pai Yangyang. While everyone unleashed their fury upon Su Xueqing, they overlooked the interloper, Pai Yangyang. What more do you have to say? Do you not think you have already harmed the Su family enough? Su Yu fumed. A good-for-nothing who relies solely on women for sustenance. I truly cannot fathom what Su Xueqing sees in you. Su Xingxian added disdainfully. Even though you hold a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing, we shall never acknowledge you as a son-in-law of the Su family. If you have any sense, you should hasten to file for divorce. Another voice chimed in. Yes, promptly proceed with the divorce. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to remain in Xinjiang, even without the Yi family's intervention. You may lack skills in other areas, but living off a woman seems to be your forte. Now that Su Xueqing is in this predicament because of you, are you satisfied? Immediately divorce Su Xueqing. The members of the Su family, filled with righteous indignation, directed all their fury towards Pai Yangyang. They unanimously believed that he had seduced Su Xueqing, and that she had merely fallen victim to his deceit. Whether or not to divorce is not for you to decide. That is for Su Xueqing to determine. Seeing their aggressive stance, Pai Yangyang felt a wave of displeasure wash over him, his tone turning somewhat frigid. Humph. Who knows what kind of enchanting tales you spun to deceive her into marrying you? Su Jiwen seized upon this as a justification to defend his daughter, asserting that Pai Yangyang must have tricked Su Xueqing. With a soft smile, Pai Yangyang turned to Su Xueqing. She remained linked to his arm, her gaze resolute as she declared, "You are mistaken. It was not he who deceived me. Rather, I compelled him to marry me." The Su family members were momentarily stunned. Shani burst into tears, approaching Su Xueqing and grasping her hands, choking back her emotion as she said, "My daughter, you are being foolish. Mom, I had no choice. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, and even my little aunt, everyone in the family is pressuring me to marry Yi Fenglu. But you know that marrying into the Yi family would mean sacrificing my happiness for the family business. So, Mom, I am truly sorry. This is a pivotal decision in my life, and I must take charge of it. I understand. But even if you are reluctant to marry Yi Fenglu, you should not act out of spite by choosing a man who has just gone through a divorce." It was evident that Shun Yi was genuinely pained for her daughter, her disposition tender and gentle. "Mom, he may have just divorced, but that is not his fault. Trust me, after a year, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer." Shani, choked with emotion, found herself at a loss for words. A flicker of something crossed Pai Yangyang's eyes as he softly remarked, "Aunt, I believe your heart is not well. Please do not become agitated." Before he could finish, a sharp pain surged through his waist. "What is your name?" The low, somber voice of Su Xueqing echoed in his ears. Pai Yangyang managed a bitter smile and murmured, "Mother, it's Mother." Only then did the hand gripping his waist gradually loosen. "Humph. It seems you are obstinately deluded," Su Baobo exclaimed angrily, unable to suppress a couple of coughs due to his agitation. He then waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone leave. Do you not feel embarrassed to linger here?" Although the guests and the Yi family had departed, the hotel staff remained. "Wait, I still have something to say," Pai Yangyang stated calmly. Su Jiwen turned around, glaring at him with cold fury. "What more could you possibly say?" Su Baobo waved his hand weakly. "Let him speak." Pai Yangyang, with an unperturbed expression, articulated, "If Su Xueqing can secure an investment of 500 million, resolving the crisis of the Su Corporation, would she not be able to reclaim her position as president?" Su Xueqing was taken aback, turning to gaze at Pai Yangyang. Seeing his calm demeanor, imbued with an indescribable confidence and determination, she momentarily froze. The Su family members, too, were stunned, staring at Pai Yangyang as if he were a creature of myth. "Pai Yangyang, do you comprehend what you are saying? If she could secure that investment and resolve the crisis, would we be in this predicament today?" After a brief silence, Su Xingxian could not help but laugh heartily, his expression mocking. "Indeed, do you possess the ability to assist my sister in obtaining that investment?" Su Jiming's daughter, Su Sijia, scoffed disdainfully. Others remained silent, but their expressions clearly conveyed to Pai Yangyang the impossibility of his proposition. "What are you attempting to achieve?" Su Xueqing similarly expressed her disbelief. Speaking softly, Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. "I may lack the capability, but Su Xueqing might not. If she were truly incapable, you would not have allowed her to ascend to the position of president in the first place, would you?" Su Baoguo's gaze flickered. Those words resonated deeply within him. Among the third generation of the family, he held the highest regard for Su Xueqing. Moreover, Su Jiwen's eldest son had tragically passed away at a tender age, and his second son had suffered a severe head injury years ago, leaving him mentally impaired, thus absent from today's celebratory banquet. As for Su Xingxian, his flamboyant demeanor and numerous spoiled habits rendered him unworthy of trust in his eyes. Su Sijiao was still in university, burdened with her own flaws, exhibiting a princess syndrome that necessitated constant attention. Such individuals could never be entrusted with significant responsibilities. In his earlier rage, he had dismissed Su Xueqing from her presidency. Yet he felt a twinge of regret. However, for the sake of the Su family, he felt compelled to act as he did, believing it to be the only way to alleviate the ire of the Yi family. For their intention in marrying her to Yi Fenglu was also to resolve the Su family's crisis. Yet, if she could resolve these issues without marrying into the Yi family, and even elevate the Su family to greater heights, would that not be a cause for universal joy? Su Baoguo regarded him coldly, speaking in a deep tone. Your words hold merit, but do you truly believe she can achieve that? Pai Yangyang replied with a calm smile. Whether she can or cannot, one must at least give her the opportunity to try. Didn't you mention that the family's funds could only sustain us for half a month? Very well. Let us set that as the deadline. If by then, Su Xiueqing successfully attracts investment and resolves the crisis of the Su group, shouldn't the position of president be returned to her? Su Xingxian's expression shifted slightly. He had long awaited this opportunity to rise to power, and the prospect of relinquishing it in merely half a month was more distressing than death itself. Do you think the presidency of the group is a mere child's play, easily exchanged and returned? Although he firmly believed that Su Xiueqing could not possibly secure 500 million in investment, he still responded with caution. Pai Yaoyang disregarded him, turning her gaze towards Su Baoguo and inquired, Old master, there is always a possibility. Wouldn't you agree? Very well. I shall agree to your terms. If Su Xiueqing can indeed attract investment and resolve the group's crisis as you claim, not only will I restore her position as president, but I shall also cease my opposition to your marriage. Su Baoguo's expression was frosty, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke with a stern tone. He was incensed by Pai Yangyang's words. Father, grandfather, Su Jiming, Ho Saifa, Su Xingxian, Su Yu, and the others grew anxious. For these years, under Su Xiueqing's leadership, they had been compelled to endure, refraining from meddling with the company's finances. Now that they had finally encountered an opportunity, it was suddenly fraught with uncertainty. Enough. This matter is settled. If Su Xiueqing can achieve what you assert, do you still believe it to be a misfortune? Su Baoguo declared, his decision final, silencing all further protests. However, should she fail, then I am afraid that not only will she not regain the presidential office, but your family's shares will also be reclaimed. After a brief pause, Su Baoguo spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Su Jiming, Su Yu, and the others felt a surge of elation. If that were to happen, it would mean the expulsion of Su Jiwen's family from the clan. Daughter, where will you find 500 million in investment? Su Jiwen's face turned ashen, while only Shun-Yi appeared deeply worried and distressed. Mother, do not fret. I can accomplish this. At this juncture, Su Xiueqing had no path of retreat. Given her disposition, she would not waver. Su Baoguo let out a heavy snort and strode towards the hotel exit. The Su family cast disdainful glances at Pai Yaoyang, convinced that he was merely boasting. Su Xiueqing, should you fail to deliver, remember that it was this man who led you astray, Su Xingxian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he passed by Pai Yaoyang and Su Xiueqing. At that moment, he felt a sense of triumph. Certain that Su Xiueqing could not possibly secure 500 million in investment, Su Xiueqing regarded him coldly and confidently replied, This is my choice. I shall not regret it, nor shall I blame anyone. Su Baoguo let out a heavy grunt as he strode towards the hotel exit. The members of the Su family cast scornful glances at Pai Yangyang, believing he had overstepped his bounds. Su Xiueqing, should you fail to deliver, remember it is this man you chose who has led you astray, Su Xingxian remarked with a wry smile as he passed by Pai Yangyang and Su Xiueqing. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, convinced that Su Xiueqing could not possibly secure 500 million in investments. Su Xiueqing gazed at him coldly and replied with unwavering confidence, I stand by my choices. I shall not regret nor blame anyone. Soon, only the Su Jiwen family and Pai Yangyang remained in the hotel. Pai Yangyang, by what right do you presume to make such a promise on behalf of Su Xiueqing? Are you not satisfied with the trouble you've already caused us? Su Jiwen exclaimed, his face a stormy shade of anger. Old Su, at this juncture, what good is blaming anyone? You must find a way to reach out to your acquaintances and see if you can secure any investment. Any amount is better than receiving nothing. Shun-Yi, though unwaveringly supportive of her daughter, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What can I do? Originally, marrying Xiueqing into the Yi family would have resolved all our issues. Once she entered the Yi family, the entire Su family would be under our control. But look at the predicament she has created. Frustration boiled within Su Jiwen, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Su Xiueqing. The only solution now seemed to be a swift divorce, after which he could shamelessly plead with the Yi family for a chance at redemption. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with resignation. Su Xueqing resolutely countered, "Father, I will not divorce. Even if I did, I would never marry into the Yi family. Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Su Jiwen's veins bulged with rage. "What do you intend to do?" Noticing her husband's escalating emotions, Shun Yi quickly stepped in front of Su Xueqing, her voice tinged with concern. "I can no longer tolerate this. You seem intent on leading our entire family to ruin." Su Jiwen raised his right hand in frustration but let it fall dejectedly as he marched outside. "Let us return home," Shun Yi said, her complexion pale and breath quickening as she leaned on Su Xueqing, her voice growing faint. "Mother, what is wrong?" Su Xueqing inquired, alarmed by her mother's condition. "I'm fine. Just a tightness in my chest." "Let us hurry," Shun Yi urged, eager to leave the scene. Pai Yangyang's expression turned serious as he spoke softly. "Mother is experiencing a heart attack. Do you have her medication?" "Yes, in my bag." Shun Yi's voice grew increasingly weak. "Help me support her." "I will go find it," Su Xueqing quickly responded. She moved to assist, her left palm gently pressing against Shun Yi's back. A wave of energy flowed from her hand, infusing Shun Yi with a sense of calm. Shun Yi immediately felt her erratic heartbeat stabilize. Meanwhile, Su Xueqing located the heart-saving pills and administered several to her mother. "Mother, allow me to take you to the hospital," he suggested gently. "No, I understand my own body. Going to the hospital would be of no avail. I can simply rest at home," Shun Yi replied, shaking her head, seemingly averse to hospitals. "It's nothing serious. Once we return, I can administer an acupuncture treatment that will alleviate her condition significantly," Pai Yangyang remarked, gradually loosening his grip on her left hand. "You, knowledgeable in medicine?" Su Xueqing inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Pai Yangyang chuckled awkwardly. "I know a bit, having learned from my master in the past." The two assisted Shun Yi out of the hotel, only to discover Zheng Li still present. "Why are you still here?" "I am no longer the president of the group. You should be back at the company," Su Xueqing said, somewhat surprised. "President Su, without you at the company, I have chosen to remain by your side," Zheng Li declared resolutely. Su Xueqing sighed and shook her head. "What purpose does it serve for you to stay with me? I firmly believe that you will rise again," Zheng Li stated. "Rising again is no simple feat," Su Xueqing replied. "I understand this is the most challenging time for you. It is precisely during such times that I cannot leave your side. Please, allow me to stay with you." Su Xueqing exhaled deeply and nodded. "Since you insist, you may remain. However, I grant you the freedom to leave at any moment." "I shall not depart," Zheng Li asserted with determination. Once they were in the car, Su Xueqing said, "Mother, let us first go to the Yunding community, where Pai Yangyang can examine you." Although she was uncertain of Pai Yangyang's medical abilities, her mother was unwilling to go to the hospital, so this was the only option left. All right. Though feeling somewhat improved, Shun Yi still appeared weak. Upon arriving at the Yunding villa, Pai Yangyang retrieved his acupuncture kit from his bedroom and instructed Shun Yi to lie on the sofa. As he opened the kit, Su Xueqing anxiously asked, "Acupuncture? Is that effective? Do you have a low regard for traditional Chinese acupuncture?" Pai Yangyang replied, deftly extracting a golden needle. "It's not that I disdain acupuncture. Rather, I question your competence," Su Xueqing said with skepticism. "Rest assured, she is my mother-in-law. If I lacked skill, would I dare to proceed? Wouldn't you hold me accountable if something went awry?" He countered. "That is." Su Xueqing quickly responded, then hesitantly inquired, "Do I need to remove her clothing?" "No, that's unnecessary. Isn't it a heart condition? Can you really treat through clothing?" "Who said I was treating the heart?" Pai Yangyang retorted, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. He ceased further explanations, grasped Shun Yi's left hand, and accurately inserted the golden needle into the Shunmin acupoint on her wrist. He swiftly followed with 3 more needles, targeting the Shaohai, Neiguan, and Tsuza acupoints on her arm. With 4 golden needles in place, he swept his hand, causing the needles to vibrate. The tips of the needles conjured the illusion of a flying dragon, with 4 invisible streams of energy coursing through the acupoints and meridians, gradually flowing toward her heart. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li watched Shun Yi with bated breath, concerned for her well-being. At this moment, Shun Yi's breathing was steady, and her once pallid complexion was gradually regaining its color. "Mom, how do you feel?" Su Xueqing inquired with concern. "I feel quite comfortable, warm even, and no longer anxious or breathless." It seems that Xiao Pai indeed possesses the skill of acupuncture. Shun Yi responded with a relaxed demeanor, almost as if she were reveling in the experience. Su Xueqing turned to Pai Yangyang, astonished, and remarked, I never imagined you truly understood medicine. Of course, I possess a wealth of knowledge. Medicine is but a modest aspect of my extensive skill set. Pai Yangyang replied with an air of pride. If you were so impressive, how did the Qin family expel you? Su Xueqing retorted, casting a skeptical glance. Pai Yangyang merely smiled, offering no explanation, for he had none to provide. 10 minutes later, the golden needles were removed. I genuinely feel much better. This is even more effective than the injections and medications at the hospital. Shen Yi exclaimed, both delighted and somewhat surprised. Your heart condition is not severe. With consistent treatment, it can be completely cured, Pai Yangyang stated as he collected the needles. Cured? Shen Yi was taken aback once more. But the specialists at the hospital said my condition could only be treated with surgery, and even then, it wouldn't be curable, merely manageable. Pai Yangyang chuckled lightly. That is the approach of Western medicine. They only know how to cut where it hurts. In truth, traditional Chinese medicine addresses the root cause. Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing asked, Are you serious? My mother's heart condition can truly be fully cured? Certainly, with a few more acupuncture sessions and some herbal remedies. She can completely return to normal, Pai Yangyang replied, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. Su Xueqing's eyes flickered with hope. If that is indeed the case, then I thank you. Pai Yangyang smiled softly. What is there to thank? Are we not family? Your mother's illness is something I naturally take to heart. Su Xueqing cast another glance, but with her mother present, there were words she dared not speak. Shen Yi's expression towards Pai Yangyang shifted. Though she did not press Su Xueqing, she held no fondness for him. Yet, her perception began to transform. This man was not as utterly devoid of merit as the tale suggested. I must return home quickly. I worry about your father and your second brother. Shun Yi suddenly recalled Su Jiwen's early departure and rose with concern. Very well, let Pai Yangyang escort you home, Su Xueqing suggested. Aware of her father's tendencies to indulge in drink whenever troubles arose, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Moreover, there was also her mentally challenged second brother to consider. Adding to her worry, Pai Yangyang readily agreed without further ado. Once outside the villa complex, Shen Yi could not help but say, Xiao Pai, since you have married Xueqing, you must take responsibility for her. Any detrimental habits must be amended. Yes, I understand. I will take this seriously, he assured. Pai Yangyang could only nod in agreement. After all, in this matter, only he, Su Xueqing, and Zheng Li were privy to the truth, and he could not divulge it to Shun Yi. Xueqing was no longer the president of the group. She had lost her job. With your exceptional medical skills, you might consider opening a clinic in the future. I do not wish for you to achieve great wealth, merely to live comfortably, Shen Yi said earnestly. Pai Yangyang replied, Rest assured, Xueqing's setbacks are but temporary. I firmly believe she will rise again soon. Even if opportunities elude her, I will ensure her well-being. Shen Yi managed a faint smile. That is reassuring. I hope you do not succumb to the rumors and can lead a good life. Her reserved nature meant she often left things unsaid, subtly hinting at her concerns. How could Pai Yangyang not understand? Yet, he chose not to argue. There was no need. His reputation preceded him, and who would believe mere words? Moreover, he was merely a contractual husband, destined to part ways after a year, making it unnecessary to delve into certain matters. At that moment, various social media platforms and forums in Xinjiang City were ablaze with the news of the unexpected incident that transpired at the hotel earlier that morning. The engagement ceremony was broadcast live on the hotel's exterior LCD screens, and many passers-by witnessed the entire affair. The outcome left everyone astounded. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to disrupt the Yi family's engagement banquet, especially when that individual was known throughout the city as a notorious good-for-nothing. The so-called king of soft rice. Spectators were nearly choked with disbelief. It had been years since such a sensational event had occurred in Xinjiang. Was the world truly this mad, or was I simply losing my grip on reality? What transpired today is something I still cannot fathom, even having witnessed it firsthand. Pai Yangyang is utterly remarkable. Having just been jilted by Qin Yujia, he has now entangled himself with Su Xueqing. Does he possess some beguiling charm? Though he currently basks in the spotlight, he is soon to face the wrath of the Yi family. Consider this. Who in Xinjiang can withstand the Yi family's fury? Su Xueqing is being exceedingly reckless. She is leading the Su family into a deep abyss. All netizens were left in utter shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Furthermore, they largely held a pessimistic view of the relationship between Pianjiang and Su Xueqing, convinced they were merely playing with fire, destined for a tragic end. However, some voiced contrary opinions. I find Su Xueqing quite brave, and Pianjiang quite cool. If any man dared to steal me away at my wedding, I would surely fall in love with him. I never anticipated that this so-called good-for-nothing would exhibit such masculinity. Even if his motives in pursuing Su Xueqing are still for personal gain, I admire his courage. Regardless of the outcome, he is indeed a winner in life. Among the 4 beauties of Xinjiang, 2 have already become his wives. There were also those eager to see how events would unfold, undeterred by the enormity of the spectacle. Stay tuned to witness how the Yi family will reclaim their dignity. The young master of the Yi family will certainly not let this matter rest easily. Pianjiang may very well vanish one day. No one doubts the strength of the Yi family, nor the cunning of Yi Fenglu. This time, Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing have thoroughly provoked Yi Fenglu and the Yi family, and they will inevitably face the storm that follows. At this moment, the 3 generations of the Lei family are dining in a restaurant. The air is filled with the chatter of patrons discussing the events that transpired at 9 o'clock today. Xianghong, after your meal, please visit the Xinjiang branch of the Wind and Thunder Hall and inform Kai Wenshan to pay attention to protecting Pai Yangyang, Lei Ting said suddenly, as if recalling something important. Grandfather, why do you continue to assist him despite his disrespect towards you? Why protect him? Lei Xianghong asked, somewhat perplexed. Just do as I say. There is no need for you to know more, Lei Ting replied, his gaze flickering, his mind conjuring the image of the ring on Pai Yangyang's finger. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement, having recognized that it was the ring of the 9th master. He had not anticipated that the new 9th master would be Pai Yangyang. However, due to the family's rules, he could not meet him face to face. Understood, grandfather, Lei Xianghong said with respect, sensing the gravity of the situation. This is rather intriguing. Xinjiang may soon witness a change, Lei Ting murmured thoughtfully, glancing out the window. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang had just returned Shini home and was now driving alone to the bustling street of food stalls at Xinjiang Bridge. After such a commotion, he found himself quite hungry. He had no desire to return to the Yunding villa. Instead, he sought solitude. However, instead of finding peace, he encountered Gu Tianshuang. After parking, he casually entered a food stall and immediately spotted Gu Tianshuang sitting alone in a corner, staring blankly at a can of soda. 2 dishes lay untouched before her, indicating a lack of appetite. Pai Yangyang was intrigued. It was unusual for someone of her stature to dine in such a humble establishment. Gu Tianshuang was the eldest daughter of one of the 5 prominent families, and her presence here was indeed surprising. The place was nearly full, with only a few empty seats available. Miss Gu, what brings you to dine here? He asked as he settled across from her, startled from her reverie by his presence. Gu Tianshuang furrowed her brows at first, ready to ask him to leave, but upon hearing Pai Yangyang's voice, her expression brightened with surprise. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Yes, I know you often come here to eat alone, so I thought I would try my luck. I didn't expect you to actually show up. I used to come here often, but how did you know? Gu Tianshuang smiled triumphantly. I have my ways of finding out. Pai Yangyang chose not to pry further and instead expressed his curiosity. As the illustrious daughter of the Gu family, how can you tolerate dining in such a place? Why not? Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, looking at him inquisitively. Shouldn't someone of your status be dining in upscale restaurants? At the very least, a CAF? Pai Yangyang replied. Gu Tianshuang set down her drink, a faint smile gracing her lips. Who made the rules? I rather enjoy this place, with its lively atmosphere. Pai Yangyang nodded in agreement. Indeed. What would you like to eat? I'll have 2 skewers of grilled kidneys, 1 spicy and sour oyster, and a stir-fry of chives with eggs. Without a moment's hesitation, Pai Yangyang rattled off the dishes. Gu Tianshuang's eyes widened gradually, her expression peculiar as she remarked, Are you serious? Pai Yangyang paused, puzzled, and replied, What do you mean by serious? I'm just a bit concerned about Sister Su. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang understood, feeling a tad awkward as he rubbed his nose and said, You misunderstood. Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly. No need to explain. Excessive explanations only serve to conceal. Pai Yangyang was rendered speechless. You seem to know quite a bit. After a brief moment, he blurted out. Gu Tianshuang's face flushed. With such bravery today, shouldn't you be at home with your new wife? Why have you come here alone to dine? Surely you weren't chased out, were you? Gu Tianshuang blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Pai Yongyang. With his mouth full of greasy food, Pai Yongyang was unperturbed by her inquiry. He was well aware that the events at the hotel today had likely become common knowledge throughout the city. Quickly swallowing a mouthful, he replied, "I disliked the food prepared by the chef she invited, so I came out to eat." "Oh, you've made quite a name for yourself today. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Yi family?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, inquiring. "Afraid? Why would I be? And you?" Pai Yongyang retorted nonchalantly. "What is there to fear?" Gu Tianshuang responded with a similar air of indifference. "If the Yi family members see us dining together, do you think they might mistakenly harm you?" Gu Tianshuang replied calmly. "The Yi family is formidable, but they are not madmen. Would they really trouble me just for dining with you?" Pai Yongyang noticed a hint of tension beneath her composed facade. He smiled softly indeed. As they continued their meal and conversation, a somewhat inebriated man approached their table. Clutching a beer bottle, he leaned on the table, eyeing Gu Tianshuang with a lecherous gaze. "Beautiful lady, care to share a drink with me?" As he spoke, he poured a glass of beer and slammed it down in front of Gu Tianshuang. Her expression hardened, and she retorted sharply, "Get lost." Simultaneously, she swept the glass to the floor. The glass shattered, drawing the attention of several patrons in the bustling eatery. At a nearby table, 3 burly men immediately rose and approached, their expressions sinister as they regarded Gu Tianshuang. "Wei Gu, are you taken with this girl?" One of the younger men slurred, his speech muddled from drink. All 4 men were visibly intoxicated, swaying as they stood. As the young man spoke, he reached out with his greasy hand to rest on Gu Tianshuang's shoulder. However, she reacted swiftly, rising to evade him and glaring fiercely at the group. "What do you want? What do we want?" "Of course, we want you. A young lady. If you are willing to join us for some delightful escapades, I shall treat you to sumptuous meals at luxurious hotels every day, sparing you from the need to frequent this roadside stall." The man addressed as Wei Gu approached Gu Tianshuang with a lewd grin, swaying slightly. Though anxiety and fear gripped her heart, she was, after all, the esteemed young mistress of the Gu family, possessing a courage far surpassing that of an ordinary girl. "Get away," she exclaimed in a fierce tone. Yet, her anger failed to intimidate them. Instead, they erupted into laughter. "The more fiery you are, the more I am drawn to you. However, I advise you to conserve your strength. You will have ample opportunity to scream later." Wei Gu, brimming with arrogance, reached out towards Gu Tianshuang. Instinctively, she hid behind Pai Yongyang, her eyes filled with apprehension as she observed the group. It seemed that only then did Wei Gu and his companions notice Pai Yongyang, casting a dismissive glance at him as if he were invisible. "Oh, so there's a pretty boy here. No wonder she is reluctant to accompany us. But I fear this pretty boy is all looks and no substance. No amount of strength will save him." Wei Gu taunted, maneuvering around Pai Yongyang to lunge at Gu Tianshuang. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, a sharp thud as Wei Ji's left hand plunged down, resting against the table. His 3 subordinates gasped in horror as they noticed 2 chopsticks embedded deep into the back of Wei Ji's hand, protruding beneath the table. Blood dripped slowly from the chopsticks. "Your hands are too filthy. How could you dare to touch such a lovely young lady?" Pai Yongyang's left hand grasped the chopsticks while his right casually picked up a bunch of chives, which he tossed into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Only after he finished his words did Wei Gu emit a heart-wrenching scream. Several patrons in the roadside stall stood up in shock, glancing nervously in their direction. Yet, none dared to approach. Some even fled the scene. The proprietors of the stall, a middle-aged couple, recognized Wei Gu and his companions and contemplated intervening, but were paralyzed by fear. Gu Tianshuang, startled by the scream, instinctively placed her hand on Pai Yongyang's shoulder. "Let Wei Gu go, you fool. Do you wish for death, daring to lay a hand on him?" The 3 subordinates, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and began to berate Pai Yongyang. Simultaneously, they turned, each seizing a bottle of liquor, pointing it menacingly at him. "Oh," Pai Yongyang replied obediently, swiftly extracting the chopsticks from Wei Gu's palm and discarding them to the ground. "Ah!" Wei Gu let out another agonizing scream, blood gushing forth as his left hand trembled violently. The surrounding diners felt the piercing agony emanating from the scene. "You!" The 3 subordinates, seething with rage, pointed at Pai Yongyang, rendered speechless. "You told me to let him go." Pai Yongyang replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as if it were none of his concern. "Kill him," Wei Gu bellowed, filled with a desire to see Pai Yongyang utterly destroyed. Gu Tianshuang trembled all over, anxiously urging, "You must flee." Pai Yongyang curled the corner of his mouth disdainfully, retorting, "Run? That is not my style." Before Gu Tianshuang could utter another word, 3 bottles of liquor soared through the air, aimed at Pai Yongyang's forehead. She gasped in fright, and the patrons, along with the owner and his wife, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 resounding crashes echoed almost simultaneously. Some timid souls even closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Pai Yongyang's head split open. "It's over," someone lamented. With 3 bottles crashing down, even the hardest of heads would surely crack. Yet, everyone soon found themselves in a state of disbelief, gazing at the trio of ruffians. The 3 men, clutching their heads in agony, stumbled backward, simultaneously emitting wails of despair. Liquid streamed from their fingers, the origin unclear, whether it was liquor or blood. It ran down their faces in grotesque rivulets. None could discern how Pai Yongyang had seized the bottles and retaliated upon them. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming swiftness. Gu Tianshuang was utterly stunned. She could hardly fathom that Pai Yongyang possessed such remarkable combat prowess. Indeed, men who delight in kidneys and oysters are formidable. Witnessing his 3 underlings incapacitated, Wei Ji's face contorted in rage as he fixed a menacing glare upon Pai Yongyang, brandishing a bottle and threatening, "You are courting death." With that, he lunged at Pai Yongyang like a ferocious tiger, lifting the bottle high, ready to strike. Pai Yongyang's gaze sharpened, a trace of a scornful smile playing at his lips, and with a sudden motion of his left hand, he seized Wei Ji's wrist, inflicting immediate pain. In an instant, the bottle was now in Pai Yongyang's grasp. Wei Gu recoiled in terror, but it was too late. Pai Yongyang thrust the bottle forward, forcefully shoving the neck into Wei Ji's mouth. With a tremendous force, several of his front teeth shattered. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the bottle shattered within his mouth. The ensuing scream was reminiscent of a dying beast's lament, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. The brutality was extraordinary, reaching an unimaginable level. They were unaware that these ruffians had unwittingly crossed paths with a force they could not contend with. Earlier events of the day had left Pai Yongyang feeling oppressive, and these unfortunate souls had unwittingly provided the perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. Wei Gu, with shards of glass littering his mouth and blood gushing forth, could only emit heart-wrenching cries of pain. At that moment, he realized he had provoked someone beyond his means. Yet, he was unwilling to accept such a tremendous loss. Pointing at Pai Yongyang, he gritted his teeth against the agony, mumbling incoherently, "You, boy, if you have the guts, reveal your name. Today, I will make you pay." Pai Yongyang, came the calm and unflinching reply from his seat. As Wei Gu spoke, blood and foam flew from his mouth, rendering the table of food utterly inedible. Regrettably, those kidneys and oysters. Pai Yongyang lamented with a pained expression, seemingly oblivious to Wei Ji's threats. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered his name, a young onlooker within the crowd swiftly departed to make a call. Gu Tianshuang, regaining her composure, stared at Pai Yongyang in astonishment and nervously urged, "We must leave." They called for help. Indeed, Wei Gu and a few of his associates had stepped out to summon reinforcements. Lamenting over the phone about the severe beating they had endured, Pai Yongyang stood up nonchalantly, remarking, "Let them call. Such individuals, if not subdued in one go, will swarm around you like persistent flies, which is quite bothersome. You young lads should leave quickly. This man is not to be trifled with. He is a local tyrant. He has an older brother, reputedly the leader of a certain faction." Once the group had exited, the proprietress felt emboldened to approach, advising Pai Yongyang to depart post-haste. The leader of a faction? Pai Yongyang furrowed his brow. He certainly did not regard such figures with any seriousness. "I will compensate you for the losses incurred here." He glanced around the bustling food stall, noting that many had seized the opportunity amid the chaos to flee, resulting in considerable losses for the shopkeeper. "No need. They often cause disturbances here. I have grown accustomed to it. You must leave quickly, lest you find yourselves entangled in trouble when he returns with his men." The proprietress appeared anxious. A confrontation upon Wei Ji's return was inevitable, and she feared for both Pai Yongyang and Gu Tianshuang's safety, as well as the potential damage to her establishment. Gu Tianshuang placed a stack of cash on the table, stating, "The losses today are a result of our actions. We ought to compensate." As they reached the entrance of the food stall, Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yongyang and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be such a skilled fighter. You looked quite dashing while you were taking action. Pai Yangyang chuckled. I am equally handsome when not engaged in combat. Can you not see that? Even at a time like this, you still seek to appear charming. Gu Tianchuan giggled. Have you always been this self-absorbed? The proprietress watched in disbelief, attempting several times to interject, but unsure of what to say. She recognized that Gu Tianchuan's background was likely extraordinary, while Pai Yaoyang was adorned in designer brands, suggesting he hailed from a wealthy family. Ultimately, she sighed and shook her head, resigning herself to the unfolding situation, silently praying that her losses would not be too severe when the inevitable clash occurred. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with many patrons recognizing Wei Gu and approaching to greet him, inquiring about the commotion. Some were taken aback to see Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianchuan remaining, whispering amongst themselves about their apparent folly. Are they foolish enough to stay? They clearly do not comprehend the danger they are in. Perhaps they were unaware of who Wei Ji's older brother truly was. Had they known it was the formidable Xia, they would have certainly fled by now. But would fleeing truly be effective? Having injured Wei Gu, Xia would undoubtedly seek retribution. As long as he remained in Xinjiang, there would be no sanctuary to escape to. Indeed, with the formidable influence of Big Shrimp, eliminating an individual is a matter of utmost simplicity. Just wait and see. Big Shrimp is on his way, and we shall witness how he begs for mercy. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Despite having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Pai Yangyang, they remained steadfast in their belief that with the arrival of Big Shrimp, Pai Yangyang was doomed. Wei Gu and his companions fixated on Pai Yangyang, their eyes filled with a desire to tear him apart, yet they lacked the courage to act. Observing Pai Yangyang's calm demeanor, Wei Gu coldly remarked, just wait for Xinjiang. Pai Yangyang, dismissive, retrieved a chair and said to Gu Tianchuan, Miss Gu, let us sit and wait. Gu Tianchuan complied, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm rather than fear. Minutes passed, and the roar of motorcycles filled the air. Several bikes screeched to a halt in front of the open-air dining establishment. Shortly thereafter, a Hummer approached, from which emerged a young man wearing a baseball cap. Clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, with a cigar hanging from his mouth, he strutted like a crab. Behind him followed two vans, discharging a dozen burly men wielding metal bats. The riders dismounted, brandishing their bats, taking their positions behind the man in sunglasses. Big Shrimp is here, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Wei Gu and his cohorts, their gazes fixed on Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianchuan, quickly turned around. Big Shrimp, as Wei Gu spoke. Blood oozed from his mouth, a sight truly grotesque. Big Shrimp frowned slightly. Who dares to strike my brother? He bellowed, removing the cigar from his mouth and raising his voice with a commanding presence. One of the subordinates, shot in the head, pointed at Pai Yangyang and shouted, It's that kid. Big Shrimp staggered toward Pai Yangyang, disdain written across his face as he surveyed him from head to toe. You dare to harm my brother? Do you believe I won't leave your corpse on the street? Pai Yangyang gazed at him with indifference, asking, Which faction do you belong to? I am from the White Tiger Hall. Are you afraid now? Big Shrimp boasted. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. Which of your eyes saw me afraid? Enraged, Big Shrimp retorted. You are quite audacious. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? His gaze then fell on Gu Tianchuan, his eyes igniting with fervor. I offer you a choice, kid. This girl comes with me, and I shall merely break your legs, sparing your life. Pai Yangyang turned to glance at Gu Tianchuan and replied calmly, She is unlikely to accompany you. My legs are not so easily broken. Since you refuse to recognize your situation, then do not blame me. Big Shrimp's face contorted with rage as he stepped back 3 paces, then gestured grandly, shouting, Attack. Take the girl to my place. This kid is finished. The eager subordinates, having long awaited an opportunity, brandished their bats and charged at Pai Yangyang. At that moment, a series of bright lights illuminated the scene, accompanied by the urgent screeching of brakes. The sound of car doors opening and closing echoed like popping beans. Stop. A commanding voice resonated. An elderly man clad in a white tang suit strode forward, flanked by 50 imposing figures in black attire and sunglasses. The elder exuded an air of authority, his brows arched, radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. Leaning on a cultural staff, he approached with a cold gaze, coming to a halt before the imposing figure known as Big Shrimp. The ruffians were visibly startled upon seeing the elderly man and his entourage. Big Shrimp even took 2 steps back, recognizing the formidable presence of the elder and the fleet of luxury cars nearby, which spoke volumes of his significant status. Yet, Wei Gu, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, foolishly challenged the elder, saying, "Hey, old man, quite the crowd you've got here. Trying to show off in front of Brother Shrimp?" The elder's gaze turned icy as he regarded Wei Gu, momentarily taken aback by his pitiful demeanor. A young man behind him leaned in and whispered, "Master Kai, this is the Mr. Pai you instructed us to keep an eye on. What is happening?" The elder nodded and turned to Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianshuang, inquiring, "What is going on here? We were dining here when those individuals sought trouble. They were no match for Brother Pai. He summoned these people, claiming he would take me to his residence and leave Brother Pai lifeless in the streets." Gu Tianshuang explained, pointing at Wei Gu and Big Shrimp. The elder's expression hardened as he absorbed the information. Then he fixed his gaze on Wei Gu and his cohorts. His voice chillingly calm, "Is that so? Who gave you the audacity to act thus? Be wise and take your men and leave at once. Otherwise." Big Shrimp's lips twitched, but he remained silent, while Wei Gu, with a malevolent grin, retorted, "Otherwise, what do you intend to do?" The elder's tone remained frigid, an intimidating presence emanating from him. Although Wei Gu sensed the lethal intent radiating from the elder, emboldened by Big Shrimp's presence, he defiantly declared, "Otherwise, I'll have you all tossed into the river." "Really?" The elder's cultural staff struck the ground with a heavy thud. "It seems I have not been active in the Clear River for quite some time. Now, anyone dares to sink someone into it? Humph, old man, don't act so high and mighty. If you know what's good for you, step aside and don't interfere with my lesson for that brat." Wei Gu barked menacingly, spitting out threats. "Along, Ahu, go knock out his teeth." The elder's gaze turned steely as he commanded, "Yes, Master Kai." Two burly men behind him immediately bowed in acknowledgement and stepped toward Wei Gu. What do you want?" Wei Gu suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him, his eyes wide with fear as he regarded the two fierce-looking men in black. "Dare to touch me? Wei Gu? You're courting death." A small thug shouted angrily, brandishing a baseball bat and charging at the two men. Suddenly, several of the henchmen brandished their baseball bats and viciously swung them at Along and Ahu. The two remained expressionless, completely disregarding the assault. With a casual punch and kick, anguished cries erupted as several figures were sent flying. Simultaneously, the duo acquired a baseball bat each. Initially, Wei Gu reveled in his triumph, but in an instant, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. The two men appeared before him like phantoms. Despite their sunglasses, he could still feel their piercing gazes. "Xia Gu," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with horror. Yet, before the words fully escaped his lips, two bats struck his cheeks, one from each side with a ferocious impact. The chilling sound of shattering bones echoed, and his entire face contorted in agony. As the bats loosened, Along swiftly smacked the back of his head. With a sickening splatter of shattered teeth and blood, it all erupted forth. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Witnessing Wei Ge's gruesome fate, his muffled wails filled the air, causing Xia's legs to tremble uncontrollably. After years of navigating the streets, he had encountered many ruthless individuals, though he considered himself one of them. The methods of Along and Ahu nearly terrified him into submission. "Who gave you the audacity to lie lifeless on the streets? Was it Xiaoyang?" Master Kai's cold, piercing gaze fell upon Xia, sending shivers down his spine as his legs involuntarily weakened, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "Why, you are Master Kai?" he stammered, gripped by fear as he recalled the terrifying figure known in the underworld as Master Kai. "Indeed, I am Kai Wenshan," the man replied, his voice icy and laced with disdain. Thud! Xia could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to his knees. The crowd of henchmen behind him were left bewildered. Wasn't he it said that only the weak-kneed crabs existed in this world? How did a soft-legged shrimp emerge here? Goodness, it's Master Kai. No wonder this time. Wei truly struck a steel plate. Wei provoked Master Kai. They had intended for others to lie lifeless on the streets, but now faced a tragic fate themselves. Onlookers erupted in chatter at this scene. Kai Wenshan, the overlord of the Qingjing underworld, commanded respect even from the heads of the 5 major families, who addressed him with reverence. In Xinjiang, he was truly a formidable figure capable of turning the tides at will. To provoke someone like Master Kai was akin to lighting a match in a latrine, inviting disaster. Hearing these discussions, Xia nearly fainted on the spot. Though he boasted of being the leader of the White Tiger Hall, he was merely a petty thug managing 100 or so ruffians and running an underground casino. With such meager strength, he was insignificant in the presence of Master Kai. "Now it is my turn to inquire. Who are you?" Master Kai stepped forward slowly, looking down upon him with disdain. I am Xia Deli, They call me Xia. He trembled, unable to meet his gaze. Speaking in a quavering voice, Kai furrowed his brow slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Very well, considering your discernment, I shall not press you too hard today. However, your insolence towards Mr. Pai, coupled with your threats, warrants a minor reprimand, Kai stated with an air of nonchalance, straightening his posture. Immediately, two men clad in black approached the figure known as Xia. 50 slaps, broken legs, a fitting consequence indeed. Kai continued with the same indifferent tone. The moment Xia exhaled a sigh of relief, cold sweat broke out all over his body as he pleaded mournfully, Kai, I was wrong. I implore you to show mercy, yet his desperate words were drowned out by the resounding slaps that followed. The two black-clad men unleashed a barrage of sharp slaps, the echoes resonating throughout the bustling eatery. Before 20 slaps had been delivered, Xia's visage was already a grotesque mess, bloodied and swollen like that of a pig. The 50 slaps were swiftly completed, and the two men seized the bats from the hands of a Long and a Hu, striking mercilessly at Xia's shins. His anguished screams tore through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Xia's subordinates stood frozen in terror, none daring to move an inch or utter a single word. As their leader lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, not a soul ventured to assist him. Was this truly a minor reprimand? A few of the younger followers, unable to contain their emotions, let loose a torrent of words. Begone! Kai's icy glare swept over them as he commanded in a deep voice. The subordinates jolted back to reality, hastily lifting their fallen leader, supporting Wei Guo as they retreated in disarray. They arrived in grandiose style, but departed in utter disgrace. Mr. Pai, here is my card. Should you encounter any issues in Xinjiang, a single call will summon me, and I shall not hesitate to assist, Kai Wenshan stated respectfully, presenting a card to Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang declined to accept it, merely glancing at it and remarking, I do not know you. Kai Wenshan offered an awkward smile. I am Kai Wenshan, but you may call me Old Kai from now on. Observing his persistent courtesy, Gu Tianshuang extended her hand to accept the card, saying, Thank you, Kai Yi. Too kind, Kai Wenshan replied, visibly relieved. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He respectfully bowed and took 3 steps back before straightening up. Once Kai Wenshan and his entourage departed, Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yangyang with curiosity. You actually know old Kai? Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, I do not know him. Who is he? Kai Yi of Xinjiang. You don't recognize him, yet he came to your aid? Pai Yangyang shrugged. Perhaps it's my handsome visage. Gu Tianshuang chuckled, handing the card back to him. Handsome? Does that appeal to old men? Pai Yangyang coughed, his face turning crimson. I did not eat well earlier. Shall we order more food and continue? As their convoy departed, Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yangyang and inquired. Just as he was about to respond, his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly, though it appeared merely as a string of numbers. He instantly recognized it as a call from Su Xueqing. Pai Anjiang, today you are the one who whisked me away from the engagement banquet. Isn't it rather inappropriate for you to be out at this hour? Upon answering, Su Xueqing's voice resonated with a tone reminiscent of a wronged woman. Pai Anjiang felt a wave of unease. Is there something urgent? Whether it's urgent or not, shouldn't you be heading home? Have you just reclaimed me only to wander off with another woman? Pai Anjiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though his phone was rather outdated, its volume was anything but discreet. Even without the speakerphone, those nearby could hear her voice. Moreover, at that moment, Gu Tianshuang was practically pressing her ear against the device. All right, I'll be back. He hastily replied, fearing what further peculiarities she might utter. After ending the call, he sighed, Miss Gu, I must return home. I shall have to treat you another time. Gu Tianshuang chuckled, revealing her small canine teeth. I understand, newlyweds, after all. Should I ask the proprietress to grill you another 10 skewers of kidneys to take home? Pai Anjiang responded with a feigned nonchalance. Do you think I need that? The only reason I ordered kidneys was purely for the taste. Gu Tianshuang laughed. No need for explanations. Over-explaining is akin to concealing the truth. Sister Su is so beautiful, it indeed demands a lot of kidneys. Pai Anjiang was at a loss for words and could only offer a wry smile. I shall take my leave now. He truly could not fathom what thoughts perpetually occupied the mind of this young girl. With a wave, Pai Anjiang drove away. Even after his vehicle had vanished into the flow of traffic, Gu Tianshuang continued to gaze in the direction of his departure, appearing somewhat dazed. For reasons unknown. At the very moment his figure faded from sight, she experienced an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had misplaced something of great significance. Within the Yunding villa, Su Xueqing hung up the phone and turned to Zheng Li, who had hesitated to speak several times. If you have something to say, just say it. I can see you're struggling to contain it. Zheng Li remarked, Su Zong, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is unreliable. He brazenly boasted before everyone. Su Xueqing, taken aback, inquired, what did he boast about? You haven't forgotten, have you? He claimed that you could secure 500 million in investments and revitalize the Su family. Zheng Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xueqing pressed her phone against her forehead, furrowing her brow. I am indeed troubled. In a moment of impulse, I foolishly agreed. Do you not blame him? Zheng Li asked, surprised. Why should I blame him? He merely spoke out when he saw me cornered by my uncle and aunt, with no way out. Su Xueqing replied calmly. But how do we resolve this 500 million? The deadline is in half a month. Zheng Li said with a hint of frustration. How to resolve it? I must find a way myself. Su Xueqing's thoughts were in disarray. Though she spoke of seeking solutions, in truth, she felt utterly lost. Do not mention her inability to garner 500 million, even if someone were willing to assist her. They would likely hesitate to collaborate out of concern for the Yi family. President Su, are you truly developing feelings for him? You once stated that he was merely a shield to annul the engagement with the Yi family. Zheng Li observed the pained expression on Su Xueqing's face and inquired with curiosity. Su Xueqing paused momentarily before responding. I have told you before, he once saved me. My intention in seeking his help is not solely to use him as a shield. Could it be, you are serious? Even if he saved you years ago, there is no need to pledge your life in return. In this day and age, there are myriad ways to express gratitude. Zheng Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Su Xueqing. I have signed a 1-year agreement with him. During this year, we will come to understand each other. If, after a year, I truly find myself in love with him, I shall let it unfold naturally. This is an opportunity for both him and me. Recognizing the determination in her demeanor, Zheng Li sighed softly, resigned, and remarked, I hope he does not turn out to be as the legends suggest. Upon returning to the villa, Pai Yangyang opened the door to find Su Xueqing lounging on the sofa, covered with a blanket, seemingly asleep. He gently closed the door and was about to ascend the stairs when Su Xueqing suddenly stirred awake. You're back? The food is in the kitchen. Have the maid heat it up for you, she said, rubbing her eyes. A flicker of emotion stirred within Pai Yangyang. The tone and atmosphere felt both familiar and foreign. 3 years prior, when he had just married Qin Yujia, he had also returned home late, and she had uttered the same words. Yet, all that had become mere memories, gradually fading away. He initially intended to say he had already eaten, but the words caught in his throat. I'll heat it myself. No need. You are the man of the house now. So you must embody that role, Su Xueqing said, sitting up and scrutinizing him with a smile. Pai Yaoyang felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. Sister, my status as the man of the house is merely on paper. We are acting, remember? However, Su Xueqing had already instructed the maid to heat the food. Young master, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. Hearing this, Pai Yangyang experienced a fleeting illusion that he had indeed become the head of this household. A husband to Su Xueqing. The meal was soon prepared and brought to the table. Today, just eat whatever you like. In the future, tell the maid what you enjoy, and I will have her prepare it for you, Su Xueqing stated as she took a seat at the dining table, looking at him. Pai Yangyang grabbed his chopsticks and devoured the food hungrily. I have no dietary restrictions. I eat everything. No need to prepare anything special for me, he mumbled between bites. At that moment, Zheng Li approached with a hint of aloofness and remarked, You possess a modicum of self-awareness. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Xueqing swiftly turned her gaze toward her, swallowing the remainder of her sentence. Pai Yangyang chose to ignore the exchange, hastily finishing a bowl of rice before letting out a contented belch. I've finished eating, he declared, setting down his chopsticks and rising. Come here. I have something to discuss with you, Su Xueqing said, nodding. She returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa. What is it? Pai Yangyang inquired as he took a seat opposite her. Su Xueqing patted the space beside her, urging, Come closer. I want tea bite. Reluctantly, Pai Yangyang moved over to sit beside her, the faint scent of her perfume wafting through the air, stirring a warmth within him. Today's events will surely infuriate the Yi family. You should stay home these days and avoid going out. Pai Yangyang paused, perplexed. Why? The Yi family is a lineage of martial artists, and Yi Fenglu is known for his vengeful nature. If you venture out, be wary of him causing you trouble, Su Xueqing said, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. Pai Yangyang turned to her, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Are you worried about me? You may interpret it that way. I don't wish for you to be harmed because of my issues. Su Xueqing replied earnestly. I can stay in. But what about you? Yifenlio's target is you. And don't forget, you promised in front of the old man to secure a 500 million investment. Pai Yaoyang pointed out. Su Xueqing shot him a glare, internally scolding him. That was your claim, wasn't it? However, she refrained from voicing this thought. As Pai Yaoyang was indeed correct, her collaboration with him had humiliated Yi Fenglu, and he would not easily let her off the hook. Humph. How can you even say that? If it weren't for your boasting, how could President Su possibly make such a promise? Zhang Li interjected, unable to contain her disdain. Pai Yaoyang shrugged innocently. In that situation, had I not spoken up, would you have preferred her to be reprimanded? Besides, if she can ascend to the presidency of the Su Group and secure 500 million in investments, it should be well within her capabilities. What do you know? Don't forget that President Su is no longer the president, and with the Yi family involved, who would dare collaborate with the Su family? Zhang Li's frustration mounted with each word. Pai Yaoyang remained unfazed, asserting, regardless, I have faith in my wife. Such a trivial matter is surely within her reach. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. He yawned as he made his way upstairs. Rascal. Zhang Li gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at his retreating figure. Lily, I've already said this is not his fault. I'm feeling tired too. Su Xueqing stood and addressed Zhang Li. Fine. You two go rest. I shall ponder a solution. Although what can I possibly think of? Zhang Li's expression reflected her deep sense of anguish and helplessness. Having already ascended the stairs, Pai Yaoyang turned to glance at Su Xueqing. A look of anticipation on his face. Zhang Li's words seemed to imply something, but he quickly felt disheartened as Su Xueqing directly headed to the third floor. Pai Yaoyang gazed at the imposing figures of Xiong Da and Xiong Er, akin to guardians at the door, and reluctantly retreated to his bedroom. As he reclined on his bed, a bemused smile crept upon his face. Merely 500 million had thwarted his contractual wife. How would she react if she knew of the over 1 trillion in outstanding milk powder debts he bore? Nonetheless, 500 million was trivial for him. Akin to his prior support for the Qin family, well within his capabilities. After the tumult of the wedding snatching, Pai Yaoyang had contemplated that should he elevate the Su Group, he could leverage the Su family's corporate platform to achieve the staggering goal of over 1 trillion in milk powder. Thus, this was the impetus behind his decision to persuade Su Xueqing to agree to the fundraising endeavor. The following morning, Pai Yaoyang was abruptly awakened once more. It appeared that he ought to refrain from excessive indulgence. After a refreshing shower, he muttered to himself. Exiting his bedroom, he made his way to the living room. Su Xueqing was seated on the sofa, having just put down her phone, her face adorned with a serene smile. It seemed the call she had received had brought her good tidings. What is the occasion? You seem particularly joyous, Pai Yaoyang inquired, descending the stairs with a hint of surprise. Let us have breakfast first. Su Xueqing indeed appeared quite content. Zhang Li regarded her with a look of skepticism, asking, Su Zong, could it be that funding has come through? With excitement, Su Xueqing replied, yes, the call was from Tong Yu, the chairman of Sihai Investment. He expressed interest in investing in the Su Group and has invited me for a discussion this evening at Sui Mountain Villa. Zhang Li, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, is that so? This is truly magnificent news. Su Zong, it seems the heavens have not forsaken you. The two women were nearly swept away in their exuberance, almost dancing with joy. Indeed, I want you to accompany me this evening, so we can finalize the cooperation intention tonight, Su Xueqing said, instinctively clenching her fist, exuding a demeanor of assured success. Absolutely, I will join you, Zhang Li responded enthusiastically. Just yesterday, they had been furrowing their brows over this matter, and now, upon waking, they found a path illuminated before them. Why aren't you happy? Noticing Pai Yaoyang seated at the dining table, munching on a youtiao with an air of indifference, Zhang Li frowned and asked. Pai Yaoyang chewed heartily on the youtiao, replying, happy. Of course, I am happy. As he spoke, he stretched his neck and swallowed a large piece of youtiao, unable to suppress a burp. Zhang Li's brows furrowed even tighter. Such a glutton. He had managed to transform a simple youtiao into a delicacy. By the way, what kind of company is Sihai Investment? I've never heard of it, Pai Yaoyang asked, washing down a large gulp of soy milk to quell his burp. You truly are oblivious to the world beyond your immediate concerns, solely focused on being a kept man, not even aware of Sihai Investment. Zhang Li remarked with a hint of disdain. Pai Yaoyang retorted defiantly, "Is it that renowned? Must I be informed?" Su Xueqing cast him a resigned glance and replied, Sihai Investment is one of the 4 major investment companies in Xinjiang, a titan within the investment realm. Pai Anjiang let out a soft exclamation, saying, "Didn't you all mention yesterday that with the Yi family around, no one would dare to invest in the Su family? What about this Sihai Investment? Are they not afraid of the Yi family?" Zheng Li paused for a moment, then retorted with irritation, "What do you mean by that? Do you still doubt the authenticity of this matter?" "Not at all. I was merely curious," Pai Anjiang replied, peeling a boiled egg and popping it into his mouth. "I have met with President Tong on 2 occasions. He is quite sincere and unorthodox in his approach. He must be aware of the Su family's crisis. But it also presents an opportunity, which is why he is interested in this investment," Su Xueqing patiently explained. Pai Anjiang's earlier words had indeed sown a seed of doubt in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Moreover, she was at a dead end. She had to seize any glimmer of hope that presented itself. "Very well then, I wish you success in your negotiations tonight," Pai Anjiang said, burping contentedly as he stood up. "Are you going out again?" Su Xueqing asked, frowning at the sight of the car keys in his hand. I have an appointment with a friend who asked me to visit his home to check on his feng shui." Pai Anjiang quickly fabricated an excuse. "Check feng shui? You really consider yourself a master, don't you? Do you know what others say about you? They call you a charlatan, a fraud." Zheng Li scoffed disdainfully. Pai Anjiang replied proudly, "Allow me to correct you. I do not merely consider myself a master. I truly am one. The mundane do not recognize my prowess and thus speak ill of me. I think you're the one talking nonsense. You, a master? Do you even understand what a master is? Not even the Taoist priest from Tianlong Mountain would dare to call himself a master." Zheng Li sneered, regarding him as if he were insane, convinced that Pai Anjiang was merely boasting. Pai Anjiang shot her a glance, too apathetic to explain further. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You wouldn't understand. Farewell." With that, he strode out. Zhang Li attempted to speak again, but Su Xueqing furrowed her brows and said, "You can go out. But remember to return early this afternoon to take us to Tsui Villa." Naturally, she did not believe Pai Anjiang's claims of being a master. In her perception, a master was merely a figure from movies or legends. However, she did not press him to stay, as they were not meeting Tong Yu until the evening, and keeping him at home would only hinder her preparations. Without looking back, Pai Anjiang raised his hand in acknowledgement. Little did they realize that Pai Anjiang was not boasting. In fact, he had underestimated himself. At the age of 5, he had been taken in by Master Tianyong, becoming his sole disciple. Gifted with exceptional talent, Pai Anjiang progressed rapidly in his training, and by the age of 20, Master Tianyong lamented that he had nothing left to teach. Master Tianyong informed him that he was a rare prodigy in cultivation, a phenomenon not seen in centuries. At present, Pai Anjiang had already taken a significant step toward becoming a celestial master, though he remained unaware of his own potential. Otherwise, he would not have come to perceive that his master's abilities were, in fact, not particularly remarkable. The term Tianshi does not merely refer to the common hermit of the mountains as understood by ordinary folk. A Tianshi is a rare prodigy of Taoism, emerging only once in several centuries, representing the pinnacle of a Taoist's achievements. A true Tianshi commands the awe and reverence of thousands, wielding the power to intimidate entire regions. Mastering the dualities of yin and yang, deciphering the 8 trigrams, excelling in medicine, martial arts, astronomy, and geography, they can effortlessly discern life and death through pulse readings, perceive fortunes through, locate dragons and pin down spirits, and arrange formations to subdue malevolent entities. When a Tianshi reaches a certain level of inner cultivation, they can transcend the mundane, altering the heavens and earth, reshaping the world at will. Wealth and glory are but a snap of the fingers away, and even through tribulations, they can ascend to immortality. Yet, it is not just that half the world remains oblivious to the prowess of a Tianshi. Even Pai Anjiang himself is unaware that he has already set one foot upon the path of a Tianshi. He is even less aware that if he forsakes worldly distractions and dedicates himself to arduous practice, one day he might ascend to the ethereal realms. However, at present, he is indeed still entangled in the mundane. The mysteries of his origins, the exorbitant debt of formula milk his master owes, and the inexplicable marriage contract bind him to this relentless world. Upon exiting the villa, Pai Anjiang breathed a sigh of relief. As the car drove out of the community, he aimlessly turned into a street and proceeded onward. There were no friends beckoning him to consult on feng shui. He simply wished to escape the confines of the villa. Bound to a contractual wife and subjected to the perpetual displeasure of Zhang Li's sour countenance was far from pleasant. He would rather retreat to Luohan Mountain to meditate and cultivate, lest he squander his time. Yet, after driving a few hundred meters, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He sensed that a vehicle had followed him out of the villa community. He neither stopped nor slowed down, continuing to drive at a leisurely pace. To ascertain whether he was indeed being tailed, he deliberately turned at several intersections. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was indeed being pursued. Regardless of how he turned, accelerated, or decelerated, that vehicle maintained a steady distance of several dozen meters behind him, unwavering in its pursuit. A cold smile crept upon his lips. It appeared that Yi Fenglu was eager to exact revenge upon him. After some contemplation, he decided to head towards the outskirts. Since these individuals sought to trouble him, he would lead them to a more secluded location to resolve the issue. Pianjiang had been feeling quite oppressed lately. His divorce from Qin Yujie and being used as a shield by Su Xueqing had left him in a state of distress. Now that these oblivious individuals had sought him out, he might as well use them as punching bags to vent his frustrations. The vehicle quickly exited the urban area, and after crossing the Qingjiang 7 bridges, the traffic significantly diminished. Ahead lay an expanse of undeveloped wasteland. The road connecting the 7 bridges was not fully completed, and hardly any vehicles ventured this way. Nevertheless, the pursuing vehicle followed without hesitation. Just past the bridge, 3 more cars joined the chase. Pianjiang suddenly accelerated, racing towards an abandoned chemical factory in the far suburbs. The 4 vehicles behind him relentlessly pursued, speeding along the road. After a few minutes, the car turned onto a deserted highway. The chemical plant, long since abandoned, lay in ruins, with various equipment in tatters and many buildings collapsed. Within the factory grounds, wild grass flourished, rendering the place desolate. Pianjiang came to a halt on the playground, pushing the door open to exit the vehicle. His gaze icy as he regarded the 4 cars pursuing him. The doors swung open, and a dozen individuals emerged from the vehicles. The leader, barely 5 feet 5 inches tall, sported a gleaming bald head reminiscent of a peeled salted duck egg. Around his stout neck hung a gold chain thicker than a dog's leash, glinting under the sunlight. A massive sapphire ring adorned his finger, complemented by a striking red peony-patterned shirt, his protruding belly giving him the appearance of a newly affluent parvenu. His slanted eyes revealed a glimmer of malevolence and ruthlessness. And as he puffed on a large cigar, he swaggered forward, casting a cold stare at Pianjiang. The other dozen men were uniformly clad in black top hats and sunglasses, wielding alloy baseball bats, exuding an intimidating aura. The bald man took a deep drag from his cigar and slowly exhaled toward Pianjiang, a clear challenge embedded in his gesture. "Kid, you seem quite perceptive, bringing yourself to this place. It appears you've chosen your auspicious ground," he remarked, glancing around. Pianjiang remained unmoved, observing him with amusement as he inquired, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "Tell him, Gongzi," the bald man commanded, removing the cigar from his mouth with an assertive tone. A man dressed in black stepped forward, extending his arm proudly, declaring, "Kid, you've heard of the Qinglong Society, right? This is Feng Qi, one of our 4 kings." It was only then that Pianjiang noticed the intricate tattoo of a blue dragon, fierce and clawing, adorning the man's arm. He scrutinized it closely before shaking his head lightly and stating, "I've never heard of it, but that tattoo isn't impressive. It resembles a little loach. Perhaps you should rename it the Loach Society?" Yu Fengqi's face quivered with rage as he glared at Pianjiang, exclaiming, "You dare insult the Qinglong Society? You're as good as dead." With a sigh, Pianjiang glanced at the burly men surrounding him and remarked, somewhat helplessly, "With so many loaches, it's going to be quite the task to stew them all together. Originally, I only intended to cripple your legs. But it seems you are truly courting death." Gongzi roared, raising his baseball bat menacingly. "Big brother, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him and bury him." Another thug shouted, brandishing his bat. Feng Qi shrugged his shoulders, taunting, "Kid, you've brought this upon yourself. Once my brothers get fired up, I can't control them." He stepped back a few paces, gesturing with his arms. The dozen strong men immediately closed in, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. "Wait!" Just as the tension escalated, Pianjiang suddenly called out. Everyone froze, looking at him in confusion. "Kid, it's too late to beg for mercy now. You've only yourself to blame for provoking someone you shouldn't have," Gongzi sneered, twirling the steel pipe in his hand, ready to strike. Did I say I was begging for mercy? I merely wanted to inquire who sent you, Pianjiang scoffed. But now, I believe I understand. With that final statement, Pianjiang sprang into action. His fists flew like the wind, and his legs moved with the weight of a mountain. A series of muffled groans echoed in succession, with Gongzi being the first to bear the brunt, receiving a powerful blow to the bridge of his nose. His nose crumpled instantly, and the groans were mingled with blood, as he was sent flying backwards. Several figures leapt up almost simultaneously, crashing heavily into the overgrown grass. This area had lain in neglect for many years, littered with remnants of broken bricks and decayed wood. The impact of their bodies against the ground produced a chilling sound of bones fracturing. Cries of agony pierced the air, startling a few birds that had been resting in the factory. Feng Qi and the few subordinates still standing were left in utter astonishment, with some even trembling in fear. They had not seen how Pai Yangyang had made his move. Their comrades had inexplicably been sent sprawling. In Pai Yangyang's hand, a baseball bat had materialized. He regarded Feng Qi coldly, inquiring, "Did Yi Fenglu send you here?" "Humph. Is it not sufficient to live well? Do you dare to covet Yi Shao's woman?" Although stunned, Feng Qi was undeterred. In Xinjiang, no one dared to provoke the Qinglong society, let alone the Yi family. Pai Yangyang shook his head gently. "You are mistaken. It is he who seeks to steal my woman. I merely want to bring my wife home. How can he twist the facts? Is it because he relies on his family's wealth? Kid, if you offend the Yi family, you and the Su family shall find it impossible to remain in Xinjiang. If you wish to avoid death, sever your own legs now and leave Xinjiang at once. Perhaps Yi Shao will grant you a chance at survival." Feng Qi threatened with malice. Pai Yangyang responded in disbelief. "It seems you still do not grasp the situation. Or do you believe that your so-called mud eel society can truly threaten me?" Feng Qi's face turned a deep shade of anger as he tossed his cigar to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. "It appears you won't shed tears until you see the coffin," he said coldly, slowly extending his right hand. One of his subordinates immediately offered him a baseball bat. "I have not fought in years, but today I shall demonstrate the might of Xinjiang's Qi Yi." He brandished the bat triumphantly. Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly, discarding the bat he held, and disdainfully remarked, "Even if you have become formidable, you are still merely a mud eel. Break him." Feng Qi roared in a fit of rage, charging at Pai Yangyang with the bat raised high. The few remaining subordinates, though somewhat intimidated, dared not remain idle with their leader in the fray. Moreover, Xinjiang's Qi Yi had earned his reputation through sheer strength. Pai Yangyang smiled coldly, his feet suddenly shifting as his form glided forward like a wraith. Everyone felt an unsettling chill, instinctively wanting to retreat, but it was too late. As several figures were sent flying, calmness returned. Feng Qi's bat had vanished, his muscular arm hanging limply like a noodle. He knelt on the ground, trembling violently, sweat cascading down his plump face. His entire arm had suffered catastrophic fractures, and his legs were broken, rendering him unable to rise. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang stood before him, looking down with disdain, inexplicably holding another baseball bat, slowly withdrawing it from Feng Qi's calf. "You mentioned that this place is a treasure trove of feng shui. It seems you have long set your sights on it." Pai Yangyang discarded his baseball bat and seized Feng Qi by the collar and the gold chain, dragging him towards the factory area. Feng Qi, choked by the chain, felt his vision blur, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang soon halted before a reservoir, tossing him beside the foul-smelling water. Pointing at the repugnant pool, he remarked, "A ready-made pit. Quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree?" Feng Qi gazed in horror at the reservoir, where the corpses of rats, cats, snakes, and dogs floated amidst a layer of dark refuse, stirring his stomach into a tempest. "No." He trembled, instinctively pleading. Though he was fierce, he had not yet reached the point of being willing to end his own life. To drown in this putrid pool would leave a stench for eternity. Even a loach deserves its dignity. I have heard that several heinous crimes have occurred here, resulting in multiple deaths. Thus, you shan't feel lonely. Perhaps you'll even find the opportunity to gather for a game of mahjong. While speaking nonchalantly, Pai Yangyang slowly lifted his foot, pressing it against Feng Qi's back. "Spare me." Feng Qi cried out in terror, his body shaking violently, a chill spiraling from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "Do you wish to live? Very well." Pai Yangyang had no true desire to kill him, but with a piercing gaze, he spoke frostily. "Return and inform your master that it would be wise not to provoke me, nor to disturb my wife. I may be barefoot, but I fear not his shod feet." All right. I will certainly convey your message." Fang Qi nodded hastily, ready to comply with anything Pai Yangyang demanded. Remember, do not attempt any tricks against me in the future. Otherwise, even if you hide in the mud, I will unearth you and transform you into a dead loach. Pai Yangyang kicked him over and coldly reiterated his warning. I wouldn't dare. From now on, I shall steer clear of you. Fang Qi was near tears. Pai Yangyang then turned and walked towards his vehicle. Upon leaving the abandoned factory and preparing to return to the city, Gu Tianshuang suddenly called. Mr. Pai, is this a convenient time? Her whispery voice reached him, causing Pai Yangyang to instinctively glance around. Convenient? How could it not be? He replied in a similarly hushed tone. However, he soon realized the absurdity of his own actions. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, why act as though he had committed some wrongdoing? Could you possibly come to Xinjiang Business Academy? Gu Tianshuang's voice returned to its normal tone, filled with anticipation. Xinjiang Business Academy? What business do you have there? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Oh, I am attending school here. I cannot be away for too long. Yesterday, I was unable to enjoy my meal due to interruptions, but today, I invite you. If you fear Sister Sue's reprimands, we can postpone this. Hearing her teasing tone, Pai Yangyang chuckled softly and replied with unwavering confidence. What a joke. Why should I fear her? Humph, you're merely pretending. If you're not afraid, then come. I shall await you at the CAF across from the south gate of the school. Gu Tianshuang's voice was laden with temptation. All right, I'll be there shortly. Pai Yangyang's masculine vigor surged, and he readily agreed. After hanging up, he paused momentarily. This girl is still a student? What does she want me for? Moreover, we just met yesterday. Is she really that impatient? He adjusted the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of himself, sighing. Being this handsome can be exhausting. Arriving at the south gate of the business school, he quickly spotted the CAF across the street. Upon entering, he scanned the room and found Gu Tianshuang nestled in a booth by the window. He approached and boldly sat down opposite her. Well, what brings you here? Pai Yangyang was skeptical that Gu Tianshuang was so eager to see him merely for a meal. With a smile, Gu Tianshuang looked at him and said, Didn't you mention that I should at least treat you to a meal at a CAF? What do you think? Are you satisfied? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. He had said it offhandedly and never imagined she would take it seriously. Are you really inviting me just to dine? He asked, somewhat incredulous. Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly, turning to retrieve an exquisitely adorned black box from the sofa and placing it on the table. A phone. Pai Yangyang blinked, startled to see an unopened smartphone. One of the high-end models priced over 10,000. Your phone is outdated. It's time for an upgrade, Gu Tianshuang remarked, her youthful fingers tapping lightly on the box. My phone works perfectly well. There is no need to waste money, Pai Yangyang replied, glancing at his old device with reluctance. Still functional? You can hear calls clearly even from several meters away. If I were to call you at midnight, wouldn't Sister Sue overhear everything? Gu Tianshuang said, batting her eyelashes mysteriously. All right. I'll change it. Pai Yangyang felt a twinge of unease. This girl might actually make those midnight calls. While he was afraid of Sister Sue overhearing, their agreement stipulated no flirtations with other women during the contract period. He didn't want to give Sister Sue any reason to dock his wages over a few inexplicable phone calls. Gu Tianshuang immediately brightened, expertly unboxing the phone and then thoughtfully taking his old device to swap the SIM card, powering it on. Once activated, she first saved her own number, then contentedly handed the phone back to Pai Yangyang. How does it look? If you're not satisfied, I can get you a different model. Please. This is just fine. How much is it? I'll transfer you the money. Pai Yangyang promptly declined. He harbored no particular feelings towards mobile phone brands, yet he had an aversion to imported phones. Did he not consider me a friend? Or was he simply apprehensive about what Sister Sue might inquire, rendering him unable to provide an adequate explanation? Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, regarding him with a teasing expression. Pai Yangyang, feeling somewhat flustered, forced a smile and replied, All right then, thank you. Gu Tianshuang waved her hand and called out, Waiter, please bring him a cappuccino. As it was still a bit early for lunch, she decided to order a cup of coffee first. You're still in school. How do you have time to lounge in restaurants? Pai Yangyang inquired casually while examining his phone. I find the morning classes uninteresting. Besides, I owe you a meal. If it weren't for you last night, I would have been bullied. Noticing the puzzled look on Pai Yangyang's face, she suddenly whispered, You haven't been to university, have you? Pai Yangyang candidly admitted, No, I didn't even finish high school. Back then, it wasn't that his master was unwilling to send him to school. Rather, he yearned to acquire skills, and his academic performance was utterly dismal. nearly driving his teachers to the brink of exasperation on several occasions. Eventually, his master decided it was best to keep him away from school altogether. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look down on you. Your skills are remarkable. Many who have attended university might not even compare to you." Gu Tianchuang seemed to realize she had misspoken and nervously added. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. "It's all right. Since you consider me a friend, how could I think otherwise?" In truth, he had just recalled some memories. Qin Yujia and Qin Yuyu had frequently belittled him in his presence, remarking that he hadn't even completed high school, rendering him no different from an illiterate, filled with disdain. Yet, he had long since come to terms with such matters. Just then, Gu Tianchuang's phone rang. It lay on the table, and Pai Yangyang instinctively glanced at it, noticing a series of numbers displayed without any labels. However, upon seeing the number, Gu Tianchuang's crescent-shaped brows furrowed slightly, and she hesitated to answer. "Why don't you pick up? What if it's something important?" Pai Yangyang, noticing her reluctance, could not help but ask. "It's from someone I dislike. I don't want to answer." The phone rang for a moment longer, but she ultimately chose not to respond, ending the call. Yet, it soon rang again. So annoying. Gu Tianchuang muttered in disdain, preparing to hang up. "If you don't answer, he'll just keep calling. Doesn't that bother you?" Pai Yangyang remarked. Gu Tianchuang turned to him, suddenly revealing two small canine teeth as she smiled softly. "You're right." Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Pai Yangyang felt a sudden unease wash over him. "I'm at the CAF across from the South Gate. Come over." She said this succinctly before hanging up. Curiosity piqued, Pai Yangyang asked, "Who was that? A friend?" Gu Tianchuang offered a mysterious smile and replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Then, feeling a touch guilty, she lowered her gaze and took a delicate sip of her coffee. Half an hour later, a BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of the CAF. A dapper young man emerged, cradling a bouquet of vibrant red roses. After stepping out, he bent down to meticulously smooth his hair in the reflection of the mirror and adjusted his suit. He then retrieved a handkerchief and polished his already gleaming shoes before striding confidently into the CAF. Inside, a dozen or so young individuals, predominantly students from the business school, were scattered about. The man's entrance immediately captivated several young women, their eager gazes fixated upon him. Upon entering, his eyes quickly locked onto Gu Tianchuang, and he approached her with a broad smile. However, his demeanor abruptly shifted as he noticed a man seated opposite her. "He's here?" Gu Tianchuang casually waved her hand, eliciting a collective sigh from the other women. Pai Yangyang turned to look, noticing the handsome gentleman. The young man was also scrutinizing him, his handsome features contorted with suspicion and envy. He stood there, flowers in hand, beside Pai Yangyang. "Who is he?" A moment later, the young man's expression darkened as he inquired. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Pai Yangyang. This is Li Denggao, the attending physician at the comprehensive department of the Central Hospital." Gu Tianchuang naturally introduced the two. After finishing, she playfully chided Pai Yangyang. "Yangyang, why are you still sitting there? Can't you see we have a guest? Come sit over here." A chill ran down Pai Yangyang's spine. Her tone was excessively sweet. The moment he laid eyes on Li Denggao, he realized he had unwittingly become a shield. For some unknown reason, he felt an immediate aversion towards Li Denggao upon their first encounter. Though undeniably handsome and seemingly charming, he exuded an air of aloofness. He rose and took a seat beside Gu Tianchuang. Li Denggao vaguely recognized the name Pai Yangyang, but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Since you're here, I'll treat you to Chinese cuisine." Gu Tianchuang encouraged as she noticed him lost in thought. Li Denggao's expression twisted slightly, jealousy in his gaze gradually morphing into anger. "Gu Tianchuang, is this deliberate?" Gu Tianchuang looked taken aback. "Why would you say that? It's just a coincidence. I invited Yangyang to dinner, and coincidentally you were coming too, so I invited you as well. Since you invited me, why bring an outsider?" Li Denggao openly displayed his jealousy. Gu Tianchuang smiled faintly. "Let me clarify, I invited him first. And then I received your call." Li Denggao's countenance darkened further. She was so affectionate with Pai Yangyang, and it was she who had initiated the invitation, leaving him feeling like a mere third wheel. The jealousy within him surged uncontrollably. Reluctantly, he settled into his seat. As he sensed the attention of everyone in the CAF directed towards him, remaining standing would only exacerbate his discomfort. "Another cup of coffee. By the way, what do you enjoy drinking?" Gu Tianchuang inquired with a radiant smile, brimming with enthusiasm. Whatever," Li Denggao replied curtly. "Since I have no idea what you prefer, let us just have a glass of plain water." Gu Tianchuang said decisively to the waiter. The waiter paused momentarily, casting a dubious glance at Li Dengao. Just plain water. Li Dengao responded somewhat disgruntledly, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, he found everything he drank utterly tasteless. Meanwhile, some patrons in the CAF had begun to speculate. Are we about to witness a scene of two men vying for one woman? I wonder if these two will end up fighting. Both men are quite handsome, but the one who just arrived is even more dashing. The first one gives off a bit of a rogue vibe. However, I prefer the one in front. He is more attractive. But can good looks fill your stomach? Fortunately, the CAF was filled with music, rendering their discussions inaudible to the trio. A flower for you, your favorite Corolla. Li Dengao forced himself to remain calm, and after sitting down, he gentlemanly presented the bouquet to Gu Tianchuang. Who said Corolla was my favorite? Gu Tianchuang frowned, quickly covering her nose with her hand. I've been allergic to pollen these past few days. Please take it away. Li Dengao was taken aback and hastily retracted the flowers, asking with concern, when did you become allergic to pollen? Do you need to go to the hospital? I can have someone check on you. With the medical skills at your hospital, I think I'll pass. If I need a checkup, I'd prefer Yang Yang to handle it. Gu Tianchuang turned to look at Pai Yang Yang, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Li Dengao's expression darkened significantly as he glared at Pai Yang Yang, disdainfully asking, he is a doctor? Which hospital does he work at, and what is his position? Pai Yang Yang smiled nonchalantly. I wouldn't call myself a doctor, but I possess some medical knowledge. Li Dengao was taken aback, then chuckled. Don't tell me he is a quack? Pai Yang Yang casually replied, if that is how you want to put it, so be it. Li Dengao scoffed, looking at Gu Tianchuang. Tianchuang, what is going on with you? How do you know someone like him? What is wrong with him? Your hospital has numerous specialists who couldn't cure my grandfather's illness, yet he managed to. Gu Tianchuang retorted sharply. Li Dengao fell silent, his face reddening. In disbelief, he stared at Pai Yang Yang. Are you saying you cured her grandfather's illness? How is that possible? Are you implying that I'm lying? Gu Tianchuang's displeasure was evident. No, Li Dengao stammered. Then his gaze shifted. Even if he did cure him, it must have been mere luck. Just a coincidence. What? Are you suggesting my grandfather is a mere coincidence? Gu Tianchuang nearly leaped from her seat, glaring at Li Dengao in fury. Li Dengao was utterly bewildered, speaking in a flustered manner. That was not my intention. I was merely making an analogy. An analogy? Even that is unacceptable. He is my grandfather. How dare you jest about him? Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. Gu Tianchuang appeared genuinely enraged. Yet, Pai Yang Yang merely smiled faintly, fully aware that this young woman was seizing the opportunity to dismiss Li Dengao. Xiao Shuang, do not be angry, doctor. Li is remarkably skilled and has undoubtedly encountered numerous dead rats in his career, he said nonchalantly. Gu Tianchuang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Choosing not to say anything further, Li Dengao, sensing the tension, refrained from pursuing the topic, realizing that Gu Tianchuang intended to expel him. Since that was the case, he resolved to stay. Tianchuang, about those flowers, he inquired cautiously. Keep that flower away, otherwise, just toss it in the trash. Gu Tianchuang remarked, pinching her nose with a look of disdain. Li Dengao begrudgingly turned away, handing the bouquet to a passing waiter, saying, Here, take it. The waiter, initially stunned, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. In what way does he surpass me, Gu Tianchuang? I am a graduate of a prestigious university in the U.S. He is merely a charlatan from the streets. Why do you hold him in such high regard? Li Dengao simmered with indignation, casting a proud glance at Pai Yang Yang. Your admiration for him or lack thereof has nothing to do with academic credentials. The fit of a shoe is known only to the foot. Gu Tianchuang replied earnestly. You are the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, while my Li family may not match yours. We are nonetheless a reputable lineage in the field of medicine, known throughout Xinjiang. And what is he? Merely a gigolo. A pretty boy who deceives the elderly with his tricks. As Li Dengao regained his composure, he finally recalled who Pai Yang Yang was. Growing increasingly agitated, he felt compelled to diminish Pai Yang Yang's worth entirely. I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner. He is my grandfather's savior. Gu Tianchuang interjected, her displeasure evident as she cut off Li Dengao's tirade. Do not harbor any illusions. If you wish for us to remain strangers, you must understand that we cannot share the same table. Before Li Dengao could respond, Gu Tianchuang stated this with grave seriousness. Li Dengao's frustration intensified. He twitched his lips. disdain evident in his gaze, and spoke in a low tone. You must be aware of yesterday's events? What events? Gu Tianchuang asked coldly. Li Denggao replied. He just divorced and immediately married Su Xueqing. Yesterday, he caused quite a stir at the engagement banquet of the Yi and Su families, creating a citywide uproar. I am certainly aware of that. Gu Tianchuang interrupted him once more, her indifference palpable. That is precisely what a man ought to do. What? What do you mean? Li Denggao asked, his expression one of incredulity. Knowing he had married Su Xueqing, how could she still be with him? Isn't it possible to divorce after marrying? He has done it before. Perhaps they won't last long together anyway. Gu Tianchuang remarked with a sense of detachment. Payan Jiang was instantly taken aback, a dark cloud looming over his mind. How ruthless is she? Just after my wedding, she is already contemplating my divorce. Am I truly so naive? Fortunately, it is a sham marriage. Had it been genuine, it would have been utterly ominous. Insanity. Gu Tianchuang, you have completely lost your mind. If your family were to discover your reckless behavior, they would certainly be infuriated. Li Denggao nearly leaped from his seat. That is a matter for my family. And I trust you, Dr. Li, need not concern yourself. Gu Tianchuang replied dismissively, her impatience growing. Enough of this. Let us order. As I have no desire to engage in such discussions with you. With that, she waved to the waiter. Yang, the kidneys from last night were splendid, weren't they? Should I order you another serving of stir-fried kidneys, along with some broccoli? I hear it is also beneficial for the kidneys. She took the tablet and leaned closer to Payan Jiang, her soft form pressing against his arm, her delicate fingers pointing at the dish names as she inquired with a tilted head. Payan Jiang instinctively touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Li Denggao, infuriated, nearly blew a fuse, abruptly standing up. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. He stormed out, his fury palpable. Gu Tianchuang's words and actions were not particularly harmful, yet they were exceedingly insulting. Why so petty? Gu Tianchuang scoffed. If you won't eat, we shall. Have a good journey. No need for farewells. Do you truly despise him so? The food soon arrived, and gazing at the platter of stir-fried kidneys, Payan Jiang curiously inquired. What Gu Tianchuang had just said would be intolerable for any man. Indeed, I find him quite detestable, Gu Tianchuang replied without hesitation. I met him at a party, and he is exceedingly arrogant, perpetually boasting about his studies abroad in the U.S., as if he were superior to everyone else. Is that the sole reason for your disdain? Payan Jiang questioned. If he would cease his pursuit of me, he may flaunt as he pleases. However, after our encounter at the party, he managed to obtain my phone number from a mutual friend, and since then, he has frequently harassed me with calls. I have made my stance clear, stating that we are incompatible and that I am currently focused on my studies, not on such matters. Gu Tianchuang expressed her disgust. He still pursues you after such a rejection? Payan Jiang asked, astonished. As a man, one ought to possess dignity. If he were to be so bluntly rejected by a woman, he would surely not persist. You underestimate him. He is like a stubborn adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off once attached. To make matters worse, he often comes to my school to deliver flowers and engages in idle chatter with my classmates, leading them to believe that I am his girlfriend. Gu Tianchuang exclaimed, visibly agitated. Payan Jiang was taken aback. That was quite excessive. Excessive does not even begin to describe it. Such a person is merely a fade of gold and jade. I suspect he purchased his credentials. From Gu Tianchuang's words, it was evident that she harbored no fondness for Li Denggao. Enough. Speaking further is revolting. Gu Tianchuang added with a tone of disdain. Payan Jiang did not pursue the matter further. He had no genuine interest in Li Denggao, merely asking out of casual curiosity. Are you so concerned about him that you might be feeling jealous? Suddenly, Gu Tianchuang looked at him, astonished. Payan Jiang nearly bit his tongue, innocently replying. Why would I care about him? I just find him somewhat intriguing and asked a casual question. Oh. Gu Tianchuang seemed slightly disappointed, softly uttering the word. Yet. She quickly smiled and remarked, the stir-fried kidney is quite good. I assent it. Make sure to finish it all. We mustn't waste any. Listening to her peculiar tone, Payan Jiang picked up a piece of kidney, feeling uncertain whether to eat it or not. After they finished their meal, Gu Tianchuang said, remember to come find me to hang out when you have time, but don't let Sister Su know. If she finds out and hits you, you can't blame me. Payan Jiang smiled awkwardly. But we have nothing going on. Why would she hit me? Besides, I'm a man. Am I supposed to fear her? Hee. I hope you want to be a coward then. Gu Tianchuang chuckled, and after settling the bill, she exited the restaurant. I'm heading back to school. Let us keep in touch. Bye. Gu Tianxuang turned gracefully, waving goodbye to him as she walked away. Pai Yangyang gazed at her figure, momentarily lost in thought. Having known her for less than 3 days, he found this somewhat eccentric girl to be quite captivating. Little brat. He watched her enter the school gate before turning to his car. However, as he approached his vehicle, he sensed something amiss. A group of colorful-haired delinquents swayed towards him. He glanced at them, his gaze settling on one individual, Li Dengao. To his surprise, Li Dengao had not left, but had instead gathered a group to wait for him. Li Dengao's face was ashen as he approached, his disdainful gaze fixed firmly on Pai Yangyang. What do you want? Pai Yangyang recognized the hostility in the air, his tone growing considerably colder. What do I want? Li Dengao spat. Who do you think you were to compete with me for women? Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh, disdainfully retorting, Li Dengao, I believe you still don't understand. Gu Tianxuang does not like you at all. In fact, she finds you quite detestable. How dare you claim her as your woman? Have some dignity. Bah! Li Dengao spat vehemently, his voice rising in anger. When you weren't around, she didn't treat me like this. Go ask around at school. Who doesn't know that I am her boyfriend? Pai Yangyang's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seems Miss Gu wasn't wrong. You truly lack any sense of shame. Me? Lacking shame? Who is truly shameless here? Li Dengao stepped closer, glaring fiercely at Pai Yangyang. 3 years ago, you latched onto Qin Yujia, living off her for 3 years, and the whole city knows it. Just days ago, after your divorce from Qin Yujia, you somehow managed to hook up with Su Xueqing. You two just got your marriage certificate. And now you're trying to seduce Gu Tianxuang. You are nothing but a scoundrel, a worthless man. Unmoved, Pai Yangyang shrugged and contemptuously replied, unfortunately for you, your words hold no weight. I can now assert with utmost certainty that without me, Gu Tianxuang would regard you with equal disdain. Nonsense. Li Dengkong's eyes turned crimson. Panting heavily, Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he said in a low voice, do not think that your return from the U.S. makes you truly remarkable. The Li family and the Gu family are not even on the same plane. Heed my advice, cease your pursuit of Gu Tianxuang. You are not her type. Humph. Do I need your advice? All you need to do is stay away from Gu Tianxuang. Li Dengkong was utterly dismissive, his face a mask of contempt and fury. Well, even if I wish to keep my distance, she will find me. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, a look of helplessness on his face. Very well. You have some nerve. Today, we must settle this between us. Li Dengkong gritted his teeth, his voice laced with determination. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at the group of ruffians and inquired, how do you propose to settle this? We are both men. Let us resolve this ourselves. Regardless of who wins or loses, Gu Tianxuang must remain oblivious. Do you dare? Li Dengkong regained his arrogance, challenging him provocatively. Pai Yangyang glanced disdainfully at the group of thugs and retorted, you wish to brawl? With this motley crew? You can bring others as well. But do you have the courage? Li Dengkong boasted. No need for that. Pai Yangyang sighed. Do not come crying to Gu Tianxuang later, claiming that I bullied you with numbers. He exhaled heavily, exhausted from having fought earlier in the day, now facing yet another confrontation. Moreover, fighting over a woman was hardly something to be proud of. Shall we do this here? Pai Yangyang inquired, eyeing the school gates. Do you dare to go somewhere else with me? Li Dengkong clearly hesitated to fight in public. Drawing Gu Tianxuang's attention would only deepen her aversion towards him. Let us go. Lead the way. Pai Yangyang opened the car door without a hint of fear. You too, get in his car. Li Dengkong ordered the 2 blonde youths. They promptly entered the vehicle, and Pai Yangyang made no effort to stop them, starting the engine instead. Hey, you soft-hearted man, this car is quite impressive, huh? Must be worth millions. The blonde in the passenger seat gawked at the interior, envy etched across his face. Were it not for knowing Pai Yangyang's reputation, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, offering no reply. Kid, you dare to covet Li Xiao's woman? Bold of you, the blonde remarked, reveling in Pai Yangyang's silence. Just a moment, you two, drive fast. I fear I may lose control. Pai Yangyang said casually as he drove. Huh, what a joke. The blonde scoffed. Do you think you are Bruce Lee? You think you'll lose control? I suggest you kneel and beg for mercy early. Perhaps you'll catch fewer blows. Pai Yangyang smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further, as he followed Li Dengkong's BMW to their destination. The vehicle soon arrived at a dilapidated construction site, a desolate expanse littered with overgrown weeds and construction debris, long abandoned. Young man, you have some nerve to come here. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Li Danggao fixed a disdainful gaze upon Pai Yaoyang and remarked scornfully. Pai Yaoyang glanced around before responding. This place is quite nice. Humph. Even if I were to kill you here, no one would ever know. Li Danggao retorted with a contemptuous snort. Pai Yaoyang laughed derisively. Your hands are so unsteady. I doubt you could even wield a scalpel, let alone kill me. Pai Yaoyang, I offer you one last chance. If you promise to keep your distance from Gu Tianxiang from now on, I shall not make things difficult for you. Li Danggao dismissed Pai Yaoyang's mockery. Pai Yaoyang spread his hands and replied, I've already told you, it's not me seeking her out. It's she who is looking for me. What can I do about it? Humph. Do you truly think being a pretty boy is so easy? Since you are so obstinate, today I shall teach you a lesson. Li Dinggao's anger surged as he spoke fiercely. With a wave of his hand, several thugs closed in. Boss, there is no need for more words with him. This kind of parasite only understands pain. Breaking his legs will teach him that living off others isn't so pleasant. The yellow-haired thug, who had initially seated himself in Pai Yaoyang's car, swaggered over, looking down on him. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a sharp slap across the face. The yellow-haired thug spun around twice, his head buzzing as he touched his face in disbelief. He hadn't even seen how Pai Yaoyang made his move. Yet one side of his face had already swollen up. Pai Yaoyang shook his hand and remarked playfully, Is it soft? The yellow-haired thug, stunned for a good 10 seconds, finally regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, shouted, Get him. Several thugs lunged at Pai Yaoyang, fists and feet flying. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Li Denggao's lips. Today, you'll learn that there are many in this world you cannot provoke. His voice dwindled, eventually fading into silence. His mouth formed an A shape, eyes wide with disbelief, for in the time it took to utter that phrase, all the thugs were sprawled on the ground, writhing and lamenting. In contrast, the yellow-haired thug, who had merely received a slap, seemed fortunate. Pai Yaoyang, however, remained unfazed, as if he had never moved at all, a charming smile still dancing at the corners of his lips. You are not mistaken. Indeed, there are many in this world who are beyond your reach. Pai Yaoyang echoed Li Denggao's earlier words, slowly advancing towards him. Li Denggao felt as though an immense mountain was bearing down upon him, an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless, closing in evermore. He instinctively wished to flee, yet his legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably. And I am precisely the person you cannot provoke. With that declaration, a sharp sound rang out as Pai Yaoyang's left hand struck Li Denggao's face. He staggered, nearly falling over, pain radiating across his face, distorting his features. Why you dare to hit me? Gazing at the seemingly harmless smile of Pai Yaoyang, Li Denggao could scarcely believe that he had been struck by him. You declared your intent to kill me. Why should I refrain from retaliating? Pai Yaoyang remarked with a playful tone. Moreover, I possess a profound fear of death. Given your threatening words, I cannot afford to leave any potential hazards. As he spoke, he gradually raised his right hand, fingers clenched tightly, his gaze glinting with a cold light, fixed intently on Li Denggao. When Li Denggao's eyes met his, a wave of icy dread surged from his tailbone, ascending to the crown of his head. Did you not assert that this place was ideal? Even if I were to end your life, no one would be the wiser. Pai Yaoyang's tone was nonchalant, yet to Li Denggao, it resonated like the ominous sounds of the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Why you mustn't act recklessly, otherwise my father, the Li family will not let you off lightly. Bang! A heavy punch struck Li Denggao squarely in the chest, rendering his subsequent words unutterable. The other side of his face instantly changed color, first turning a deep crimson, then swiftly paling. He felt as though his internal organs were being violently torn asunder, a sweetness rising in his throat. You dare to threaten me? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Pai Yaoyang coldly observed Li Denggao, now curled up like a shrimp, with disdain. Huang Mao stood by, terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. Li Denggao had provoked a wrathful deity, foolishly summoning them to their doom. He recalled Pai Yaoyang's words from the car, but now, even if he wished to flee, his legs felt utterly powerless. He sensed the formidable killing intent emanating from Pai Yaoyang, with no doubt that he was capable of murder. Huang Mao, help me. I paid you. Li Denggao, overwhelmed by fear, called out to the only one still standing. Huang Mao represented his sole lifeline. You bastard. Huang Mao snapped back to reality and dashed forward, delivering a brutal kick to Li Denggao's abdomen. Li Denggao let out a pained scream, collapsing onto the ground. Pai Yaoyang was taken aback. turning to Huang Mao with a look of confusion. Brother, I was deceived by this scoundrel. He feigned misery, but it turns out he was merely attempting to undermine your authority. Huang Mao ingratiatingly bent at the waist, flattering Pai Yangyang. Li Denggao writhed in agony on the ground, struggling even to groan. Witnessing this, he spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration, despairingly exclaiming, Huang Mao, you. Yet, before he could finish, Huang Mao menacingly approached, causing his words to die in his throat. A sudden warmth between his legs signaled an involuntary release. Observing this, Pai Yangyang frowned slightly. Forget it. Disgustedly, he waved a hand before his nose and coolly uttered 2 words. The young man with the golden hair finally lowered his right foot, turning to face Pai Yangyang, and inquired, Is this fellow truly so shameless that you intend to let him off the hook? Pai Yangyang replied, This arrogant fool merely requires a lesson. The golden-haired youth turned away, casting a disdainful glance at Li Denggao, and spat a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. With your character, you dare to encroach upon my brother's territory? Stay away from that female student. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we cross paths. The golden-haired youth, brimming with self-importance, instantly reminded Pai Yangyang of the translator in an anti-Japanese war drama, effortlessly fitting into the role without any makeup. Li Denggao wore a mournful expression, too intimidated to utter another word. These ruffians were merely small-time thugs loitering near the business school. Recently, he had frequently visited the campus seeking Gu Tianchuan, and these thugs had taken notice, coercing him into treating them to meals on several occasions. As time passed, he had become familiar with them. Today, after being humiliated in the cafeteria, he could not swallow his indignation and approached the golden-haired youth, offering them 2,000 yuan to assist in teaching Pai Yangyang a lesson. However, he never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Now, he was left with grievances unspoken, and having soiled his pants, he felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to disappear. Rest assured, brother, with us around, he shall never dare approach your girlfriend again. The golden-haired youth assured Pai Yangyang with a sycophantic grin. Pai Yangyang awkwardly smiled, clarifying, She is not my girlfriend, and I advise you to keep your distance from her. Consider this a warning. He recalled that Gu Tianchuan was the daughter of the Gu family, and if these ruffians were to annoy her, she might retaliate. I understand. You can count on me, brother. The golden-haired youth winked, feigning comprehension. Pai Yangyang, disinterested in further explanation, turned and walked towards his car. Look at the car she drives. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. Just as he opened the car door, he heard the golden-haired youth's furious outburst and Li Denggao's cries of despair behind him. Pai Yangyang drove away, knowing full well that the golden-haired youth would not dare to truly harm Li Denggao. After such a commotion, he felt disenchanted and drove towards the Yunding villa. Upon entering the villa, Su Xueqing cast a curious glance at him, asking, Why are you back so early? I thought you couldn't stand being at home. Pai Yangyang reclined on the sofa, gazing at Su Xueqing, who had changed into her professional attire, and he was momentarily captivated. He had not expected such a commonplace outfit to appear so striking on her. Her figure was perfectly accentuated, with curves that left little to the imagination. Particularly, her ample bosom pressed against the shirt, creating tantalizing glimpses through the gaps, evoking a sense of awe. Pai Yangyang, caught off guard, asked, Are those buttons secure? Su Xueqing paused, perplexed, and replied, Which buttons are you referring to? As she inspected her buttons, finding nothing amiss, she was about to inquire further when she suddenly noticed Pai Yangyang's gaze fixated on a particular spot. She lowered her gaze in the direction he was looking and quickly comprehended the situation. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she retorted, You scoundrel. Pai Yangyang chuckled. I was merely trying to remind you. Su Xueqing, feeling anxious, hastily ascended the stairs. It took her a full half-hour to come back down, but it was evident that she had changed into a different shirt, appearing more composed. Zhongli followed her downstairs and, upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's greedy stare, couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Men, how amusing. Pai Yangyang, with a smirk, said earnestly, Beautiful women are meant to be admired. Otherwise, why do you think I only look at her and not at you? Zhongli's face turned pale with anger. Though she could not rival Su Xueqing in captivating beauty, she considered herself attractive in her own right. Although a few years older, she possessed a mature charm and had always been confident in her figure. Yet in Pai Yangyang's eyes, she seemed utterly worthless, not even deserving a glance. Just 2 days post-divorce, he was already fixated on another woman. Such is the nature of men. Those big oafs. Zheng Li fumed. Pai Yangyang laughed and boldly replied, so what? Just because a woman dumped me, must I wail and lament? Let me tell you, her leaving me is her loss. I refuse to waste an entire forest over a crooked tree. You? A crooked tree hardly measures up to an entire forest? Dream on. Zheng Li scoffed, pouting disdainfully. Hey, why don't you find a boyfriend? Look at your face, you have age spots. Pai Yangyang teased. You. Zheng Li's face flushed red with rage as she shot him a piercing glare, exuding an aura of wanting to murder him. Su Xueqing chuckled from the side, sisterly. I didn't realize your sharp tongue would meet its match. Humph, I can't be bothered to engage with him. He's just a rogue, a scoundrel. Zheng Li retorted defiantly. Pai Yangyang interjected, isn't that a bit inappropriate? My wife happens to be your boss, and you speak of her husband like this? Isn't that lacking in decorum? Zheng Li, stifling her frustration, stomped her foot and huffed. I'm going to get the documents. Su Xueqing glanced curiously at Pai Yangyang and remarked, I never would have guessed you had such a way with words. You're not entirely useless after all. Rest assured, this isn't my only merit. Spend enough time with me, and you'll find yourself slowly addicted, unable to part from me. Pai Yangyang replied with confidence. Please could you refrain from such narcissism? If you were truly that remarkable, why did Qin Yujia leave you? Su Xueqing scoffed. Pai Yangyang's expression shifted abruptly as he pulled out his phone, muttering gloomily. That was her lack of discernment. He then opened his phone, intending to play a familiar game of Snake. However, after swiping back and forth a couple of times, he found nothing. Oh, did you get a new phone? I have yet to pay you, have I? Surely you did not purchase it in installments? Su Xueqing inquired with curiosity upon seeing Pai Yangyang's new phone. Is it such a big deal? It's merely a phone, a gift from Miss Gu. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, engrossed in searching for a game. Miss Gu? Which Miss Gu? Su Xueqing's expression shifted slightly, prompting her to lean in closer with an inquisitive tone. Pai Yangyang, sensing something amiss in her voice, lifted her head and asked suspiciously, You do not know Gu Tianshuang? She certainly knows you. Gu Tianshuang? Su Xueqing's expression changed once more. Of course, she was acquainted with Gu Tianshuang, though their interactions had been minimal, merely crossing paths at social gatherings a few times. Why would she buy you a phone? I recall she just entered university. You cannot be deceiving even students, can you? Su Xueqing regarded Pai Yangyang with skepticism. Who is deceiving whom? This was a gift she willingly presented to me. I did not even want it. What a useless phone. It doesn't even have Snake. Pai Yangyang frowned and, in exasperation, turned off the phone, tossing it onto the sofa. Yet, Su Xueqing clearly found interest in the device. She picked it up, examined it closely, and remarked, Useless phone? This phone costs over 10,000. You might not even be able to acquire one. It seems this Miss Gu holds you in high regard. Her words carried an unmistakable hint of jealousy. No wonder she dashed out early. She must have had a date with her. Pai Yangyang looked up in astonishment, and upon meeting her gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. This woman, why did her eyes exude such menace? No. You are overthinking it. I treated her grandfather's illness. She expressed her gratitude by gifting me this. We merely shared a fast food meal together at noon. Fast food. Was it at a hotel or an inn? Su Xueqing pressed on relentlessly. Pai Yangyang felt overwhelmed. Are women's thought processes always this peculiar? What hotel or inn? What are you implying? Our friendship is entirely innocent. We simply dined at a CAF by her school gate. She spoke with a hint of helplessness. Su Xueqing scoffed. Innocent friendship? In this day and age, what is pure friendship between men and women? Do you think I am foolish? Believe it or not. Pai Yangyang rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. She snatched the phone back and tucked it into her pocket. Do you think I am so easily silenced? Do not forget, you are my husband now. The agreement states that for this year, you are not permitted to dally with other women. Su Xueqing's demeanor was entirely that of a tamer, addressing Pai Yangyang with a firm tone. All right, I understand. I still possess some sense of contractual obligation. Pai Yangyang felt as if she had encountered an adversary, at a loss for words. Ah, women, do not let me catch you in a misstep, or I shall deduct your salary. I wonder how you will woo women then. Observing Pai Yangyang's capitulation, Su Xueqing's expression softened slightly. Though she coldly continued, with a heavy sigh, Pai Yangyang thought to himself, Fortunately, it is only a one-year agreement. If she were truly my wife, I would be akin to the Monkey King encountering Tang Xing, forever trapped without hope of redemption. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Pai Yangyang drove Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to the Zuiwei Villa. The Tsuewei Villa is a private club that offers a comprehensive range of services, including lodging, dining, and entertainment, a veritable paradise for the affluent. The clientele here is exclusively composed of the wealthy and the elite, as ordinary individuals could scarcely afford to indulge in such luxuries. Most notably, this villa is a personal property of Zhao Jinggang, the CEO of the Qingjiang Wentai Group, who has long been a steadfast supporter of the Yi family. Within the confines of the villa, outside vehicles are strictly prohibited. Instead, 2 large parking lots are situated outside the premises. All patrons must take the villa's shuttle to their designated locations. This was Pai Yangyang's first visit to the villa, and upon his arrival, he was struck by the sprawling grounds, which spanned several hundred acres, enclosed by towering walls. Through the grand entrance, one could see pavilions, artificial hills, flowing water, and classical architecture, rendering the entire estate exquisitely picturesque. The parking lot was already filled with an array of luxury vehicles. As they approached the villa, Pai Yangyang suddenly halted the car. "Why aren't we moving?" Su Shiweqing inquired, bewildered. "Li Jia, once you enter, if you notice anything unusual, call me. Remember, keep it on silent mode and say nothing." Pai Yangyang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he addressed Zheng Li. Zheng Li, perplexed, replied, "Are you out of your mind? What could be unusual? Besides, if something really happens, calling you is pointless. It would be better to alert the authorities." Pai Yangyang countered. "Alert the authorities? Do you think they would respond faster than I would?" Zheng Li shot him a disapproving glance. "You're being overly dramatic. We're here to discuss a partnership, not to walk into a trap." Pai Yangyang insisted in a serious tone, "Better safe than sorry." "You don't fear being targeted, given your beauty?" "What do you mean by targeted? Can you express yourself clearly?" Zheng Li retorted, her irritation palpable, though she quickly smiled, adding, "Well, you do have a point. Li Jia, let's heed his advice." Su Shiweqing interjected thoughtfully, having absorbed their exchange. Pai Yangyang's words had indeed stirred a sense of unease within her. With Su Shiweqing's endorsement, Zhang Li nodded in agreement. "All right, I will comply." Only then did Pai Yangyang exhale quietly, steering the car into the parking area. Although he had no acquaintance with Tong Yu and was unfamiliar with Sea-Hai Investments, he sensed that this sudden collaboration was unlikely to be straightforward. Moreover, he had noticed Su Shiweqing's pallid complexion since morning and was convinced that today's dealings would not conclude favorably and might even pose a threat. Yet, he refrained from voicing these concerns, knowing that such sentiments would only lead the 2 women to dismiss him as a mere alarmist. As they entered the parking lot, a sharply dressed man approached briskly. "Excuse me, are you Miss Su?" he inquired respectfully, opening the car door. Su Shiweqing was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. Introducing herself, "I am Su Shiweqing." "Good day, Miss Su. My name is Su Damao, and I am assistant to Mr. Tong. He has sent me to welcome you." The man, in his 30s, wore glasses and exuded a refined demeanor, speaking with great courtesy. Throughout the journey, Su Shiweqing felt a twinge of anxiety, apprehensive that the meeting might yield little fruit. However, upon realizing that Tong Yu had sent his assistant to personally greet her, her worries eased considerably. "All right, please lead the way, Mr. Su," Su Shiweqing said politely, nodding slightly. Su Dama cast a glance at Pai Yangyang, his eyes flickering momentarily, and coldly remarked, "Miss Su, your driver need not accompany us inside." Su Shiweqing replied, "He will remain here and wait for us." Su Dama smiled once more. "Very well, Miss Su, please." Pai Yangyang leaned against the car door, observing Su Damao's retreating figure with a faint smirk. Although Su Damao's gaze had merely flickered, it had not escaped his keen perception. That brief moment confirmed his suspicions. Tonight's gathering was likely a trap. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns. After driving away from the location, he casually found a roadside eatery, ordered a rice dish, and devoured it ravenously. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to fill his stomach first. After finishing his meal, Pai Yangyang returned to the parking lot of Tsuwei Villa, pulled out his phone, and idly played a match 3 game while his thoughts remained fixed on awaiting news from Zheng Li. If any complications arose, he was confident that Zheng Li would follow his instructions. Although her temperament was somewhat difficult, she had proven reliable throughout their interactions. This was Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li's first visit to Tsuwei Villa. Upon entering, they were both thoroughly impressed by the picturesque surroundings. The garden-style design adorned the area magnificently, with all the buildings resembling ancient architecture, creating an ambience reminiscent of a time travel experience. The sightseeing vehicle halted in front of a 3-story pavilion, where Su Damao gestured towards it, stating, Mr. Tong awaits you both on the third floor. Please, go ahead. Yashing Pavilion. Zhang Li glanced up at the plaque on the pavilion, softly uttering the name. Under Su Damao's guidance, they ascended to the third floor. After knocking and entering, they found the space transformed into a tea room, where a middle-aged man sat leisurely brewing tea before a TC. Beside him lay a substantial stack of documents. Su Xueqing and Zhang Li immediately noticed the title on the top report, Feasibility Analysis Report on Investing in Su Group. Mr. Tong, Miss Su has arrived. Su Damao respectfully announced. The middle-aged man calmly flipped the documents over, rising with a smile. Miss Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I sincerely apologize for the abrupt invitation. He was the president of High Investment, a gentleman in his 40s, exuding sophistication. Mr. Tong, you are too gracious. It is we who should apologize for intruding, Su Xueqing replied, her heart lightened significantly upon seeing the report. It appeared that Tong Yu was genuinely interested in collaborating with the Su Group. Mr. Tong, what prompted your sudden decision to invest in the Su Group? Although she had managed to calm her heart, doubts still lingered within Su Xueqing. This decision was not made lightly. In fact, I have been closely monitoring the Su Group for quite some time. Mr. Su, you must be aware that the current investment climate is far from ideal. Each investment we consider must be approached with utmost caution. After conducting a thorough investigation and analysis, we must present our findings to the board for deliberation before arriving at a final decision, a process that inevitably requires a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing these words, a smile broke across Su Xueqing's face. It seemed that Mr. Tong was indeed attentive. All right, Mr. Su, let us not stand here conversing. I have prepared a banquet. Shall we dine and discuss? Tong Yu gestured towards a dining table. Certainly, Mr. Tong, Su Xueqing replied courteously. The three took their seats, and Su Xueqing introduced Zhang Li. Tong Yu remarked, I have long heard of Mr. Su's capable assistant, and now that I see you in person, it's true. You flatter me, Mr. Tong. Zhang Li replied with calm composure, yet her mind was preoccupied with the words spoken by Pai Yangyang. For some reason, upon encountering Tong Yu, she felt that he was not as simple as he appeared. Moreover, as the secretary to the board, she was acutely aware that the investigation report should never have been presented here, nor should they have been privy to it. As the general manager of High Investments, Tong Yu surely possessed this basic knowledge. Thus, the existence of such anomalies could only signify intent. Consequently, when she sat down, she did not place her bag down, but rather held it close to her chest. Xiao Su, serve the dishes. Open a bottle of my cherished Condi. Mr. Su is our esteemed guest. We must not be negligent, Tong Yu instructed Su Damao, who stood nearby. Su Xueqing interjected, Mr. Tong, you are too kind, but neither of us drinks. Ah, how can we not drink? Today marks our first meal together. Mr. Su cannot refuse to show some courtesy. How about this? Secretary Zhang may abstain, but you, Mr. Su, should partake a little, Tong Yu said with a broad smile. Well, very well then. Su Xueqing conceded, mindful of her request. Tong Yu's suggestion that Zhang Li abstain eased her vigilance significantly. That's the spirit. Since we are discussing collaboration, how can we forego a toast? He then signaled Su Damao to prepare. However, neither Su Xueqing nor Zhang Li noticed the flicker of malevolence that glimmered in the depths of Tong Yu's gaze. Seizing the moment while Su Damao was preparing the drinks and dishes, Zhang Li stood and said, Mr. Tong, pardon me, I need to visit the restroom. Tong Yu cast a lingering glance at her figure, nodding, the restroom is just over there. His eyes bore an eager, hormone-driven intensity. All right, excuse me, Zhang Li replied, catching the gaze of Tong Yu, which caused her heart to skip slightly. As a woman seasoned in the workplace, she understood well the implication of such a look. Upon reaching the restroom, she locked the door behind her and swiftly sent a message to Pai Yangyang, informing him of her and Su Xueqing's location. Simultaneously, she silenced her phone, dialed Pai Yangyang's number, and tucked it into her bag. After completing all of this, she felt her heart racing and her breath quickening. Splashing her face with cool water, she managed to calm herself for a few minutes before stepping outside. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Zhang Li said as she returned to her seat at the table. The food and drinks had already been served, and Su Damao poured a glass of red wine for both Tong Yu and Su Xueqing. Director Tong, the evaluation from High Investment regarding our Su Group must have yielded results by now, Su Xueqing inquired, glancing at her glass. Tong Yu chuckled, raising his glass. If there were no results, I would not have dared to invite you, Director Su. To be frank, our board has already approved the investment proposal for the Su Group. We are just awaiting the finalization of a few details with you. Only then did Su Xueqing lift her glass and clink it gently with Tong Yu's. Thank you, Director Tong. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Cheers to a successful partnership. Their glasses clinked together. Tong Yu downed his drink in one go and then turned his glass upside down, signaling to Su Xueqing. With a determined expression, she also finished her drink in one gulp. Well, Director Su, you are indeed generous, truly a remarkable woman. I propose another toast to wish the Su group, under your leadership, a future of brilliance, Su Demao said while pouring more wine. I cannot claim to achieve brilliance, but steering the Su group out of its current predicament would be a significant accomplishment, Su Xueqing replied, her tone somewhat somber. Isn't it just 500 million? I know. I forgot to mention it to you, Director Su. The board has approved a plan to inject 500 million into the Su group, Tong Yu confidently stated. Really? That is wonderful, Su Xueqing exclaimed, raising her glass to gently clink with Tong Yu's again. As they drank, Tong Yu's gaze remained coldly fixed on Su Xueqing. However, the wine glass obscured his eyes, and she remained unaware. Observing her downing the second glass, a subtle smirk formed at the corners of his mouth. Outside Suimei Villa, Pai Yangyang listened attentively to the voices coming through his phone. Zheng Li's bag was open, allowing every sound to reach his ears clearly. Realizing that Su Xueqing had already consumed 2 glasses of wine, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Foolish girl." Nevertheless, as of yet, he had not detected any dangerous signals, so he remained in the car, unmoving. In the loft, Su Xueqing had finished her 3rd glass. Having a low tolerance for alcohol, she felt a flush on her face and an unsettling heat within her. As Tong Yu raised his glass once more, she suddenly felt the room spinning and murmured, "I can't drink anymore." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the table. Zheng Li was taken aback and rushed over to support her, anxiously calling out, "Director Su?" At that moment, Tong Yu slowly stood up, coldly observing the 2 women, a hint of malicious delight evident on his face. "It seems Director Su cannot handle her liquor. I shall have someone escort her to a guest room to rest. Once she awakens, we can discuss our collaboration," Tong Yu remarked, loosening his tie, his smile devoid of warmth. Zhang Li fixed him with a piercing gaze, suspicion lacing her voice as she demanded, "What did you put in the wine? Hey now, you can't just throw accusations like that. I drank it too, see? Nothing's wrong with me." Tong Yu protested with an aggrieved expression. Turning abruptly to Su Demao, he commanded, "Go. Call someone in to escort Miss Su to the Red Chamber guest room." A sinister smirk curled Su Demao's lips as he strode to the door and barked an order. Immediately, 4 burly men entered and moved to seize Su Xueqing. "What are you doing?" Zhang Li cried out in alarm, shielding Su Xueqing with her body, her voice trembling with fury. One of the men sneered, gripping Zheng Li's shoulder and shoving her aside with brutal force. She let out a sharp cry as she crashed to the floor. "Damn it, show some restraint. Have you no sense of chivalry?" Tong Yu snapped at the man before extending a hand toward Zheng Li. Meanwhile, Su Xueqing was dragged away by 2 of the men, her struggles futile against their strength. "Where are you taking her?" Zheng Li shrieked, scrambling to her feet, but Tong Yu's iron grip clamped around her wrist, immobilizing her. "Where she's going is none of your concern. Don't worry, she'll be thoroughly satisfied soon enough," Tong Yu leered, his eyes glinting with malice. "You, Director Tong, you can't do this. She's from the Su family," Zheng Li pleaded desperately, clinging to the faint hope that the Su name might still hold some sway. "And what of it? The Su family is already in ruins. Do you really think they still command the same respect? After tonight, they'll be finished for good." Tong Yu scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Zheng Li's mind reeled in chaos. Pai Yong, hurry. They've taken Director Su." She screamed into the void. Tong Yu threw back his head in laughter, yanking her against him, his thick lips seeking her face. "Damn it. Director Su is out of my reach, but you'll do just fine. Save your energy, you'll need it later." The room erupted in raucous laughter, the men's voices like a pack of wolves circling their prey. With a sharp rip, Tong Yu tore through Zheng Li's clothing. She gritted her teeth, thrashing wildly, but she was no match for his strength. "Come on, sweetheart, let us enjoy ourselves. And if I'm not enough for you, there are plenty of others here to help." He hauled her toward an inner chamber, where a bed stood waiting. As Zheng Li was flung onto the mattress, Tong Yu hastily stripped off his own clothes, his grin predatory. "You guessed right, there was something in the wine. Now, you're going to help me work it off." His pants hit the floor, and he lunged at her like a bear, pinning her down as she tried to scramble away. Fabric shredded under his grasp. Zheng Li's cries of despair filling the air. She fought with every ounce of strength, but the drugs surging through Tong Yu's veins made him unnaturally strong. As her last defenses were torn away, her fate hung by a thread. Laughed menacingly, breathing heavily as a filthy hand reached for her only semblance of modesty. Zhang Li was utterly despondent, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a series of loud crashes echoed from outside, and the man atop her was suddenly hurled away, crashing violently against the wall and collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. Before her eyes, a familiar figure emerged. Zheng Li, on the brink of collapse, finally broke down in tears. Pai Yangyang hastily grabbed a sheet and draped it over Zheng Li, his voice solemn as he inquired, "Where is Su Xueqing?" "President Su has been taken away. I don't know where she is." Zheng Li trembled, gripping the sheet in terror. Pai Yangyang immediately turned his gaze to the corner where Tong Yu leaned, stomping his foot onto the man's thigh and coldly demanding, "Speak. Where is Su Xueqing?" Tong Yu, disoriented and in agony, coughed up blood while glaring at Pai Yangyang with a twisted expression, sneering, "Su Xueqing, she's likely enjoying herself right now." Before he could finish, Pai Yangyang's foot pressed down with sudden force, a sickening crack resounding as the bone shattered, eliciting a piercing scream. "Su Xueqing, where is she?" Pai Yangyang's voice grew colder, his eyes radiating lethal intent. He lifted his foot slightly, now targeting Tong Yu's other thigh. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle. That person, you cannot afford to provoke." Tong Yu trembled in pain, his words stammering. Although his eyes brimmed with profound fear, he remained resolute in withholding Su Xueqing's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang stomped down again, the sound of another fracture ringing out as Tong Yu shrieked in agony. "I will ask you one last time. Where is she?" The same question, but this time, Pai Yangyang aimed at Tong Yu's groin. Overwhelmed by terror, Tong Yu felt a wave of deathly dread rise within him. He now fully believed that if he did not reveal Su Xueqing's location, this man before him would indeed kill him. In the red building behind. Before he could finish, Pai Yangyang kicked him hard on the jaw. Tong Yu could not even groan before losing consciousness. "Can you walk?" Pai Yangyang turned to Zheng Li and asked. Zheng Li, panicked, nodded. "You don't need to worry about me. Go save President Su." Without further ado, Pai Yangyang departed. Inside a room in the red building, Su Xueqing, feeling feverish and disoriented, was tossed onto the bed by two burly men. A camera was already set up by the bedside. Yifenglio's face contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with malevolent fury as he fixed a piercing gaze on Su Xueqing, who lay helplessly on the bed. Grabbing a bottle of liquor, he gulped down nearly half of it in one go. "Su Xueqing, how dare you disregard my affections? I have liked you for so many years, yet you never even glanced my way. To humiliate me at my engagement banquet with that worthless Pai Yangyang." He spoke with fervor as he placed the bottle down, his crimson eyes fixated on the bed. "Tonight, I shall make you my woman. You will learn that anything I, Yifengliu, set my sights upon, no one can wrest from my grasp." Approaching the bed, his bloodshot gaze lingered on Su Xueqing's exquisitely enchanting visage. Not rushing to take action. "Do you see? I have prepared a special show for you today. I will record your every movement in bed, so you can savor it at your leisure." He chuckled triumphantly, gesturing towards the camera, his expression turning sinister, eyes glinting with malevolence as he drew nearer to the bed. Suddenly, amidst her haze of consciousness, Su Xueqing stirred, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. Panic surged within her as she realized she was unable to move. Even to twitch a finger proved impossible. At that moment, a flicker of awareness returned, and memories of her drinking flooded back, filling her with dread and urgency. She comprehended her precarious situation. As a seasoned professional, she had heard tales of such treachery. Struggling to turn her head, she was met with the sight of Yifengliu, a grotesque expression etched on his face, coldly observing her. Her gaze fell upon the camera positioned by the bed. "Yifengliu, what are you doing here?" she stammered, her words slurred with fear. He sneered, tearing off his tie and tossing it to the ground, then ripping open his shirt, leering at her as he declared, "Su Xueqing, what do you think I want? Of course it is you. You scoundrel." She spat, attempting to rise, but her body betrayed her, devoid of strength, rendering her struggles futile. "You wretched woman." Yifenglio's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. "What makes you think you are above me? You would rather consort with that divorced waste, Pai Yangyang, than accept my hand. I see you for what you are, a shameless creature. Tonight, I shall have you, and you will learn that anything I, Yifengliu, desire, I shall possess." His words grew more fervent, excitement coursing through him as the thrill of controlling Su Xueqing enveloped him, delaying his advance. Did you have someone drug my drink? Su Xueqing suddenly pieced it together, her voice laced with resentment. Now you understand? Indeed. It was I who arranged for the drug to be slipped into your drink. It is quite potent. Soon you will experience its effects. Alas, you will forever be reduced to a fool. Yi Fenglio's face twisted into a grotesque sneer as he spread his arms, ready to pounce upon Su Xueqing. Realizing the truth, Su Xueqing felt despair wash over her, the weight of her fate crashing down, and in a fit of rage and panic, she succumbed to unconsciousness. A loud crash echoed as the door flew open. Yi Fenglu jumped back in fright, turning to see Pai Yangyang, his face flushed with fury, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he glared in their direction. As he beheld the disheveled Su Xueqing on the bed, a profound heaviness settled in his heart. His countenance darkened abruptly, and his gaze, sharp as twin blades, fixed menacingly upon Yi Fenglu. An inexplicable chill coursed through Yi Fenglu, yet he swiftly regained his haughty demeanor, glaring fiercely at Pai Yangyang. You're just in time, you useless fool. Today, right before your eyes, I shall take this wretched woman to bed. After all, you are a green-haired turtle. What's one more green hat to you? If that's insufficient, I have several bodyguards outside who would be more than willing to indulge you. Recalling the humiliation endured in the hotel, Yi Fenglu felt an overwhelming urge to rend Pai Yangyang limb from limb. However, the thought of bedding Su Xueqing in front of Pai Yangyang was even more satisfying. You seek death. The words, pronounced with deliberate intensity, spilled forth from between clenched teeth, each syllable imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Although his relationship with Su Xueqing was merely contractual, he could not tolerate such indignity inflicted upon any woman, even one he barely knew. Yi Fenglu, undaunted, retorted furiously, "It is you who is courting death." He then turned his gaze towards the doorway, bellowing, "Someone, find this useless wretch. I want him to witness this woman being toyed with." Yet, as his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the outside. Yi Fenglio's heart sank, a foreboding feeling washing over him. "Where have those fools gone?" he shouted again. Pai Yangyang cast a derisive glance at him, coldly stating, "No need to waste your breath. They can't hear you." Realization dawned on Yi Fenglu, disbelief coursing through him as he grasped that the ridiculed Pai Yangyang possessed the prowess to defeat the 4 formidable bodyguards he had brought along. Humph, useless fool. Even without them, killing you would be a mere trifle. Yi Fenglu felt no fear, his fists slowly clenching as he glared at Pai Yangyang with malevolence. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Pai Yangyang's face. The Yi family was renowned for martial arts, and Yi Fenglu was no stranger to combat. The Yi family's boxing techniques were unrivaled across the 6 southern provinces, consistently securing top honors in the annual tournament. Though he had lived a life of debauchery, the pressure from his grandfather and father had compelled him to practice martial arts. His punch was executed with remarkable technique, even producing a sound akin to the wind cutting through the air. For an ordinary opponent, this blow could easily result in severe injury. He regarded the somewhat frail Pai Yangyang with utter disdain. The punch, fueled by rage, descended like a thunderbolt. Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a cold smirk. And just as the fist drew within a foot of his face, his left hand moved with startling swiftness. In a stunning turn of events, Yi Fenglu found his fist caught in Pai Yangyang's grasp, the force of his strike dissipating into nothingness. As astonishment washed over him, he heard the ominous crack of bones breaking near his ear. A searing pain shot through his fist, radiating throughout his entire body. And Yi Fenglio's face paled as beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, cascaded down his brow. He gazed in terror at his captured fist, which had grotesquely contorted. The 5 fingers twisted into a tangle, crushed into a mass. "Is this the extent of your strength? Do you dare to act recklessly?" Pai Yangyang slowly released his grip. Yi Fenglu hastily withdrew his hand, trembling all over, glaring at Pai Yangyang with gritted teeth, and said, "Do you dare to strike me?" Slap. Without warning, a resounding slap landed on his face, leaving him dazed, stars dancing before his eyes as he spun 3 times before regaining his balance. "I strike at beasts. Pai Yangyang. Do not presume that just because that old man Lei spoke a few words for you in the hotel, you can disregard the Yi family. Let me inform you. With the power of the Yi family, crushing you is as simple as squashing an ant." Yi Fenglu spoke through clenched teeth, his hatred palpable. Bang! As soon as the words left his lips, Pai Yangyang delivered a sudden kick to his abdomen. With a muffled groan, Yi Fenglu was sent flying, crashing against a chair. Agony etched across his face. I despise being threatened. I advise you to contemplate how to preserve your own life before devising plans to deal with me. Pai Yangyang regarded him with disdain, slowly approaching and bending down to look at him. What? What do you intend to do? Yi Fenglu finally felt fear creeping in, his voice quivering. His right hand throbbed with pain, his insides churning, and his face burned with intense discomfort. All remnants of his earlier bravado vanished. What am I to do? A filthy creature like you should not remain in this world, for you would only bring calamity. Rather than allow you to seek revenge in the future, it would be better to eliminate you now. As he spoke, his right foot slowly lifted. Please, do not kill me. A terrified cry escaped him, accompanied by a stream of yellow liquid flowing from his groin, filling the room with a foul stench. Pai Yaoyang pinched his nose, casting a disdainful glance at him. Just as he prepared to stomp down, when he suddenly heard Su Xueqing emit a painful groan from the bed. He immediately turned to look at her. Upon seeing Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang's brow furrowed. He discerned that the poison afflicting her was extremely severe. If not dealt with promptly, it could infiltrate her brain, resulting in permanent damage. Though he longed to incapacitate Yi Fenglu, he could not afford to let Su Xueqing suffer any lingering risks. Without casting another glance at Yi Fenglu, Pai Yangyang resolved to carry Su Xueqing away. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he reached out to retrieve the memory card from the camera before lifting the still unconscious Su Xueqing and striding away. In that fleeting moment of physical contact with her, Pai Yangyang felt a stirring within his heart. This long-forgotten sensation momentarily distracted him. However, he quickly regained control over his tumultuous emotions and continued forward with Su Xueqing in his arms. Behind him, Yi Fengliu's face twisted in rage, the hatred in his eyes deeper than the ocean. Pai Yangyang, one day, I shall end your life. He seethed through gritted teeth, instinctively slamming his right hand down onto the ground. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the entire Red Mansion. Is President Su all right? Pai Yangyang, cradling Su Xueqing as they descended the stairs, was approached by the panicked Zhengli, who inquired with evident concern. She is fine, merely unconscious. We must return. I will help her regain her senses, Pai Yangyang responded solemnly. Oh, all right, let us hurry back. Zheng Li's lingering fear had not yet subsided. She yearned to leave at once, not wishing to linger even a moment longer. Once outside the villa, Pai Yangyang carefully placed Su Xueqing in the back seat, with Zheng Li supporting her. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing remained in a stupor, and both Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang maintained a heavy silence. However, Zheng Li's gaze towards the driving Pai Yangyang began to shift in an unusual manner. Previously, she had looked down upon him, believing that if Su Xueqing required a facade, she ought to choose someone more presentable. Like most, she regarded Pai Yangyang as a mere freeloader, a good-for-nothing, a charlatan. Yet, after this incident, her perception of him underwent a complete transformation. Had it not been for this so-called freeloader, what fate might she and Su Xueqing have faced today? The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Thank you, she said, her eyes firmly locked on the back of Pai Yangyang's head. Finally managing to utter those 3 words, Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, no need for thanks. As Miss Su's employee, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, then silently chuckled wryly. Upon returning to the villa, Xiongda and Xiong'er stared in horror at the sight of Pai Yangyang holding the unconscious Su Xueqing, while Zheng Li, still teary-eyed, looked dazed. Several servants, too, dared not speak, their eyes wide in astonishment as they observed the trio. Let us take President Su to the 3rd floor. Zheng Li contemplated before speaking. Pai Yangyang glanced toward the staircase and remarked, Didn't you say I wasn't allowed on the 3rd floor? What time is it? Are you suggesting President Su change in the living room? Zheng Li shot him a glare. Very well, since you insist, should she awaken and seek me out for trouble, you shall bear the consequences, Pai Yangyang stated. Zheng Li, still in a tumult of emotions, didn't he wish to engage further, retorting curtly, I'll handle it. Carrying Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang ascended to the 3rd floor. This was his first time entering Su Xueqing's bedroom. Upon entering, he immediately noticed several articles of clothing scattered haphazardly across the bed, including a few lacy undergarments. This woman, who usually appeared so neat and refined, possessed such a hidden side. Zheng Li, too, seemed taken aback by the scene within the room. With a gasp, she hurriedly began to tidy up. However, in her flurry, she forgot that she was wrapped in a bedsheet, and as she loosened her grip, it dramatically fell away, revealing her completely to Pai Yangyang. Ah, don't look, she shrieked, hastily pulling the sheet back and frantically grasping at the disarray of clothing on the bed. As she threw aside the blanket, Pa Yagyong felt a rush of warmth in his lower abdomen, an itch in his nose, as if a tide of something was about to spill forth. Who would have thought this seemingly composed woman had such depth? Put down General Su at once, Zhengli exclaimed, her voice a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she noticed him lost in thought, his gaze fixed on her despite holding Su Xueqing. Pa Yangyang, startled from his reverie, hastily laid Su Xueqing on the bed. I'll change my clothes first, and later I'll have Annie brew a hangover soup. Zhengli tightly clutched the bedspread as she spoke to him. The hangover soup is of no use. She is not merely drunk, but has been drugged. Pa Yangyang replied nonchalantly, I'll fetch a needle from the car. A quick injection will suffice. Zhengli gazed at him with a peculiar expression and stammered, a needle? I warn you, do not take advantage of her. Pa Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, a furrowed brow adorning his forehead. Do I really seem like someone who would exploit a situation? Indeed, Zhengli replied without hesitation. Struck speechless, Pa Yangyang retrieved a needle from the car, while Zhengli swiftly changed her attire and hurried back. Upon seeing him produce a silver needle, she skeptically inquired, really? Will just one injection bring her back to consciousness? Of course, bring me a bowl, Pa Yangyang said, not lifting his gaze from the bed. What do you need a bowl for? Zhengli asked, curiosity piqued. Pa Yangyang explained, I'll need to draw some blood. You can't expect me to let it spill on the floor, can you? Draw blood? Zhengli gasped in surprise. Just a few drops. Nothing more than what you had the first time. Pa Yangyang replied casually. Oh, that's a relief. Zhengli exhaled, turning to head downstairs for a bowl. However, as she reached the doorway, a sudden realization struck her, and she turned back. Suspicion etched on her face as she coldly asked, What did you just say about the first time? Pa Yangyang turned to her with a mischievous smile. You're a woman, surely you understand? You rogue. Zhengli's face flushed with embarrassment as she comprehended his words, and she scolded him angrily. Pa Yangyang shrugged. Are you going to fetch the bowl or not? If not, I'll proceed with the injection directly, and when there's blood everywhere. You can explain it to her once she awakens. Fuming, Zhengli gritted her teeth and stormed downstairs to retrieve a bowl. Pa Yangyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he gently grasped Su Xueqing's hand, shifting it closer to the edge of the bed. Although Su Xueqing had previously taken his hand willingly on several occasions, each time had left him feeling anxious and unsettled. Now, as he held her hand, the warmth and softness of her skin stirred a sense of unease within him. The first beauty of Qingjiang, her flawless visage and graceful form, even her skin, was as smooth and tender as jade, a delightful sensation to the touch. Zhengli, holding the bowl, noticed Pa Yangyang lost in thought and snapped, What are you doing? Why haven't you injected her yet? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Snapping back to reality, Pa Yangyang, with a bold demeanor, replied, Do you think this injection is so simple? I need to prepare and find the right spot, don't I? Zhengli felt something was off about his words. Yet she couldn't pinpoint the flaw. Resigned, she asked, So, are you ready to proceed? With a silent smile, Pa Yangyang gently grasped Su Xueqing's wrist, swiftly plunging a silver needle, as quick as lightning, into her tiger's mouth. The needle, measuring 9 points in length, penetrated the skin for less than 2 points. Zhengli, filled with terror, discovered that as Pa Yangyang subtly twisted the needle, its shaft rapidly darkened from bottom to top. This was poisoning. Although Zhengli lacked medical knowledge, she had seen scenes of poison testing with silver needles on television. Thus, upon witnessing the needle turn black, she immediately comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly poison. However, it was not lethal. It merely induced hallucinations, faintness, and an utter loss of strength. Pa Yangyang calmly elucidated. He then withdrew the silver needle, a small bead of dark blood appearing at its tip, placing his left hand gently on Su Xueqing's arm. A surge of true energy flowed from his palm into her body. As the true energy surged in, the blood bead at the tiger's mouth grew larger, ultimately dripping into a bowl. Yet, soon after, another blood bead emerged. At this moment, Zhengli fell silent. She had come to believe that Pa Yangyang could indeed detoxify Su Xueqing. After all, she had witnessed similar detoxification scenes on television. One by one, the blood beads dripped down, totaling over 10, gradually transitioning to a vivid crimson hue. Only after the blood beads returned to their normal red color did Pa Yangyang release his grip, stating, It's all right now. Zhengli looked at Su Xueqing with suspicion and inquired, But she still hasn't awakened? Pa Yangyang carefully stored the silver needle and gently brushed Su Xueqing's forehead. Mm. In her slumber, Su Xueqing emitted a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Zheng Li, filled with joy, was about to call out to her, but unexpectedly, Su Xueqing sat up abruptly, fearfully exclaiming, "Don't come near me." Simultaneously, she began to retreat. "Miss Su, it's us. We're at home." "You're safe now," Zhang Li exclaimed, startled, and quickly reassured her. Su Xueqing paused for a moment, scanning the room, her gaze landing on Pa Yaoyang. And she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Didn't I say you weren't allowed on the third floor?" Pa Yaoyang offered a wry smile, looking at Zheng Li with open hands. "Miss Su, this time it's not his fault. I asked him to come up," Zheng Li hastily explained, moving to fetch a pillow and placing it against her back. "You asked him to come up? Why?" Su Xueqing questioned in confusion. Zheng Li replied, "Miss Su, we owe him our gratitude today. Otherwise, the two of us, we cannot fathom what the outcome would have been." "Owe him gratitude?" Su Xueqing cradled her head in her hands, as if striving to recall something. "Yes, you drank the wine that Tong Yu gave you, and it was laced with drugs. You were abducted, and Tong Yu also intended to. To me, if not for Pa Yaoyang, we would both be doomed." Zheng Li patiently elucidated. "I remember now. It was Yifeng Liu. Where's Yifeng Liu? I want to kill him." Su Xueqing suddenly recalled fragments of her abduction to Yifeng Liu's room, her excitement surging. "Yifeng Liu?" Zheng Li was taken aback. She was unaware of the events that transpired after Su Xueqing's abduction. She had naively assumed it was merely Tong Yu's trap, not realizing there were also matters concerning Yifeng Liu. It was Yifeng Liu. Everything was orchestrated by him. Pa Yaoyang remarked beside her. Zheng Li immediately understood, her body trembling with fury. How despicable of Yifeng Liu. Pa Yaoyang turned to Su Xueqing and said, "Do not be agitated. I have dealt with Yifeng Liu. He will not dare to trouble you again. You are in a fragile state, so it would be best for you to rest." With that, he turned to leave. "Thank you." Su Xueqing, now enlightened, expressed her gratitude as she watched his retreating figure. Although she was still unclear about the exact events that had transpired, she felt safe at home, and Zheng Li had mentioned that it was Pa Yaoyang who had come to her aid, which filled her with appreciation for this man. "No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my duties as your employer," Pa Yaoyang replied nonchalantly before exiting. At the moment he turned, the darkness on the silver needle in his hand gradually dissipated, transforming into a light black mist that floated away into nothingness. Su Xueqing pulled Zheng Li close, embracing her tightly, trembling with residual fear as she said, "Sisterly, you scared me to death." Zheng Li, holding her close, pondered thoughtfully. "We must truly thank him today. If he hadn't reminded me to set my phone to call mode early on, and if he hadn't arrived in time, we would have both been in grave danger." Su Xueqing nodded. He was remarkably attentive, considering everything. "President Su, you didn't see how fierce he was when he fought. I always thought he was just a pampered pretty boy, a good-for-nothing. Now it seems I may have been mistaken." Zheng Li mused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Xueqing looked at her curiously, "Sisterly, is this the first time you've given such high praise to a man?" Zheng Li paused, then exclaimed, slightly flustered, "He saved us today. However, his rogue demeanor is still quite bothersome." Su Xueqing responded, "Some may appear roguish yet possess a pure heart, while others seem virtuous but harbor filth within. If given a choice, which would you prefer?" Zheng Li turned to her, a hint of suspicion in her eyes as she asked, "President Su, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for him, can you?" Su Xueqing did not respond but instead said, "Stay with me tonight. I am still frightened." Pa Yaoyang returned to his room, took a cold shower, and sat cross-legged on his bed. After his meditation on Mount Luohan, where he attempted to cultivate the 9 Xian Yuqing technique, he experienced an invigorating clarity, as if a fog had been lifted from his mind. Upon finishing the book, he was profoundly astonished. Though it was merely a manual on cultivation, its contents were vast and boundless. As he began to practice this technique, visions of starry seas and an infinite universe unfolded before him. It felt as though he were suspended in the clouds, surveying all beings and gesturing towards the expanse of the world. After his meditation, he felt a sense of fullness and ease, his blood and muscles resonating like majestic mountains and vast oceans. He wondered why such a remarkable technique had not been presented to him earlier by his master, but was only revealed after he was expelled by the Qin family. Soon, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, with a faint mist swirling above his head. Meanwhile, the scene at the Yi family was quite different. "Are you saying that the one who assaulted you is Pa Yaoyang?" After hearing Yi Fenglio's tearful account, Yi Yuanyang asked in astonishment. Yes, it was him. While I was resting at Sui Villa, he barged in unannounced and brutally attacked me, even threatening to kill me. Yi Fenglio's face was swollen on one side, his right hand encased in plaster and suspended against his chest, creating a pitiful sight. Yi Fenglio's mother, Xia Fang, wept beside him. Yuanyang, our son has never been beaten before. We have never even dared to strike him. Now, look at him, in this state. And we don't even know if his hand will fully recover. You must avenge our son's grievance. Oomph, that boy is too audacious. Does he really think the Yi family is easy to bully? Yi Yuanyang slammed his palm on the table, his voice filled with rage. Eldest brother. Xiao Lu was attacked at Suiwei Villa. Zhao Jinggang bears responsibility in this matter too. Spoke Yi Yuanxing, the fifth brother of the Yi family. The Yi family consisted of 7 brothers, known as the 7 heroes of the Yi family, renowned in Xinjiang. Yi Yuanxing had the closest relationship with Yi Yuanyang. So upon hearing of Yi Fenglio's troubles, he rushed over immediately. Father, fifth uncle is right. I was assaulted on Zhao Jingang's territory, and he is also accountable. Yi Fenglio quickly recalled and added, All right, tomorrow I will summon Zhao Jinggang and head to the Su family. Let us see how they explain this. The following morning, Pai Yangyang awoke from his meditation, brimming with vitality. As he got up and descended the stairs, he was surprised to find Su Xueqing and Zheng Li already seated in the living room. Su Xueqing appeared somewhat haggard, her hair a bit disheveled. She was flipping through a notebook, seemingly searching for something. Why aren't you resting a bit longer? What are you looking at so early in the morning? Pai Yangyang approached, glanced over, and inquired. Su Xueqing replied, How can I rest? 3 days have passed, and there is still no progress on the funding issue. I must devise a plan swiftly to secure funding. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, Is this position of CEO truly that significant to you? Su Xueqing raised her gaze to him and earnestly replied, It is not the title of CEO that matters to me, but rather the survival of the Su group. Furthermore, I have always been regarded as my grandfather's most esteemed descendant. He has granted me this opportunity, and I do not wish to disappoint him. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in silence, realizing that when this woman is earnest, her beauty transcends the skyline. Why do you look at me like that? Is it because I didn't wear makeup today and appear unsightly? Su Xueqing asked, slightly flustered by his stare. No. Whether you wear makeup or not, you are never unattractive. Pai Yangyang quickly responded, shaken from his reverie. Zheng Li shot him a glance. Is that all? Have you ever encountered a woman more beautiful than President Su? Pai Yangyang rubbed his nose, chuckling softly, and refrained from answering, instead stating, There are still 12 days left. No need to fret. Where there's a will, there's a way. Su Xueqing let out a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. It's easy to say, but we are talking about 500 million. The Su family is already in dire straits, and no one is willing to take the risk to invest in us. Turning, Pai Yangyang made his way to the dining room, hunger driving him to fill his stomach first. Such a glutton, Zheng Li muttered under her breath. Su Xueqing cast her a glance and gently remarked, He saved you yesterday. It's not fair to speak of him like that. Zheng Li chuckled softly, eyeing her oddly. Are you defending him now? Let us go. It's time for breakfast, Su Xueqing said, her eyes shimmering as she rose. However, just as she prepared to head to the dining room, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression changed dramatically after listening for a few seconds. What's wrong? What happened? Zheng Li asked, noticing her sudden change in demeanor. My grandfather has summoned me back to the old Su residence immediately, he says. The Yi family has come to confront us, and they've brought reporters. I need to take Pai Yangyang along to clarify. Su Xueqing spoke in a flustered tone. Zheng Li was instantly incensed. How dare the Yi family come here to confront us? They have some nerve. Su Xueqing forced a wry smile. What can we do? The Yi family is powerful, and in Xinjiang, their word is law. So, are you planning to return? Zheng Li asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Su Xueqing affirmed, Of course. It's my grandfather calling. How could I not return? Besides, I still need to settle accounts with Yi Fenglio regarding yesterday's incident. Yes, he must be held accountable. His despicable actions cannot go unaddressed. The two continued their conversation as they entered the dining room. Pai Yangyang, busy devouring an egg, glanced at their furious expressions and, feeling a bit guilty, remarked, I didn't wait for you both for breakfast. There's no need to be so upset. Su Xueqing was taken aback and then replied, It has nothing to do with you. Zheng Li remarked, How can this not concern him? He was an eyewitness yesterday. Moreover, the Yi family has come to seek retribution, undoubtedly due to the incident involving Yi Fenglu being assaulted, which makes it all the more relevant to him. Su Xueqing cast several meaningful glances, yet Zhang Li continued her tirade unabated. The Yi family is here to seek justice? Whose justice? Pai Yaoyang wore a bewildered expression. Su Xueqing replied, "It remains unclear at this moment. My grandfather just called and insisted that I return home immediately." After taking a sip of milk, Pai Yaoyang stated, "Li Mama did not speak in vain. This matter indeed pertains to me, for I am the one who struck him. I shall accompany you back." Su Xueqing nodded. "Very well, but you must remember to avoid further conflict with the Yi family." Zhang Li's eyes widened as she fixed a fierce glare on Pai Yaoyang. "What did you just call me?" Before Pai Yaoyang could respond, Su Xueqing inquired with surprise, "What did he call you?" "Let him explain for himself," Zhang Li retorted sharply. Pai Yaoyang, feeling somewhat guilty, chuckled nervously and made his way towards the door, saying, "I will prepare the vehicle and wait for you outside." Zhang Li rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Su Xueqing, curious, asked, "What did he call you that has you so upset?" "He called me Li Mama." "Am I that old and unattractive?" Zhang Li exclaimed in indignation. Su Xueqing paused, then burst into laughter. "He didn't mean it that way. He was comparing you to the character Wrong Mama from the television series." "Ha ha ha, this is too funny, Li Mama." In that moment, they completely forgot that the Yi family was at the Su family's ancestral home, waiting to confront her. Zhang Li's expression darkened further. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the open door, biting into her bread as if it were Pai Yaoyang himself. Upon exiting the villa, Pai Yaoyang immediately dialed Gu Tianxiang's number. "Miss Gu, do you know any journalists?" "Yes, my cousin is one." "Why do you need a journalist?" Gu Tianxiang asked curiously. "Oh, that is splendid. Please have your cousin rush to the Su family's ancestral home. There's a news scoop. As for the specifics, I shall explain later." Pai Yaoyang said, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "All right, I will contact her right away," Gu Tianxiang replied without further inquiry. After hanging up, Pai Yaoyang's lips curled into a cold smile. Today, a splendid drama is destined to unfold. In the old residence of the Su family, the Yi family and Zhao Jingang stood angrily in the courtyard. Overnight, Su Baobo appeared significantly aged, leaning on a cane and standing on the steps. He anxiously observed the wrathful Yi family and Zhao Jingang. Yi Fenglu lay in a chair, one hand suspended across his chest, one side of his face still swollen, while the other appeared pale, his entire body devoid of strength. In addition to the Yi family and Zhao Jingang, several reporters stood in the courtyard, shouldering cameras and recording the scene. The recent events at the hotel had left the Yi family feeling extremely humiliated. Fortunately, Thunder's final stance confirmed to the Yi family that he was not closely acquainted with the Su family. His words of support for the Su family were likely merely spontaneous. As for Pai Yaoyang, they could not fathom how Thunder would be associated with him. In their eyes, Pai Yaoyang was merely a freeloading man, a waste, a charlatan. If he were connected to Thunder, how could he have been expelled by the Qin family? Now that Yi Fenglu had been assaulted, the Yi family seized upon the opportunity to summon Zhao Jingang and the reporters, demanding justice from the Su family. Yi Yuanyang aimed to make this incident known throughout the city, to demonstrate that the Yi family could not be humiliated, thus restoring the dignity lost at the hotel. "Old Master Su, your family has caused a ruckus in my villa, injuring young Master Yi and General Tong from Sihai Investment, who is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Shouldn't the Su family provide me with an explanation?" Zhao Jingang said darkly, his tone icy. Renowned in Qijiang, Zhao Jingang was once a figure of the underworld, a former subordinate of Kai Wenshan, famously nicknamed Angry King Kong. In recent years, he had washed his hands of the underworld, established the Wentai Group, and opened the Zuwei Villa. With the Yi family's young master assaulted on his turf, he could not remain indifferent, not only because of the Yi family's immense influence, but also due to the importance of his establishment's reputation. If someone were assaulted at Zuwei Villa, and he turned a blind eye, who would dare to patronize it in the future? Could this be a misunderstanding? "How could my family possibly go to Zuwei Villa to cause trouble?" Su Baobo said cautiously. "A misunderstanding? The person has been beaten to such a state. General Tong's legs have been broken, and he is still in the hospital fighting for his life. Do you truly believe this is a misunderstanding?" Zhao Jingang pointed at Yi Fenglu, gritting his teeth. "Oh, it hurts so much. I think I'm dying." Yi Fenglu immediately joined in, wailing in apparent agony. The expressions of the Su family grew somewhat grim. If it were merely a few blows, it could be dismissed, but now the situation was dire. with his hands recovery uncertain, indeed a tragic affair. Old Master Su, you see for yourself, my son has been beaten to this extent. Shouldn't your family provide an explanation? Yi Yuanyang said, his expression chilling. Xiao Feng, wiping her tears, added, Xiao Lu has never suffered like this. How could Su Xueqing be so malicious? Unwilling to marry my son, yet resort to hiring someone to beat him to such a state? Su Xueqing, how could she possibly have someone attack young Master Yi? Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Su Jimin wore an expression of perplexity. He knew his daughter well, though headstrong. She would never engage in such outrageous behavior. Humph, it appears you intend to deny everything. The one who assaulted is Su Xueqing's paramour, Pai Yangyang. If you do not surrender him today, my Yi family will not relent. Yi Yuanxing exclaimed in a furious voice. Are you looking for me? Just as he finished speaking, a calm voice resonated. Everyone turned to the entrance, where Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li entered together. Grandfather, uncle, dad, aunt. Su Xueqing's complexion remained somewhat pale as she approached Su Baohua and greeted each one in turn. Su Jimin and Su Yu snorted softly, their expressions tinged with irritation. Su Baohua sighed lightly, shaking his head. Su Zhuan, suppressing his anger, remarked, Look at the mess you've created. Are you not going to relent until the Su family is utterly ruined? Su Xueqing gently bit her lip, turning her gaze towards Yi Fenglu, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon seeing Pai Yaoyang, the Yi family members resembled individuals who had encountered a sworn enemy, their anger boiling over. Pai Yaoyang. Yi Fenglu's eyes turned crimson, his teeth gritting in rage. You are the one who caused a commotion at my Tsuweiwei mountain villa and injured young Master Yi and General Tong, aren't you? Zhao Jingang immediately understood that the assailant of Yi Fenglu and Tong Yi was this young man named Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast him a nonchalant glance and inquired, Your Tsuweiwei mountain villa? Indeed, I am Zhao Jingang, the proprietor of Tsuweiwei mountain villa. You injured someone on my premises. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Zhao Jingang stated coldly, Just as well. If you didn't come to find me, I would have sought you out. However, Pai Yangyang displayed no fear. Instead, his voice deepened as he addressed Zhao Jingang. Zhao Jingang was taken aback, then retorted angrily, You caused trouble in my establishment, and yet you seek me out? Perfect. There are reporters here today. Let us discuss your assault with them. I wish to see how you justify your actions. Upon seeing the reporters, Su Xueqing felt a surge of anxiety. The Su family was already facing a storm. If any negative news emerged, her efforts to attract investment would be greatly hindered. Simultaneously, she did not wish for her experiences at Tsuweiwei Mountain Villa to become public knowledge. Although she had not been harmed, some truths could be unpleasantly interpreted, and rumors could easily spread. Yet, what use was worry? Given the current atmosphere from the Yi family, it was evident they intended to humiliate the Su family. I have my reasons for my actions. Yet you, as the owner of Tsuweiwei Mountain Villa, how do you ensure the safety of your patrons? Pai Yaoyang responded, displaying indifference as he coldly countered. Zhao Jingang's gaze hardened. Are you questioning me? Pai Yaoyang continued. Zhao Jingang, is it? Miss Su and Secretary Zheng entered your Tsuweiwei Mountain Villa for business. When they entered your establishment, were you not responsible for their safety? However, last night, they were drugged and nearly assaulted. As the owner, do you not bear any responsibility? Zhao Jingang was rendered speechless by the inquiry, but soon, in a fit of anger and humiliation, he shot back, utter nonsense. How could such a thing occur? Moreover, what connection does this have with young Master Yi? Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fenglu and retorted, because he is the principal perpetrator. Nonsense. As soon as Pai Yangyang's words fell, Yi Yuanxing erupted in fury, shouting at him, Young man, it seems you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. After assaulting young Master Yi, you dare to slander him. If you do not receive a lesson today, you will not know the true nature of danger. Zhao Jingang gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Esteemed journalists, you must report with fairness and impartiality. This violent assailant is not only exceedingly cruel but also engages in endless sophistry. Such scum must not be tolerated. Yi Yuanyang proclaimed loudly to the assembled reporters. These journalists had been hired by him, naturally aligning with the Yi family, and they nodded in agreement. A chilling smile crept across Yi Yuanyang's face as he felt assured that the news emanating from this place would undoubtedly tarnish the Su family's reputation. Step aside. I have heard there is a sensational story unfolding here. How could I miss it? However, as soon as Yi Yuanyang's words concluded, a hurried voice interjected, and a girl clad in vintage attire, microphone in hand, stumbled into the scene. Following her was a young man carrying a camera. Upon seeing these two, Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened, and he questioned sternly, "Who permitted your presence?" The girl pointed to her press badge on her chest and confidently declared, "I am Ouyang Yin, a reporter from Xinjiang TV. This is my colleague, photographer Lu Kai. We have come to cover the breaking news as is our duty as journalists." Yi Yuanyang, growing impatient, replied, "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Their uninvited presence irked him and instilled a sense of unease. Ouyang Yin was about to argue when Pai Yangyang scoffed. "Have you forgotten that this is the Su family estate? The master has not spoken. By what right do you presume to act on their behalf and chase us away?" Ouyang Yin promptly retorted, "Indeed, the Su family has not asked us to leave. By what authority do you drive us away? Could it be that there is something you wish to conceal from us?" Yi Yuanyang's expression soured significantly, and he begrudgingly conceded, "Fine, you may stay. However, you must report the truth." The corners of Pai Yangyang's mouth curled into a subtle smile as he cast a casual glance at Ouyang Yin. He was aware that this reporter was Gu Tianchuang's cousin. He had overheard the conversation between Su Xiueqing and Zhang Li in the villa and sensed that the involvement of the reporters summoned by the Yi family hinted at a more complex situation. He suspected that these journalists had been bribed. Thus, he had asked Gu Tianchuang for assistance in finding another reporter to visit the Su family's ancestral home, ensuring that regardless of how the Yi family distorted the truth, a factual report would remain. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a mere sense of curiosity, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Gu Tianchuang indeed had a reporter cousin. Zhao Jingang, already impatient, bristled at Pai Yangyang's earlier accusation of shared responsibility. His anger surged as he exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, why waste time with him? This brat assaulted young Master Yi and President Tong. The security at Suwei Mountain Villa can attest to that. Now let us see how to address this matter. Indeed, the perpetrator must be severely punished. Justice must be served for my son." Xia Fong gazed intently at Pai Yangyang, her voice trembling as she spoke. Yi Yuanqing fixed a fierce stare upon Pai Yangyang, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This incident is also related to the Su family, and they must kneel and apologize." The father and son of Su Baohua trembled, casting anxious glances at Pai Yangyang. "I was the one who struck him. Why should the Su family kneel?" Pai Yangyang replied coldly, "Ah, so you finally admit that you were the one who hit him." Yi Yuanqing's facial muscles twitched, his tone venomous. "Indeed, I did strike him," Pai Yangyang responded calmly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family were taken aback, with Su Xiueqing paling visibly and exclaiming in panic, "Pai Yangyang, you mustn't say such things." Pai Yangyang glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stated, "I am not speaking out of turn. I happened to record the incident while I was dealing with that scoundrel." As he uttered the words "that scoundrel," a playful smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, his gaze landing on Yi Fenglu. Yi Fengliu's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "You." Zhao Jingang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He had thought this young man to be formidable, yet it turned out he was merely a fool. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered someone who, after committing an act of violence, provided evidence to the other party. "Very well. It seems you have acknowledged the fact that you struck someone." He finally managed to stifle his laughter, looking at Pai Yangyang with disdain. "I have indeed admitted it." Pai Yangyang replied without hesitation, "What is there to be ashamed of? I merely dealt with two scoundrels." "Pai Yangyang, you." Su Xiueqing was growing frantic. Although she also believed Pai Yangyang had acted against scoundrels, publicly admitting it in front of the Yi family and so many reporters was inviting trouble. Zhang Li wore a grim expression, contemplating whether this man was insane. Yet Pai Yangyang appeared oblivious to their anxiousness, responding nonchalantly, "There is nothing to it. One must own up to their actions." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Jingang could not contain himself again, bursting into laughter. "Congratulations to the Su family. It seems you have gained an exceptional son-in-law. The future of the Su family looks promising." He regarded the Su family with a mocking expression. "You flatter me. It seems Boss Zhao has already recognized my excellence." Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The confusion was palpable, akin to a fruitless endeavor. Su Xiueqing was utterly stunned, feeling both awkward and distressed, her face aflame as though someone had slapped her. Today, the Su family would certainly make headlines once more. The reporters were equally dazed, momentarily forgetting their duties. Ouyang Yin looked at Pai Yangyang in shock, pondering, "Xiao Shuang sent me to assist a fool? Very well. As long as there is an admission." Yi Yuanyang wore a cold smile, turning his attention to Su Baohua and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on Su Xiueqing. The members of the Su family felt a chill run down their spines, uncertain of Yi Yuanyang's true intentions. At your engagement banquet, the Su family used this worthless individual to humiliate our Yi family. Yesterday, he incited violence against my son. All of this turmoil stems from Su Xueqing. Yi Yuanyang spoke coldly. Su Jiwen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slightly bent forward, nervously stated, "This matter arose due to my daughter, and I apologize on her behalf." Upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's admission of guilt, a wave of resentment surged within him. However, given the circumstances, he merely wished for a swift resolution. Apologize? Yi Yuanqing scoffed. Do you believe that a mere apology suffices? Su Jiwen hastily replied. We can cover all of Yi Xiao's medical expenses and offer compensation. Do you think the Yi family is in need of money? Are you attempting to extort us? Before Su Jiwen could finish, Yi Yuanqing interrupted with a disdainful snort. No, that is not my intention. Su Jiwen, flustered, struggled to find words. You members of the Su family must kneel and bow 3 times to my son, offering your apologies. Yi Yuanyang commanded coldly. The expressions of the Su family members shifted dramatically. Among those present, apart from Su Xueqing, all were elders of Yi Fenglu. Particularly, the venerable Su Baoguo was also present. If they were to bow to Yi Fenglu, where would they preserve their dignity? Yi Yuanyang, have you gone too far? Su Baoguo, who had remained silent, spoke through gritted teeth, his voice laced with hatred. Too far. Yi Yuanyang laughed coldly. This is merely the beginning. After you bow an apology, Su Xueqing must come to the Yi residence and attend to my son until he recovers. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengluo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to look at Su Xueqing, his gaze filled with eagerness. Su Xueqing's complexion instantly paled. The Yi family's demands represented the utmost humiliation for the Su family. As the third young lady of the Su family, being reduced to a maid in the Yi household would obliterate her reputation. How could she face the world if word of this spread? The Su family would never regain their standing in Xinjiang. Even Zhao Jingyang's eyes flickered momentarily. When it comes to ruthlessness, the Yi family reigns supreme. This is a quintessential example of striking at the heart. Yi Yuanyang is intent on completely annihilating the Su family. Nevertheless, he promptly concurred. What President Yi says is entirely reasonable. Su Xueqing serving Yi Xiao at the Yi residence is wholly justified. Su Jiming turned to Su Xueqing and said, Xueqing, it seems you must endure this hardship. But do not worry, once Yi Xiao's injuries heal, you will be free to return. Su Xueqing gritted her teeth, resolutely declaring, it was Yi Fenglu who sought to harm me first. Pai Yaoyang acted in self-defense. For me to apologize or serve him is utterly out of the question. Her voice rang out with conviction, her tone unwavering. Su Jiming's expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, Are you truly willing to plunge the Su family into peril without a care? Pai Yaoyang cast a glance at Su Xueqing, and upon witnessing her unwavering demeanor, his heart stirred ever so slightly. Enough of your meaningless chatter. You members of the Su family must kneel and apologize to young Master Yi. Zhao Jingang stated coldly. The members of the Su family were immediately engulfed in despair, each one seething with indignation yet rendered speechless. By what right do you demand that the Su family kneel? Pai Yangyang retorted calmly. It is the Yi family, along with you, Boss Zhao, who ought to be the ones to kneel. Yi Yuanqing, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Pai Yangyang, saying, I see you truly do not know your place. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he solemnly replied, Let us seek justice. Su Xueqing has been wronged, yet she is expected to kneel to her oppressor. Is there such a principle in this world? Su Xueqing trembled slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment, and a wave of emotion surged within her heart. This husband of hers was unwaveringly defending her. You speak nonsense. Where is your evidence that Yi Fenglu bullied Su Xueqing? Yi Yuanqing shouted furiously. Meanwhile, Yi Yuanyang addressed several reporters, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, take note. This individual is Pai Yaoyang, the son-in-law of the Su family. He has just admitted to assault, yet refuses to apologize, and continues to spout nonsense. Such a scoundrel, a wretch, must be severely punished. Where is justice? Where is morality? He spoke with fervor, filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, this man has caused chaos and injury at my villa. You must report the truth. Zhao Jingang proclaimed passionately. It seemed as if the Su family were an irredeemable force of evil, and their elimination was necessary to quell public outrage. The reporters immediately engaged, thrusting their microphones toward Yi Fenglu. Mr. Yi, may I ask if you were the victim in this incident? How did you sustain your injuries? What transpired at that moment? Mr. Yi, justice resides within the hearts of the people. Please share your experience of being assaulted, for surely it will lead to fair treatment. These reporters, having received benefits from the Yi family, knew precisely how to redirect the ire toward Pai Yangyang. Yi Fenglu, with tears and snot, dramatically recounted the ordeal of his beating, conveniently omitting any mention of how he had thrown Su Xueqing onto the bed or attempted to toy with her. Everyone is aware that Pai Yangyang caused a scene at my engagement banquet, stealing my fiancée, Su Xueqing. Even then, he would not relent. While I was resting at Suwei Villa, he barged in and assaulted me. Yi Fenglu portrayed himself as a pitiable victim, shifting all blame onto Pai Yangyang. He is lying. That is not how it happened. Su Xueqing, realizing he had concealed the most critical details, grew anxious and shouted out. Yet, the reporters paid her no heed, continuing to swarm around Yi Fenglu for interviews. The Yi family could not help but feel a sense of triumph, as a sinister smile crept upon Yi Yuanyang's lips. The journalists present were all hired by him. How could they possibly assist the Su family? However, his expression soon darkened. Ouyang Yin, after observing for a moment, approached Su Xueqing with a microphone and inquired, "Miss Su, it appears you hold a differing perspective on Mr. Yi's statement. Could you elucidate the circumstances that transpired at that time?" At that moment, Su Xueqing recalled the humiliation of being drugged and delivered to Yi Fenglu's bed, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was like this. At that time, President Su and I were invited by Tong Yu, the head of Sihai Investments, to discuss an investment at Suiwei Villa. Unexpectedly, Tong Yu had drugged the drinks, and after President Su fell unconscious, his bodyguard took him away. As for me, I nearly fell victim to Tong Yu's advances. Zheng Li stepped forward, recounting the events of that night in meticulous detail. She did not hold back in revealing the words Tong Yu had uttered or the manner in which he had torn at her clothing. Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened, and he exclaimed furiously, "Journalist Ouyang, the Su family is clearly distorting the truth. As a journalist, you must discern right from wrong." Ouyang Yin replied, "Since this is a dispute, we cannot solely rely on your account, can we? You claim the Su family distorts the facts. But how can you prove that everything young Master Yi said is entirely true?" Yi Yuanyang was momentarily rendered speechless by Ouyang Yan's incisive questioning. A flicker of icy intent crossed his eyes as he coldly stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence is indefensible." A reporter swiftly approached Pai Yangyang with a microphone, asking, "Sir, may I inquire why you initially assaulted the victim? Do you now regret your actions?" Pai Yangyang glanced dismissively and replied, "That individual deserved to be struck. If I had not intervened, it would have been a disservice to justice. If I feel any regret, it is merely that I did not hit harder." The reporters were taken aback, and the expressions of Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanqing soured significantly as they glared at Pai Yangyang. "Dear colleagues, did you all hear that? He is the assailant, and yet he remains so brazen, even claiming he should have struck harder." Yi Yuanyang seized upon Pai Yangyang's indiscretions, addressing the reporters loudly. "Sir, you mentioned having recorded the incident. May I ask, where is that video?" A reporter suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Pai Yangyang. They sensed that they had indeed stumbled upon a significant story today. Furthermore, they hoped to impress the Yi family, perhaps earning some trifling reward in the process. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled as if a realization dawned upon him. "Thank you for the reminder, dear reporter. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten." He proceeded to retrieve the storage card containing the video he had taken in the Red Mansion. The entire assembly was momentarily stunned. Was there truly someone so foolish as to present their own incriminating evidence to the reporters? Did he wish for his demise to be more thorough? Yi Yuanyang chuckled, thinking, "What a fool, a quintessential example of someone whose intellect has yet to fully evolve." If this video of the assault is authentic, it would undeniably confirm the fact that Pai Yangyang was the aggressor. As the son-in-law of the Su family, there would be no escaping this reality. Who has a computer and a card reader? In the midst of a heavy silence filled with bewilderment, Pai Yangyang raised the storage card in his hand and inquired loudly. The Su family members looked on with furrowed brows, while Su Xueqing trembled slightly. She was acutely aware of the contents of the video. Although she was reluctant to allow Pai Yangyang to disclose the footage from that day, there was no alternative. Only this video could substantiate what Yi Fenglu had done and the reason behind Pai Yangyang's actions. Their eyes met, and Su Xueqing, with a conflicted heart, gently nodded in tacit agreement with Pai Yangyang's course of action. "No need for a computer. My camera can display it." Ouyang Yin interjected. The storage card was inserted into the camera, and the screen lit up. "Tonight, I will make you my woman. I want you to understand that anything Yi Fenglu, desire cannot be taken from me. Did you see that? Today, I've prepared a special show for you. I will record your appearance in bed for you to savor later. Su Xueqing, do you comprehend my intentions? Of course, I mean to take you. Now do you understand? Indeed, it was I who had them slip the drug into your drink. It's a potent substance. You will soon experience its effects. The only pity is that you will become a fool. The visuals were clear, with Yi Fenglu's vile and arrogant words laid bare. Su Xueqing's despair and helplessness were exposed before all. Listening to Yi Fenglu's lewd and repugnant voice in the video left everyone present in shock, especially when he confessed that he orchestrated the entire affair and that the nefarious drug was purchased by him personally. A chill ran through the crowd. Many gazes shifted toward Yi Fenglu, their expressions laden with incredulity. The faces of Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanqing turned exceedingly strange. If this video were to be leaked, the Yi family would face utter disgrace. Witnessing Yi Fenglu's despicable demeanor in the footage made one want to kick him. Yi Fenglu's face turned pale, trembling slightly. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His shifty eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear. The Su family quaked with rage, particularly Su Baohua, whose face turned ashen and whose hand gripped his cane trembled violently. Consequently, when the scene of Pai Yangyang violently assaulting Yi Fenglu appeared, they could not help but internally cheer, feeling that the punishment was indeed too lenient. Su Xueqing represented the greatest hope for the Su family. The most cherished third generation of Su Baohua, who had nearly fallen victim to Yi Fenglu's humiliation, potentially becoming a fool. Had it not been for Pai Yangyang, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Surprised? Astonished? When the video concluded, Pai Yangyang surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Yi Yuanyang as he remarked with amusement. The expressions of the Yi family and Zhao Jin gang were peculiar, their emotions shifting unpredictably. Even the irascible Yi Yuanqing felt as though he had swallowed a fly, disgusting and nauseating, with a desire to vomit that he could not fulfill. The reporters were also left in a stupor, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, mouths agape and eyes wide, rendered speechless. No one anticipated that the evidence of Pai Yangyang's assault would be so explosive. Although Su Xueqing felt both humiliated and indignant, she finally managed to prove Yi Fenglu's depravity and shamelessness, exposing the tyrannical and uncouth nature of the Yi family, leaving her with a slight sense of satisfaction. Witnessing Pai Yangyang's triumphant demeanor, Yi Yuanyang was engulfed in profound humiliation and rage. At that moment, he would have unhesitatingly pushed Pai Yangyang into an abyss if the ground had opened up beneath him. Clearly, this situation was exceedingly complex. While it was undeniably wrong for Mr. Pai to resort to violence, his actions during Ms. Su's moment of peril rendered them somewhat justifiable. I believe Mr. Pai not only acted without fault, but deserves to be honored as a model of chivalry in our society. We are sorely lacking in passionate and righteous youths like Mr. Pai. Ouyang Yin remarked with a tone rife with mockery after perusing the events. The faces of Yi Yuanyang, Yi Yuanqing, and Zhao Jingang turned an ashen shade, nearly causing them to spew blood on the spot. Just moments ago, they had laughed at Pai Yangyang, calling him a fool, only to realize that the real fool was themselves. The reporters they had summoned were manageable, but Ouyang Yin posed a more formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Yuanyang remained somewhat unconcerned. He believed that as long as he provided the necessary funds, Ouyang Yin would surely align with him. For now, he could only endure. Casting a furious glare at Yi Fenglu and bellowing, "You disgraceful fool! Look at the trouble you've caused. Reflect on your actions when you return home today. Do not venture outside until you comprehend the gravity of this situation." The Yi family was the foremost aristocracy in Xinjiang, and Yi Fenglu was the preferred heir of the third generation. Any negative reports about him could easily become fodder for competitors' attacks, jeopardizing the economic prosperity of the entire Yi family. Yi Fenglu trembled in trepidation, while Xiaofang clung to him, tears streaming down her cheeks. With tearful eyes, Xiaofang implored, "Our son was the one who was assaulted. His hand is ruined. Does the assailant bear no responsibility at all?" "Silence!" Yi Yuanyang shouted in a fit of rage, his irritation palpable. Xiaofang dared not utter another word, while Yi Fenglu remained mute as a grave. Esteemed reporters, today's incident is not yet fully investigated and should not be disseminated. Thank you for your efforts. I will ensure your compensation reaches you shortly. Yi Yuanyang lowered his tone, addressing the reporters. This statement was primarily directed at Ouyang Yin. However, before the reporters could respond, Pai Yangyang scoffed and remarked, "What? Are you attempting to silence them? Yi Yuanyang suppressed his inner fury and replied in a measured tone. There is undoubtedly much misunderstanding surrounding today's events. I am willing to settle this matter privately with the Su family. Settle privately? Su Baohua, now fully aware of the situation, straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on Yi Yuanyang, stating, "My granddaughter was nearly ruined by your son. And you expect to brush this aside with a private settlement? Have you forgotten how aggressive you were upon your arrival?" Initially, he believed Pai Yangyang had acted without cause, feeling an acute sense of guilt. The situation has shifted dramatically. Pai Yangyang has resorted to violence, all because Yi Fenglu sought to bully Su Xueqing, instantly placing him on the side of righteousness. He felt a surge of vindication. Yi Yuanyang's countenance fluctuated between red and pale, turmoil raging within him. Yet he dared not unleash his fury, merely stating, "As long as the Su family is willing to settle this privately, the grievances between the Yi and Su families can be resolved. Very well, a private settlement is possible, but let your son kneel and apologize to my granddaughter," Su Baohua declared, lifting his head and reclaiming the imposing aura befitting the head of one of the 5 great families. "You, do not go too far." Yi Yuanxing's face darkened instantly. "Are you asking our Yi family to kneel before your granddaughter? Old Master Su, do not forget that it was your Su family who called off the engagement first." Yi Yuanyang's expression soured significantly. The notion of the Yi family's heir kneeling before anyone, especially in front of so many reporters, was intolerable. Refusing to kneel? Then there is nothing more to discuss. Although your Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang, my Su family is not to be trifled with. Su Baohua's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, he was suppressing a fierce urge to unleash his pent-up frustration. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing's faces darkened as they glared at Su Baohua. Yet, Su Baohua stood resolute, undaunted. He had come to realize that the relationship between the Su and Yi families had irrevocably soured. There was no hope for reconciliation. Given the circumstances, it was better to adopt a stance of defiance, as it might preserve the dignity of the Su family. Only through this approach could the Yi family perceive that the Su family was not as easily bullied as they had presumed. Very well. It seems your Su family is determined to confront my Yi family to the bitter end. We shall see how this unfolds. Yi Yuanyang seethed with indignation. The prospect of asking Yi Fenglu to kneel before Su Xueqing was utterly out of the question. He firmly believed that the Su family could not leverage this video against Yi Fenglu. Not kneeling is acceptable. "Ouyang, will today's interview be aired on television tonight?" Pai Yangyang calmly inquired as he received the storage card from Ouyang Yan. News, after all, thrives on timely reporting. The recording is complete, and it can certainly be featured on the legal affairs segment tonight, Ouyang Yan assured confidently. You all. Yi Yuanyang was nearly driven to the brink of fury. If this incident were to air on television, the repercussions for the Yi family's reputation would be catastrophic, potentially shaking the very foundations of the clan, a burden Yi Yuanyang could not bear. "I understand that your Yi family wields immense power, but I have greater faith in the righteousness of the world. I wonder what the consequences would be if I provided this video to the police," Pai Yangyang remarked with a curious expression. Yi Yuanyang gritted his teeth in rage, veins bulging. Zhao Jinggang interjected, "Kid, do not push too far. Remember, you are facing the Yi family." Pai Yangyang cast a glance at him, dismissively stating, "If you had not spoken, I might have nearly forgotten about you." "You're Zhao, correct? Just imagine, wouldn't your resort become even more popular if it were featured on television?" Zhao Jingang's expression contorted, as if he had consumed something utterly repugnant. His discomfort palpable. This matter, if it were to be exposed, would undoubtedly have a profound impact on his Tsui mountain villa. To kneel or not to kneel? The storage card twirled between Pai Yangyang's fingers, posing a significant dilemma. The Su family, witnessing the discomfort etched on Yi Yuanyang and his companions' faces, let out a heavy sigh of relief. If he were to kneel, could this incident be resolved? Yi Yuanyang gritted his teeth, turning to Yi Fenglu, his face twitching violently. Clearly overwhelmed with agitation and fury, Pai Yangyang nodded indifferently, but only on the condition that they refrain from further provocations. "Dad, I will not kneel," Yi Fenglu exclaimed in a panic, hastily adding, "It's she who brought this ways to humiliate our Yi family. Why should I kneel before her? Foolish child. This is your own doing," Yi Yuanyang bellowed, striding forward to forcibly raise him, dragging him before Su Xueqing. "Kneel." Reluctantly, Yi Fenglu knelt, his jaw clenched tightly. The journalists were left dumbfounded. They yearned to capture this moment on film, but hesitated. Even if the Yi family knelt, they were still formidable. They certainly did not wish to find themselves unexpectedly dredged up from the depths of the Xinjiang River one day. However, Ouyang Yin, in contrast, was exhilarated. Quickly beckoning Lu Kai, record this. The Yi family is kneeling in apology. The eldest son of Xinjiang's foremost aristocracy kneeling before the Su family. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the entire city. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanqing shot Ouyang Yin a fierce glare, their hearts ablaze with fury, yet they could not unleash their wrath at that moment. They were acutely aware that in this society, there are two types of individuals one should never provoke: lawyers and journalists. Pai Yanyang retrieved his new phone and activated the camera mode, stepping back as if directing a scene with great professionalism. Young Master Yi, stand a bit straighter, yes. Don't look so grim. An apology should convey sincerity. The expressions of the Yi family darkened, overshadowed by a cloud of discontent. Was this a movie set? Moreover, merely kneeling would not suffice. An apology must be heartfelt. Pai Yanyang continuously adjusted his angles while earnestly advising them. I swear. Yi Fenglu erupted in anger, cursing as he attempted to rise. Yet, his shoulder was firmly pressed down by Yi Yuanyang. Apologize. The words were nearly squeezed from between Yi Yuanyang's clenched teeth. All the humiliation coalesced into a surging tide of indignation, which he had to suppress with great difficulty. After all, should the events captured in the video be disseminated, it would wreak havoc on the Yi family. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Fenglu's future could very well be ruined. Veins bulged on Yi Fenglu's forehead, his throat bobbing up and down. His eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting with blood. I'm sorry. He trembled, enduring the boundless humiliation, grinding out those three words. That is more like it. It shows, young master, Yi still possesses a heart for repentance. Pai Yanyang replied, satisfied as he lowered his phone, smiling. Can we leave now? Yi Yuanyang longed to depart from this place at once. Pai Anjiang regarded the astonished Zhao Jingang with an air of calm, gesturing with his phone as he spoke. Mr. Zhao, do you truly believe that in light of such events occurring on your premises, you bear no responsibility whatsoever? Zhao Jingang's facial muscles twitched violently as he turned to face Su Shiueching, his voice low and somber. Miss Su, I apologize. Pai Anjiang approached Su Shiueching and inquired, are you satisfied with their attitude? At that moment, a tempest brewed within Su Shiueching's heart. She could scarcely fathom that Yi Fenglu would kneel before her, offering an apology. Her lips trembled as she replied, let them go. Pai Anjiang glanced at Yi Yuanyang, urging, you all can leave. Yi Yuanqing let out a heavy grunt, moving to assist Yi Fenglu, and together with the reporters, they departed from the Su family estate. Covered in dust and shame. Ouyang journalists, thank you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. In the courtyard. Only the Su family and Ouyang Yin with Lu Kai remained. Ouyang Yin smiled gently, nodding as she said, very well, I shall look forward to it. With that, she cast a lingering glance at Su Shiueching before leaving the Su family residence with Lu Kai. Just as Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai stepped out of the courtyard, Su Shiueching could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. The grievances she had endured at Suiwei Villa, coupled with the aggressive threats from the Yi family upon her return to the Su residence, had pushed her emotions to the brink. In that moment, she could no longer restrain herself, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Li hurriedly embraced her, weeping alongside her. Shiueching, you have suffered. It was your grandfather's misunderstanding. At that moment, Su Baoguo exhaled deeply, relaxing visibly. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Shiueching choked out, Grandfather, it is not your fault. Su Baoguo turned to Pai Anjiang and said, Xiao Pai, thank you as well. Pai Anjiang smiled faintly, it is nothing, as Su Shiueching's husband. It is my duty to protect her. Father, today's incident will not be easily forgotten by the Yi family. I fear we may face relentless troubles ahead. Su Jiwen expressed his concerns. Su Baoguo shot him a fierce glare, retorting angrily, Shiueching is your daughter. She nearly met her demise at the hands of Yi Fenglu. And yet you worry about the Yi family's retaliation instead of your own daughter? However, Su Jiwen's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Humph. It is a disgrace that you are her father. You are no better than a stranger. Su Baoguo huffed in frustration. Grandfather, he is not a stranger. He is my husband. Just as Su Baoguo finished speaking, Su Shiueching looked up and blurted out. The words came forth so naturally, and within her heart, a warm current flowed quietly. In that moment, she completely forgot about her one-year agreement with Pai Anjiang, viewing him as the man she could genuinely rely upon. Su Baoguo sighed softly and stated gravely, Shiueching, although we have faced such trials, As a member of the Su family, one must honor their word. Tears still glistened on Su Xueqing's cheeks, yet her expression was resolute. Grandfather, rest assured, I will complete the task. I shall secure 500 million in funds within the stipulated time. Indeed, I am the granddaughter of Su Baohua. With those words, Su Baohua declared the matter resolved and turned to retreat into the house. Please, allow me to escort you back, said Pai Yangyang, exhaling with relief as he addressed Su Xueqing and Zhengli. Yes, I too am weary, replied Su Xueqing, wiping away her tears, her voice tinged with fatigue. As the three exited the Su family residence, Pai Yaoyang took the wheel and they set off towards the Yunding villa. Perhaps the initial pressure had been overwhelming. Even though they were now liberated, tranquility remained elusive. The journey was marked by a profound silence from both Su Xueqing and Zhengli. Suddenly, as they drove ahead, they noticed a group of individuals encircling a Volkswagen Beetle, as if an altercation had erupted. Pai Yaoyang, not wishing to meddle, was about to pass by when he caught sight of Ouyang Yin trapped in the center of the commotion. Ouyang Yin was grappling with a burly man while Lu Kai lay on the ground, hunched over, desperately shielding his head. Pai Yangyang pulled the car to the side, and Zheng Li, perplexed, inquired, "Why are we stopping here?" "Ouyang is in trouble. I must investigate," he replied, exiting the vehicle and striding towards the fray. It was then that Su Xueqing and Zheng Li discerned Ouyang Yin being driven back in fear by one assailant, while several others mercilessly kicked Lu Kai, who was down. Startled, the two women understood that these individuals had been their allies at the Su family home, and witnessing their plight filled them with anxiety. Yet, Pai Yangyang dashed forward. Is he going to be all right on his own? Su Xueqing fretted. Does he think being a journalist makes him special, allowing him to snap pictures and speak recklessly? The group of men surrounded Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai, their expressions menacing. One man, his face marred with scars, lewdly reached out to push Ouyang Yin, deliberately targeting inappropriate areas. Each time he did so, his companions erupted in laughter. Hand over the camera, and perhaps I might let you off lightly. Otherwise, you'll be coming with me. Aren't you fond of capturing images? I'll give you plenty of opportunities to do so. The man leered as he extended his hand towards Ouyang Yin, his demeanor repugnant. Ouyang Yin let out a terrified scream, swatting away his unwanted advances. Her gaze fiercely fixed on him as she shouted, "What do you intend to do? Is there no law left?" "Law? Here, I am the law," the man barked. "Who gave you the audacity to meddle? If I don't deal with you today, that would be the true absence of law." He lunged once more towards Ouyang Yin, his disdain palpable. Seeing the terror etched on her face only fueled his excitement. "Brother Leopard, we've had our fair share of women, but never a journalist. This one seems rather provocative. Shall we give it a try?" A crony suggested lewdly from behind. Brother Leopard paused, then burst into laughter, declaring with arrogance, "You make a fine point. Let us see how this plays out today." As he spoke, he lunged viciously toward Ouyang Yin. Ouyang Yin donned a pair of vintage denim overalls, retreating in terror, only to find herself cornered by a vehicle, leaving her with no avenue of escape. With a sharp snap, one of her straps was torn asunder. Leopard Brother's triumphant laughter echoed as he lunged once more at Ouyang Yin, realizing she was ensnared in Leopard Brother's clutches. She suddenly witnessed him grimace as a tight grip encircled his neck, propelling him 5 meters away. By sheer happenstance, he crashed headfirst into a nearby garbage bin, leaving only his flailing feet visible. The dozen or so henchmen stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the unexpected appearance of Pai Yangyang, filled with bewilderment. "Ouyang, you all get in the car." Pai Yangyang descended like a celestial savior, casting Leopard Brother aside before helping Lu Kai, who lay on the ground, to his feet. Ouyang Yin, still shaken, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing Pai Yangyang before her. "Call the police. They are the people sent by the Yi family." Ouyang Yin stammered in panic. It was then that Pai Yangyang realized both her and Lu Kai's phones lay shattered on the ground. "It's all right. You two get in the car. I'll handle this," he said with an air of calm, casting a disdainful glance at the assembled henchmen. Ouyang Yin hurriedly assisted Lu Kai into the vehicle, her eyes darting nervously toward Pai Yangyang. 4 of the henchmen rushed to the garbage bin, frantically pulling Leopard Brother out. However, his head and face were grotesquely smeared with feathers and entrails, a truly repulsive sight. The 4 henchmen nearly retched at the sight, yet dared not abandon their leader, forcing themselves to support him as they brought him before Pai Yangyang. "Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on our Leopard Brother?" one henchman snapped. Regaining his composure, fury blazing in his eyes as he pointed at Pai Yangyang. I detest being pointed at, Pai Yangyang replied coldly, raising his left hand with lightning speed to seize the offending finger, twisting it forcefully backward. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing clear to all. A scream erupted from the henchman's lips, his face contorted in agony as beads of cold sweat cascaded down. The sight of his finger bent at an unnatural angle was enough to induce discomfort in onlookers. Get him! Kill him! Leopard Brother bellowed, seething with rage, eager to rip Pai Yangyang apart. As the henchmen shook off their shock, they charged at Pai Yangyang with fierce intent. Though Pai Yangyang had initially intimidated them, they believed their numbers would ensure victory against him, no matter how formidable he seemed. Yet, they soon realized their grave error. Pai Yangyang stood resolutely, his every movement resulting in anguished cries as he dispatched each assailant with ease. Whether struck in the face, chest, or kicked in the gut, none could withstand the force of his blows. Within mere moments, all of the henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. Leopard Brother was rendered speechless, his expression turning grim as he fixed a furious glare on Pai Yangyang. Who sent you? He demanded, his voice laced with cold fury. No one sent us here. As Leopard Brother felt the piercing gaze of Pai Yangyang, his heart raced, and his words stumbled. Pai Yangyang advanced a couple of steps, disdainfully waved his hand beneath his nose, and inquired once more, Who sent you? What do you want? Please, don't come any closer. Leopard Brother instinctively recoiled, speaking in a fearful tone. A cold smile curled at the corner of Pai Yangyang's lips as he suddenly kicked fiercely into Leopard Brother's abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped Leopard Brother's lips as he staggered back, his face turning crimson, his body hunched over, and he coughed painfully. Who sent you here? The same question, delivered with the same icy demeanor. Fear etched on Leopard Brother's face. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to divulge the answer. Pai Yangyang's expression hardened, and he launched another kick, striking Leopard Brother's left arm. A sickening crack echoed as his arm grotesquely contorted, revealing bone piercing through his skin. A chilling scream erupted from Leopard Brother, his body trembling violently as a wave of dread surged within him. Pai Yangyang's ruthless actions instilled a profound terror in his heart. Leopard Brother was now utterly convinced that if he did not answer the question, Pai Yangyang might very well kill him. His face twisted in agony, he convulsed, looking at Pai Yangyang with fear in his eyes, pleading, Please, stop hitting me. Speak. Pai Yangyang commanded coldly. It was General Zhao. Yao Jing Gang? A flicker of intrigue crossed Pai Yangyang's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Yes, it's him. Leopard Brother gasped, drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly drained, collapsing towards the ground. What did Zhao Jinggang say? Pai Yangyang's gaze remained fixed on him, pressing for answers. Having already mentioned Zhao Jinggang, Leopard Brother felt he had little choice left. He understood all too well the torment that awaited him if he remained silent. General Zhao. No, Zhao Jinggang first wanted to offer 500,000 to convince those two reporters to delete a certain video and keep quiet, but they refused. Then, Zhao Jinggang ordered us to smash their equipment and teach them a lesson. So, Pai Yangyang's eyes narrowed with cold fury, and he suddenly kicked out again. With a scream, Leopard Brother fell headfirst into a garbage bin, his legs flailing outside. Scum like he belongs in the trash. Pai Yangyang scoffed before turning to Ouyang Yan's car. The scene left Ouyang Yan utterly astonished. This seemingly frail man was capable of such ferocity and brutality. Get him to the hospital immediately. Although it's not life-threatening, he has 3 broken ribs that need to be treated, Pai Yangyang instructed, glancing down at Ouyang Yan in the driver's seat. Ouyang Yan snapped back to reality and nodded. Thank you, she said sincerely. Pai Yangyang smiled lightly. We should be the ones thanking you. Your injuries stem from our actions. This is my responsibility, even if you are not a friend of my cousin. I cannot turn a blind eye out of professional ethics, Ouyang Yan stated earnestly. Pai Yangyang straightened up and waved her hand dismissively. As Ouyang Yan drove away, Pai Yangyang returned to the car. Inside, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li wore expressions of utter astonishment. The scene they had just witnessed completely reshaped their understanding of Pai Yangyang. Su Xueqing had been unconscious during the incident at Sui Villa, thus unaware of the specifics, while Zheng Li had only seen Pai Yangyang decisively overpower Tong Yu. Yet, that time it had only been Tong Yu alone. Just now, however, there had been more than a dozen individuals, easily toppled like straw men before her. You are surprisingly formidable. As the car started, Su Xueqing snapped out of her shock, incredulously asking. Pai Yangyang smirked. It's not that I'm strong. It's just that they were too weak. Zheng Li rolled her eyes, Can you stop pretending? Even if they are weak, they were still a dozen people. With an exasperated expression, Pa Yangyang thought, what a lack of comprehension. Am I pretending? Why did they block journalist Yang? Su Shiweqing, however, did not dwell on that question and asked again. Pa Yangyang's gaze turned cold as she replied, they were sent by Zhao Jingang. Initially, they intended to offer a hush money of 500,000, persuading Ouyang Yin not to disclose today's events. When Ouyang Yin refused, Zhao Jingang commanded these individuals to vandalize their equipment as a warning. How sinister. What exactly does Zhao Jingang intend to do? Su Shiweqing exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. Zheng Li remarked, Zhao Jingang was once part of the underworld. He has only recently cleaned up his act. It is understandable that someone with his background would resort to such tactics. Pa Yangyang interjected, the true mastermind behind this is the Yi family. Zhao Jingang is merely a pawn for them. Su Shiweqing's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth, the Yi family. Even with just 2 words, her disdain and determination towards the Yi family were palpable. Upon returning to the villa, Su Shiweqing, feeling somewhat fatigued, sank into the sofa and called out to Pa Yangyang, who was about to ascend the stairs, come here. Her tone was gentle, devoid of the previous air of superiority. Pa Yangyang, surprised, approached her. Su Shiweqing patted the space beside her on the sofa. Sit down. I wish to have a word with you. Observing her disheveled hair and pale complexion, Pa Yangyang felt an inexplicable softness in her heart and, unusually, refrained from speaking, directly taking a seat. Today, thank you, Su Shiweqing said earnestly, looking at Pa Yangyang. There's no need for that. After all, I signed a contract with you. Protecting you is my duty. Can we refrain from discussing the contract? I am truly sincere. It was evident that Su Shiweqing's emotions were still somewhat unsettled, even restless. Pa Yangyang paused, casting her a skeptical glance before calmly stating, I am equally sincere. If you truly feel the need to express gratitude, you may do so in the most straightforward manner. Su Shiweqing regarded him with caution, her voice trembling with curiosity. What do you mean by a direct method? Pa Yangyang scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Su Shiweqing's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he had looked at her in such a manner since their acquaintance began. Moreover, that gaze, a sudden panic surged within her, and she exclaimed, What? What do you intend to do? Pa Yangyang gently shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face as he remarked, You are so beautiful, possessing all the qualities one could desire, even exceeding in some areas. You cannot. Su Shiweqing, resembling a startled kitten, abruptly stood up, her expression a mix of vigilance and anger directed at Pa Yangyang, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, as if she were genuinely incensed. Pa Yangyang appeared bewildered. What do you mean cannot? I merely meant that for such a stunning woman like you, possessing everything, how could your intellect be somewhat lacking? Su Shiweqing was momentarily speechless. Anger then surfaced on her face. She clenched her fists and fixed an intense glare on Pa Yangyang, gritting her teeth as she demanded, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am foolish? Pa Yangyang shrugged, rising with a nonchalant demeanor. If you won't provide it, so be it. Why get angry over it? As he spoke, he began to ascend the stairs. Su Shiweqing, perplexed, stared at his retreating figure and called out, Hey, what do you truly want? Of course, it's money, my dear lady. A bonus would suffice, or perhaps a raise. What do you think I desire? Pa Yangyang turned around, feigning exasperation. Simultaneously, his gaze brazenly lingered over Su Shiweqing once more, and he shook his head lightly. Do you think I am after you? Such a notion is rather far-fetched. You. Su Shiweqing's face turned pale with indignation. This scoundrel, how dare he find me wanting? Am I truly so inadequate that I fail to catch your interest? Fine, I shall grant you a bonus, 1,000, she seethed, nearly grinding her teeth. Pa Yangyang instantly beamed with delight, approaching her and slowly extending his right hand. Slap. Su Shiweqing angrily smacked his palm, retorting, I've even allowed you to drive my car. And you still have the audacity to ask me for money? Consider it a debt. Pa Yangyang was taken aback, then muttered with a hint of disappointment. Even 1,000 is a debt. You have truly fallen low. With that, he ambled upstairs, shaking his head in regret. Fuming, Su Shiweqing sat down, while Zheng Li, who had remained silent throughout, glanced at Pa Yangyang's retreating back and thoughtfully remarked, That guy, when he is reliable, he is indeed reliable. But when he is annoying, he is truly insufferable. Never mind him. Su Shiweqing rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat helpless. The following day, After a quiet afternoon, Pai Yangyang unexpectedly stayed home, locking his door and remaining indoors all day. By the next morning, Su Xueqing felt considerably better, yet the burden of securing investment still weighed heavily on her mind. Another day had passed, yet the financial matter remained as elusive as ever. Pai Yangyang descended the stairs unsteadily and, upon spotting Su Xueqing's troubled expression, couldn't help but inquire, "Are you still preoccupied with financial matters?" "Yes, another day has passed. Yet I remain devoid of any solutions. Am I truly that inept?" Su Xueqing lamented bitterly. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. "This hardly resembles the decisive and self-assured general manager Su. Is such a trivial issue sufficient to defeat you? Trivial? We're discussing 500 million. Who would dare invest such a sum in the Su family now?" Su Xueqing cast him a sidelong glance, her irritation palpable. "Isn't there still 10 days left? Why the urgency?" Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. Recognizing the futility of their exchange, Su Xueqing fell silent. "I heard that in a week, the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will hold an investment fair in Xinjiang, selecting a company for investment. If you haven't devised a plan by then, it might be worth a try," Pai Yangyang added casually. Su Xueqing paused, her surprise evident as she gazed at Pai Yangyang. "How do you know this?" "I came across it by chance." "Surely, you're aware of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" He responded. "Of course I am. But their investment criteria are exceptionally stringent. I haven't even received an invitation. How could I possibly compete for funding?" Su Xueqing expressed her frustration. In Xinjiang, it was impossible not to know of the Su family, and even more so of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. She was acutely aware that the chamber held investment fairs annually in Xinjiang. Yet the Su family had never secured any funding over the years. This year was even worse. They hadn't received an invitation at all. It was evident that the Tunglong Chamber had learned of the Su family's predicament and the tensions with the Yi family, thus omitting the invitation entirely. As her thoughts concluded, a servant approached, cradling a large red invitation in her hands. "Miss, someone came by earlier and asked me to deliver this to you." The servant respectfully extended the invitation to Su Xueqing. Irritated, she accepted it and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, her mood was hardly conducive to attending a banquet. "Su. General Manager Su." The invitation. Suddenly, Zhang Li's eyes fixated on the invitation, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless. "I recognize it's an invitation. Is your enthusiasm really warranted?" Su Xueqing replied, bewildered, instinctively turning to examine the invitation. In an instant, she too was left speechless. She quickly grasped the invitation, opened it with haste, and scrutinized its contents, her face a mixture of exhilaration and disbelief. This is an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. They are inviting me to the investment fair." Observing her delight, Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to head towards the dining room. The fact that the Tunglong Chamber had dispatched someone to deliver the invitation here indicated their continued regard for the Su group and for you, General Manager Su. Zhang Li was equally elated. For them, this was truly a rare piece of good news. "Indeed, we must prepare diligently. If I have not secured the funds before the investment conference commences, we must strive to ensure that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce invests in us." Su Xueqing regained her confidence and declared resolutely. Simultaneously, the Qin family reveled in a state of jubilation. Before them lay a vibrant red invitation, emblazoned with the emblem of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Hualu Bin sat on the sofa, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as he sipped tea, his legs crossed nonchalantly like a triumphant benefactor. However, a bandage wrapped around his head drew attention to a small spot of blood seeping from his forehead, quite conspicuous. Yet, Yin Jinfeng felt no offense. Instead, her gaze was fervent as she eagerly inquired, "Young Master Hua, is this truly an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" With an air of pride, Hualu Bin responded, "This was procured by my father from President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber." "So, does this mean our Qin family truly qualifies to attend the investment conference?" Qin Yuyu asked, trembling with excitement as he opened the invitation. "Absolutely. My father has spoken with President Meng and highly recommended your family. President Meng personally assured my father that the Qin Group will secure no less than 100 million in projects at this conference. Oh, these past few days, I have been restless, worried that something might go awry with the investment. Now, I can rest easy. With young Master Hua on our side, the Qin family is destined for greatness." Yin Jinfeng exclaimed. Her joy so profound she felt an urge to embrace Hualu Bin and planned a fervent kiss on him. "Indeed, young Master Hua is remarkable, unlike that useless Pai Yagang. who can do nothing but lounge about at home. Qin Yuyu remarked disdainfully, recalling Pai Yangyang. Yan Jinfeng immediately spat 3 times in disapproval, retorting, "Why bring up that good-for-nothing? It's bad luck. He has long since left our Qin family. In the future, Yujia, you should cherish your time with young Master Hua. He is the ideal son-in-law for our family." As she spoke, she cast a knowing glance at Qin Yujia. However, Qin Yujia appeared oblivious. Having taken the invitation from Qin Yuyu's hands, her eyes flickering as a tumult brewed within her. Days prior, Hualubin had assured her that he had implored his father to seek President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber to secure a 100 million investment for her. It was precisely for this reason that she had resolutely decided to finalize her divorce on the anniversary of her marriage to Pai Yangyang. Yet, in the days that followed, she had not received an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber, leaving her unsettled. Now, at last, she beheld the invitation, and a burden lifted from her heart. Gazing at the invitation, she silently mused, "Pai Yangyang, do not blame me. We inhabit different worlds. My ascent will soon surpass your wildest imaginings. And as for Su Xueqing, I shall undoubtedly eclipse you. I will stand atop Qin Jiang, allowing all to witness that I, Qin Yujia, am the true favored daughter of destiny." Gradually calming her thoughts, she turned to Hualubin and expressed her gratitude. "Young Master Hua, thank you." Hualubin promptly replied, "Yujia, must we be so formal with one another? I assure you, I shall fulfill my promise." "What happened to your head? How did it come to be like this?" Qin Yujia inquired, her gaze fixated on the bandage adorning Hualubin's head. Hualubin's expression shifted, bitterness lacing his voice as he replied, "It is all due to that cursed Pai Yangyang. He foretold it. Last night, while I was out drinking, I missed my step on the way home and collided headfirst with the stairs. And now it has come to this." A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Yujia's face as she recalled Pai Yangyang's ominous words on the day of their divorce, predicting that Hualubin would encounter a calamity within 3 days. At that moment, she had dismissed it as mere spite, a provocation aimed at Hualubin. Little did she expect that he would indeed suffer an injury within that time frame. Could it be that Pai Yangyang possessed the ability to read faces? Yet, she quickly dispelled the thought. In her eyes, he was nothing but an utter failure, ill-equipped to discern fortunes or fates. Hualubin's injury was merely a coincidence. "Uncle, Aunt, today is a rare occasion for celebration. I invite you all to dine out together, as a prelude to celebrating Yujia's successful acquisition of investments, heralding the rise of the Qin Group." Hualubin proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, it is time for a proper celebration. Yujia and Hua Xiao should spend more time together." Yan Jinfeng readily agreed, her excitement palpable. Qin Yuyu shared in the exhilaration, remarking, "Hua Xiao is indeed the better company. Pai Yangyang has been in my family for 3 years and has never treated us to a meal." Qin Yujia's brow furrowed slightly as she interjected, "I shall not be joining. There are many matters at the company that require my attention. You all may go." Seated in a corner, Qin Sihai added in a low voice, "I have a bit of a headache today as well. I shall not attend." Hualubin found himself momentarily embarrassed, his eagerness to treat overshadowed by the absence of 2 guests. "No worries. If Yujia has matters to attend to, let her go to the company. There will be plenty of time for you all to dine together in the future. As for that old man, do not concern yourselves with him. He is as useless as Pai Yangyang." Previously, it was Pai Yangyang who prepared the meals in the Qin household. With his departure, the food prepared by the servants no longer suited her palate, and her reluctance to cook herself fueled her desire to dine out. "Very well, let us go out for a meal. Yujia, would you like me to drive you to the company first?" Hualubin asked with considerate intent. "No, I shall drive myself." You accompany my mother and Xiaoyu for dinner." Qin Yujia promptly declined. Despite her divorce from Pai Yangyang and her awareness of Hualubin's affections, she felt little warmth for him in her heart. Hualubin's disappointment was evident, yet he maintained a smile as he said, "All right then, be cautious on the road." As Yan Jinfeng needed time to apply makeup and change, Qin Yujia took her leave. Meanwhile, in the Yunding villa, Pai Yangyang let out a satisfied belch, swaying unsteadily as he ascended the stairs under Su Xueqing's scrutinizing gaze. "This fellow, is he really not going out to cause trouble?" Zhengli whispered. Su Xueqing replied, "This is for the best. If he goes out now, the Yi family may very well be searching for him." Are you actually concerned for him?" Zhengli cast her an odd glance. Su Xueqing said nothing and turned to ascend the staircase, leaving Zhengli alone in the living room, bewildered. As noon approached, Su Xueqing's phone rang. The moment she answered, Xinyi's anxious voice filled the line, tearfully exclaiming, "Xueqing, your brother is missing. Your father and I have searched everywhere, but we can't find him. Please help us look for him." Su Xueqing was startled and quickly inquired, "Mom, what happened? How did Xiaoxia manage to run outside?" Her younger brother, Su Mingzhi, had once been an exceptionally bright and ambitious individual, favored dearly by their grandfather. A few years prior, during a family meeting, their grandfather had even casually mentioned his intention to designate Su Mingzhi as the third-generation heir. However, not long after, Su Mingzhi had a conflict with someone, resulting in a head injury that nearly claimed his life. Although he was ultimately saved, he was left mentally impaired, occasionally suffering from seizures. For his safety, Su Jiwen and Shun Yi had no choice but to confine Su Mingzhi at home, hiring someone to watch over him. The sudden news of him escaping today was extremely perilous for someone with compromised mental faculties. Aunt Lan went to the living room to take a call, and your brother sneaked out. Shun Yi said, weeping, "Xueqing, please think of a way. Xiaoxia is all alone outside, and it's very dangerous." "Mom, don't worry, I will find him immediately. Xiaoxia will be fine," Su Xueqing reassured her, though her heart was already in turmoil. "All right. Hurry, you must find him," Shun Yi said in a panic before hanging up. Su Xueqing rushed downstairs and called out to Zheng Li, who was sitting in the living room. "Sister Li, my brother has run out. Please accompany me to search for him." Zheng Li was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet. "Su Mingzhi has run out?" Without hesitation, she followed Su Xueqing out of the villa. At that moment, Pai Yangyang emerged from the restroom and, noticing their frantic demeanor, curiously asked, "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "My brother has run out. I need to find him quickly," Su Xueqing replied, her thoughts in disarray. "Oh, then I will go with you." Pai Yangyang, also startled, grabbed the car keys from the table and followed them out. He had heard Su Xueqing mention her brother and was aware of the unfortunate change in his condition after the injury. The thought of a mentally impaired person wandering outside indeed posed a significant danger. Su Xueqing did not decline his offer. At that moment, she simply wished for more assistance. Once in the car, Pai Yangyang asked, "Where should we look?" "Let us first go near my parents' house. He hasn't been gone long, so he should be nearby," Su Xueqing suggested after a moment of contemplation. Pai Yangyang promptly accelerated the vehicle towards the residence of Su Jiwen. He had been there once before when he dropped Shun Yi off, so he knew the area. The car sped along, soon arriving near the community where Su Jiwen lived. "Where did your brother like to go before?" Upon reaching the vicinity, Pai Yangyang felt at a loss. Su Xueqing replied, "He rarely went out to play. Aside from school and home, he enjoyed lingering in bookstores." "School? Which school?" Pai Yangyang's interest was piqued. "Xinjiang No. 2 Middle School. Not far south of this community." "All right, let us check there first," Pai Yangyang decisively stated, driving towards Xinjiang No. 2 Middle School following Su Xueqing's directions. Su Ziming was rendered foolish due to a head injury, leading to a peculiar condition where certain impressions of people and things formed an ingrained memory within his mind. Hence, Pai Yangyang deduced that it was highly probable for Su Mingzhi to be at school. A few minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Xinjiang No. 2 Middle School. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li hastily alighted and rushed into the school to search for him. Unfamiliar with Su Mingzhi, Pai Yangyang could only follow them inside. However, after a thorough search, they failed to locate him. Inquiring with students and teachers engaged in physical education, as well as the security guard at the entrance, yielded no information of any stranger entering the premises. Su Xueqing, increasingly anxious, could not suppress her tears, lamenting, "Xiaoxia, where could you have gone?" Observing her distress and fear, Pai Yangyang gently interjected, "Let us not be hasty. We have yet to check the bookstore. Perhaps he has gone there." Wiping her tears, Su Xueqing suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, the bookstore, his favorite place. He must be there." The three of them quickly returned to the car and headed towards the bookstore not far from the school. Although a glimmer of hope flickered within her, Su Xueqing felt utterly lost and feared another fruitless endeavor. Just as they were driving forward, Pai Yangyang suddenly slowed down, tilting her head in suspicion to the left. "Hurry up, why have you stopped?" Zheng Li anxiously called out as the car came to a halt. Furrowing her brow, Pai Yangyang remarked, "Why are they here?" Su Xueqing, filled with curiosity, turned her head to look and saw a crowd gathered in front of the Haitian Shengyan Grand Restaurant across the street, seemingly embroiled in some sort of conflict. One individual bore a conspicuous bandage on his head. Furthermore, two others were engaged in a pushing match, one appearing to be exceedingly frightened, retreating repeatedly. "It's Xiaoxia," Su Xueqing suddenly gasped. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, she recognized him at once. The person being shoved back was indeed her brother, Su Mingzhi. She quickly flung open the car door, disregarding the bustling traffic, and dashed across the street. Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang hurriedly followed, causing several vehicles to slam on their brakes, resulting in a chaotic scene. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Some drivers yelled in anger. Nevertheless, the trio paid them no heed as they sprinted forward. Su Xueqing had not misidentified him. The one being pushed back was indeed her brother, Su Mingzhi. The assailant was Qin Yuyu, while the person with the bandage was Hua Lubin. At that moment, Qin Yuyu was cursing vehemently. "Damn it, are you blind? You ran into me. Can you afford to compensate for my clothes?" It turned out that Hua Lubin had invited Yan Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu to dine at Haitian Shangyan. When Qin Yuyu arrived at the restaurant with great enthusiasm, he had unexpectedly collided with someone, the latter clutching an ice cream cone that smeared all over his attire. Enraged, he had slapped the individual and vociferously demanded compensation. The one who had bumped into him was Su Mingzhi, who, having fled from home aimlessly, had been standing at the entrance of an ice cream shop. Captivated by the sight, the shopkeeper, noticing the longing expression on his face, curiously inquired, "Do you wish to have ice cream?" Su Mingzhi eagerly nodded, then quickly shook his head, expressing his discomfort. "I have no money." The shopkeeper paused momentarily, recognizing that there was a slight impairment in his intellect. Observing that Su Mingzhi had been standing there for quite some time, his heart softened, and he handed him an ice cream cone. With joy, Su Mingzhi accepted the ice cream and began to walk away, only to collide head-on with the briskly approaching Qin Yuyu. The ice cream was lost, and he received a slap across the face. "You owe me for the ice cream," he cried out in distress, clutching at Qin Yuyu, demanding compensation for the treat. Enraged, Qin Yuyu shouted back, "How dare you bump into me and expect me to pay for your ice cream?" He kicked Su Mingzhi away and followed up with another slap. After receiving 2 slaps, Su Mingzhi felt intimidated and attempted to flee, but Qin Yuyu was relentless, grabbing him by the collar and demanding payment for his clothes. Terrified, Su Mingzhi stammered, I have no money. My mother has. I can ask her to pay you." "What do you take me for? A fool who will accept payment from your mother? If she has money, let her bring it." Qin Yuyu, believing Su Mingzhi was mocking him, grew even angrier. "Brother, he is a simpleton." Although Qin Yuyu failed to perceive it, Hua Lubin, standing nearby, recognized the truth. A simpleton? Qin Yuyu was taken aback for a moment before spitting at Su Mingzhi's face, coldly stating, "Even a fool must pay for my clothes, or I will toss you into the trash can." As he spoke, he dragged Su Mingzhi toward a nearby garbage bin, forcefully pressing his head down. A crowd of onlookers gathered, but none intervened. The hotel's security guards rushed out, intending to inquire about the situation, but upon seeing Hua Lubin, they quickly greeted him with deference, knowing he was with Qin Yuyu, and chose not to question further. Yuan Jinfeng, instead of stopping the commotion, appeared to revel in the scene, watching with delight. "Xiaoyu, throw him in the trash can." Yuan Jinfeng even fanned the flames of the situation, seemingly proud of Qin Yuyu's actions. Encouraged, Qin Yuyu pressed Su Mingzhi's head down harder, just as he was about to shove him into the bin when an urgent shout rang out. "Xiaozhe!" Startled, Qin Yuyu turned to see Su Xueqing approaching, her face tear-streaked and filled with worry. In that moment, he forgot to release his grip. Older sister. Despite his mental challenges, Su Mingzhi recognized his family. Hearing her voice, he strained to lift his head, and upon seeing Su Xueqing, he cried out loudly. Seeing the swollen fingerprints on his face, Su Xueqing was filled with panic and angrily commanded, "Let go of my brother." "Su! Miss Su!" Qin Yuyu suddenly snapped back to reality and hastily loosened his hold. Su Mingzhi hurried to Su Xueqing's side, unfazed by the dirt on his clothes. Su Xueqing grasped his hand, anxiously surveying him and inquiring, "Are you all right? He hit me and ruined my ice cream." Su Mingzhi sobbed, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Yuyu. Su Xueqing immediately shot a glare at him. Her teeth clenched as she demanded, "Why did you hit him?" At that moment, Qin Yuyu's expression was exceedingly grim, his lips trembling. "Miss Su, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your brother." After all, the Su family was one of the 5 prominent families in Xinjiang, instilling a deep-seated fear in him. What was there to fear? Her brother was just a simpleton. It was he who had collided with you first. Yan Jifeng, upon seeing Su Xueqing, felt a slight pang in her heart, instinctively touching her face. Yet, she quickly recalled that Hua Lubin was at her side, and her demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. "Qin Yuyu, Startled, nervously said, "Mom." "She is Miss Su." "What Miss Su?" "With young Master Hua present. Do you still fear her?" Yan Jinfeng proclaimed, embodying the essence of a bully. In an instant, Qin Yuyu's fear dissipated, and he straightened his back. At that moment, Pai Yangyang had approached Su Xueqing, glancing at Su Mingzhi, his brow furrowing. Qin Yuyu's earlier remark indicated that they were well aware of Su Mingzhi's condition, yet continued to torment him. This ignited a surge of indignation within Pai Yangyang. "He crashed into me and got ice cream all over my new clothes. Is it unreasonable to demand compensation?" With Hualu Bin as his backing, his confidence surged. Recalling the humiliation inflicted upon him by Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang days prior, he longed to trample them underfoot. Su Xueqing's face turned pale with fury as she fixed her piercing gaze on Qin Yuyu, exclaiming, "If you want him to compensate for the clothes, you cannot resort to violence. He refuses to compensate and continues to pester me. Should I just wait for him to strike me?" Qin Yuyu replied, adopting a rogue's demeanor, shaking his leg. "Leave this to me," Pai Yangyang said solemnly, noticing Su Xueqing trembling with rage. It was not merely a desire to take the lead, but rather an instinctive response to the brazen arrogance displayed by Qin Yuyu and Yan Jinfeng, igniting his ire. Little Zhe cannot suffer in vain. Su Xueqing choked back tears. Pai Yangyang could not help but gently pat her shoulder, his voice steady. "Do not worry." He then stepped forward, fixing a cold stare on Qin Yuyu. "Ah, you worthless fool. Do you aspire to be a hero?" Qin Yuyu had long noticed Pai Yangyang, but had never regarded him as a threat. When they were at the Qin residence, he felt free to insult and bully him as he pleased. Now, confronted with Pai Yangyang's defiance, he snorted in disdain. "Apologize to him," Pai Yangyang coldly commanded. "Apologize? Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? Are you suggesting that I apologize to a fool? Is this how you dare to speak to me?" Qin Yuyu's laughter was laced with anger as she disdainfully flaunted herself before Pai Yangyang, completely disregarding him. "I shall reiterate, apologize to him." Pai Yangyang's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Has your reliance on others inflated your sense of superiority? Have you forgotten your own identity and your worth?" Qin Yuyu spat, stepping forward defiantly, her finger jabbing at his chest. With a sharp crack, Pai Yangyang raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Yuyu's face. She stumbled back, colliding with a trash bin, covering her cheek in disbelief as she stared at him. This was the same person who, in the past, had always endured humiliation without retaliation. Yet now, he had dared to strike her? "Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit Xiaoyu?" Yan Jinfeng exploded in fury, her voice a fierce roar as she lunged forward. Typically intimidated by her presence, Pai Yangyang today had audacity enough to strike Qin Yuyu right in front of her, provoking her wrath. He turned to face her, his gaze icy as he coldly uttered, "He deserved it." Yan Jinfeng, now standing before him, suddenly froze in shock, her raised hand trembling with indignation as she seethed. "Who do you think you are to hit Xiaoyu? Have you forgotten that you lived off my family for 3 years? You ungrateful wretch." Gnashing her teeth, Yan Jinfeng glared at him. "This is not your home. Moreover, I did not freeload at the Qin household." Pai Yangyang's voice was frigid. "Without my contributions, do you think the Qin group would have achieved its current success?" What a farce. Previously, he had tolerated the injustices he faced while living under the Qin roof due to his obligation. However, now that he had been cast out, there was no longer a need for such restraint. The grievances of those 3 years erupted in that instant. "You did not live without cost?" "Oh, indeed. You did do quite a bit of housework. But what else did you accomplish?" "Useless." Yan Jinfeng sneered. Pai Yangyang's gaze hardened as he replied, "Had it not been for me, do you truly believe that Qin Yuji could have secured $1 billion in investments?" Yan Jinfeng paused, then burst into laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. "Pai Yangyang, your tendency to boast remains unchanged. Yes, Yuji did secure $1 billion, but what does that have to do with you?" Finally composing herself, her expression of disdain grew even more pronounced. "Do you think we are unaware? That was young Master Hua pleading with his father before the president of the Tunglong Business Association. How dare you claim that was your doing? Truly shameless." Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang turned to glance at Hua Lu Bin, a playful smile crossing his face. "Young Master Hua, that $1 billion in investment was procured by you?" Hua Yobin's eyes flickered momentarily, but he quickly stood tall, stating, "Indeed, it was President Meng who granted it to the Qin family out of respect for my father." When lies are unveiled, is it not a bitter experience? You, with your utter uselessness, dare to boast in such a manner. Truly, you are oblivious to the gravity of your own insignificance. Yin Jifeng exclaimed triumphantly. Fortunately, my daughter Yujia has divorced you. Otherwise, her life would have been utterly ruined in your hands. Now, with Huashao by our side, the Qin family shall surely soar to greatness. Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Hua Lubin, and remarked, the Hua family is plagued by misfortune. Do you still hope to ascend through them? If so, I wish you all the best in your aspirations. Cursed be your ravenous tongue. The last time you foretold my misfortunes, I truly suffered from an accident. Now you spout more nonsense. Hua Liubin's temper flared, and he shouted in outrage. Pai Yangyang merely smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, do not rush. This is merely the beginning. He then turned to Qin Yuyu, asking, can you apologize now? I curse your mother. Smack. The moment Qin Yuyu uttered those words, the other side of his face received another resounding slap. How dare you strike me? Qin Yuyu's fury ignited as he lunged at Pai Yangyang with his fists raised. Yet, Pai Yangyang was quicker, seizing his collar and flipping him over. With a shriek, Qin Yuyu toppled into a garbage bin, leaving only his flailing feet visible. This spectacle left both Yin Jifeng and Hua Lubin utterly stunned. Bystanders gawked in disbelief, casting fearful glances at Pai Yangyang. Xiaoyu. Moments later, Yin Jifeng let out a heart-wrenching cry, rushing over with Hua Lubin to frantically drag Qin Yuyu out. However, he emerged covered in refuse. A wilted cabbage leaf perched atop his head, emanating an unbearable stench. Pai Yangyang, you have lost your mind. How dare you toss Xiaoyu into the trash? I will not let this slide. Yin Jifeng seethed with uncontainable rage, her face contorted, gnashing her teeth as she clawed frantically at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang fixed her with a cold, piercing gaze, and warned, do not compel me to take action. As he uttered these words, a formidable aura emanated from him. Pressing down on Yin Jifeng, she was taken aback, feeling a sudden jolt of fear, momentarily paralyzed, gazing at Pai Yangyang with uncertainty. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the once subservient Pai Yangyang now appeared utterly foreign and menacing. This was not the same meek individual who had once bowed his head before the Qin family. He had transformed into a fearsome entity. She was utterly convinced that should she persist, Pai Yangyang would indeed strike her. This is absurd. You, a worthless being, dare to lay a hand on me. I cannot bear it. Suddenly, she cried out, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of wails. In that moment, she performed her tantrum with dramatic flair. This scene left the onlookers utterly speechless. Huashao, this worthless creature is tormenting me. You cannot turn a blind eye. If Yujia learns that I was struck by this fool, her heart will surely ache. She wailed, her cries echoing. Yet not a single tear fell, as her lament was nothing but empty theatrics. Hua Liubin's lips twitched as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Pai Yangyang. For many years, he had harbored feelings for Qin Yujia, never anticipating that Pai Yangyang would unexpectedly emerge as her husband. Yet, he had never relinquished hope, tirelessly pursuing her. Yearning to possess this flower, renowned as one of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang. Now, with a glimmer of hope in sight, he was resolute in seizing every opportunity. Pai Yangyang had audaciously struck Qin Yuyu and had cornered Yin Jifeng into a fit of despair. If he were to take action and teach Pai Yangyang a lesson, avenging the grievances of the mother and son, what could possibly deter Qin Yujia from becoming his? Moreover, he believed the injury to his head was a result of Pai Yangyang's curse, fueling his desire for retribution. With a steely resolve, he glanced around and seized a plastic barrier from the roadside, swinging it with ferocity towards Pai Yangyang's head. A gasp echoed from the bystanders. Though it was merely a plastic barrier, a blow to the head would undoubtedly result in injury. Be careful, Su Xueqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. However, Pai Yangyang remained undaunted, gently massaging his left hand, a wisp of dark energy swirling in his palm. Witnessing Pai Yangyang's apparent stillness, Hua Liubin's expression twisted into a more sinister snarl as he channeled all his strength into the blow. As the plastic barrier descended towards Pai Yangyang, Su Xueqing's countenance shifted in alarm, instinctively covering her mouth and turning her head away in dread. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang broke into an enigmatic smile, stepping back to the right, deftly avoiding the descending barrier while simultaneously surging forward. In the fleeting moment of their bodies crossing, his left hand lightly struck Hua Liubin's waist. The dark energy silently seeped into Hua Liubin's body. Hua Lubin, having swung and missed, stumbled forward due to the force, tripping over Yin Jifeng and crashing into her. Yin Jifeng, flustered and anxious, hastily attempted to push him away. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. Hua Lubin, as if enchanted, abruptly discarded the plastic barrier and embraced Yan Jinfeng. His expression dazed. Simultaneously, he began to writhe and perform the classic teddy bear move, mumbling, "Come on, let's have fun." Bystanders were left in stunned silence, jaws dropped in disbelief. Young women blushed, covering their eyes, torn between curiosity and shyness. Meanwhile, older men erupted into hearty laughter, some brazenly pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. A woman's teddy bear leaped from her arms, frantically mimicking Hua Liubin's movements, further inciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Xueqing turned, her expression one of confusion. When she beheld the scene before her, her face flushed crimson. Yan Jinfeng struggled to extricate herself from Hua Liubin's grip, but for reasons unknown, this flamboyant young man possessed an astonishing strength that rendered her efforts futile. "Hua Xiao. What are you doing?" Qin Yeyu stammered, taken aback, as it took him a moment to regain his composure before exclaiming in astonishment. However, Hua Lubin paid him no mind, his movements growing increasingly rapid, his face adorned with an expression of sheer delight. Qin Yeyu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rushed forward, attempting to pull Hua Lubin away. At that moment, Hua Lubin shuddered twice upon Yan Jinfeng's body, stood up with a look of satisfaction, and made a gesture of adjusting his trousers. "Ah, I cannot go on. I no longer wish to be human." Yan Jinfeng covered her face, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. She had wholeheartedly desired for Hua Lubin to become her son-in-law, yet here he was, publicly engaging in such disgraceful behavior. If word of this got out, it would surely leave the entire city in fits of laughter. Bystanders remained in a daze, as this scene was beyond electrifying. Alas, it was all too brief. "Pianjiang, what have you done to them?" Qin Yu questioned suspiciously, glaring at Pianjiang. Hua Liubin's eyes remained vacant, standing there in a daze. Pianjiang shrugged, hands raised in feigned innocence. "I am but a useless being. What can I do? However, it seems that you, future brother-in-law, are of questionable character. If you ever marry, you ought to keep a watchful eye on your wife." Qin Yuyu's face contorted with rage. He firmly believed that Pianjiang was behind this chaos but could present no evidence. "Let us go," Pianjiang said nonchalantly to the still stunned Su Xueqing. "Oh, okay. Okay." Su Xueqing snapped back to reality, responding in a fluster. She and Zheng Li supported Su Mingzhi as they made their way across the street. Qin Yuyu stomped his feet in frustration. He felt revolted, while Yan Jinfeng was equally mortified, and Hua Lubin remained in a stupor. How could they possibly continue their meal? He glared fiercely at Pianjiang's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. "Pianjiang, just wait. I will find a way to deal with you, you good for nothing." "Yes, deal with him." Just as his words fell, the still dazed Hua Lubin suddenly chimed in. Qin Yuyu jumped in surprise and asked suspiciously, "Hua Xiao, what just happened to you?" What happened?" "Oh, I'm treating you all to a meal. It's at this restaurant." Hua Lubin responded, somewhat bewildered. Turning to glance at the hotel, Qin Yuyu's gaze fell to where Hua Lubin stood, and his expression changed slightly as nausea surged within him. "It's nothing. Let us go." We want to be eating." People were still gathered around, pointing and laughing behind their hands. He longed to leave this place immediately. There was no appetite left. In the car, Su Xueqing gently embraced Su Mingzhi and could not help but inquire curiously, "Pianjiang, what was going on with Hua Lubin just now? Was it really you?" Pianjiang instinctively touched his nose, smiling. "Do you believe I possess magical powers?" "Hua Lubin is notorious for his flirtatious ways. Surely you are aware of this?" Zhang Li nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that Hua Lubin is truly revolting. I can hardly find the words." As she spoke, her face was a portrait of distaste. Su Xueqing was utterly astonished, her mind swirling with confusion over the scene that had just transpired. However, she certainly did not believe in any form of sorcery. If Pai Yangyang possessed such abilities, he would not have been expelled from the Qin family, nor would he have felt compelled to sign a year-long agreement with her under such duress. Pai Yangyang drove the vehicle to the entrance of the residential complex. "Could you please take us inside?" Su Xueqing pondered for a moment before speaking. Pai Yangyang did not decline. After all, he was her driver, and naturally, he would follow her directions regarding the vehicle's operation. Arriving in front of a villa, Shin Yi, who had received a call from Su Xueqing, had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Su Mingzhi return safely, she rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Xiaozhe, you scared your mother half to death. Please don't run off like that again." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Witnessing this heartfelt reunion, Pai Yangyang felt a pang of nostalgia, a bittersweet ache in his heart. He reflected on his own abandonment as a child. Had it not been for his master's nurturing, he could scarcely fathom what his life might have been like. To have parents, what a blessing. What happened to Xiaoxia's face? Who struck him? After calming down from her emotional outburst, Shen Yi quickly inspected her son, her eyes widening in shock as she noticed the imprint of a hand on his cheek. Mom, it was my ex-wife's brother who hit him. We owe Pai Yangyang a great deal. If not for him, Xiaoxia could have faced far worse. Su Xueqing replied. Shen Yi paused, casting a wary glance at Pai Yangyang. Your ex-wife's brother? Why would he strike Xiaoxia? Mom, let us head inside first. I'll explain everything slowly, Su Xueqing suggested, prompting Shen Yi to realize they had been lingering at the entrance. Once inside, Aunt Lan, the housekeeper, hurried over, visibly shaken. Thank the heavens, the young master has returned. What would I have done if anything had happened to him? Aunt Lan, you must be more vigilant in the future. Ensure he doesn't wander off again. Shen Yi entrusted Su Mingzhi to Aunt Lan, instructing her to help him change clothes. As the group settled down, Shen Yi eagerly inquired, what on earth happened? Where did you find Xiaoxia? Please, tell me everything. Su Xueqing recounted the events of their search for Su Mingzhi, emphasizing that, had it not been for Pai Yangyang's sudden glance back, they might have missed him entirely, if they had not discovered him in time. Who could say what kind of torment Su Mingzhi might have endured, or how far he might have run away from them? Initially, Shen Yi felt a flicker of anger, suspecting that Pai Yangyang's ex-brother-in-law had deliberately harmed Su Mingzhi out of spite for his relationship with Su Xueqing. However, as the full narrative unfolded, her heart softened, and she expressed her gratitude. Xiao Pai, thank you. Your presence in our Su family has been invaluable. You've treated my illness, saved Xiaoqing, and today, you rescued Xiaoxia. Mom, it is my duty. Now that I am part of this family, I bear the responsibility to protect you all. Pai Yangyang replied solemnly. Su Xueqing cast him a curious glance, pondering inwardly, this guy is quite the actor, slipping into character so swiftly. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself secretly hoping that Pai Yangyang's words reflected his true sentiments, rather than merely an act in their shared performance. Mother, have you sought treatment for Xiaoxia in light of his condition? Suddenly, Pai Yangyang inquired thoughtfully. Sighing softly, Shen Yi responded with a tinge of melancholy. How could we not treat him? We have consulted numerous experts both domestically and internationally, even engaging the finest neurosurgeon in the country to perform a minimally invasive procedure for him. Yet, the results have been rather disappointing. It was manageable before, but now he frequently awakens in the middle of the night, shouting in terror as if haunted by some frightful vision. Moreover, he often stares vacantly at flowers and trees, muttering to himself, though the words elude comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Pai Yangyang's expression sharpened as he remarked, his ailment stems from a severe brain injury. The blow he suffered initially damaged the neural pathways. If we could devise a means to restore those pathways, he might return to normalcy. That is what those experts have indicated, yet contemporary medicine seems unable to achieve this. One specialist did suggest that if we could enlist the services of a renowned healer from the Xian medical sect, there might still be hope for Xiaoxia. Shen Yi shook her head gently, replying, but, have you not sought the assistance of someone from the Xian medical sect? With a wry smile, Shen Yi continued, how easy do you think it is to summon someone from the Xian medical sect? It is said that their practitioners are reluctant to intervene lightly. Even the esteemed figures in the capital find it challenging to secure their aid. Zheng Li, intrigued, interjected, well, could you not offer a more substantial fee? Shen Yi shook her head once more. If it were as simple as money, it would have been resolved long ago. The individuals from the Xian medical sect are peculiar. If they choose not to intervene, no amount of wealth will sway them. Conversely, should they decide to assist, they may not accept a single coin in return. Zhang Li expressed her astonishment. What manner of people are they? Pai Yangyang, equally taken aback, quickly stated, I could give it a try, however. Shen Yi's eyes brightened with hope, prompting her to inquire, however what? Su Xueqing shot him a skeptical glance. Given that so many experts have failed, do you truly believe you can succeed? Do you think a few needles will make you a divine healer? Unfazed, Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps I truly am a divine healer. Are you claiming to be a healer while living in such constraints with the Qin family? Su Xueqing clearly did not believe him and felt justified in her skepticism. Pai Yangyang fell silent, yet Shen Yi's curiosity was piqued as she pondered, Xiao Pai, do you really possess the ability to heal him? I do. However, to fully restore Xiaojia, an exceedingly rare herb is required. Pai Yangyang asserted with conviction. What herb? Shun Yi exclaimed. Whatever it may be, I would exhaust my resources to procure it. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. This particular herb cannot be purchased. It only grows within volcanic regions. Once removed from the volcano, its potency dissipates within a day, rendering it akin to mere weeds. Thus, to acquire this herb, one must venture forth to gather it personally. Shen Yi's expression darkened at the thought. Venture forth to gather it? In a volcano? Pai Yangyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this herb solely exists within the volcano, and it is a rare find. It is indeed exceedingly rare. Su Xueqing gritted her teeth and inquired. What is the name of that medicine? I must find a way to obtain it. Pai Yangyang replied. It is called Hell's purifying herb. Su Xueqing repeated the name twice, ensuring she had committed it to memory, then resolutely declared, Mother, rest assured, I will certainly find it. Although Shani felt the hope was slim, she still nodded in agreement. Pai Yangyang continued, Today, I will administer a needle to Xiaojia. It may help stabilize his emotions. While it may not offer significant assistance, at the very least, it will prevent him from waking up in fright every night as you mentioned. Really? Shani exclaimed with immense joy, gazing at Pai Yangyang with hope. Pai Yangyang smiled and said, If you trust me, allow me to give it a try. I believe. Of course I believe. After you treated me last time, my heart felt much better. Shani said, somewhat excited. The reason she was swayed was that after that acupuncture session, she experienced considerable relief from her heart's discomfort, which had previously plagued her. Su Xueqing regarded Pai Yangyang with suspicion and asked, Can you truly do it? Pai Yangyang glanced at her calmly and replied, Do you still doubt my abilities? Su Xueqing was taken aback, her face flushing. She was unaware that Pai Yangyang was referring to the detoxification he had performed for her that night. Whether it works or not, there is no harm in trying. What if it actually does? Shun Yi stated with unwavering conviction. Seeing her mother had made a decision, Su Xueqing refrained from saying more and simply nodded. Then let us give it a try. Pai Yangyang retrieved the acupuncture kit from the car, and Su Xueqing called for Su Mingzhi. I don't want acupuncture. Upon learning he was to receive a needle, Su Mingzhi turned and fled. Su Xueqing was unable to catch him, and just as she felt helpless, Pai Yangyang suddenly stepped forward and firmly pressed a point behind his ear. Su Mingzhi's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep slumber. What have you done to him? Su Xueqing asked in astonishment. Hypnosis. He was afraid of the needle, wasn't he? Now he won't know to be afraid. Pai Yangyang said nonchalantly, laying Su Mingzhi down on the sofa and deftly extracting a golden needle, which he inserted into the Yuzhen acupoint. Soon, 5 golden needles adorned Su Mingzhi's head. With a flick of his hand, Pai Yangyang activated the needles, allowing invisible energy to flow into Su Mingzhi's mind. Shun Yi and Su Xueqing watched anxiously, hardly daring to breathe. They were well aware that the issues within Su Mingzhi's mind were not easily remedied. Yet they held on to a glimmer of hope for a miracle. As moments passed, every 3 minutes, Pai Yangyang would adjust the needles. After the 5th adjustment, he exhaled softly, removed the needles, and gently pressed on his Lingxiao acupoint. The previously unconscious Su Mingzhi slowly opened his eyes. Those familiar with him would notice that his once-dazed gaze had become considerably clearer. Xiaojia, how do you feel? Shani asked, filled with hope. In recent years, she has been utterly exhausted due to Su Mingzhi's illness, constantly yearning for a miracle. Pai Yangyang claimed he could cure his ailment, and Shun Yi was eagerly anticipating Su Mingzhi's recovery. Mom, I'm hungry, Su Mingzhi said innocently, his gaze fixed suspiciously on Pai Yangyang. Xiaojia, this is Pai Yangyang. He saved you on the street, remember? Su Xueqing patiently introduced, noticing his dazed expression. Yes, I remember. He helped me defeat the bad guys. Shani sighed softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing Su Mingzhi's current condition, it seemed he had not improved. Thank you. Su Mingzhi suddenly stood up and deeply bowed to Pai Yangyang with sincerity. Shani, who was engulfed in sorrow, was momentarily stunned, gazing at Su Mingzhi through teary eyes. Xiaojia, what did you just say? Her heart raced with excitement, her voice trembling. He saved me, so I thank him. Su Mingzhi replied naturally, perplexed as he glanced at Shun Yi. Shun Yi burst into laughter, tears still on her cheeks as she rose, grasping Su Mingzhi's hand, exclaiming, Xiaojia, are you feeling better? Su Xueqing also stood up in astonishment. Her expression filled with excitement as she observed Su Mingzhi's eyes, which appeared clearer than before, stirring something within her. It seemed Pai Yangyang's acupuncture was indeed taking effect. Pai Yangyang, my brother, is he really feeling better? If you continue with the acupuncture, can he fully recover? She said eagerly, grasping Pai Yangyang's forearms with anticipation. Pai Yangyang slightly bowed his head, smiling at her grasp, while Su Xueqing's face flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew her hands. The acupuncture can only manage his condition. For complete recovery, we must obtain the hell's pure spirit herb. Pai Yangyang spoke calmly. Su Xueqing, filled with determination, declared, I will certainly find the hell's pure spirit herb. Please stay for lunch. I will prepare a meal for you. Shani said. Her previously suppressed mood significantly lifted. Su Xueqing nodded. All right, we will eat here. Once Shun Yi stepped away and Su Mingjie was taken back to his room by Aunt Lan, Su Xueqing expressed her gratitude to Pai Yangyang. Thank you. You have given Xiaojia hope. Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. What is there to thank? He is my brother-in-law. Helping him is only right. Su Xueqing's eyes flickered with suspicion as she quietly asked, So, this time, you're not going to ask for a reward? Pai Yangyang instinctively smiled awkwardly. If there were one, that would certainly be better. After all, I am in need of money. Su Xueqing's expression immediately darkened, and she replied irritably, I was about to praise you, but you've shown your true colors again. Financially troubled, Pai Yangyang let out a wry smile, expressing a sense of helplessness as he remarked, I am truly in dire need of funds. It's no joke. Over 1,000 billion in milk powder expenses, and I have yet to gather even a small fraction. It's driving me to despair. All right, I owe you. I'll pay you back when my salary arrives at the end of the month. Su Xueqing, equally exasperated, could only respond with a huff of agreement. Pai Yangyang furrowed his brows and muttered, It's fine to owe money, just don't default. Rest assured, I'm not lacking that little amount. If I were to default, you could take my car. You wouldn't be at a loss. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his brow slightly furrowing. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately answered, Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? Whatever issues you have, come at me directly. Why involve Xiaoyu and my mother? Are you even a man? To please that woman surnamed Su, you resort to such underhanded tactics? The moment he picked up, Qin Yujia unleashed a torrent of angry accusations. After she finished, Pai Yangyang coldly replied, Are you not aware of what they have done? Without waiting for her response, he hung up. Su Xueqing looked at him quizzically and asked, Has your ex-wife come to confront you? Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, No need to concern yourself with her. A flicker of tenderness shone in Su Xueqing's eyes as she regarded him. At that moment, how strikingly handsome Pai Yangyang appeared. At the Yi residence, Yi Tianxun gazed at Yi Yuanyang and Yi Fenglu, his expression dark as thunder. Did you take it upon yourselves to handle such a massive issue? Do you not think the Yi family has embarrassed itself enough already? The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and Yi Tianxiong's authoritative voice, laced with irritation, shattered the silence. Father, rest assured, I have already contacted all the heads of news media in Xinjiang. They will not report on the news concerning Ouyang Yan. Xinjiang TV will soon expunge her from their records. Yi Yuanyang declared with a fierce countenance. Yi Tianxiong snorted lightly, his voice grave. In the future, do not act so impulsively. The position we hold in the Yi family is hard-earned. Countless eyes are watching us. One misstep, and we could be vulnerable to attack. Yi Yuanyang lowered his head and replied, Yes, I understand. Grandfather, you must help me avenge this grievance. I want Pai Yangyang dead, Yi Fenglu said through gritted teeth, looking up at Yi Tianxiong with hatred in his voice. At the engagement banquet, his fiancée, Yi, had been snatched away. Following that, he was beaten to a pulp and forced to kneel when confronting the Su family. Now, he had become the biggest joke in Xinjiang, having been pampered his entire life. He had never endured such humiliation. This resentment festered within him, seeking an outlet. He harbored a profound hatred for Pai Yangyang, wishing nothing more than to break his limbs and then slowly torture him to death. Rest assured, we, the Yi family, will settle this account with Pai Yangyang. But not now. Yi Tianxiong's face darkened, his tone icy. Yi Fenglu was his most cherished grandson, and witnessing him in such a pitiful state only fueled his own anger. Not now. Then when shall we wait for? Yi Fenglu exclaimed, I can hardly endure another day. Yi Fenglu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. I cannot endure this any longer, he exclaimed. Yi Tianxiong responded coldly, No one is permitted to act recklessly until we ascertain the relationship between Pai Yangyang and Lei Ting. You all better remember this. During this period, keep a low profile and refrain from causing any disturbances. Yi Fenglu scoffed disdainfully, Grandfather, Why do you fear that old man? He is in the provincial city. Can he truly influence matters in Xinjiang? Yi Tianxiong's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he replied gravely. He himself may not be fearsome, but it is said that he is under the protection of a formidable figure. This individual, I fear, would intimidate even the Su family, the foremost clan in the southern 6 provinces. The members of the Yi family gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. Yi Yuanyang asked in disbelief. Who could this terrifying figure possibly be? Yi Tianxiong shook his head gently, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze, and murmured, I do not know who he is. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fenglio's eyes, his expression twisted in disdain. He believed his grandfather to be excessively timid, cowering before someone whose identity was entirely unknown. Pai Yangyang. One day, I shall have my revenge on you. And that little reporter, Ouyang Yan. I may not be able to deal with Pai Yangyang for now, but you shall not escape my wrath. He vowed silently, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. After lunch, Pai Yangyang returned Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to the Yunding villa. He then excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and drove away towards Luohan Mountain. He had discovered that meditating atop Luohan Mountain significantly enhanced his cultivation. Upon arriving, he noticed a black luxury car parked by the roadside, his brow furrowing as he considered turning back. However, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt the vehicle. He recognized this car. It had been parked at the foot of the mountain during his previous visit. Clearly, Lei Ting was still in Xinjiang and had returned here. With numerous questions swirling in his mind, he sought to inquire with Lei Ting. After stepping out of the car and taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully up the mountain. Yet, after just a few steps, he turned back, retrieving a needle pouch from his vehicle before ascending once more. Indeed, before he had even reached the halfway point, he spotted Lei Ting, Lei Yuan, and Lei Xianghong standing in the middle of the path, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Mr. Pai, what a coincidence to see you again, Lei Ting said, bowing slightly from a distance with a congenial smile. Pai Yangyang smirked inwardly, thinking, you old fox. Clearly you were waiting for me. Approaching the three, he smiled slightly. What a coincidence indeed. I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with Mr. Pai. May I inquire if now is a convenient time? Lei Ting maintained a humble demeanor, yet Lei Yuan regarded Pai Yangyang with cold vigilance, his eyes filled with suspicion. Meanwhile, Lei Xianghong was puzzled, unable to comprehend why her grandfather treated Pai Yangyang with such deference. Even if he possessed strength, surely he did not warrant such subservience from her grandfather? Pitying the calm demeanor of Pai Yangyang, she inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. Very well. I too have matters I wish to discuss. Pai Yangyang responded with an air of nonchalance. Thunder turned to Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong, instructing, you two should wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I shall converse with Mr. Pai for a while. Lei Yuan eyed Pai Yangyang warily, hesitating slightly. Go on. If he truly intends to harm me, can you possibly impede him? Thunder waved his hand dismissively. Lei Yuan's lips twitched in defiance. Yet he remained silent and turned to descend the mountain. Lei Xianghong hesitated for a moment before following suit. Mr. Pai, let us proceed to the bamboo grove. Once they had walked a few dozen meters, Thunder spoke respectfully. Pai Yangyang nodded, and the two made their way to the bamboo grove. Upon entering, Thunder suddenly stepped swiftly in front of Pai Yangyang, clasping his hands in salute and bowing deeply, reverently addressing him. Pai Yangyang felt a flicker of surprise within, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. According to Uncle Fu, his identity was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few pivotal figures within the Zhoushuan sect. Thunder's recognition of him as Lord Nine indicated his considerable standing within the sect. No wonder Thunder had been unwavering in his support during the banquet, aiding him and the Su family. It appeared he had long been aware of Pai Yangyang's true identity. Please, no need for formalities. Pai Yangyang replied coolly. The leader of the Wind and Thunder Hall? Is your standing within the Zhoushuan sect quite elevated? He inquired with curiosity. Thunder paused for a moment, then offered an awkward smile. It's not particularly high. There are many in the Zhoushuan sect with ranks above mine. Pai Yangyang responded with an "oh," feeling a twinge of surprise. However, his expression remained unchanged as he continued. Then, what is the function of the Wind and Thunder Hall? Thunder hesitated briefly before responding. The Wind and Thunder Hall is a faction of the Zhoushuan sect established in the south of Chu, primarily tasked with balancing the various powers in that region. Pai Yangyang listened, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed the factions under the Zhoushuan sect were intricately organized, and he could not grasp the entirety of it in one sitting. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked suspiciously, Do you know someone named Kai Wen-shan? He is the leader of the branch hall in Xinjiang established by the Wind and Thunder Hall. However, he is unaware of Lord Nine's identity, merely acting under my orders. Thunder replied respectfully. Pai Yangyang's understanding dawned. No wonder Kai Wen-shan had appeared so unexpectedly that day. And why the giant shrimp had shown such trepidation, he was indeed affiliated with the Wind and Thunder Hall. Then, what other forces of the Jiuquan sect are present in Xinjiang? Pai Yangyang inquired again with curiosity. As the leader of the Jiuquan sect, he should not be oblivious to the powers under his command. To his dismay, Thunder wore a troubled expression, offering a wry smile. This I am indeed not very clear on. The rules of the Jiuquan sect are stringent. Each branch must manage its own affairs. Once again, the mention of rules threatened to drive Pai Yangyang to the brink of exasperation. He felt as though he were the most bewildered leader in history, a true victim of circumstance. Moreover, he is the most impoverished leader in the world, burdened with a debt of over $1 billion in milk powder expenses. Astonishingly, he is unaware of the extent of his influence. Who would believe such a claim? Nevertheless, the power of the Jiuquan sect permeates various industries, with deep-rooted connections. With a mere word from Lord Jiu, all affiliated sects would undoubtedly comply. Observing Pai Yangyang's slight vexation, Lei Ting cautiously spoke again. Pai Yangyang waved his hand, conceding that as the sect leader, he must naturally lead by example in adhering to the sect's rules. Lei Ting quietly wiped away the sweat and stood respectfully at the side. By the way, since we fortuitously encountered each other, I shall administer a few acupuncture needles to treat your old injuries. Pai Yangyang unveiled his needle pouch, revealing 18 long needles of gold and silver. Lei Ting suddenly became excited, his lips trembling as he stammered, the 18 needles of Tianxian. Lord Jiu has truly inherited the teachings of the masters. Pai Yangyang deftly extracted a golden needle, giving it a gentle tremor as he instructed, remove your upper garment and stand properly. Lei Ting hastily took off his shirt, slightly spreading his legs to assume a natural standing posture. With a firm wrist motion, Pai Yangyang inserted a golden needle into his tinshu point. As the needle pierced his body, Lei Ting immediately felt a surge of heat coursing through him, radiating from the golden needle into his meridians. Subsequently, the second needle was inserted into his Tai point, followed by the third into his Chimen point, and the fourth into his Zhongmen point. The last 3 needles were administered with remarkable speed. Each insertion brought forth a wave of warmth that merged with the previous one's energy, flowing toward his Qi. Pai Yangyang extracted another golden needle, gazing intently for a moment before swiftly inserting the 9-inch needle deep into the 4-inch mark, piercing his Qi point. Upon this insertion, the 4 streams of energy previously established seemed to be invigorated, rushing into his dantian. The convergence of 5 energy currents made Lei Ting feel a tumultuous surge within his dantian, a searing sensation coursing through his entire body. He gritted his teeth in endurance. But after 5 minutes, he could no longer bear it, unleashing a thunderous roar that startled the birds in the forest. Pai Yangyang aligned his index and middle fingers together, rapidly tapping several acupuncture points on Lei Ting's back. Lei Ting's muscles began to tremble, the frequency of the spasms increasing. It took several minutes before he gradually calmed down. At this moment, Lei Ting was drenched in sweat. All done, Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly, sweeping his hand to withdraw the 5 golden needles into his pouch. Furthermore, one of the steps in your cultivation method involves traversing the Niwen to gather qi in the sea. It should be amended to focus on the Guanyuan. After this, you will have no further issues. Pai Yangyang stated calmly while collecting the needles. Lei Ting was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy, bending his legs as if to kneel. Pai Yangyang quickly raised his hand to stop him, insisting, no need for that. Thank you, Lord Jiu, for your life-giving grace. This affliction has tormented me for years, a constant source of suffering. I am eternally grateful for your intervention today. Lei Ting was indeed overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling his meridians unblocked and the lingering pain completely vanished. Particularly, the slight modification to the cultivation method Pai Yangyang provided filled him with certainty that it would greatly enhance his abilities. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly scoffed. Gratitude? How about something more tangible? Yet, as the esteemed leader, how could he bring himself to ask his subordinate for funds? Ninth Master, how about I have Xianghong stay by your side as your guard? Lei Ting inquired cautiously. Pai Yangyang's scalp tingled at the suggestion, and he hastily replied, no need. I require no guard. Having a little girl around would only provide Su Xueqing an excuse to dock my wages. Lei Ting's expression dimmed with disappointment as he murmured, "Very well, I shall not press." Pianjiang waved him off. "You may go. If I find myself in need, I shall reach out." "Yes, ninth master." Lei Ting felt a newfound lightness and, acknowledging his superior, turned to descend the mountain. Pianjiang exhaled a sigh of relief and, glancing towards the mountain's peak, briskly departed the bamboo grove. Pianjiang meditated on the Luohan stone at the summit until dusk before returning to the Yunding villa. The following morning, Shani joyfully called Su Xueqing. Your brother finally slept through the night without waking up. He slumbered soundly until dawn." "Xueqing, you must express your gratitude to little Pai." Shen Yi's excited voice rang through the phone. Su Xueqing asked in surprise, "So, Xiaozhi is truly much better?" "Indeed, he is significantly improved. He no longer appears so dazed and doesn't wander into the yard talking to the flowers and trees." Shen Yi's voice trembled with emotion. The burden that had weighed heavily on her heart for years finally seemed to lift. Su Xueqing's eyes glistened, and she instinctively glanced towards the second floor. "Mom, I understand. I will thank him." After hanging up, Su Xueqing released a deep breath. Although her efforts to secure investment had yet to yield results, this good news was a glimmer of hope. If Su Mingzhi truly regained his normalcy, it would render any failure to attract investment inconsequential. For 2 consecutive days, Pianjiang remained indoors, settling comfortably into the villa life, embodying the essence of a true housemaster. Moreover, Su Xueqing had been particularly gentle with him, asking several times what he enjoyed eating. Pianjiang nearly blurted out stir-fried kidneys, but he swiftly reconsidered, recalling the discomfort of waking abruptly each morning, and forced the words back down. One evening, after finishing dinner, Pianjiang set down his utensils, yearning for a stroll. Just as Su Xueqing was about to inquire about his destination, his phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed the name Xiaoshuang. An inexplicable pang of emotion surged within her, and she retorted, "Your Miss Gu is seeking you again. Surely, you have a prior engagement? Are you off to the movies or perhaps to play cards?" Pianjiang was taken aback. "Cards? What do you mean?" He swiftly grabbed his phone and answered the call. "What a performance. I can't even count how many times we've done this." Su Xueqing raised an eyebrow, her expression suggesting she expected nothing less. As she had yet to finish her words, Pai Yangyang's expression suddenly shifted, and a chilling light flashed in her eyes. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li were abruptly enveloped by an oppressive coldness, causing them to involuntarily shudder. "All right, I understand. I will come over immediately." Pai Yangyang's tone was somber as she uttered a single sentence before hanging up the phone. Su Xueqing, sensing that something was amiss, gazed at Pai Yangyang in shock and inquired, "What has happened?" "Ouyang Yin has been captured, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. I must leave at once to assist in finding her," Pai Yangyang swiftly declared, seizing her car keys and heading for the door. Startled, Su Xueqing rose and asked, "Is it Zhao Jingyang's doing?" Pai Yangyang offered no response and exited without delay. Su Xueqing, gripped by fear, sank back into her seat and muttered, "Ouyang Yin was helping us, and in doing so, offended Zhao Jingyang and the Yi family. It must be them. The Yi family is capable of anything." Zhang, equally anxious, grasped Su Xueqing's arm and urged, "Please, do not panic. Ouyang Yin is Miss Gu's cousin, with the Gu family backing her. The Yi family would not dare to act too recklessly." Su Xueqing nodded in a flurry. Yes, Ouyang Yin is connected to the Gu family. The Yi family wouldn't dare to truly harm her." Having departed from the villa, Pai Yangyang sped towards the business school. Simultaneously, she retrieved a note left by Kai Wenshan and dialed the number inscribed upon it. "This is Pai Yangyang. I require your assistance in locating an individual. She is a reporter for Xinjiang television, named Ouyang Yin. I will send you her photograph shortly." Upon hearing Pai Yangyang's name, the person on the other end of the line responded without hesitation, "Rest assured, Mr. Pai, as long as she is within Xinjiang, I will comb every inch of the ground to find her." Without further ado, Pai Yangyang pressed down on the accelerator, racing to the entrance of the business school. Gu Tianshuang stood anxiously at the doorway, awaiting her arrival. Before Pai Yangyang's vehicle could come to a complete stop, she rushed forward and urgently said, "Brother Pai, you must find a way to locate my cousin. Get in the car." Pai Yangyang decisively instructed. "Oh." Gu Tianshuang quickly opened the car door and climbed in. Without waiting for her to speak, Pai Yangyang straightforwardly stated, "Please send me a picture of your cousin." Gu Tianshuang promptly accessed her phone, selected a photograph, and sent it to Pai Yangyang. She immediately forwarded the image to Kai Wen-shan. Now, tell me what transpired? Pa Ya-yang then inquired. I am not entirely certain. I was studying in the library when my cousin called me out of the blue, but she said nothing coherent. It was chaotic on her end. Gu Tianshuang, distressed, began to cry and choked out. I heard a man shouting that my cousin was meddling in affairs that didn't concern her, and that they would teach her a lesson today. Then came my cousin's screams. She must have been attacked. Pa Yangyang's expression grew increasingly dark, a storm brewing within her. Initially, it was she who had sought out Gu Tianshuang to assist in finding a reporter. Thus, it can be inferred that he is the one responsible for Ouyang Yan's predicament. Have you alerted the authorities or notified your family? I dare not. If my aunt finds out, she will surely lose her mind. If my parents learn of this, they would certainly punish me severely. I truly cannot bear it. Gu Tianshuang trembled in fear, shaking her head in tears. After all, she was merely a girl in her early 20s, having just spent a little over a year in university, and had never encountered such a harrowing situation. At this moment, her mind was in complete disarray, utterly lost. The instant she learned of her cousin's misfortune, she nearly broke down. The first thought that crossed her mind was of Pa Yangyang. Pa Yangyang spoke in a low, reassuring tone. Do not worry. We will certainly find your cousin. He too was filled with anxiety. Ouyang Yan, being a girl, was at the mercy of the methods employed by the Yi family and Zhao Jin gang. He feared what might transpire. After a moment's contemplation, he started the car and sped towards Tsuweiwei Villa. Since this incident was linked to Zhao Jin gang, it was highly probable that Ouyang Yan had been taken there. Gu Tianshuang, in her state of panic, could only follow Pa Yangyang as he led the way. Meanwhile, the entire Xinjiang was in turmoil. The traffic and police departments urgently accessed surveillance footage from various intersections. The streets were suddenly bustling with numerous vehicles and groups of young men clad in tight black vests, storming into nightclubs and hotels to conduct searches. They raised their phones, approaching any young girl they spotted to verify her identity against the photos. No one dared to obstruct them. Anyone operating a nightclub or entertainment venue in Xinjiang was well aware of their reputation. Even some patrons could recognize them. My goodness, these are the men of Master Kai. What has happened? He has not made an appearance in years, and now this commotion? Something significant is afoot. Who has the audacity to provoke Master Kai? They were in search of someone, a girl. What sort of background does she possess that warrants Master Kai's personal involvement? At the entrance of a nightclub, Kai Wen-shan himself arrived with a group of men. Those who recognized the infamous social figure of Xinjiang were left in shock. Find her. Even if I have to turn Xinjiang upside down, we must locate this girl. A dozen men in black immediately charged into the nightclub, causing an uproar. Pa Yangyang raced through the streets, swiftly arriving at Tsuwei Villa. He drove directly towards the entrance, startling the security guards who dared not intervene. With a loud crash, the barrier was sent flying. Pa Yangyang parked in front of a 3-story building. But before he could exit the vehicle, he was surrounded by over 20 imposing men, one of whom was Su Damao. Stepping out of the car, Pa Yangyang fixed a cold gaze upon Su Damao and commanded, "Where's Zhao Jin gang? Have him come out." Su Damao was taken aback upon seeing Pa Yangyang. "Who the hell are you to address our General Zhao by name? Are you seeking death?" A burly man shouted angrily, lunging at Pa Yangyang. In response, Pa Yangyang raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Where's Zhao Jin gone?" Pa Yangyang demanded, gripping Su Damao's throat tightly, his voice icy as he exerted pressure. Su Damao immediately felt the suffocation, emitting a terrified wail as he frantically pointed at his own throat. The other burly men stood paralyzed, intimidated by Pa Yangyang's imposing demeanor, their eyes fixed on him with a predatory glare. Realizing Su Damao could not speak, Pa Yangyang released his grip, coldly observing him. Su Damao's face turned crimson. He coughed several times, and in a panic, he stammered, "Zhao. Zhao hasn't come to the villa today. Where has he gone?" Pa Yangyang's voice was frigid. This, we truly do not know. He is the boss and rarely comes here." Sudama replied, his voice trembling with fear. Slap. Pa Yangyang struck him hard across the face, barking, "Tell me, where is Zhao Jin gone?" One side of Su Damao's face instantly swelled, and he lamented, I genuinely do not know." With a swift kick, Pa Yangyang sent him sprawling, stepping on his right calf as he coldly warned, "If you do not speak the truth, I will break your leg." Su Damao trembled all over, terrified as he stuttered, I truly do not know. Even if you kill me, I cannot say." With a chilling gaze, Pa Pai Yangyang prepared to apply more pressure when his phone suddenly rang. He answered it immediately, and the voice of Kai Wenshan came through. Mr. Pai, we have located the girl you were searching for. She has been taken to the abandoned chemical factory in the west of the city. Pai Yangyang swiftly released his foot and hurried to the car. We found her at the abandoned chemical factory in the west. Once inside, he proactively reassured Gu Tianshuang, knowing she was anxious, so he aimed to ease her worry. Indeed, Gu Tianshuang let out a sigh of relief. It's good that we found her. If something happens to my cousin, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my family. Pai Yangyang said little more. As the car sped toward the outskirts, he had been there just a few days prior, having dealt with some members of the Qinglong society, yet here he was again. The location was not far from the abandoned factory, and given the sparsity of traffic on the route, he drove at great speed. Meanwhile, numerous vehicles throughout the streets of Xinjiang turned towards the western suburbs. On the Qiqiao Bridge, cars zoomed past in a blur. Inside the abandoned chemical factory, Ouyang Yin was bound tightly, surrounded by dozens of muscular men. Zhao Jinggan, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, regarded her coldly. Ouyang Yan's right lens was shattered, her hair disheveled, and her clothes were torn, presenting a pitiful sight. Nonetheless, she bit her lip fiercely, glaring defiantly at Zhao Jinggan, refusing to yield. Ouyang Yan, the esteemed journalist, how brave you are. Zhao Jinggan inhaled deeply from his cigar, slowly exhaling the smoke into her face with a mocking smile. You dare meddle in the affairs of the Yi family, commendable courage. But meddling in matters that do not concern you comes with a price. Ouyang Yin spat defiantly, her voice filled with fury. Do you have no sense of justice? How dare you kidnap a journalist? I must inform you, Zhao Jinggang, that your actions are criminal. You are playing with fire. Haraha. Zhao Jinggang erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, declaring, Indeed, I am playing with fire. Not only will I play with fire, but I shall also toy with you. Do you truly believe that as a mere journalist, you hold any significance? Do you honestly think your so-called evidence will ever be broadcast on television? Dream on. What kind of power does the Yi family wield? A mere television station would never dare to oppose them. Where is your press card? I presume it has been revoked? You may never work as a journalist again in your lifetime. Zhao Jinggang sneered, reaching out to grasp Ouyang Yin by the chest, unleashing a wave of lewd laughter. You scoundrel. If you have the courage, kill me right now. Ouyang Yin, filled with shame and rage, struggled desperately, yet her hands and feet were tightly bound, making any effort futile. Yes, I am a scoundrel. Soon you shall witness what sort of scoundrel I can be. Zhao Jinggang continued to mock, tearing a strip from Ouyang Yan's clothing with a swift motion. The brutish men around them erupted into boisterous laughter. One of them lewdly remarked, Zhao, once you're done, let us have a taste too, shall we? Zhao Jinggang, reveling in his arrogance, replied, Everyone shall have their share. Today we shall teach this beautiful journalist what it means to be a scoundrel. As he spoke, he tore away another piece of fabric. Ouyang Yin let out a piercing scream, wishing fervently for death to claim her. To be tormented by these ravenous wolves was a fate worse than death. The wheel of karma is relentless, Zhao Jinggang. Your malevolence shall not go unpunished. In her despair, Ouyang Yin realized there was no escape from this dire predicament, her cries echoing in hopelessness. Heaven, curse you heavens. If I were afraid, I would not be Zhao Jinggang. Little girl, you cannot blame me. You can only blame your own blindness for crossing paths with the likes of young Master Yi. Accept your fate, Zhao Jinggang coldly declared before suddenly lunging forward, seizing Ouyang Yin in a tight embrace. Ouyang Yin let out a desperate scream, struggling in terror and helplessness as she witnessed her garments being ruthlessly torn apart. Just then, the roar of an engine pierced the air, and a blinding beam of headlights illuminated the scene. Before the brutish men could react, they were struck down by a speeding vehicle. Zhao Jinggang was taken aback, quickly turning around. However, the blinding light rendered him unable to discern the unfolding situation. Stay in the car. I will rescue your cousin, Pai Yangyang firmly declared to the terrified Gu Tianshuang in the passenger seat as he pulled the handbrake. But there are so many of them. Are you going alone? Gu Tianshuang gazed in fear at the shadowy figures illuminated by the headlights, her heart racing with trepidation, for each of the brutish men wielded gleaming machetes. No matter their numbers, to me, they are nothing but refuse. Pai Yangyang had already opened the car door and stepped out, his gaze icy as it locked onto Zhao Jinggang. The sudden turn of events left the brutish men utterly stunned. As Pai Yangyang steadily approached Zhao Jingang, someone finally reacted, shouting loudly, "Stop! Who the hell are you?" The two men, while hurling insults, brandished their gleaming machetes and swung them menacingly at Pai Yangyang's head. Inside the car, Gu Tianchuang let out a terrified gasp, instinctively covering her eyes. Yet, Pai Yangyang did not flinch. He unleashed a barrage of punches. Striking first, the two men suddenly felt a powerful blow to their chests. And before they could utter a scream, they were sent flying backward. Bang! Bang! The sound of their heavy falls echoed as they crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. "Zhao Jingang, you are courting death." Pai Yangyang, as if nothing had transpired, slowly turned his gaze toward Zhao Jingang, his voice chilling to the bone. Zhao Jingang sensed the murderous aura emanating from Pai Yangyang. A shiver ran down his spine, and a flicker of fear crossed his mind. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, fixing a cold, disdainful stare at Pai Yangyang, and sneered, "Pai Yangyang, you are nothing but a useless leech. Do you think your ability to fight grants you free rein? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you can never provoke." With a slight, cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, Pai Yangyang replied, "There may be those I cannot provoke, but you are certainly not one of them, nor is the Yi family." "Humph, do you truly believe you can contend with the Yi family? You are overestimating yourself." Zhao Jingang scoffed disdainfully. "Whether or not I can confront the Yi family is not your concern. What you should be worrying about is your own fate." Pai Yangyang's tone was icy, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will crush this girl's throat immediately." Realizing the imminent danger, Zhao Jingang suddenly flipped his right hand, seizing Ouyang Yan's throat. She let out a stifled, pained groan, her face turning crimson in an instant. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned cold as he spoke sternly, "You are truly seeking death. Humph, to kill me, Zhao Jingang, is not so simple. Kid, I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly, wasting such a delicate girl." Zhao Jingang, confident with Ouyang Yan in his grip, spoke with arrogance. Pai Yangyang's fury surged, but he dared not act recklessly. The thought of Ouyang Yan perishing because of him would haunt him for a lifetime. Inside the car, Gu Tianchuang was in a state of extreme anxiety, wanting to exit, but the door was locked by Pai Yangyang, leaving her in a state of frantic helplessness. "Pai Yangyang, tonight, at this place, is the time and place of your demise." Seeing Pai Yangyang hesitate, Zhao Jingang let out a series of triumphant laughs, speaking with contempt. "Get him. A reward of 1 million for whoever kills this kid." With that, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Dozens of burly men, already eager to act, upon hearing of the bounty, surged forward like they had been invigorated, brandishing their machetes as they charged at Pai Yangyang. Just then, the roar of an approaching car reverberated through the air. On the desolate highway, an unseen convoy roared towards us. Without hesitation, all the vehicles surged into the factory square, their bright headlights blinding. The resonant slamming of car doors echoed ominously, sending shivers down spines. Shadows of men, exuding an aura of menace, swiftly surrounded the entire square. A burly man in black swung open the door of an imposing Mercedes. An elderly gentleman clad in a white tang suit, leaning on a cane, descended slowly, his piercing gaze sweeping the scene. "Let me see who dares to move." His voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority and menace. Zhao Jinggang's men halted in astonishment, turning to face him. A formidable presence rendered everyone speechless. Some of the thugs instinctively parted to create a path as the elder approached Pai Yangyang, slightly bowing. "Mr. Pai, I apologize for my tardiness." This elder was none other than Kai Wenshan, a figure of undeniable stature in the underworld of Xinjiang. Zhao Jingang recognized him immediately. Although Kai Wenshan had not been active in Xinjiang for some time, he remained one of the most respected figures in the region. Zhao Jinggang's men were left dumbfounded. Kai Wenshan had brought with him a multitude of followers, far outnumbering them. Armed and ready, it was clear that a confrontation would lead to their demise. "Very well." Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Kai," Zhao Jingang called out, his voice quivering with uncertainty. Despite his elevated status and wealth, he felt diminished in Kai Wenshan's presence. "Put down your weapons. Those who refuse shall lose their hands." Ignoring Zhao Jingang, Kai Wenshan straightened his posture and issued a chilling command. "Put down your weapons." Hundreds echoed his command in unison, striking fear into the hearts of Zhao Jinggang's thugs, causing them to instinctively loosen their grips, their weapons clattering to the ground. One individual hesitated, but before he could react, two others dragged him out and, without hesitation, severed his hand at the wrist with a single stroke. A piercing scream shattered the air, and Long coldly surveyed the scene, barking, "Cover your heads and crouch down." The agonizing cries sent many into trembling fits, as they instinctively complied, huddling on the ground. At this moment, Kai Wen-shan turned his icy gaze back to Zhao Jingang, noticing his hands still grasping Ouyang Yan's throat. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Zhao Jingang, you've truly risen. Kidnapping a woman." Startled, Zhao Jingang abruptly released her, panic evident in his voice. "Kaiyu, to dare offend Mr. Pai. It seems you are seeking your own demise. Kneel." Kai Wen-shan took 2 deliberate steps forward, his icy stare fixed on Zhao Jingang. Trembling, Zhao Jingang felt immense fear. Yet he did not kneel. Instead, defiantly fixing his gaze upon Kai Wen-shan, he exclaimed, "Kai Yi, Pai Yangyang is merely a worthless man living off women. Why do you support him so?" Kai Wen-shan's eyes hardened as he coldly replied, "For your words alone, you deserve to be sunk in the depths of Xinjiang. I speak the truth. The whole of Xinjiang knows it. It is one thing to rely on women for sustenance, but to peddle deceit beneath the overpass, preying on the elderly, is the epitome of a street scoundrel, a mere charlatan. I fail to comprehend how someone of Master Kai's stature could afford him such respect," Zhao Jingang declared, frustration evident in his voice. Kai Wen-shan's expression darkened, revealing that my prolonged absence from Xinjiang has emboldened individuals to disregard my authority. After a brief pause, he called out, "Along Ahu." Zhao Jingang, accustomed to being in command, found himself at a loss, unsure of how to submit. "Teach him a lesson." "Yes." Along and Ahu responded in unison, striding purposefully toward Zhao Jingang. Zhao Jingang's countenance shifted dramatically. He understood all too well that Kai Wen-shan's 2 elite enforcers were ruthless and merciless. As they approached, his expression morphed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Master Kai, you cannot treat me this way." Kai Wen-shan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Along and Ahu to halt their advance, positioning them beside Zhao Jingang. "Why can't I?" "Provide a reason," Kai Wen-shan replied coldly. I. Zhao Jingang stammered, sweat beading on his forehead, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Allow me to articulate your predicament," Pai Anjiang interjected with a derisive laugh. "You wish to assert that your protector is the Yi family, hence Master Kai cannot touch you, correct?" Though Zhao Jingang remained silent, his demeanor betrayed the truth of Pai Anjiang's assertion. He believed that the Yi family's recent ascendance in Xinjiang would afford him some level of protection, presuming even Kai Wen-shan would grant them a modicum of respect. However, Kai Wen-shan's chilling laughter pierced the air. "Is this your reliance? You believe invoking the Yi family will intimidate me?" "You underestimate," Kai Wen-shan gravely. As his words hung in the air, Along and Ahu swiftly sprang into action, twisting Zhao Jingang's arms behind him and delivering simultaneous kicks to his shins. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed as white shards pierced through his trousers, leaving a ghastly sight. Zhao Jingang collapsed to his knees, letting out a harrowing scream that reverberated throughout the chemical plant. Pai Anjiang exhaled in relief, retrieving his car keys and unlocking the vehicle. Within moments, Gu Tianshuang burst forth, rushing to Ouyang Yan, desperately untying the ropes that bound her. "Help her into the car and wait for me," Pai Anjiang commanded solemnly. Gu Tianshuang enveloped Ouyang Yan in a protective embrace as they made their way back to the vehicle. Ouyang Yan trembled uncontrollably, the terror of her recent ordeal evident in her demeanor. Gu Tianshuang held her tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, it's all right. Do not fear." Meanwhile, in the arena, Zhao Jingang's face turned ashen. The excruciating pain from his broken legs nearly caused him to lose consciousness. "Mr. Pai, how shall we proceed?" Kai Wen-shan inquired respectfully, slightly bowing. "Shall I simply dispose of him in the river?" Zhao Jingang's subordinates quaked in fear, some even losing control of their bladders. In the underworld, even those unfamiliar with Master Kai were well aware of his fearsome reputation. If Master Kai declared he would drown someone, it was a promise not to be taken lightly. He would not merely be issuing threats. Pai Anjiang cast a frigid gaze upon Zhao Jingang and slowly spoke, "No need." As his words fell, he stepped forward and delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Jingang's groin. Kai Wen-shan, Along, and Ahu all tensed, involuntarily shuddering, their legs instinctively clamping together. This kick rendered Zhao Jingang utterly incapacitated, leaving him a mere shell of a man. "Now, who is the real waste?" Pai Anjiang sneered at Zhao Jingang and asked coldly. Zhao Jingang hunched over, his body trembling violently, The excruciating pain he felt was eclipsed by the profound fear and despair within. A lecherous old man, devoted to his beloved daughter, was now destined to live a life of misery, feeling as though he were better off dead. He inwardly lamented his choices. Initially, he had been instructed by the Yi family to discipline Ouyang Yin. Yet, succumbing to his desires, he had sought to indulge himself first before disposing of her in the clear river. Ultimately, he found himself in this dire predicament. But alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. With that kick, not even a celestial being could restore his manhood. Pai Anjiang calmly turned to Kai Wenshan. You have performed admirably. He gently patted Kai Wenshan on the shoulder and strode towards his vehicle. Kai Wenshan immediately bowed slightly, akin to a subordinate honored by a superior, filled with surprise and reverence. Mr. Pai, are we simply letting him go? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Pai Anjiang replied nonchalantly, remember, allow him to live like a dog. A chill ran down Kai Wenshan's spine as he comprehended the implication, and he bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Once Pai Anjiang entered his car, Kai Wenshan slowly turned back to Zhao Jingang. Master Kai, for the sake of our past association, please spare me. Just this once. Zhao Jingang raised his head with great difficulty, his eyes filled with deep trepidation as he pleaded. Mister, Pai has shown you mercy by granting you your life. You ought to be grateful. Kai Wenshan's tone was icy. Remember, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take over all your assets. If you dare to conceal anything, do not think for a moment that you can protect yourself. Your family will not escape either. Zhao Jingang trembled all over, collapsing to the ground. To relinquish all his assets meant he would indeed have to live like a dog, an injured and useless one at that. Yet, he dared not defy Kai Wenshan's words. He understood all too well that Master Kai's word was law. If he were to harbor any deceit, his family would inevitably face dire consequences. I understand. To this day, he could not fathom Pai Anjiang's true identity that commanded such respect from Master Kai. Kai Wenshan watched the vehicle gradually distance itself. Releasing a deep breath, he too was troubled by uncertainty, pondering Pai Anjiang's true standing. Hence, Master Lei had repeatedly instructed him to ensure Pai Anjiang's protection at all costs, to meet any of his needs without hesitation. In his understanding, someone held in such high regard by Master Lei was indeed exceptional. Could it be that he is the chosen son-in-law of Master Lei? However, Pai Yangyang had once been married, and recently, the turmoil caused by Su Xueqing had stirred the entire city. Kai Wenshan found it difficult to comprehend. In the vehicle, Gu Tianchuang held the tattered Ouyang Yin tightly. Ouyang Yin's eyes remained wide open, filled with fear and anger. Reporter Ouyang, I apologize for the trouble I brought upon you by asking for your assistance, Pai Yaoyang expressed with a sense of guilt. After all, Ouyang Yin was merely a woman who had endured so much because of his request for help. Gu Tianchuang, in tears, mournfully remarked, you mustn't blame yourself entirely. I bear some responsibility as well. It was I who asked my cousin to help you. Her voice trembled with sorrow and regret. Do not feel guilty. None of this is your fault. Ouyang Yin finally spoke up after a prolonged silence. As a journalist, it is my duty to expose the darkness, injustice, and irrationality in society. If I were to retreat in the face of such events, I would be failing the sacred profession of journalism. Pai Yangyang felt a surge of emotion. It was evident that not all journalists shared Ouyang Yin's conviction, especially those present at the Su family estate. Such steadfastness was a rarity. Yet, cousin, you have been dismissed from the television station. What are your plans moving forward? Gu Tianchuang asked, her voice choked with emotion. It matters not. I can always find another place and continue the fight, Ouyang Yin replied resolutely. Pai Yaoyang was taken aback by the girl's strength. Most young women would have been frightened into silence after such an ordeal, yet here stood Ouyang Yin, brimming with indomitable spirit. Ouyang, what of your colleague Lu Kai? Pai Yaoyang inquired, recalling the photographer who had accompanied her to the Su family estate. He too has been dismissed. We have agreed to seek employment together. I refuse to believe that in the vast city of Qingjiang, there are no opportunities for us, Ouyang Yin responded, her demeanor gradually growing more composed and assertive. Gu Tianchuang suggested, cousin, why not consider joining Gu Group? No, Xiaoshuang, I won't do that. I wish to rely on my own efforts to carve out my own destiny. Ouyang Yin firmly rejected the proposition. Pai Yangyang expressed his concern. You have offended the Yi family, and even Qingjiang television dares not employ you. I fear. Indeed. What if suitable employment eludes us? Gu Tianchuang echoed his worries. It's of little consequence. If necessary, I shall establish my own studio. With my abilities, surely I can succeed. Ouyang Yin asserted after a moment of contemplation. Pai Yangyang mused, yes, that is a viable option. Where to then? Miss Gu, shall we head to your residence? He inquired. No, please take me back to my own dormitory. Ouyang Yin insisted urgently. Gu Tianchuan clarified, my cousin rents her own place on Youth Road. With a sigh of relief, Pai Yangyang steered the vehicle toward Youth Road. Upon delivering them to the front of an apartment, Gu Tianchuan remarked, you may leave. I shall stay here tonight to accompany my cousin. Pai Yangyang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I will treat you to a meal another day, before promptly departing in her vehicle. Upon returning to the villa, Pai Yangyang opened the door to find Su Xueqing and Zheng Li seated on the sofa, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they awaited his return. How is Ouyang Yin? Has she been located? Su Xueqing inquired with palpable tension upon seeing Pai Yangyang. Yes, she has been found and is unharmed. I have taken her back, Pai Yangyang replied. Thank heavens, what a relief! Su Xueqing exclaimed, clasping her hands together. Ouyang Yin has been immensely helpful to us. Had anything happened to her, I would not know how to cope. Zheng Li then asked, who was responsible for this? Was it the Yi family? It was Zhao Jingyang, but it was undoubtedly at the behest of the Yi family, Pai Yangyang responded, his gaze flickering momentarily. Su Xueqing's demeanor turned frosty as she gritted her teeth. The Yi family is truly shameless, harassing a mere journalist. Zheng Li sighed, her worry evident. It seems we have utterly offended the Yi family this time. A 5 billion investment. The prospects are bleak. With a somber expression, Su Xueqing glanced at Pai Yangyang and said, you have worked hard. Do rest early tonight. Pai Yangyang nodded and ascended the stairs, feeling a simmering frustration within. The Yi family's willingness to target innocent individuals had indeed crossed his threshold of tolerance. The following day, news of Zhao Jingang's downfall rapidly spread throughout Xinjiang City. Suiwei Villa and its affiliated Wentai group had changed hands overnight, marking the twilight of a once mighty figure. The events of the previous night remained shrouded in mystery, with even Zhao Jingang's subordinates refraining from mentioning what had transpired. Master Kai had issued a warning. Anyone who dared to disclose the events of that night would meet a dire fate. No one wished to gamble with their own lives. The ensuing days unfolded with unexpected tranquility. Su Xueqing tirelessly sought investments, yet had exhausted all her contacts, made countless phone calls, and even visited several banks, ultimately yielding no results. She sensed the overwhelming weight of despair. It was evident that the Yi family had orchestrated a complete blockade against the Su family. In Xinjiang, no one dared to confront the Yi family. Even the Su family had capitulated to their influence, agreeing to her marriage with Yi Fenglu. Now, the enmity between the Su and Yi families had reached such a degree that reconciliation seemed nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang maintained his leisurely routine, visiting Luoan Mountain every few days for quiet contemplation and meditation. After several days of cultivation, he felt a significant improvement in his abilities and a surge of vitality. Yet, the thought of the astronomical sum of over 100 billion in milk powder expenses gave him a headache. Master, the milk powder you gave me must have come from Mars. How could it be so exorbitantly priced? With less than 4 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the urgency to secure over 100 billion loomed dauntingly. Today, upon returning from Luoan Mountain, he entered to find Su Xueqing looking dispirited and Zheng Li wearing a frown of concern. He cast a curious glance at the two individuals, inwardly lamenting, I owe over 100 billion, and yet I am not as troubled as they appear. Typically, whenever Pai Yaoyang returned from an outing, they would scrutinize him as if he were a creature of the unknown, seemingly seeking evidence of his escapades. However, today, they did not spare him a single glance. Mr. Su, there is no need for undue concern. Tomorrow marks the investment conference of the Tunglong Commerce Association. Perhaps a miracle awaits us. Zheng Li remarked just as Pai Yangyang was about to ascend the stairs. Is it truly that simple? I have heard that the Yi family will also send representatives this time. They have previously dismissed such investment conferences, but their sudden involvement now suggests they may be targeting the Su family. Su Xueqing sighed despondently. Zheng Li was taken aback. The Yi family is attending as well? Su Xueqing nodded affirmatively, indeed. Then, this could spell real trouble, Zheng Li said, her anxiety palpable. If it were any other family or company, it might be manageable. But the Yi family's participation meant that Su Xueqing would likely be at a disadvantage. Tomorrow is also the last day I promised my grandfather. It seems I am truly defeated this time. I must relinquish the position of president. Su Xueqing lamented. Pai Yangyang, who had been lingering at the staircase, overheard their conversation and chuckled softly. Is this how you concede? This hardly seems to align with your character. Su Xueqing and Zhang Li turned in surprise. Character? What good is that? Even if I refuse to concede, I must ultimately confront the reality of defeat. The title of president matters little. I have genuinely pushed the Su family to the brink, Su Xueqing expressed, a hint of frustration in her tone. Pai Yangyang stepped forward, standing before her and gazing down at her. Perhaps you should clarify with the Yi family that our union is merely a contractual marriage. If you express your willingness to marry Yi Fenglu, maybe the Yi family would show understanding towards the Su family? At these words, Su Xueqing shot her gaze upward. I see it fierce. What do you mean? Do you wish to breach the contract? A jolt of alarm coursed through Pai Yaoyang, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps. Awkwardly smiling, no, should you utter such words again, I shall deduct half a month's salary. Su Xueqing declared coldly. Pai Yangyang winced at the thought, hastily responding, all right. I shan't speak of it again. Even the frieliest mosquito leg is still meat, with a monthly salary of 20,000. Losing half is no trivial matter. Then cease your frowning. Are you not aware that such expressions can affect your appearance? This is what we call the heart reflecting the face. For instance, look at Granny Li. Zhang Li shot her a fierce glare immediately. Pai Yangyang felt a twinge of guilt, hastily darting up the stairs. Zhang Li retorted, you, an invincible one from the east, call me Granny Li again, and I shall prick you with a needle. By the time Pai Yangyang had reached the second floor, he incredulously inquired from his elevated position. Are you certain that Granny Li's needles can outmatch those of the invincible one from the east? Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, then stubbornly retorted, well, it still requires a prick. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched as he helplessly replied, you are quite fierce. Su Xueqing, who had been wearing a frown, suddenly burst into laughter. Zhang Li stared at her in astonishment. You laughed? First, tell me why he is known as the Invincible East. Su Xueqing inquired with curiosity. Hasn't he pricked you with needles too? A man who plays with needles is nothing less than the Invincible East. Su Xueqing's laughter was infectious, dispelling all her worries in that fleeting moment. Pai Yangyang, upstairs, heard her laughter and a faint smile crept onto his face as he gently shook his head. Silly girl. The following morning, Su Xueqing and Zhang Li donned their formal attire, tidily preparing to attend the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference. Pai Yangyang, stretching and yawning as he descended the stairs, was met with Su Xueqing's urging, hurry up, let's head over early to leave a good impression on President Meng. Pai Yangyang lazily replied, it's not a blind date. Why bother with a good impression? Zhang Li retorted sharply, you can't expect anything profound from a dog. Well, you certainly can. Pai Yangyang casually shot back, then headed straight into the restroom. Zhang Li, exasperated, stamped her foot but felt utterly helpless. The annual investment conference of the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce was held at the picturesque Ili Villa, owned by President Meng Qifeng. Pai Yangyang drove Su Xueqing and Zhang Li to the villa's entrance. From a distance, they spotted hundreds of balloons floating in the air, with red banners hanging below, all celebrating the success of the event. The parking lot was situated outside the villa and was already filled with numerous vehicles. Just as the three stepped out of the car, an angry voice called out, Pai Yangyang. They all turned in surprise to see Qin Yuyu, Qin Yujia, and Huang Herong standing not far away, glaring at them. With fury etched on their faces, Qin Yujia and Qin Yuyu stormed towards Pai Yangyang. It was Qin Yuyu who had called out to him. As Qin Yujia approached, she stared coldly at Pai Yangyang and demanded, are you going to give me an explanation? An explanation? Pai Yangyang replied, bewildered. You hit Xiaoyu and my mother. Do you think this matter can just be brushed aside? Qin Yujia asserted angrily. I did strike him, but I did not touch your mother. Pai Yangyang remained composed, adding, and are you aware of what transpired that day? Of course, I am. You were expelled from the Qin family and, feeling resentful, sought revenge on Xiaoyu and my mother. Pai Yangyang scoffed. Is that what Qin Yuyu said? Or was it your mother? I can guess without needing them to tell me. Qin Yujia interrupted impatiently. I never expected your heart to be so dark. Pai Yangyang laughed in disbelief. You are still the same as before, self-righteous and unreasonable. You. Qin Yujia was infuriated. Fine, I am unreasonable. But am I not speaking the truth? Ex-wife, you have indeed erred. At this moment, Su Xueqing could no longer contain herself. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Pai Yangyang, gently entwining her arm with his, and spoke calmly. Qin Yujia's brow twitched as she observed the closeness between Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, a feeling of discomfort stirring within her. Where did I go wrong? Miss Su, you must see through this petty individual, lest you end up regretting it like I did. Qin Yujie asserted, her demeanor unyielding. Rest assured, I shall never regret, Su Xueqing replied with composure. I was present that day. It was your brother who first laid hands on mine and even attempted to discard him into a garbage bin. My husband only acted as he did out of consideration for his current brother-in-law. I see no fault in that. Qin Yujie's frown deepened. She found herself nearly confounded by this discourse. Humph, what difference does it make? He is merely trying to curry favor with you and your Su family. Indeed, when he was with our Qin family, he was like a lapdog, eager to please everyone. The moment he divorced my sister, he turned against us. Qin Yuyo interjected disdainfully. A flicker of coldness crossed Pai Yangyang's gaze, yet he restrained himself from reacting. Utter nonsense. I witnessed the day you assaulted young Master Su. He has suffered a head injury, resulting in cognitive issues, yet you dared to bully him. In my opinion, Pai Yayang showed remarkable restraint that day. Zheng Liran could no longer hold her tongue, her voice rising in indignation. You. Qin Yuyo's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared fiercely at Zheng Li. However, Zheng Li stood her ground, returning his glare unabashedly. Just then, a Maybach approached, and Hua Lubin hurried over to Qin Yujie. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and addressed Hua Lubin, young Master Hua. Your performance on the street that day was quite extraordinary. It remains vividly etched in my memory. Would you care to recount it for us? Hua Liubin's expression darkened significantly as he retorted, describe it yourself. Although he remained unclear about the events that transpired, he later inquired with Qin Yuyo, piecing together the situation. He was convinced that Pai Yangyang was behind it all, but lacked evidence. Qin Yuyo's expression turned peculiar. He opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. Naturally, he wouldn't dare share this matter with Qin Yujie. What brings you here? Attending a business conference as well? Qin Yujie inquired nonchalantly. My family does not require investment. I am here solely to support you, Hua Lubin replied with feigned sincerity. He then cast a haughty glance at Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, asking, what brings you here? Do you also wish to participate in the investment conference? Recalling the events from that day on the street, Su Xueqing took a step back, her face displaying clear distaste. Ah, I see now. Hua Lubin interjected before she could respond, a look of realization dawning upon him. Your Su family is in dire need of 500 million in funding and has yet to secure it, so you came here to try your luck. Su Xueqing's expression turned somewhat awkward. Because Hua Lubin did not speak incorrectly, she indeed wished to try her luck. Does it concern you? Zheng Li shot a glare at Hua Lubin and replied tersely. With a cold sneer, Hua Lubin retorted, it does not concern me. However, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Currently, no one in the entirety of Xinjiang would invest in your Su family. In fact, I must inform you that the selection has already been determined. The Su family stands no chance, Qin Yuyu declared triumphantly. The expressions of Su Xueqing and Zheng Li darkened. They genuinely believed the words of Qin Yuyu and Hua Lubin. Oh, is that so? Pai Yangyang remarked with intrigue. So, the Qin family has been chosen? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuyu replied, of course. With young Master Hua in the picture, this is hardly a challenge. Pai Yangyang chuckled oddly. Young Master Hua possesses remarkable abilities. Capable of swaying the decisions of the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce, impressive. While Yubin's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness, yet he soon puffed out his chest in pride and declared, a trivial matter. President Meng and my father have been friends for many years. It's merely a matter of my father's word. Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li felt their hopes dwindling further. The two even began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Such confidence. Does young Master Hua dare to wager with me? Pai Yangyang said, his eyes glinting with challenge. While Yubin paused, asking, what shall we wager? With a sly smile, Pai Yangyang replied, naturally. A wager on cash, or perhaps I meant to say, on milk powder. He nearly let slip his thoughts about milk money. All right, what are the terms? While Yubin's interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If the Qin family secures the investment, I shall concede. Conversely, if the Su family receives it, you shall lose. The Su family obtaining the investment. Are you jesting? Hua Lubin said with amusement. Just tell me, do you dare to bet? Pai Yangyang pressed. What do I have to fear? How much shall we wager? He extended a hand, and Hua Lubin, taken aback, exclaimed, 5 million? Qin Yu scoffed, 5 million? Can you even manage that? Don't try to wriggle out of it if you lose. Pai Yangyang glanced at Su Xueqing, stating, I cannot provide it, but my wife can. Su Yujie's lips twitched, and for reasons unknown, she felt a pang of bitterness. Su Xueqing stared at Pai Yangyang in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I am currently fraught with anxiety over securing investments. And here you are, gambling 5 million. The critical point is that you lack the funds. Yet, she gritted her teeth and declared, fine, if we lose, I will take responsibility. If necessary, I shall use this car as collateral. Wang Yubin immediately beamed, excellent. It's settled then. Qin Yu remarked, fortunately, my sister is no longer married to you. Not only are you a wastrel, but a fool as well. With that, the four of them made their way toward the entrance of the villa. Pai Yaoyang, undeterred, turned to the entrance and said, dear. You all may enter the investment meeting first. Su Xueqing, somewhat surprised, asked, aren't you coming in with me? Pai Yanjiang smiled and said, I'll step outside for some fresh air before heading in. I see you're not foolish, but rather mad. If you wish to cheer me up, please refrain from gambling with others. 5 million. Su Xueqing complained as she walked towards the entrance of the villa with Zheng Li. Pai Yanjiang reassured her, worry not. For I consulted the stars today, and fortune shall come my way. Su Xueqing shot him a glance, dismissing him as a charlatan. Once they had distanced themselves, Pai Yanjiang took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I've arrived at the villa entrance. Dr. Pai, you've arrived at the villa entrance. I shall come out to greet you immediately. As Pai Yanjiang began to speak, a voice from within responded with delight and respect. Inside the grand hall of Ely Villa, numerous family and business representatives had gathered. Though it was termed an investment promotion meeting, the ambience resembled that of a lavish banquet. An array of fine wines, delectable dishes, and exquisite fruits adorned the setting. Celebrities from the Zhejiang business community and scions of affluent families mingled, each holding a glass and exchanging pleasantries. The attendees were not solely motivated by the prospect of investing in the Tingluan Chamber of Commerce. Many sought to expand their networks in this grand business gathering, aiming to cultivate connections. Thus, the representatives from various families were predominantly from the younger generation. Seizing this opportunity for experience, the young masters appeared vibrant and poised, while the young ladies showcased their beauty, competing for attention. There were also those with ulterior motives, deliberately seeking out single women to engage in conversation. Some youthful and attractive women targeted wealthy heirs, hoping to secure a marriage into affluence, thereby altering their destinies and those of their families. For these individuals, familial advancement and corporate success were secondary. Their personal happiness took precedence. As Su Xueqing and Zheng Li entered the hall, the once vibrant atmosphere hushed instantly. All eyes turned curiously towards them, as if their presence was entirely unwarranted. The silence became awkward, leaving Su Xueqing and Zheng Li at a loss at the entrance. Even those who had been chatting nearby seemed to recoil from them, casting a disdainful glance before hastily retreating, although many young gentlemen were eager to greet them. The awareness of the animosity between the Su and Yu families compelled them to restrain themselves, fearing repercussions. Su Xueqing felt a lump in her throat. She understood well the reason behind this situation. The entire Zhejiang community was aware that the Su family had offended the Yi family, and no one wished to associate closely with the Sus, lest they attract the Yi family's ire. Why has she come? Does she not realize the Su family's standing in Zhejiang? Murmured one onlooker. Indeed, having offended the Yi family. Nearly all families and sizable companies in Zhejiang have severed ties with the Su family. How audacious for her to appear here. This is nothing short of self-deprecation. Others quickly echoed the sentiment. Who would have thought that the illustrious flower of Zhejiang could be so shameless, bound by a marriage contract to the Yi family? She unexpectedly eloped with another man during the wedding banquet. The most astonishing part was that this man was a recently divorced ne'er-do-well. Some individuals deliberately raised their voices to assert their positions. Upon hearing these remarks, Su Xueqing lifted her head high, wearing an expression of pride. Indeed, I ran away with Pai Yangyang at the wedding banquet. That is my prerogative. Observing the formerly awkward Su Xueqing suddenly regain her haughty demeanor, the atmosphere around her shifted, leaving many in a state of mild astonishment. Come, let us enter. Su Xueqing exhaled in relief, addressing Zheng Li. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. The Su family now stood on the brink of disaster, with no avenue for retreat. Today, they must go all in, fighting against the odds. Moreover, Pai Yaoyang had placed a 5 million wager with Hua Lubin. There was no reason for her to falter. With resolve, Su Xueqing strode forward, and the crowd parted, granting her passage. Miss Li, as she passed the girl, Su Xueqing unexpectedly halted, greeting her with a smile. The girl, Li Chunlin, had been her confidant from high school through university. They had shared an inseparable bond during their student days. Additionally, the Li family had maintained a close partnership with the Su family. Though the Li family had been compelled to sever ties with the Su family due to the pressures from the Yi family following the elopement incident, Su Xueqing bore no ill will towards them. However, Li Chuanlin's expression shifted. Her hand trembled slightly, and she took a step back, coldly stating, "We are not familiar." A wave of despair washed over Su Xueqing, filling her with melancholy. Nearby, Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu, and Qin Yujie regarded her and Zheng Li with disdain, as though they were witnessing a grand farce. At that moment, Su Xueqing wished for a gaping chasm to open beneath her feet. The Su family had become a pariah. Could they not recognize this fact? Qin Yuyu scoffed with scorn, reveling in the humiliation, daring them to seek further disgrace. Zhang Li's temper flared, and she turned to him, retorting angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense. Look closely. Who would dare to stand beside you or exchange a word with you?" Qin Yuyu replied smugly. Zheng Li was poised to retaliate when Su Xueqing grasped her hand, saying, "Sisterly, there is no need to be angry with him." Zheng Li could only suppress her fury as she and Su Xueqing retreated to a secluded corner to await developments. Just then, a voice rang out. "The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafen, has arrived." The once eerily silent hall sprang to life, as if a play had resumed after a pause, with everyone bustling about. "Miss Yi has come. I did not expect the Yi family to send someone this year. It seems the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference is becoming increasingly prestigious. With Miss Yi present, I think the Su family should make a hasty exit. Do they still harbor illusions of fortune falling from the sky?" Someone disdainfully glanced at Su Xueqing and Zheng Li, now relegated to a corner, speaking loudly. This was an overt display of loyalty to Yi Yafen. While Su Xueqing felt a surge of discontent within her, she still turned her gaze towards the entrance. Yi Yafen, the eldest daughter of the Yi family and sister of Yi Fenglu, has just returned to the country after an extended period of studying abroad. During her time overseas, she established a cosmetics company, reportedly amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million in less than a year. Now, she intends to develop her career domestically, planning to sell her cosmetics company and establish a new enterprise in Xinjiang. Known as one of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang, the phoenix of the Yi family, a business prodigy and a recipient of numerous accolades such as one of Xinjiang's top 10 outstanding youths, she has become the object of admiration for many young gentlemen. Such a remarkable individual invariably attracts attention wherever she goes, and in mere moments, she finds herself surrounded by admirers. Standing at approximately 175 meters tall, Yi Yafen towers above the crowd, dressed in a luxurious and fashionable Chanel suit, adorned with a dazzling platinum and ruby necklace that graces her swan-like neck, and sparkling sapphire earrings. She exudes the aura of a refined lady. Her opulent platinum and agate bracelet is robust enough to serve as a dog leash, and she carries a limited edition Chanel handbag, all of which accentuate her aristocratic demeanor. In terms of beauty and figure, she rivals Su Xueqing, though her only flaw may be her somewhat languid gait, which has become increasingly pronounced since her time abroad. This is perhaps why she finds herself ranked second among the 4 beauties of Xinjiang. At this moment, she is surrounded by admirers, her face aglow with a radiant smile, reveling in the attention. However, her smile quickly fades as she notices someone standing at a distance, unapproached. The guests who had initially greeted her with enthusiasm, sensing her shift in demeanor, turn their gazes to follow hers. Upon spotting Su Xueqing and Zheng Li hidden in a secluded corner, the realization dawns upon them. "Miss Yi, that is the 3rd miss of the Su family, Su Xueqing," someone eagerly informs Yi Yafen. With her chest held high, she strides purposefully towards Su Xueqing, and the crowd instinctively parts to clear a path, with Hua Lubin trailing behind her. In this moment, he completely disregards Qin Yujie's presence, causing her brother Qin Yuyu to scowl in frustration. Yet, Qin Yujie appears unfazed, a hint of a cold smile curling at her lips. For the drama is about to unfold. In a lavish chamber within the Ili Mountain Villa, a man in his 50s stands before Pai Yangyang, bowing and smiling broadly, his grin stretching from ear to ear. This man is Meng Qingfeng, the esteemed president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. In the room stands a woman in her 30s, her belly slightly rounded as if she is with child. Despite being seated on the sofa, she is cautious, fearful of inadvertently compressing her unborn child. This woman is He Nanjun, Meng Qingfeng's current wife. Having been married 5 times, Meng Qingfeng's previous 4 wives bore him no children, leading him to dismiss them without exception, driven by a strong desire for lineage. Although he has been married to this wife for several years, there has been no sign of offspring, and in a fit of anger, he contemplates sending her away as well, compounding the issue. Discordant voices have begun to emerge within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Some claim that Meng Qingfeng lacks heirs, and for the enduring and stable development of the business association, it would be prudent to appoint someone with offspring as the president, thereby facilitating the nurturing of a successor. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is the empire that Meng Qingfeng has painstakingly built over the better part of his life. How could he willingly relinquish it so easily? A few months ago, in a moment of desperation, Meng Qingfeng encountered Pai Yangyang, who was setting up a stall beneath a bridge. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he approached Pai to have his fortune told, inquiring whether he would ever have children. Pai confidently asserted that he was destined to have 3 sons, each of whom would achieve greatness. However, Meng Qingfeng felt no joy. Instead, he accused Pai of being a fraud and commanded his bodyguard to demolish Pai's stall. Pai quickly interjected, "You have had 5 marriages, haven't you? The last one is barely in her 30s and has been with you for 7 years. Yet there has been no sign of children, correct?" Meng Qingfeng momentarily paused, but then retorted, "Who in Xinjiang does not know my family affairs? What is so extraordinary about what you claim?" Pai continued, "When you were 18, you were involved with a girl who ended up unexpectedly pregnant. When this came to light, her parents scolded her, and in her humiliation, she jumped into a river. Is this true?" Meng Qingfeng was taken aback, staring incredulously at Pai. "Have you investigated me?" he asked. He was not from Xinjiang but hailed from a remote mountain village. After that incident, he had fled home, seeking his fortune in Xinjiang. He had never spoken of this matter to anyone, not even to those closest to him. It was precisely this experience that had led him to firmly believe in his own fertility. Thus, with each marriage where his wives failed to conceive, he stubbornly placed the blame upon them, never once considering a medical examination. To his astonishment, Pai accurately recounted this long-buried memory. "How could you possibly know?" Meng Qingfeng demanded. Pai shrugged, appearing somewhat resigned. "Very well, you claim I am destined for 3 sons, yet I have had 5 wives, none of whom have conceived. What is the explanation for this?" With a note of skepticism, Meng Qingfeng pressed further. "When you were 22, did you not injure your groin?" Pai refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question of his own. "Yes, that year I was working as a security guard, while smoking at the entrance. A railing suddenly rose and struck me there, but it was just a momentary pain. I did not sustain any injury." Meng Qingfeng reflected for a moment before responding. "That is precisely it. That injury has compromised your lineage. To restore your fertility, I will need to administer a few acupuncture needles and prescribe a herbal concoction for you to consume over 2 weeks, Pai stated with a faint smile, exuding certainty. Though still harboring doubts, Meng Qingfeng's desperation for a child compelled him to consider Pai's proposal. Nevertheless, he did not fully trust him and discreetly sought a checkup at a large hospital. Upon receiving the results, the doctor informed him that indeed, the injury had led to his infertility. Yet, the specialists at the hospital were at a loss, stating that the condition had persisted for too long, leaving little hope for recovery. Meng Qingfeng recalled the words of Pai Yangyang and promptly returned to wait beneath the bridge for 2 days before finally encountering him. Pai Yangyang administered several acupuncture needles and prescribed a medicinal concoction. Despite his lingering doubts about its effectiveness, he resolved to embrace hope, treating it as a last-ditch effort. Unexpectedly, 1 month after completing a course of the herbal remedy, his wife, Hinanjin, suddenly reported feeling unwell. A hospital examination revealed the joyous news. She was pregnant. This thrilled Meng Qingfeng, who rushed to find Pai Yangyang, nearly kneeling in gratitude. However, joy soon turned to despair. After 3 months, another examination yielded disheartening results. The hospital indicated that the fetus was precariously positioned within the placenta, with a high risk of miscarriage. Moreover, their medical expertise offered little assurance of a favorable outcome. Almost driven to madness, Meng Qingfeng sought out Pai Yangyang once more. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang assured him that as long as he was present, the fetus would be safeguarded. Relieved, Meng Qingfeng felt an overwhelming desire to revere Pai Yangyang as if he were a deity. Upon learning that Pai Yangyang would personally visit the Ili Mountain Villa, he went out to warmly welcome him, guiding him to the secluded backyard, off-limits to the general public. "Divine Physician Pai, I am immensely grateful to you for my wife's pregnancy. I had intended to express my gratitude in a more formal manner. I am truly honored by your presence. It elevates the stature of Ely Mountain Villa. Meng Qingfeng exclaimed with a beaming smile. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly. The compliment felt somewhat awkward. I am here today to check on Madame Meng and to thank President Meng for extending an invitation to Su Xueqing, he replied nonchalantly. Divine Physician, you are far too modest. You are a benefactor of the Meng family. Anything I can do for you is but a duty, Meng Qingfeng expressed sincerely, his face a mask of gratitude. However, I do have one more matter to request of President Meng. If you could assist me, Pai Yangyang contemplated before speaking. Please. Do share, Meng Qingfeng said, inclining his body in a gesture of humility. The Su family is in urgent need of 500 million in funding. I wonder if President Meng could facilitate this at the upcoming investment conference. Before Pai Yangyang could finish, Meng Qingfeng eagerly nodded, absolutely. Initially, the investment from the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce was set at 300 million, but since Divine Physician has made the request, we shall increase it to 500 million. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. I appreciate it. I will prescribe a tonic for Madame Meng to ensure a safe pregnancy. She should take one course now. And I will provide another remedy in a month to guarantee the child's safe arrival. That is wonderful. Thank you, Divine Physician. Meng Qingfeng responded, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply. He nonchalantly inquired, Divine Physician, can you tell if the baby in my womb is a boy or a girl? Pai Yangyang chuckled, no need for any examination. President Meng is destined for 3 sons, so this child will undoubtedly be a boy. That is splendid news. He Nanjun had been anxious about potentially giving birth to a daughter, fearing Meng Qingfeng's displeasure might lead to her dismissal. Hearing Pai Yangyang's confident assertion that it would be a son, she felt reassured. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my wife. As she awaits my return, Pai Yangyang penned a prescription, diligently detailing the proper method of administration, before preparing to seek out Su Xueqing and Zheng Li. Very well. I shall take my leave first, he declared. I still need to conduct a teleconference with several board members to inform them about the additional investment. Meng Qingfeng nodded, personally escorting Pai Yangyang to the door. Suddenly, with a hint of suspicion, he inquired, Dr. Pai, what about the Qin family? The Qin family is no longer my concern. You may handle it as you see fit, Pai Yangyang responded directly, understanding the implication behind the question. Before departing, he added, when we meet later, let us not disclose our acquaintance, for I intend to deal with certain individuals. It would not be amusing if they were to learn of our connection. Meng Qingfeng immediately nodded. Rest assured, Dr. Pai, I understand. Meanwhile, in the hall, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves besieged by a group led by Yi Yafan. Su Xueqing, you certainly have high standards. You even look down upon my brother? Yi Yafan approached Su Xueqing, speaking haughtily. Unfazed, Su Xueqing met her gaze with calm composure, replying, it is merely that the threshold of the Yi family is too elevated. I do not dare to aspire to it. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness, remarked Hua Lubin, who stood closely behind Yi Yafan. Su Xueqing paid him no mind, not even casting a glance in his direction. I hear, you have taken a liking to a pretty boy, a man who thrives on the fortune of others. He was just cast out by his ex-wife, and you hastily obtained a marriage certificate with him. Is that true? Yi Yafan was relentless, her expression dripping with disdain as she questioned Su Xueqing. Zheng Li could no longer restrain herself, interjecting, what does that have to do with you? Who are you speaking to? Yi Yafan's brows furrowed, her voice rising in anger. Humph, Miss Yi speaks, and you dare to interrupt? Qin Yuyu seized the opportunity, attempting to flatter Yi Yafan in hopes of leaving a lasting impression, despite knowing he could not aspire to her attention. Zheng Li's expression shifted. Though she was not intimidated by Qin Yuyu, the formidable presence of Yi Yafan made her uneasy. What kind of person is so overbearing that others are deprived of their right to speak? Just as Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves in a precarious situation, a solemn voice broke through the tension. Everyone turned to see Pai Yangyang striding forward. The moment Yi Yafan laid eyes on him, her demeanor shifted slightly, her gaze flickering with a predatory glint, akin to a beast spotting its prey. Qin Yuyu's lips curled in ire, glaring at Pai Yangyang with clenched teeth. As memories of the last encounter, where he was struck twice and discarded into a refuse bin, flooded back. Upon Pai Yangyang's arrival, the previously anxious Su Xueqing felt an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over her. She could not quite comprehend why, but this man seemed to envelop her in a cocoon of security. And who might you be? Yi Yafan inquired, her tone considerably softened. It was only then that Pai Yangyang acknowledged her, casting a nonchalant glance in her direction as he replied, I am Pai Yangyang. Miss Yi. He is indeed the pretty boy, the man who lives off others. However, I must add that he is merely a charlatan who deceives the elderly. Qin Yuyu remarked with disdain. With Yi Yafen by his side, he no longer feared Pai Yangyang. Moreover, given the attendance at today's investment conference, he doubted Pai Yangyang would dare to confront him. Today, he intended to humiliate Pai Yangyang thoroughly in front of everyone, relieving his pent-up frustration. Yi Yafen's brows furrowed slightly, her demeanor instantly chilling. Are you the one who stole my brother's fiancée at his wedding banquet? Pai Yangyang smiled faintly. Allowing me to clarify, Su Xueqing had already obtained a marriage certificate with me prior to the engagement banquet. Therefore, what I did was not theft, but rather bringing my wife home. The corner of Yi Yafen's mouth twitched, clearly revealing her inner anger. Shameless. The Su and Yi families had a prior engagement. You blatantly meddled in our affairs. Hua Lubin scoffed. Su Xueqing, did you betray my brother and the Yi family for such a man? Yi Yafen fixed her gaze on Su Xueqing, her voice icy. At that moment, Su Xueqing remained remarkably calm, gently linking her arm with Pai Yangyang's and responding nonchalantly. The union of the Su and Yi families was never my choice. It was a forceful push from both sets of parents. I refuse to be a pawn of the family. I have the right to choose my own future. Is that a sin? If it were anyone else, you could act this way. Yi Yafen's expression turned frigid, her gaze sharp with disdain. But this is my Yi family. What of the Yi family? Can the Yi family impose their will and act with such arrogance? Pai Yangyang retorted with a cold laugh. You should be aware that offending the Yi family will yield dire consequences. I suspect the Su family is currently facing significant troubles, are they not? Although Yi Yafen was seething with rage, she quickly suppressed her fury and coldly replied. Su Xueqing's expression shifted. Indeed, the Su family is facing unprecedented challenges. Whether we can overcome this hurdle remains uncertain. Humph. Were it not for their troubles, the young lady of the Su family would not be here. Hua Lubin remarked coldly. Exactly. They still fantasize about securing investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. What a delusion. Qin Yuyu interjected. You wish to obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Yi Yafen seemed intrigued, a faint smile gracing her lips as she asked playfully. Su Xueqing's expression darkened. Inwardly, she lamented that with Yi Yafen present, securing investment today was nearly impossible. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce holds a status in Xinjiang comparable to the 5 great families, and certainly does not dare to openly offend the Yi family. Furthermore, Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang have been friends for many years. The Yi family once assisted Meng Qingfeng, and with that connection, a single word from the Yi family would ensure that Meng Qingfeng would never invest in the Su family. Hua Lubin and Qin Yuyu looked at Pai Yangyang with smug satisfaction, appearing to relish his predicament, especially Hua Lubin, who seemed to envision the 500,000 in profits laid out before him. What? Is that not possible? Pai Yangyang seemed curious as he inquired. Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu. And a few eager sycophants burst into laughter. Is this person a fool to utter such a question? Does he not understand the relationship between the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng? Is he unaware of the Yi family's absolute influence in Xinjiang? What do you think? Hua Lubin laughed so hard it hurt, clutching his forehead, and said, Ever since you tried to elope at the hotel, look around Xinjiang. Who would still dare to invest in the Su family? Su Xueqing felt cold sweat forming at her temples. Despair had begun to seep into her heart. If she failed to secure investment today, at the latest by tomorrow, her grandfather would reclaim all the shares her family held in the Su group. Moreover, she would never have the opportunity to return to the position of president. To make matters worse, she had foolishly wagered 5 million with Pai Yangyang against Hua Lubin. That was due to their lack of foresight. Pai Yangyang stood tall, exuding confidence, declaring, I dare to bet that within 3 years, the Su family will ascend to the pinnacle of Xinjiang. Ha! Everyone erupted into laughter. Perhaps this was just a jester sent by a monkey? Did he not realize the current predicament of the Su family? Did he not know that the true pinnacle of Xinjiang belonged to the Yi family? Yi Yafen also laughed, a sneer forming on her lips. Initially, she had been captivated by Pai Yangyang's handsome appearance, contemplating how she might have a chance to play poker with him. Little did she expect that beneath that attractive facade lay a brainless mind. Pai Yangyang, before you consider how the Su family might become the pinnacle of Xinjiang, perhaps you should first ponder how to retrieve the 5 million you will owe me when you lose. Hua Lubin was nearly brought to tears from laughter. This fool is destined to lose. Qin Yuqing's expression darkened considerably. Although these matters did not concern her directly, Pianjiang was ultimately her ex-husband. Witnessing his disgraceful display reaffirmed her decision. Thank goodness she had insisted on the divorce. Otherwise, she might have been the one humiliated today. 5 million? What 5 million? Yi Yafan inquired curiously. He claimed that the Su family would secure an investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, and I bet him 5 million. While Yubin exclaimed excitedly. Yi Yafan let out an "oh," looking disdainfully at Pianjiang, and asked, "Are you so certain that the Su family will secure the investment?" Pianjiang replied without hesitation, "Yes. Not only will they secure it, but they will also acquire 500 million. Haha. In the hall, over 100 people were laughing uncontrollably. Some clutching their stomachs, nearly cramping from laughter. 500 million. You truly dare to say such a thing? While Yubin finally managed to stifle his laughter, saying, "You probably do not know that the maximum investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today is only 300 million, right? Even if the Su family truly manages to secure investment, it would at most be 300 million. Pianjiang regarded him with amusement, a glint of light flickering in his eyes, and asked, "Hua Xiao, if that is the case, are you daring enough to raise the stakes?" This while Yubin was nothing but a fool, burdened with over 100 billion in debts, and he was determined to recover as much as possible today. Raise the stakes. While Yubin's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he gone mad? Even now, the situation remains unclear, yet one dares to raise the stakes? The corner of Su Xueqing's mouth twitched, her heart racing. What on earth does this fellow intend? Is he trying to drive me to bankruptcy? Indeed, does he have the audacity? Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with clarity, his expression resolute. Hua Yobin's face contorted. How could he, the esteemed heir of the Hua family, be intimidated by Pai Yangyang? Moreover, this was a gamble that was bound to yield victory. Only a fool would refrain from betting. Very well. How much are you willing to wager? 10 million. Pai Yangyang stated without hesitation, mindful not to ask for more, lest this young master of the Hua family be unable to produce it. Hua Lubin was taken aback, regarding Pai Yangyang with skepticism. 10 million? Can you truly afford that? Pai Yangyang gently wrapped his arm around Su Xueqing's soft waist, smiling as he replied, "Isn't my wife here?" Su Xueqing's body trembled slightly, and she was instantly enveloped in a sense of disbelief. This fellow, does he think I operate a bank, capable of withdrawals at any moment? 10 million. She would probably have to sell her house. Nevertheless, Su Xueqing did not oppose the idea. Instead, she forced a smile and said, "Yes, if my husband loses, I shall take responsibility." With no retreat left, whether it was 5 million or 10 million. She no longer cared about the amount. Pa, how could I possibly lose? Pai Yangyang quickly spat 3 times. "I'm counting on earning some milk money today." He had barely finished his sentence when a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to cry out involuntarily. He grimaced and turned to look at Su Xueqing, thinking, this woman truly has a vicious grip. Milk money? Qin Yuji looked at Su Xueqing with suspicion, feeling as if she had swallowed a dead fly. In just a few days, she was already pregnant? Or had they, in fact, been together behind her back all along? Pai Yangyang had spent over a year with her without any progress. How was it that a new target led to such immediate results? For some reason, a faint sense of humiliation surged within her. Very well, I shall wager. Excitement flickered in Hua Yobin's eyes as he appraised Su Xueqing from head to toe. The more one bets, the better. If, in the end, you cannot pay, I shall take someone as collateral. This young master has yet to experience a pregnant woman. He mused to himself, growing increasingly pleased with his thoughts. Now, he found himself hoping that Su Xueqing truly would be unable to produce the funds. That would be quite entertaining. I will also wager 10 million. Yi Yafan said coldly. If not now, when? Were you not always above me, Su Xueqing? Today, I shall make you kneel before me. Su Xueqing's body trembled slightly, her complexion draining of color as she hurried to grasp Pai Yangyang's arm. But it was too late. Very well, I accept. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting fresh meat, brimming with excitement. Even Qin Yu felt a surge of enthusiasm, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will wager 100,000. Uffed. Pai Yangyang burst into laughter, looking at Qin Yu in astonishment. Qin Yu felt the curious gazes of those around him, and his face turned crimson. Yet, he still boldly proclaimed, Do you dare to accept? Pianjiang regarded him with the same bemusement one might reserve for a sand sculpture. I've already accepted 20 million. Why would I concern myself with a mere 100,000? He remarked. Though a mosquito's leg may be small, it is still flesh. Unfortunately, The funds for baby formula must be earned little by little. Very well, considering you are my former brother-in-law, I shall take it. Qin Yujia's lips twitched as she shot a fierce glare at Pai Anjiang. Can you truly produce such a sum? If not, refrain from gambling recklessly. She scoffed. Su Xueqing gradually regained her composure, lifting her gaze to Qin Yujia and forcing a faint smile. Rest assured, my ex-sister-in-law, my husband requires no such concern from you. If he were to genuinely lose, I would sell our house and car to ensure he repays the debt. Qin Yujia's enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished, and she could only huff in frustration. Many onlookers were stirred, chiming in, I bet 1 million. Are you in? I'll wager 500,000. Me too. 500,000. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves had spotted a lone rabbit, eager to pounce. A chill ran down Su Xueqing's spine. Having made such a bold claim, there was no turning back. Yet, Pai Anjiang was even more exhilarated. With Su Xueqing as his steadfast support, he welcomed all challengers. After all, if these fools were eager to contribute to his baby formula fund, he would accept their generosity without hesitation. Li Mama, jot this down. The baby formula money relies on them. Earning a little is no easy feat, so don't forget to keep track. His expression was that of a glutton reveling in a pile of gold. Zheng Li, infuriated, clenched her jaw and retorted, Pai Anjiang, if you keep this up, I swear I'll bite you to death. Pai Anjiang chuckled, if you wish to bite, you'll have to wait until we return. For now, keep a record. Though Zhang Li was vexed, she took out her phone and began documenting the wagers one by one. By the time she finished, the total was astonishing, nearly 50 million. Struck with euphoria, Pai Anjiang's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, what is all this commotion? So lively. Everyone turned to see Meng Qingfeng, beaming as he strode in with a pair of young adults in their 30s. Meng Huizhong has arrived. Someone exclaimed. The crowd promptly dispersed, applauding to welcome Meng Qingfeng. Greetings, Uncle Meng. Yi Yafan greeted politely. Meng Qingfeng nodded with a smile, recognizing the return of the Yi family's niece. It seemed today's investment meeting had attracted a golden phoenix. His gaze swept the room, landing on Pai Anjiang. Remembering Pai Anjiang's earlier instructions and fearing exposure, he quickly averted his eyes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Meng Qingfeng confidently made his way to the main seat, while the young man and woman settled at a pre-arranged table, opening their laptops. The commanding presence of the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was indeed remarkable. Please, take your seats. Meng Qingfeng gestured towards the chairs in the hall after sitting down. Miss Yi, you may proceed. Hualubin nodded and bowed, pointing to the center position as he obsequiously addressed Yi Yafan. Yi Yafan walked over with an air of confidence and took a seat, promptly gesturing to Hualubin to sit beside him. Hualubin, almost overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly made his way to the designated spot. Although he was also a young master from one of the 5 prominent families, sharing a seat with Yi Yafan was still a matter of great honor for him. Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding men, he proudly settled next to Yi Yafan. Su Xueqing, on the other hand, pulled Pai Yangyang and directly headed to the back row. Since no one wished to sit with them, she decided to be considerate and take the hint. On stage, Meng Qingfeng noticed that Pai Yangyang had chosen to sit at the very back, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, recalling Pai Yangyang's earlier suggestion, he restrained himself and said nothing. Mr. Su, over 40 million. This, even selling a house won't cover it. Zheng Li glared at the numbers on her phone, her face darkening as she furrowed her brows. At that moment, Su Xueqing's heart raced anxiously, her expression troubled. She was acutely aware that 40 million was far beyond the value of her own house. Even selling her parents' home would not suffice. He is being reckless. And he has put you in a difficult position. Zheng Li shot a fierce glance at Pai Yangyang, whispering, how can you allow him to act this way? He is not even your real husband. Enough. Su Xueqing's mind was in disarray. While she could blame Pai Yangyang, she also bore some responsibility. This was perhaps the consequence of prioritizing appearances over reality. With the situation as it was, she could only resign herself to fate. Rest assured, I would never let my wife down. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. Just remember to help me settle the accounts later, and don't miss anything. Earning a bit for baby formula isn't easy. Before he could finish, he felt a sudden discomfort in his waist. Shrinking away slightly, he grimaced and said, Dear, could you possibly tug somewhere else? That spot is the engine room, and if it gets damaged, the engine will be ruined. Zheng Li inquired curiously. What engine room? Su Xueqing shot Pai Yangyang a sideways glance, whispering, Don't listen to his nonsense. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Pai Yangyang chuckled in response. At that moment, Meng Qingfeng began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Tunglong Chamber of Commerce Investment Conference is now commencing. Firstly, on behalf of all the shareholders of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. The venue fell silent immediately, with all eyes focused on Meng Qingfeng. Su Xueqing felt a surge of anxiety. This was her last hope. If she failed to secure the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, she would officially resign from her position as the executive president of the Su Group. Moreover, her father's shares in the company would be reclaimed. Tragically, she would also have to sell her house and car to clear Pai Yangyang's gambling debts. Yet Pai Yangyang appeared unfazed, even somewhat bored, as he took out his phone and became engrossed in it. Zheng Li shot several furious glares at him, wishing she could scratch his face with her nails. In her heart, she had already concluded that Su Xueqing would undoubtedly be unable to secure the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. As in previous years, the session commenced with presentations from companies seeking funding, followed by decisions made by the Chamber of Commerce based on the circumstances at hand. Who would present first? Su Xueqing felt a surge of excitement and was about to rise when Pai Yangyang, engrossed in his game, nonchalantly remarked, "What's the rush? Let them speak first. Yours will come around in due course." Su Xueqing cast him a sidelong glance, poised to respond, when a young man stood up. "President Meng, I am Weiwei, the executive president of Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group. Since everyone has shown deference, allow me to take the lead in sharing our insights." Meng Qingfeng nodded. "Yes, President, please proceed." And Weiwei, with an air of pride, began to introduce Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Since its inception, Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group has transformed from a modest workshop into the largest pharmaceutical entity in Xinjiang, and earlier this year, we successfully went public, officially becoming a listed company. As Weiwei extolled the virtues of Guanghui Pharmaceutical, his demeanor radiated confidence. Indeed, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is regarded as a legend in the industry, having risen to prominence within 5 years and achieved a successful listing. Rumors suggest that the Yi family holds a 30% stake in the company, making them one of its major shareholders. Consequently, many are optimistic about this emerging pharmaceutical enterprise. Currently, the company is flourishing, with numerous families and corporations seeking collaboration. Prior to the hotel incident, the Su family had a working relationship with Guanghui Pharmaceutical, with over 50% of Su family pharmaceuticals being produced by Guanghui. However, on the very day of the incident, Guanghui announced the cessation of its partnership with the Su family, severing all business ties. Thus, as Weiwei detailed the situation of Guanghui Pharmaceutical, Su Xueqing's heart sank, and her hopes dwindled further. Today, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is experiencing remarkable growth, having reached a critical juncture. The company has plans to construct a world-class pharmaceutical factory to expand production in response to the surging market demand. Therefore, Guanghui urgently requires capital to ensure the establishment of this new facility, hoping that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will consider investing in us. My presentation is complete. And Weiwei concluded eloquently, garnering a resounding applause from the audience. We have duly noted the presentation from Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Who will present next? Meng Qifeng inquired, a smile gracing his face as he gestured for the applause to cease. President Meng, I am Qin Yujia, the president of the Qin Group. I will now represent the Qin Group in our presentation. Following this, Qin Yujia stood confidently, her demeanor poised. Before she began, she deliberately cast a glance at Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li. Please proceed. Meng Qingfeng gestured for her to continue. The progress of the Qin Group is evident to all. 3 years ago, our family was barely recognized, not even ranking among the lower tiers. However, since I assumed the presidency of the Qin Group 3 years ago, our development has been nothing short of transformative. The Qin family, through the Qin Group, has ascended into the ranks of the third-tier families. Qin Yujia exuded confidence, her tone laced with pride. Indeed, 3 years prior, the Qin Group teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, burdened by overwhelming debt. In a moment of crisis, the family appointed Qin Yujia as president. After 3 arduous years, the Qin Group has undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Consequently, the Qin family has soared to prominence, positioning itself among the leading third-tier families with aspirations to challenge those of the second tier. Qin Yujia has consequently been honored for 2 consecutive years on the list of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Xinjiang. Furthermore, The momentum of the Qin Group's growth is formidable. Within 3 years, the Qin family is destined to ascend to the ranks of the second-tier families in Xinjiang. Currently, our Qin Group's medicinal herb base is undergoing extensive expansion, adding hundreds of acres of precious herb cultivation. And plans are underway to introduce the most advanced equipment globally for production. Everything is in place, awaiting only the favorable wind. Should the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce invest in the Qin Group, it would undoubtedly bolster our prosperity, leading to a mutually beneficial partnership. My presentation is complete. Qin Yujia had already contemplated her words countless times in her mind. She spoke with unwavering confidence, her tone sincere and without hesitation. Although she was aware that with the Hua family's support, securing investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was virtually assured, she felt compelled to demonstrate her capabilities. Only in this manner could she prove that Pai Yaoyang was unworthy of her and that she was not inferior to Su Xueqing. Indeed, our investigation into the Qin Group's development reveals a robust momentum and significant potential for growth. President Qin, please take a seat, Meng Qifeng said, nodding with a smile. His voice imbued with admiration. Qin Yujia exhaled, reassured by Meng Qifeng's expression and manner of speaking. It seemed likely that the investment would be secured today. Qin Yu also recognized the positive signs and gleefully remarked to Qin Yujia, "Sister, it appears to be in the bag. Once we secure this investment, the Qin Group will take flight." Qin Yujia shot him a glare, whispering, "Can you please remain calm? Until President Meng gives his nod, everything remains uncertain." What uncertainty could there be? With young Master Hua involved, the investment is undoubtedly secured. Qin Yu retorted defiantly. Qin Yujia cast a glance at Hua Lubin seated in the front row, her lips twitching slightly. Although she harbored no affection for Pai Yaoyang, her feelings towards Hua Lubin were equally unkind. He was overly attentive when it suited him, yet quick to abandon her at the first sign of Yi Yafen's presence. Such a man could never be relied upon. Following this, 2 more companies presented their cases, merely boasting about their development potential and their need for funding to expand production. Meng Qifeng responded with smiles, indicating he had taken note of their pitches. Is there anyone else who wishes to present? If you miss this opportunity today, you will have to wait until next year, Meng Qifeng proclaimed, surveying the audience. As silence enveloped the room, Su Xueqing prepared to rise, adjusting her hair. However, just as she stood halfway, Yi Yafen suddenly rose and said, "President Meng, I am Yi Yafen, and I wish to present." Meng Qifeng's brow twitched, his expression one of surprise. What chaos is this lady causing? He silently pondered. His relationship with Yi Yuanyang was apparent. If Yi Yafen truly intended to invest, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. He hesitantly inquired, "Miss Yi, do you represent the Yi family?" "No, I represent myself," Yi Yafen replied with unwavering certainty. Meng Qifeng considered for a moment, forcing a faint smile, then, "Please share your thoughts." Upon seeing Yi Yafen rise, Su Xueqing's complexion instantly turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Su Xueqing was undoubtedly aware of the extraordinary relationship between Meng Qifeng and Yi Yuanyang. Even in the absence of this connection, should the Yi family require investment, Meng Qifeng would surely extend his courtesy. Although the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce might not be inferior to the Yi family in stature, such deference was still requisite. "It's over. Yi Yafen is undoubtedly targeting us," Zhengli lamented, her voice heavy with despair. Pai Yaoyang, sensing Su Xueqing's desolation, continued to play his game nonchalantly, saying, "As the company president, one must possess composure. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain." Zhengli shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you truly believe we can wrest the investment from Yi Yafen?" Pai Yaoyang replied with a hint of detachment, "Not necessarily." Su Xueqing sighed, "You are quite optimistic. She is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Setting that aside, President Meng and Yi Yuanyang are close friends. Do you think he would risk offending the Yi family to grant us the investment?" Zhengli, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "You actually made a wager with them. Nearly 50 million. Aren't you putting President Su in a precarious position?" Pai Yaoyang remained unfazed, "But President Meng hasn't made a decision yet, has he?" Su Xueqing, feeling defeated, said, "It's futile to blame him. I can only blame myself for being bewitched and dragging him to obtain a marriage certificate. This is my own doing." With a heavy heart, she contemplated leaving the venue. If she lingered, the inevitable outcome would subject her to mockery from Yi Yafen, Qin Yujie, and others. She had no desire to provide them with amusement. Just as she attempted to rise, her hand was seized by Pai Yaoyang. "Don't forget, I have a wager with them, and you are my guarantor." Even if you wish to withdraw now, do you think they will permit your departure? Despair washed over Su Xueqing, her eyes welling with tears. To leave was no longer an option, yet staying would mean facing the humiliation from Yi Yafan and others. The most daunting aspect was not merely the impending ridicule, but the over 40 million she would owe. However, Pai Yagyong was right. Just as she prepared to stand, several individuals who had previously placed bets turned to glance at her, their expressions wary. Escaping was no longer possible. The only course of action now was to await the outcome. President Meng, I once established a cosmetics company in Country E, and within just a year, I expanded its value to 10 million euros. However, as a native of Xinjiang, I feel compelled to return and contribute to the development of my homeland. Thus, I decisively sold the cosmetics company with the intent to invest in a new venture in Xinjiang that integrates research, production, and sales, for which I seek the support of the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce and President Meng. If President Meng believes in my capabilities, I kindly request an investment of 100 million for my new company. Yi Yafan confidently articulated her proposal. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted several times, revealing his inner turmoil. He knew he had to fulfill his promise to Pai Yangyang, because he understood clearly that to ensure the safe birth of his child, the esteemed physician could not afford to offend anyone. Yet, this would inevitably lead to antagonizing the Yi family. The crucial question remained: how would he explain this to Yi Yuanyang? Miss Yi, may I inquire about the name of your company? At that moment of difficulty, a curious voice suddenly pierced through the tension. The voice was quite abrupt, startling everyone, who turned in astonishment to the source, Pai Yangyang, who had been engrossed in a game. The words had originated from him. Yi Yafan gently bit her lip, a hint of annoyance flickering across her features as she turned to Pai Yangyang and replied, "It hasn't been established yet, so I haven't decided on a name." Finally, putting down his phone, Pai Yangyang stood up slowly, stretching lazily as he remarked coolly, "Oh, so Miss Yi intends to pull a fast one? May I ask if this business approach is something you learned abroad?" His tone was nonchalant, yet to Yi Yafan's ears, it was painfully grating. Her expression darkened as she coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Without a trace of fear, Pai Yangyang responded, "Is it difficult to comprehend? It's quite literal. What do you know about business operations?" Yi Yafan's body trembled slightly with rage, her voice quavering. "I may not know much, but I am aware that investments from Tinglong Company must be tangible. Your company isn't even established yet. What if you turn out to be a fraud? Wouldn't that render Tinglong Chamber of Commerce's investment a complete loss?" Pai Yangyang asserted boldly. This statement sent shockwaves throughout the room. Could the eldest daughter of the Yi family truly be a fraud? Had this young man lost his senses? Zheng Li turned pale with fear, hastily tugging at Pai Yangyang's pants and whispering urgently, "What nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once." However, Pai Yangyang remained unmoved, responding calmly, "I am merely speaking the truth. Why fear it? You are not afraid. You won't rest until you have harmed Mr. Su, will you?" Zheng Li was utterly frantic, realizing that if Yi Yafan were truly enraged, not only the investment would be at stake, but even the tens of millions in gambling funds would be enough to ruin Su Xueqing. Su Xueqing felt a surge of anxiety as well, yet found Pai Yangyang's words to be somewhat justified, rather than mere provocation. "Boy, you must be out of your mind. How dare you label Miss Yi as a fraud?" Hualu Bin seized the opportunity to interject, glaring coldly at Pai Yangyang. "What's wrong? Is my ex-wife's kindness insufficient? So you seek another benefactor?" With an expression of disdain, Pai Yangyang regarded him coolly. Hualu Bin's face darkened with fury as he exclaimed, "Pai Yangyang, you are courting death. Do you not realize where you are? How dare you speak such nonsense here? Enough, everyone, let us cease this bickering." Seeing the situation spiraling into chaos, Ming Chi Feng spoke sternly. Instantaneously, silence enveloped the room. Hualu Bin let out a heavy huff, seething as he took his seat. Pai Yangyang, undeterred, sat down and turned to Su Xueqing, saying, "It is your turn to present your case." Zheng Li whispered, "Is there even a need to present?" Su Xueqing's face appeared grim. At this juncture, she felt completely despondent. The current situation has become evidently clear. Not only is it improbable for you to compete with Yi Yafan, but even against An Weiwei and Qin Yujia, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Are you truly willing to surrender? This is hardly in line with your character, Su Xueqing. Observing Su Xueqing's pallid complexion and her prolonged silence, Pai Yangyang spoke softly. Yet, Su Xueqing remained devoid of the courage to rise. With hope seemingly extinguished, any attempt at a presentation would merely appear as a farce in the eyes of others. "Chairman Meng, It appears that only a handful of us companies have a need for funding, and you may render your judgment accordingly. Ye often had been quite agitated moments ago, yet she suppressed her fury and retook her seat. Noticing that Meng Qifeng was still silent, seemingly stalling, she urged him impatiently. Meng Qifeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing. Although he had promised Pai Yangyang to allocate the investment to Su Xueqing, it was imperative that she present her case for him to proceed. He could not simply grant 500 million without Su Xueqing first articulating her need for the funds. However, Su Xueqing remained hesitant. Have you faltered? Pai Yangyang murmured once more, his tone laced with disdain. If no one is willing to present, then I shall be compelled to make a decision. A cold sweat trickled down Meng Qingfeng's back as he contemplated the daunting task of announcing the investment to Su Xueqing. Yet, at that moment, Su Xueqing gritted her teeth and stood resolutely, declaring, I, Su Xueqing, shall present on behalf of the Su Group. Everyone turned in astonishment once more to look at Su Xueqing. A faint smile crept across Pai Yangyang's lips. This woman, it seems, only needed a bit of provocation to stand up. Very well, Miss Su, please proceed. Meng Qingfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. If he were to forcibly allocate the investment to Su Xueqing, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also bring disrepute to the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Meng, I believe the Su family need not present, interjected Hua Lubin in a sardonic tone before Su Xueqing could speak. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening as he intently replied, Every individual has the right to present. Since Miss Su wishes to speak, I shall, of course, allow it. Chairman Meng, are you truly unaware of the Su family's predicament? Hua Lubin pressed on, refusing to relent. The Su family is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, with severe financial issues at hand. Moreover, they have called off an engagement, betraying trust. Such a family is worthy of investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Furthermore, Su Xueqing is no longer the president of the Su Group. What qualifications does she possess to represent it? Hua Liubin's arguments were delivered with conviction. Upon concluding, he cast a self-satisfied glance at the assembly, proclaiming loudly, Wouldn't you all agree? Indeed, Hua is correct. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce invests only in exemplary businesses. The Su Group is on the brink of collapse. How could the Tunglong Chamber possibly shoulder such a risk? Qin Yuyu immediately chimed in. While he was convinced that Su Xueqing could not secure the investment, he would seize any opportunity to vex Pai Yangyang. And Wei Wei also chimed in, expressing her agreement with Hua Xiao's perspective. President Meng, investments from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce must be approached with caution. Following suit, several other company leaders and family representatives echoed their support for Hua Lubin. Buoyed by their backing, Hua Lubin turned to Pai Yangyang, his expression unmistakably smug. Let us see how you manage to secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber. I shall ensure you are denied even the opportunity to present. As nearly everyone launched their attacks against the Su Corporation, Meng Qingfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet, this very atmosphere ignited Su Xueqing's fighting spirit. If you refuse to let me speak, then I shall insist on doing so, she declared resolutely. President Meng, Miss Ye's company, which has yet to be established, is permitted to present, yet my Su Corporation, with decades of establishment in Xinjiang, cannot? As a member of the Su family, am I not entitled to speak? Her words swiftly calmed her inner turmoil, and she continued in a solemn tone. This challenge rendered Yi Yafen's expression ashen. Miss Su, please proceed with your presentation. Meng Qingfeng interjected, eager to quell further debate. Su Xueqing gathered her thoughts and began. Indeed, my Su Corporation has encountered certain challenges, primarily due to the concerted oppression from families led by the Yi clan and companies spearheaded by Guanghui Pharmaceuticals. However, my family has been rooted in Xinjiang for decades through the hard work of 3 generations. We cannot simply collapse. At present, our pharmaceutical subsidiary is willing to offer a 20 stake for financing of 500 million. If President Meng believes in the Su family, please invest the funds. For I am confident that with our collective efforts, we shall navigate through these difficulties and emerge into brilliance. Her declaration was met with an overwhelming silence. No one spoke, nor was there applause. Su Xueqing, have you lost your mind? Hua Lubin soon broke the stillness. Your pharmaceutical company under the Su Corporation has a total investment of barely 20 billion, and you dare to claim a 500 million financing for a 20 stake? Do you truly believe your Su Corporation is such a hot commodity? I fear that should 500 million be invested, it would scarcely make a sound. Qin Yu quickly mocked. Unbeknownst to him, As he uttered these words, Meng Qingfeng's expression darkened significantly. I intend to invest that 500 million into the Su Corporation. Are you implying I am a fool? He thought bitterly. Miss Su, you seem to misunderstand the situation. The total funds available for this investment from the Tunglong Chamber amount to merely 300 million. Do you genuinely believe that raising 500 million is feasible? And Wei Wei added, Indeed, I perceive her as attempting to amuse us. Huh, Pai Yangyang, you should find a way to prepare to reimburse us. I have wagered 500,000. I expect not a penny less. Someone lamented, regretting not having wagered a million. I never imagined Su Xueqing would forsake Yi Xiao for such a fool. She has truly landed herself in a dire predicament. Those who had placed their bets began to revel in their perceived advantage. It seems they have beheld a plethora of flamboyant elder heads before their very eyes. Qin Yuyu gazed at Qin Yujie with a pained expression and lamented, Sister, how I wish you had lent me a million at the outset. I could have acquired a Porsche. Hualubin chuckled, finding the prospect of winning 10 million to be exceedingly effortless. Pai Yangyang regarded them with a look of incredulity and calmly remarked, Just ensure you remember this. Do not find yourselves bewildered when it comes time to pay. Foolish dreamers. Still caught in their daydreams. Someone immediately scoffed disdainfully. Silence, silence. Meng Qingfeng felt overwhelmed. He had anticipated a certain degree of chaos today, but he never expected everyone to converge their ire upon Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, which was indeed quite troubling. Now, we shall adjourn for half an hour. I will first convene a teleconference with all shareholders to finalize our investment targets. As silence fell, Meng Qifeng stated this and rose to exit. Pai Yangyang, it seems you will not shed a tear until faced with the grave. Even now, you still harbor hopes for a miracle? Hualu Bin said with a smug expression. Looking at Pai Yangyang merely smiled serenely, replying, In half an hour, we shall see who weeps. Stubborn as a dead duck. Can you not see the situation for what it is? Do you still believe the Su family will secure this investment? Hualu Bin snickered derisively, without a moment's hesitation. Pai Yangyang declared resolutely, Of course, this investment must be secured by my wife. Ha ha. His proclamation sent everyone into fits of laughter. Pai Yangyang, I initially thought you were merely drifting through life, yet it seems you possess such a lack of self-awareness. It appears my earlier decision was indeed correct. You are nothing but a worthless fool. Qin Yujie shot Pai Yangyang a disdainful glance, her expression replete with contempt. Pai Yangyang narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, Qin Yujie, you will soon realize that the waste you perceive will become someone you cannot aspire to reach. Qin Yuyu laughed uncontrollably. You? Someone to be revered? Deceiving a few elderly folks. And you truly believe yourself to be a master? Pai Yangyang smiled coldly, choosing silence. A frog cannot comprehend the ocean, nor can a summer insect understand ice. Conversing with these individuals was nothing but a waste of breath. Although Su Xueqing had initially spoken forcefully, she soon calmed and could not help but feel that a miracle was unlikely. She sat there despondently, silent and lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding mockery and ridicule. Yi Yafen also remained silent, exuding confidence as she sat there. Several young individuals surrounded her, showering her with flattering praises. Miss Yi, you have created a miracle in country E. Upon your return to Xinjiang, I believe you will soon become a legendary figure in the business world. Miss Yi, when your company is established, should you require assistance, do consider me. Even if you want me to be your driver, I would gladly oblige. Do not speak of drivers. I would gladly accept even a security guard, as long as it is within Miss Yi's company. Indeed, it seems I have already witnessed the emergence of a new company poised to rise in Xinjiang. Rest assured, this investment from Tunglong Corporation will undoubtedly involve Miss Yi. Yi Yafen, with a serene expression, revels in the adulation of her admirers. She feels akin to a princess, the center of attention, on the brink of standing atop the commercial pinnacle of Xinjiang. The so-called conference call is merely a pretext. Meng Qingfeng wields absolute authority within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. The shareholders are all comrades he forged bonds with during his early struggles in Xinjiang. Regardless of his decisions, these brothers will offer unwavering support. Thus, the purported communication is merely a fade. The resolution to invest 500 million in the Su family had, in truth, been settled before he arrived at the venue. Upon returning to the courtyard, he merely lay beside He Nanjun, eager to hear the child's heartbeat. Old Meng, you must not disregard the promises made to Physician Pai. Without him, this child would not exist. Furthermore, for our child to be born safely, we shall require Physician Pai's assistance, He Nanjun remarked, her voice tinged with concern. Fear not. How could I ever offend Physician Pai? He has foretold that I am destined to have 3 sons. There are still 2 more to come, and we will need his guidance for those as well. You must strive to make me proud. Meng Qifeng replied with conviction. I have no qualms. And with Physician Pai by our side, I could bear not just 3, but 5 children for you. Hinanjin asserted with confidence. That is splendid. If you can bless me with 3 sons, I shall grant your brother 10% of my personal shares and bring your parents to the city, where I shall provide for them. Meng Qifeng declared, his spirits buoyant. Truly, thank you, my husband, Hinanjin exclaimed, her face alight with joy. She hailed from a rural background, and had it not been for her striking looks and robust stature, which Meng Qifeng deemed ideal for childbearing, she would never have had the opportunity to enter the Meng family. With Meng Qifeng's pledge, once the child is born, her family will also reap the rewards. Miss Qin truly does not realize what she is relinquishing, thinking to divorce such a remarkable man as Physician Pai. Had she not pursued divorce, the Qin group might have secured this investment and genuinely flourished. Suddenly, Hinanjin sighed with regret. Qin Yujie is too ambitious, unlikely to achieve greatness. She believes her accomplishments over the years are solely due to her own abilities and efforts, yet she fails to recognize that without Physician Pai, the Qin group would not have reached its current stature. It is a pity that in the end, she relinquished the opportunity with her own hands, Meng Qifeng mused, shaking his head gently. Previously, Physician Pai had solicited his assistance to invest 100 million in the Qin group. Naturally, he had readily agreed. And when Hua Liubin's father approached him later, he did not immediately refuse, instead assuring him that the investment in the Qin group was indeed part of his plans. However, what he did not anticipate was the sudden divorce between Qin Yujie and Pai Yangyang. In his view, this was Qin Yujie personally discarding a magnificent fortune. Now, Pai Yangyang had become the husband of Su Xueqing, and Meng Qifeng, seeking to fulfill his ambitions for his 3 sons, would undoubtedly spare no effort in assisting Su Xueqing. After a brief conversation, Meng Qifeng glanced at his watch and said, It has been half an hour. I must go and make the announcement. Upon returning to the venue, which had previously been bustling with activity, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. After some discussion, everyone unanimously concluded that the 3 billion investment from the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce would be allocated to the Qin Group, Miss Yu Yaftan, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals. As for the Su family, no one believed they stood a chance of receiving any investment. President Meng, please announce it. Without waiting for Meng Qifeng to reach the stage, Yi Yafan urged him on. Meng Qifeng surveyed the audience and declared, after a comprehensive analysis of your respective situations with all the shareholders, we believe that the potential of the Qin Group, Miss Yi, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals is indeed promising. Upon hearing these words, almost everyone displayed expressions of expected affirmation. Some were already delightfully planning how to spend the anticipated winnings. However, the expressions of Su Xueqing and Zheng Li quickly turned bleak, filled with profound disappointment. Even though they had anticipated such an outcome, the official announcement was still difficult to bear. This is it, over 40 million. How are we to repay this? Su Xueqing was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though she might collapse from the weight of the realization. Over 40 million, and her family would never rise again. Pai Yangyang, say something. Were you not so confident? You claimed that today President Su would surely secure 5 billion in investments. How dare you even place bets on it? I see you are nothing but a madman. Zheng Li vented all her frustration onto Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast her a calm glance and replied, as the secretary of the board, one must remain composed until there is a definitive outcome. I have no reason to rush. Why are you in such a fluster? You. Zheng Li's anger surged, nearly choking her. Enough, don't say another word. Su Xueqing said weakly. Zheng Li shot a fierce glare at Pai Yangyang and fell silent. Thank you, President Meng. Qin Yujie, filled with joy, stood eagerly, her spirits soaring. Securing this 1 billion investment, under her leadership, the Qin Group would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. She cast a grateful glance at Hua Liubin. Yujie, I told you that you would surely secure the investment. See, I was right. Hua Liubin quickly approached, eager to ingratiate himself. With this 1 billion investment, won't you obediently become my woman? He was reveling in his fortune, having won 10 million from Pai Yaoyang and now potentially acquiring Qin Yujie. It was indeed a dual triumph of wealth and beauty. In that moment, he was already fantasizing about the evening ahead, pondering what thrilling escapades might ensue. Though Qin Yujie was not particularly fond of him, She genuinely felt grateful to Hua Lubin for today's events. At the very least, this man can assist her in achieving success, unlike Pai Yangyang, who is utterly devoid of skills beyond doing laundry and cooking. Some have already begun to congratulate Yi Yafan and An Weiwei, as if everything has been predetermined. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your horses. I have not yet finished speaking. Observing the cacophony, Meng Qingfeng furrowed his brow and called out once more. The crowd fell silent again, and Hua Lubin remarked, President Meng, whether you announce it or not is of little consequence. We are already aware of the outcome. Meng Qingfeng, having been interrupted repeatedly by Hua Lubin, felt a twinge of annoyance and replied somewhat testily, Oh? Then pray tell, what is this outcome? Hua Lubin responded, The total investment amounts to 300 million, with 100 million allocated to Miss Yi, 100 million to the Qin family, and 100 million to Guangwei Pharmaceutical. Suddenly, Meng Qingfeng displayed a faint smile, only to slowly shake his head. The entire assembly was taken aback. Shaking his head, what could that possibly mean? Hua Lubin was equally taken aback, bewildered by the situation. First, let me clarify. Following the recent conference call, our board has unanimously agreed to increase this investment to 500 million. Meng Qifeng spoke in a measured tone. 500 million? Then to whom do you plan to allocate the additional 200 million? Hua Lubin blurted out. Need you even ask? It is undoubtedly all for Miss Yi. Everyone is optimistic about Miss Ye's development, and the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will certainly not overlook such an opportunity. Someone self-importantly declared. Meng Qingfeng shook his head once more, and the crowd fell silent again. Incorrect. This 500 million will only be invested in one entity. One entity? Qin Yujia felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Choosing one out of three, it was certain that Yi Yafan would be the first choice. Yi Yafan was also stunned. She did not require such a large sum. She intended to establish a cosmetics company, yet even 100 million seemed excessive for the initial investment. Her desire to secure funding from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was merely to counter Su Shiueqing, and Wei Wei was equally perplexed. Guangwei Pharmaceutical could not possibly absorb such a vast amount of capital. President Meng, please do not keep us in suspense. Just make the announcement. Yi Yafan felt a wave of confusion wash over her, questioning how such a significant shift had occurred. Instinctively, she glanced at Su Shiueqing, sensing an ominous premonition. Su Shiueqing and Zheng Li were also perplexed, with Zheng Li stating, Could it be that 500 million is truly being invested in President Su? Among all the companies and families presented, only the Su Group had a demand for 500 million in funding. Yet, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such a fantastical notion. After our deliberations, we have ultimately decided that the investment will be directed towards Su Group Pharmaceutical Company. Meng Qifeng declared the final decision with a resonant voice. Instantly, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was left speechless, as if someone had pressed the pause button on reality. No way. Did I just imagine that? Did I hear President Meng say that the investment is going to the Su Group? It took a full half-minute before someone hesitantly inquired. I heard it's being invested in the Su Group as well. What does this mean? How could it possibly be an investment in the Su Group? This is utterly inexplicable. Why would one not choose Miss Yi, nor opt for the flourishing Qin Group or the illustrious Guangwei Pharmaceuticals, but instead select the waning Su Group? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room, as everyone was rendered utterly astounded. Yi Yafan and Qin Yujia's expressions darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. Su Shiueqing and Zheng Li were utterly astonished, remaining in a state of disbelief even half a minute after Meng Qingfeng announced the news. The eyes of everyone present were fixed upon them, their expressions a blend of incredulity. The sudden arrival of happiness left Su Shiueqing momentarily disoriented. Darling, it's time to deliver your acceptance speech, Pai Yangyang said with a hint of arrogance, pulling her hand and rising to her feet. At that moment, the two seemed to be enveloped in a spotlight, transforming into dazzling stars. With a hint of confusion, Su Shiueqing inquired, acceptance speech? As realization dawned upon her, her face flushed with excitement as she slightly bowed to Meng Qingfeng and exclaimed, Thank you, President Meng, for this opportunity. I also express my gratitude to the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce for their trust in the Su Group. I promise to utilize this 500 million fund wisely to help the Su Group overcome its difficulties. Meng Qingfeng nodded in apparent satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Miss Su, I will personally bring the agreement to the Su Group tomorrow to discuss the signing. Please be prepared. Su Shiueqing joyfully nodded. All right, I will await President Meng's arrival at the company tomorrow. Well then, today's investment conference has been exceedingly successful. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend. If there are any regrets, let us save them for next year as we seek opportunities for collaboration. Meng Qingfeng spoke graciously, yet the expressions of Yi Yafan and Wei Wei, Qin Yujie, and Hua Lubin were decidedly displeased. This outcome was something they had never anticipated, nor could they accept it. They had initially hoped to witness the downfall of Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, aiming to profit from their misfortune. Instead, they found themselves the subjects of ridicule. Having lost money in the process, tears welled in Su Xueqing's eyes as her inner turmoil surged, her excitement beyond description. Zheng Li remained in a daze, shaking her head vigorously, unable to comprehend the surreal nature of the events unfolding. Pai Yangyang grinned widely, unable to contain her joy. Over 40 million had landed in their hands effortlessly, although it was but a drop in the bucket compared to the over 100 billion if this trajectory continued. The Mid-Autumn Festival on Ling Island might not be entirely devoid of hope. Didn't you say that your father had secured an investment of 100 million for the Qin family with President Meng? What is happening here? Qin Yujie's face was cold, her tone laced with accusation as she glared at Hua Lubin. At that moment, her mood was at its nadir. Struggling to comprehend how Meng Qingfeng could have reneged on what Hua Lubin had assured her. Hua Liubin's expression twisted with frustration, equally perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. He shot a furious glance at Pai Yaoyang before turning to Meng Qifeng, who was preparing to leave, and with his jaw clenched, he demanded, President Meng, this isn't right, is it? Meng Qingfeng turned around, his demeanor instantly turning stern as he asked in a low voice, what isn't right? Hua Lubin, unwilling to accept defeat, boldly confronted him. My father previously spoke with you, and you promised an investment for the Qin family. How could you have changed your mind? As soon as the words were uttered, the expressions of many in the audience turned peculiar. Though everyone was aware of the undercurrents surrounding the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investments, Hua Yaobin's brazen admission left many incredulous. Meng Qingfeng's countenance darkened considerably as he coldly retorted, Young Master Hua, one must not speak recklessly. Such assertions tarnish the reputation of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and could adversely affect your own family's standing. All investments by the Tunglong Chamber are subject to shareholder agreements. How could I possibly have privately assured your father? He deftly deflected the accusation, knowing that even if Hua Yaobin's father had indeed approached him, he would never concede to it openly. Qin Yujie's expression grew even more dismal. At that moment, Hua Yaobin had firmly cemented his image in her mind as a complete charlatan. Cold sweat beaded on Hua Yaobin's forehead as he hesitated, fearful of speaking further. Deep down, he was painfully aware that his father had indeed approached Meng Qingfeng, who had responded that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would consider the Qin family. Yet, alas, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. President Meng, I fail to comprehend. The predicament faced by the Su family cannot be resolved with a mere 500 million. The entire Xinjiang lineage has ceased collaboration with the Su group. Investing at this juncture would be akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Yi Yafan, too, felt a surge of frustration, having staked 10 million herself. Her intent today was to ensure that Su Xueqing would fail to secure the investment, thereby avenging Yi Fenglu. Yet, the outcome was the antithesis of her hopes, as Su Xueqing not only succeeded but acquired an astonishing 500 million. This was simply unbearable for her. Miss Yi, are you suggesting that I am courting disaster? Meng Qingfeng's expression remained grim. I am aware of your family's antagonism towards the Su family, yet I remain optimistic about their potential. Furthermore, this decision was collectively made by all the directors of the Tunglong Chamber and is now irrevocable. Further discussion is futile. With that, he strode decisively towards the exit. Xiao Ning, see our guests out, he commanded as he reached the door. The atmosphere in the venue surged with tension. Qin Yujie's face turned ashen, vacantly seated as her mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. She had been so confident that securing a 1 billion investment from the Tunglong Chamber today would elevate the Qin family into the ranks of Xinjiang's second-tier families. Yet reality had delivered a resounding blow, striking her both physically and emotionally, a painful humiliation. Su Xueqing finally regained her composure, feeling a chill creeping down her back as she unwittingly broke into a cold sweat. Moments ago, she had experienced a tumult of emotions, akin to a roller coaster ride, nearly sending her spirit spiraling away. Though she still found it hard to believe, the weight on her heart had finally lifted. As everyone exited the elegant Ely Mountain Villa and gathered in the square, they did not disperse immediately. "Li Mama, please bring forth the accounts. It is time to settle the payments." At that moment, Pai Yangyang was surrounded by a flurry of vibrant red elder heads, grinning widely, her smile almost uncontainable. Surprisingly, Zhengli did not express anger this time. Instead, she cheerfully opened her phone to retrieve the meticulously recorded accounts. "Young Master Hua, Miss Yi, thank you for your support. Please proceed with the transfer." Pai Yangyang, accompanied by Su Xueqing and Zheng Li, approached Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan with an air of smugness. At that moment, his demeanor was exceedingly insufferable. Hua Lubin felt a throbbing headache, every part of him aching. The thought of 1,000,000 was unbearable. If his family were to discover this, he could only imagine the length of his confinement. Yi Yafan, too, was enveloped in discomfort, particularly in her chest, which felt as if it might explode. With a fierce glare directed at Su Xueqing, she gritted her teeth and said, "Su Xueqing, I never imagined you possessed such means. President Meng would actually increase investment for your Su family. I am utterly perplexed as to how you managed this." Her words dripped with sarcasm, and although she merely questioned, to the ears of bystanders, the insinuation was evident. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Su Xueqing, the renowned beauty of Xinjiang. Could it be that she had resorted to extraordinary tactics to secure this investment? It was an unspoken truth that such extraordinary tactics referred to nothing other than Su Xueqing's physical allure. "Miss Yi, let us not concern ourselves with how my wife achieved this. Please, transfer the funds," Pai Yangyang interjected, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. After all, Yi Yafan had wagered 1,000,000, and he was eager to reclaim it. "Humph, you're preoccupied with money while you're already entangled in a predicament," Yi Yafan retorted disdainfully. Su Xueqing's expression darkened, and she coldly queried, "Yi Yafan, what nonsense are you spewing?" With a derisive laugh, Yi Yafan replied, "What am I saying? Do you truly not know?" She cast a condescending glance at Pai Yangyang, who felt his smile fade. Although he and Su Xueqing were merely contractual spouses, the entire Xinjiang community was well aware of her status as his wife. To slander Su Xueqing was to slap Pai Yangyang in the face, and he would not tolerate that. "Clarify your words." His expression hardened, and his tone bore an undeniable authority as he articulated each word deliberately. For reasons unknown, Yi Yafan felt an intimidating aura emanating from him, causing her heart to tighten. Yet, having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. By what means did Su Xueqing secure a 500,000,000 investment? Yi Yafan scoffed. Is it not merely due to her beauty, entrancing men to the point of recklessness in providing funds to the Su Corporation? You speak slander." Su Xueqing's face turned pale with indignation as she glared fiercely at Yi Yafan. Pai Yangyang, however, wore a sardonic smile, surveying Yi Yafan with mild amusement. "I've heard you're quite impressive, having founded a cosmetics company in country E and earning €1,000,000 in just 1 year? What's so difficult about that?" "I merely dabbled while studying in country E out of boredom. Now that I've returned to Xinjiang, I plan to embark on a grand endeavor," Yi Yafan replied with an air of arrogance. "A grand endeavor may not suffice. You might find yourself in need of many such endeavors," Pai Yangyang remarked. Shaking his head in bemusement, Yi Yafan froze, her expression hardening as she exclaimed angrily, "What do you mean? Is my meaning unclear to you?" Pai Yangyang retorted. Pai Yangyang disdainfully waved his hand beneath his nose and took 2 steps back, as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. The insult, though not physically harmful, was deeply cutting. Yi Yafan's expression darkened to an extreme, her gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang with a burning desire to claw at his face. Many onlookers were bewildered, unable to decipher the meaning behind Pai Yangyang's flamboyant gesture. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li shared a look of confusion, glancing between Yi Yafan and Pai Yangyang with skepticism. "No amount of perfume can mask the scent of your decay. I suggest you hasten to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, your grand ambitions may lose their viability," Pai Yangyang remarked with a playful tone. At that moment, many around them began to grasp the implication, their gazes towards Yi Yafan shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. She was the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, yet here she was, depicted so unflatteringly by Pai Yangyang. However, unbeknownst to the crowd, a flicker of panic crossed the depths of Yi Yafan's eyes. She was acutely aware of the sourness that lingered about her and had doused herself in perfume before stepping out. To her astonishment, Pai Yangyang's keen sense had discerned it. Alarmingly, upon hearing his words, she felt a strange itchiness, an uncomfortable sensation that made her legs involuntarily tighten. This scene did not escape the notice of many observant individuals. Humph. You should be the one heading to the hospital for an examination. Clearly, it is your mind that is unwell. Yi Yafan retorted in a flustered anger, pulling out her phone to prepare a transfer. She felt the weight of the bizarre stares around her, as though she stood before them utterly exposed. Moreover, a sense of panic surged within her. She needed to visit the hospital immediately for an examination. "Li Mama, collect the payment." Pai Yang flashed a radiant smile, speaking grandly. He then produced his phone, revealing his bank card, addressing the gathered crowd. "Those who wish to place their bets, please line up in an orderly fashion. Upholding our proud tradition, one at a time. No need to rush. Why would I rush?" Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu, and others nearly spat blood in disbelief. Did he think this was a delightful affair, queuing to hand over money? As if their funds were so readily given away. Yi Yafan was the first to complete the transfer, hastily making her way to a Porsche parked by the roadside. The crowd was stunned. There were no applauses, no flowers. Yi Yafan, the daughter of the Yi family, departed in abject humiliation. Yet, everyone sensed the furious wrath emanating from her. It seemed that in the aftermath, it would be Su Xueqing who would bear the brunt of it. Hua Lubin observed Yi Yafan's retreating figure, his mouth opening to say something, but ultimately swallowing his words. Though the scent of expensive perfume was indeed prevalent, he too had caught a hint of decay. He mused that he was not a cat and should not appreciate such odors. "Brother Hua, you take precedence, as this delightful event was your initiative," Pai Yang said. His gaze fixed on Hua Lubin, grinning mischievously. Hua Lubin felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly collapsing. "Delightful game, my foot. You may find it amusing, but I am left frustrated." Frustration aside, one must accept the terms of the wager. If he defaults on his debts, his reputation will surely be tarnished. Of course, it is not the disgrace he truly fears, but rather the thought of Pai Yang delivering a beating akin to the one he administered to Qin Yuyu last time, followed by being tossed into a garbage bin. That would be a profound shame to his ancestors. Hua Lubin gritted his teeth until his gums bled, vowing repeatedly within, "I will make you pay back double." When he saw the numbers on his bank card flicker, Pai Yang could hardly contain his joy. "Who's next? Hurry up. Let's finish early and head back for dinner." Pai Yang was in high spirits, wearing a look that invited a slap. And Wei Wei approached with a pained expression to make the transfer. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he join in on this madness? Now, not only had he failed to secure funds, but his position at work was also at risk. And to top it off, he had lost $1 million. This was utterly devastating. Nevertheless, with Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan refusing to default, he felt compelled to follow suit. Those who had placed their bets looked like they had lost a loved one, their heads hanging low, faces marked by disappointment and regret. They had initially hoped to profit alongside Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan, only to find themselves losing a significant amount. The pain was unbearable. Zhang Li was brimming with excitement, meticulously verifying each transaction, canceling one for every transfer made. Su Xueqing watched in shock, hardly able to believe her eyes. Had Pai Yang truly earned over 40 million? With newfound wealth, would he still listen to her? Initially elated, she now felt a headache coming on. Surely, he would not remain obedient, with money in hand. He would be prone to reckless behavior, and she needed to find a way to rein him in. Suddenly, she was startled by her own thoughts. What was happening to her? He was merely a pawn she had brought in for protection. Even if he acted recklessly, it should not concern her. Why was she worried? She repeatedly questioned herself, yet another voice inside insisted she must keep him under control. Sister Li was right. Men were like boars, and they would inevitably go astray. While Pai Yang reveled in his fortune, an inexplicable chill crept down his spine. He turned in astonishment to see Su Xueqing with an odd expression, her gaze unfocused. A strange smile playing on her lips. A foreboding feeling gripped him. What mischief was she plotting? Surely she wasn't eyeing his earnings, was she? He could not afford to let her have it. He was counting on that money for future ventures. At last, everyone had completed their transfers, leaving only Qin Yuyu standing there looking miserable. "Hey, my dear brother-in-law, it's your turn, 100,000. Pai Yang was not about to let him off the hook. After all, 100,000 was still money worth claiming. Qin Yujia's expression soured, coldly staring at Pai Yang. "Pai Yang, do you love money that much? You've already won over 40 million, yet you still covet Xiaoyu's 100,000? Pai Yang replied defiantly, "If you choose to partake in the game, then you must adhere to its rules. A man who defaults on his debts cannot hope to navigate society. That's enough. Though we have divorced, must you truly add insult to injury?" Qin Yujia exclaimed with fervor. Su Xueqing, regaining her composure, stepped forward and addressed Qin Yujie, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is where you are mistaken. Did you not see that my Yang is earning money for the baby's formula? To refuse even the child's formula funds is simply unacceptable." Pai Yang nodded emphatically, "Exactly." Then he hesitated, sensing something amiss, and turned to look at Su Xueqing, only to find her with a serious demeanor. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he reflected. Indeed, a man must possess wealth. Observe how her attitude changes once I have money. It appears she wishes to turn the false into reality. Qin Yujie's complexion turned ashen, her anger reaching a boiling point. Not only had she failed to secure the investment, but Qin Yuyu had also lost 100,000 to Pai Yang. What a stroke of misfortune. Standing awkwardly to the side, Hua Lubin seized the opportunity and quickly approached. "Yujie, regarding that 100,000, I will cover it." He had confidently claimed to have secured investment for Qin Yujie, only to face a setback. Contemplating a shift in focus, he still could not bear to abandon Qin Yujie. Though she had been married once before, at least she lacked the scent of failure. Thus, he hastened to pledge his loyalty. "Not necessary." Qin Yujie shot him a frosty glance, her tone icy. She then pulled out her phone and opened her banking app. Qin Yuyu's lips twitched as he swiftly blocked Qin Yujie, exclaiming irritably, "Sister, this money should come from him." He then turned to Hua Lubin, his voice cold as ice. "Hua, you assured me you had secured investment for my sister. But what is the outcome now? What shall my sister do? Had you not been so confident, I would not have placed my bet. Shouldn't this 100,000 be your responsibility?" Pai Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Still incredulous that Qin Yuyu believed Hua Lubin had procured 100 million investment for the Qin family. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, recognizing that debating this matter was now futile. Hua Yobin's thoughts raced with frustration. "So now I am to blame for this. Patience, young man. Once I win your sister's favor, you'll see how I handle you." Despite his desire to slap Qin Yuyu, he maintained a smile, saying, "Yes, I will cover it." He then hurriedly transferred the funds. Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief, joyfully announcing, "All right, it's all received, a total of 48,200,000. Pai Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feeling was simply exhilarating. However, upon hearing the figure, Qin Yujie's expression darkened to an extreme. Nearly 50 million. This time, she required an investment of 100 million, and now half of it had arrived. Yet, having divorced Pai Yang, she felt unworthy even to dream of that 50 million. "Miss Qin, your Qin group requires an investment of 100 million, correct? Had you and Pai Yang not divorced, this would indeed amount to 50 million. Zhang Li remarked, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, the weight on her heart lifting as she spoke to Qin Yujie. Qin Yujie nearly coughed up blood. It was indeed a case of hitting upon the sore spot. Truly, even if one cannot secure an investment of 100 million, a mere 50 million would propel the Qin group to new heights. Alas, this 50 million is no longer within her grasp. Even though Pai Yang is now wealthy, it cannot alter the fact that he is still a mere waste of space. This fortune has been acquired through gambling. Such money, gained through opportunistic means, is unlikely to endure. Who can assure him that he will encounter such good fortune again? Qin Yujie snorted coldly and turned to leave. Remaining here would only serve to amplify her feelings of anger and humiliation. Qin Yuyu and Hua Lubin hastily followed suit, their own faces devoid of any dignity to linger in this place. Pai Yang paid them no heed, his gaze fixated on the incoming funds on his phone, grinning foolishly. Striking it rich, it turns out, is so simple. Pai Yang, despite being scorned as a waste by Qin Yujie, why do you not react even slightly? Zheng Li mocked while observing Pai Yang. Pai Yang chuckled, thinking, the mouth is hers, she can say whatever she pleases, why should I care? Besides, have you ever seen a waste with millions in hand? How boastful. Zheng Li shot him a disdainful glance as the three of them made their way to the car. Once inside, Su Xueqing's eyes flickered, a sly glimmer flashing within their depths. Pai Yang, with such a windfall, how do you plan to spend it? After the car had started, Su Xueqing suddenly inquired with curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Pai Yang replied, this money cannot be spent. It must be saved. After all, it's for baby formula, and I need to accumulate it slowly. Zhang Li was taken aback. Which child could consume this much baby formula? Is it produced by extraterrestrial cows, not even from the Milky Way? Pai Yang's lips twitched in irritation. This is indeed my question as well. What kind of formula did my master give me back then? It was over 100 billion. Surely not all the cows on earth could be worth that much. Su Xueqing then gently asked, "Did you bring your bank card? Is the password set securely? We must not be careless with such a sum." Pai Yangyang casually responded, "No worries, the bank card is on me. How could I forget it? The password is definitely secure." "Oh, let me see the bank card. Men can be quite careless. We wouldn't want you to misplace it when there were so many people around earlier," Su Xueqing said calmly. Pai Yangyang thought little of it, pulling out a bank card from his pocket, and said, "How could I lose it? It's right here." However, before he could finish, Su Xueqing snatched the card away. He was taken aback, turning to her in surprise, and asked urgently, "Why are you taking my card? Darling, you mentioned you were saving for baby formula?" Su Xueqing playfully tapped her palm with the bank card, inquiring with a teasing tone. "Yes, of course. It's for baby formula," Pai Yangyang answered without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of alarm in his heart, casting a suspicious glance at Su Xueqing. And then he felt a jolt of unease. This woman, is she up to something? With just the three of them in the car, why is she calling me darling? His tenderness nearly made him believe he truly was her husband. With a sigh of relief, Su Xueqing tucked the bank card into her bag, patting it twice. Pai Yangyang was taken aback and inquired, "Why did you take my card?" "Oh, didn't you say it was for saving milk powder money? It's safer with me than with you. What if you carelessly misplace it?" Su Xueqing replied assertively. "I." Pai Yangyang was left speechless, a frown forming on his forehead. What kind of logic is this? You're not even my real wife, yet you're managing my finances? Are all women this unreasonable? President Su is only looking out for you, worried you might squander your money. Besides, isn't it customary for men to earn while their wives manage the finances? Zheng Li chimed in, fanning the flames. Although she didn't fully comprehend why Su Xueqing wanted Pai Yangyang's card, she unconditionally supported her. "Rest assured, I don't know the password, so I won't touch your money. Once you truly have a child, you'll thank me," Su Xueqing said, clutching her bag tightly, a hint of pride in her tone. Pai Yangyang sighed. This was truly a case of a scholar meeting a soldier. After laboriously acquiring tens of millions, it had instantaneously fallen into the jaws of a tiger. This woman's controlling nature was rather intimidating. "I'm not even your real husband. Yet you act this way. I cannot keep her. Once the contract expires, I must leave swiftly." Fortunately, he was in urgent need of the money. So having the bank card in her possession wasn't a pressing concern. "Fine, but you must take good care of it," he said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He realized there was no reclaiming it, only acceptance. Su Xueqing smiled. "Don't worry, when you earn money in the future, I'll keep it safe for you." Pai Yangyang nearly choked in disbelief. He needed to hide that 2 million black card given by the Gu family, ensuring it never fell into her hands. Alas, that 50 million had barely warmed up before it found its way into Su Xueqing's bag. On the third floor of the Yusher mansion, several core members of the Su family gathered, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Su Jiming, Su Yu, Su Xingxian, and Ho Saihua were all smiles, appearing somewhat elated. The other two were their cousins, hailing from Su Bao's younger brother, Su Baojun. Due to Su Baojun's untimely demise, their branch held a lesser status within the family compared to Su Jiming and his siblings. Today, Su Jiming's unexpected invitation for a meal left them quite surprised, signaling that he likely had matters to discuss. "Second brother, just speak plainly. Whatever we can do, we will certainly do our utmost," Su Baowan's eldest son, Su Jipeng, said with a hearty laugh after a few rounds of drinks. He was currently the head of the Human Resources Department at Su Corporation, a man of considerable authority. Su Jiming's eyes darted as he raised his glass, stating, "Today, I called you all here for a specific request. Just say it, second brother." Su Baowan's second son, Su Jiqing, replied without hesitation. He was currently riding high on success, having been a carefree young master. He remained single at 35 or 36. Within the group, he is the least favored individual, perpetually assigned to manage the warehouse. Su Jiqing has long been dissatisfied with his role and has approached Su Xueqing multiple times, seeking a transfer to the more leisurely security department. Yet Su Xueqing has consistently refused. Over the past few days, with Su Xingxian acting as the president, his first decree was to appoint Su Jiqing as the head of the security department, much to Su Jiqing's delight. He feels immense gratitude towards Su Jimin and Su Xingxian, obediently following their directives. As you are aware, Xingxian is merely a temporary replacement for Su Xueqing in the presidential role. Today marks his final day. Tomorrow, Su Xueqing will return. Su Jimin spoke languidly, observing the expressions of Su Jiping and Su Jiqing. As anticipated, their faces visibly stiffened upon hearing this news. Su Xueqing's return? That cannot be permitted. I have no desire to return to the warehouse. It is both exhausting and monotonous. The first to voice opposition was Su Zhiqing, unwilling to revert to the warehouse. Su Jiping pondered for a moment and remarked, "Did we not hear that Su Xueqing had promised our uncle to secure 500 million in investments? If she fails to do so, she cannot return to the company, and moreover, the shares belonging to our elder brother's family will also be reclaimed." He too was reluctant for Su Xueqing to come back, as she has always been quite domineering. Even as the head of human resources, Su Jiping found that Su Xueqing often interfered in personnel matters. For instance, his younger brother Su Zhiqing had attempted to transfer to the security department several times, only to be thwarted by Su Xueqing. Su Yu interjected, "Indeed, she did state this, and my father has also made a decision in this regard." Su Jiping cast a suspicious glance at Su Jimin and inquired, "Has Su Xueqing secured the 500 million investment?" Su Xingxian scoffed, declaring, "Impossible. I have been monitoring her closely, and until yesterday, she had not secured a single penny. Then that settles it. Since she has not secured the investment, how can she return?" Su Jiping sighed in relief, responding matter-of-factly. Su Jimin furrowed his brow and replied, "While that may be true, you are all aware that your uncle holds Su Xueqing in high regard. I fear that tomorrow he may hesitate to make such a decision." Su Jiping asserted, "Surely not? Our uncle has always been a man of his word. How could he possibly go back on it?" Su Yu countered, "That is not necessarily the case. Years ago, when my elder brother's firstborn tragically passed away, my father has felt a lingering guilt, which has made him particularly attentive to Su Xueqing. If my elder brother speaks a few kind words tomorrow, my father may very well change his mind." Su Zhiqing's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "That cannot happen, regardless of whether Su Xueqing has secured the 500 million investment. She must not be reinstated as president." A cold smile crept onto Su Jimin's lips as he maintained his composure, stating, "Thus, we must convene today to establish a unified front. Tomorrow, we must ensure that my father does not alter his decision." Su Zhiqing quickly nodded in agreement, asserting, "Yes, I support Su Xingxian as president." Su Jiping, deep in thought, remarked, "I have heard that Su Xueqing has gone to Yili Mountain Villa today to attend the investment conference of the Tunglong Business Association. If she secures investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, then what shall we do tomorrow?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingxian scoffed and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle San, how could she possibly obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Surprised, Su Jiping asked, "What makes you so certain?" With a cold smile, Su Xingxian confidently elaborated, "First of all, the Tunglong Chamber is only investing 300 million this time, not 500 million. Secondly, the esteemed Miss Yi Yafen from the Yi family will also be attending the investment conference. After returning from country Yi, she intends to open a cosmetics company in Xinjiang. Are you implying that Miss Yi also requires investment from the Tunglong Chamber?" Su Jiping exclaimed in astonishment. "She is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Does the Yi family truly need such a sum from the Tunglong Chamber?" Su Xingxian replied, "The Yi family certainly does not lack money. However, let us not forget that Su Xueqing has deeply offended the Yi family. Do you believe Miss Yi will allow Su Xueqing to smoothly secure investment this time?" Upon hearing this, both Su Jiping and Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Su Zhiqing praised, "Xingxian is indeed astute and sees the situation clearly. With Miss Yi present, how could Su Xueqing possibly obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber? It would merely be an act of self-humiliation. Moreover, there is one crucial point. Yi Yuanyang and President Meng Qingfeng of the Tunglong Chamber are old friends. With this connection, it is entirely impossible for Su Xueqing to acquire investment from the Tunglong Chamber." Su Jiming added. Su Jiping and Su Zhiqing felt a profound sense of relief. "Well then, let us toast to Xingxian officially becoming the executive president of the Su Group tomorrow, free from the title of agent." Su Jiping exclaimed joyfully, raising his glass. Su Xingxian also lifted his glass, filled with pride, and stated, "I will rely on the support of both uncles and my little aunt. I shall do my utmost to guide the Su Group through this adversity and lead it back to glory." Su Zhiqing laughed heartily, saying, "I have complete faith in Xingxian's abilities. Su Xueqing is merely a woman. It is unreasonable to appoint her as president. And many shareholders have privately expressed their discontent to me." Su Jiming chuckled and added, "Very well, since both of you brothers support Xingxian, I am truly grateful. However, at tomorrow's board meeting, You must ensure to greet the directors with whom you have good relations to avoid any missteps. Su Jiping nodded, assuring, rest easy, second brother. I guarantee that no one at the board meeting will support Su Xueqing. The atmosphere among them was buoyant, feeling confident of victory the following day, and they ordered 2 more bottles of fine wine to celebrate. Upon returning to the villa, Zhengli excitedly remarked, President Su, tomorrow you shall return to the company and reclaim your position as president. With this 300 million, Su Pharmaceutical will certainly overcome its difficulties and begin to flourish once more. Although Su Xueqing felt a sigh of relief internally, she remained acutely aware of the immense pressure. Things are not as simple as you suggest. The entire business community in Xinjiang is avoiding our Su family like the plague. No one dares to collaborate with us. Even with the infusion of 500 million in funds, the current crisis can only be temporarily alleviated. Zhang Li exclaimed in surprise. Surely that cannot be the case? With the funds at our disposal, are they truly unwilling to collaborate with us? Su Xueqing sighed in resignation, shaking her head. With the Yi family looming over us, who would dare to partner with the Su family? To break this impasse, we must devise a product that will astonish the market. Only then can we hope to penetrate from the periphery. It was then that Zhang Li grasped the gravity of the situation and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, but where can we find a product that will truly shock the market? Suddenly, Pai Yangyang, who had been brooding, interjected, isn't it simply a matter of pharmaceutical formulations? Why all the distress? Su Xueqing and Zhang Li gazed in astonishment at Pai Yangyang, who spoke as if it were a mere game. Zhang Li scoffed. Isn't it just a prescription? Do you have any idea how arduous it is to produce a groundbreaking formula? Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. How arduous? Guangwei Pharmaceuticals is the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Xinjiang, boasting its own research department with countless graduate students. Yet, they can take years to develop a single formula. Zheng Li, adopting a pedagogical tone, replied coldly, that's because they are inept. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang retorted disdainfully, graduate students? They seem to be merely collecting a paycheck. Su Xueqing's expression soured as she turned to Pai Yangyang. Can you refrain from boasting? Are they foolish while you are clever? You possess some medical knowledge. But that is entirely different from pharmaceutical research. Unfazed, Pai Yangyang stated, to me it is indeed one and the same. I assure you. I have plenty of prescriptions. Any one of them could astonish the market. Do you believe it? Not a chance. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li exclaimed in unison. Their faces filled with disdain, as if Pai Yangyang were merely fabricating tales. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Pai Yangyang's face. Do I really exude such a lack of credibility? The Qin family built their empire from a pharmacy, and their main business is now a pharmaceutical factory. If you truly possessed such remarkable prescriptions, the Qin group would not find itself in its current situation, Zheng Li remarked, seemingly exposing Pai Yangyang's shortcomings with a mocking undertone. Unyielding, Pai Yangyang responded, I once provided her with a prescription, yet she dismissed it, claiming I was a charlatan, fearing my formula would lead to fatalities. And isn't that the truth? Do you genuinely believe your formula is effective? Zheng Li seized the opportunity to deride him. Pai Yangyang proclaimed proudly, that is merely because she lacks the fortune to recognize its value. Had she utilized my prescription earlier, the Qin group would have already become Xinjiang's foremost pharmaceutical enterprise. Zheng Li erupted into laughter, her mirth nearly causing her to double over. What a pity the Qin family missed out on such a genius like you. Oh my, you are killing me with laughter. She continued to chuckle, collapsing onto the sofa. Pai Yangyang shot her a glance, exasperated, believe it or not. With that, he stormed upstairs, unwilling to engage further with the two incredulous women. Wait a moment. Su Xueqing, who had been silent until now, suddenly called out to him. Pai Yangyang turned, irritated. What now? Pray tell, what prescriptions do you have? Su Xueqing inquired, her curiosity evident in her sparkling eyes as she looked at him. Pai Yangyang replied lazily, did you not just accuse me of boasting? Why ask me this? A hint of sheepishness crossed Su Xueqing's delicate face as she smiled faintly. I may have been hasty earlier. How about you share what prescriptions you possess? Suddenly, Pai Yangyang approached her, wearing an air of mystery, and lowered his voice to say, I possess an extraordinary formula, one that promises to take the world by storm. To which Zheng Li retorted, taking the world by storm? If it can make waves in Xinjiang, it would already be a miracle cure. Zheng Li tilted her head as she heard this. Unable to resist a mocking comment, Pai Yangyang shot her a glare. Lao Mama Li, could you refrain from interrupting? Zheng Li's expression darkened instantly. Her teeth clenched in annoyance. What is it? Su Xueqing inquired eagerly. Well, I haven't come up with a name yet, but for now, let's call it the Mighty Dragon Pill. Pai Yangyang scratched his head, having pondered for a while before speaking. Su Xueqing blinked in surprise, asking, Mighty Dragon Pill? What kind of medicine is that? It sounds like something a street performer sells as elixir of life. She deliberately emphasized the words elixir of life. Pai Yangyang, of course, caught on. But he was unfazed, responding with pride. Is it the same? They are frauds, but mine is genuine. Despite his grandiloquent claims, he had yet to specify what the pill was for. Zheng Li could not help but interject with another sarcastic remark. Pai Yangyang's eyes darted around as he mysteriously stated, Have you heard the saying? 9 out of 10 men are impotent. What does that mean? Both women exclaimed in unison, gazing at Pai Yangyang in confusion. Pai Yangyang looked astounded. You all from the Su family wish to start a pharmaceutical company, yet you lack such basic knowledge? Su Xueqing retorted, Cut the nonsense, just tell us what it means. Pai Yangyang explained, It means that many men appear robust, but when it comes to the bedroom, they are utterly useless. The two women instantly understood, their faces flushing crimson. How shameless. Su Xueqing scoffed. Pai Yangyang insisted, I'm speaking the truth. Don't be fooled by their bravado. Come nightfall, they are the ones in distress. Enough already. Just tell us what your Mighty Dragon Pill is actually for. Su Xueqing, feeling embarrassed, quickly interrupted him. Is it really that hard to understand? Pai Yangyang feigned astonishment, stating earnestly, the Mighty Dragon Pill is specifically designed to resolve men's troubles. One pill benefits both him and you. With a burst of laughter, both women could not contain themselves at his earnest demeanor. Isn't that a line from a television commercial? It seems you've been paying quite a bit of attention to such ads. Zheng Li teased. Now do you understand? Pai Yangyang pressed on. Su Xueqing's interest waned immediately. So it's that kind of medicine. There are countless variations of such medications on the market already. What makes your Mighty Dragon Pill so special that it aims to shock the world? Of course, those medications are all rubbish. While they might show short-term effects, they are severely harmful to the body. Mine is different. It's a pure herbal formula, green, eco-friendly, and non-toxic, emphasizing health. Pai Yangyang passionately promoted his product, resembling a dedicated salesman. All right, enough already. If you keep talking, I might just be sick. Zheng Li chuckled uncontrollably, waving her hands dismissively. What? Just a few words from me, and you're already pregnant? Pai Yangyang looked at her in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Zheng Li paused for a moment, her expression shifting dramatically as she lunged playfully at Pai Yangyang. What nonsense are you spouting? Startled, Pai Yangyang quickly dashed upstairs, turning at the staircase to say, Have you considered it? Once this medication is produced, you'll both get to experience it. It would be truly delightful. Su Xueqing's face flushed with embarrassment, her chest rising and falling in indignation. Sister Li wasn't wrong about you. You simply can't produce anything worthwhile. Pai Yangyang lamented. What a pity that such a brilliant prescription is wasted on you. Whenever you wish for it, I am at your service. With that, he bounded up the stairs. The two women were left momentarily stunned. What did Pai Yangyang mean by whenever you want it? That was rather inappropriate. You scoundrel. Su Xueqing finally reacted, her expression darkening as she shouted at Pai Yangyang. But he had already skipped upstairs, slamming the door behind him. Left alone, the two women were bewildered, seething with frustration, yet feeling helpless. Fortunately, having secured a 500 million investment today, Su Xueqing's spirits were lifted, and she chose not to dwell on his nonsense. Let us ignore his absurdities. Sisterly, please prepare the materials needed for tomorrow's board meeting. Su Xueqing quickly composed herself and addressed Zheng Li. Zheng Li nodded, her earlier irritation forgotten, and with a hint of anticipation remarked, No problem. I am eager to see the astonished faces of those who have been plotting your downfall at tomorrow's board meeting. Su Xueqing bestowed a confident smile, harboring a touch of excitement for the forthcoming board meeting. The next morning, Pai Yangyang awoke with great reluctance. Living under the same roof as two beautiful women was no easy feat. Even if he could restrain himself, the hormones within him were uncontrollable. Early in the morning, Zheng Li knocked on his door. Since that last alarming experience, Zheng Li had refrained from entering without knocking. Rubbing his eyes, Pai Yangyang opened the door, complaining. What time is it? Is there really such a rush? Today's board meeting is crucial. It directly pertains to President Su reclaiming her position. Can you blame me for being anxious? Zheng Li, almost instinctively, stole a glance at his lower half, her heart racing once more. Is he like a donkey? Has he taken one of those potent pills he concocted? Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced as she quickly turned and descended the stairs. Change your clothes and come down quickly, she urged from the staircase. Reluctantly, Pai Yangyang turned back to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Xueqing donned her work attire, appearing particularly spirited. After a 15-day absence from the company, she was finally set to return today, heralding her triumphant return. In this moment, everything still felt surreal to her. Once again, upon seeing Su Xueqing don her work attire, the fitted suit accentuating her alluring curves, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman is truly captivating. Enchanting yet elusive. Let us go. Su Xueqing turned to Pai Yangyang, who seemed momentarily entranced. Pai Yangyang snapped back to reality, retracting his dazed gaze, and hurriedly exited to drive. The trio departed from the villa, heading towards the Su group. Half an hour later, they arrived at the company's entrance. I won't be going inside. I'll wait for you here, Pai Yangyang stated after parking the car. There was little point in accompanying Su Xueqing to the meeting, and he preferred to stroll around the vicinity instead. Su Xueqing did not insist. After all, it was a board meeting, and even if Pai Yangyang tagged along, he wouldn't gain entry. All right then, just remember to come pick me up, she replied casually, preparing to head inside. Suddenly, a car sped towards them and halted abruptly beside her. The window rolled down, and Su Xingxian leaned out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Su Xueqing, so eager? Have you decided to relinquish your position and expedite the handover? Su Xueqing maintained her composure, retorting, aren't you here rather early yourself? Eager to secure your position? She stood her ground, exchanging sharp words. Su Xingxian smirked triumphantly. Of course, you should have vacated your position long ago. With that, he rolled the window up and exited the vehicle. Zheng Li's expression shifted, unable to restrain herself as she interjected, on what grounds should President Su relinquish her position? Su Xueqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Who do you think you are? Our leader is speaking. Do you think you have the right to interject? Are you even aware of your own status? Su Xingxian dismissed her with a contemptuous glance, his voice cold. Zhang Li's face flushed crimson, her breath caught in her throat. There was little that could be done. After all, Su Xingxian was part of the Su family and currently held the position of acting president. Li Jia, let us go? Su Xueqing urged, pulling Zheng Li along to enter the building. Watching their retreating figures, Su Xingxian spat disdainfully, humph, what a joke. Once you're in the conference room, we'll see how you flaunt yourselves. As Su Xueqing and Zheng Li approached the entrance, just as they were about to swipe their cards, they noticed two security guards in the security room, engrossed in watching a video on their phones, their eyes alight with excitement. What are you doing? Playing on your phones during work hours? Su Xueqing frowned, her voice stern. The two guards were startled, quickly turning their attention to her. One of them dashed out, respectfully exclaiming, President Su. This guard was familiar to Su Xueqing, an old security officer. However, the other, in his 20s, was a newcomer. President Su? What kind of president is she? The young guard, with a swaggering demeanor, asked, cocking his head at Su Xueqing. The older guard's expression changed abruptly, hastily admonishing, Xiaoxia. Don't speak out of turn. This is the group president, Su. Group president? What nonsense is this? Do you think I don't recognize her? When did the president become a woman? Xiaoxia wore an expression of nonchalance, sneering as he spoke. The elderly security guard's visage grew increasingly awkward as he stammered, Mr. Su, Xiaoxia is new here and does not recognize you. Perhaps you could. In truth, Su Xueqing had no intention of quarreling with a security guard. However, Xiaoxia's flippant demeanor irked her considerably. During her tenure at the corporation, she had maintained stringent standards for the security personnel, firmly believing them to be the company's first line of defense and a representation of its fundamental image. Individuals with such a cavalier attitude would undoubtedly face dismissal if she were aware of them. Where are Old Gua and Captain Li? Su Xueqing inquired of the elderly guard. Old Gua's lips twitched slightly, and he replied with a hint of discomfort. Captain Li has been reassigned. It is not his shift now. Reassigned? Su Xueqing was taken aback. Why? Did he make a mistake? Beads of sweat trickled down Old Gua's temples as he hesitated for an answer when Su Xingxian sauntered over, languidly stating, Indeed, he made a mistake. Do you expect me to report the removal of a security captain to you? Do not forget, you are no longer the president. Su Xueqing's expression darkened momentarily, yet she forcefully suppressed her rising fury. Let us proceed inside. She refrained from further discourse and entered with Zheng Li. Hello, President Su. Came the respectful voice of Xiaoxia from behind, greeting Su Xingxian. Yes, Old Gua, Xiaoxia. Remember, there is an important board meeting today. Except for the board members. No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. Su Xingxian's tone was stern, adopting an air of superiority. Understood. Both security guards replied respectfully in unison. Su Xingxian reveled in this feeling, striding with renewed vigor into the interior. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiming, Su Yu, Su Jiping, and Su Jiqing arrived simultaneously, accompanied by two middle-aged men who were shareholders from the Su family. All board members of the Su group were present for this meeting. Given that it pertained to the transition of the presidency, affecting everyone within the corporation, the group arrived with cheerful expressions, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Brother Jiming, congratulations. After today's board meeting, Su Xingxian will officially become the chairman of the group. One of the family shareholders said with a bow, obsequiously addressing Su Jiming. If Su Xingxian were to be confirmed in his position, Su Jiming's status would also rise, granting him considerable influence within the group. Naturally, these individuals were eager to curry favor. It may be premature to say so. Everything will depend on the outcome of the board meeting. Su Jiming feigned modesty, though inwardly he was elated. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention, as if he were the true president of the corporation. Not premature at all. Another chimed in with a smile. Can Su Xueqing truly secure 500 million in investments? This matter is already settled. Su Xingxian will undoubtedly be confirmed as the president today. Su Jiqing stated confidently. As several individuals conversed among themselves, they ventured further inside. The last to arrive were Su Jiwen and Su Baohua. Su Jiwen's complexion was pallid, his spirit languid, and his expression fraught with anxiety and frustration. Father, Su Xueqing, in her ignorance, uttered such words. In truth, it is all the fault of that Pai Yangyang. Had he not incited her, how would Xueqing dare to boast in such a manner? Su Jiwen, trailing behind Su Baohua, spoke somewhat incoherently. Su Baohua, his countenance grave, turned to him and inquired, "You have been rambling all the way. Pray tell, what do you truly mean?" As beads of sweat formed at the temples of Su Jiwen, he spoke with a hint of urgency. Father, the mistakes made by Su Xueqing should be borne by her alone. The revocation of her presidential position is punishment enough. As for my shares, I implore you not to reclaim them. Consider this. With Xueqing's removal, if my shares are taken back, our family will be left with no financial support. Xiaozhi requires medication consistently, which incurs significant monthly expenses. Su Jiwen's voice grew strained as he spoke. Su Baohua's brow twitched slightly as he replied sternly, "I am known for my unwavering words. That statement was made in the presence of everyone. It cannot be altered. Rest assured, I will cover Xiaozhi's medical expenses." Su Jiwen fell silent, his complexion paling, and he could only express his frustration by muttering, "It's all that wretched Pai Yangyang's fault. If not for his instigation, how could Xueqing have ended up like this?" Yet, Su Baohua had made his decision, and no amount of resentment toward Pai Yangyang could change that. At that moment, the grand meeting of the Su group was in full swing, with all board members gathered. Despite being a conference for the transition of the presidency, the directors appeared remarkably relaxed. As they were already well aware of the outcome, Su Xueqing was destined to be dismissed, and Su Xingxian would officially ascend to the role of president. Consequently, many directors greeted Su Jiming with enthusiasm, tinged with a touch of flattery. Su Xueqing first visited the restroom to compose her thoughts for the upcoming speech before making her way to the conference room. Zheng Li, unable to enter, stood anxiously in the corridor, concerned about the potential outcomes of the meeting. Upon entering the conference room, which had been lively, an immediate hush fell over the attendees. Almost all gazes turned towards Su Xueqing, as if they sought to glean her emotions from her expression. However, they were met with disappointment. Su Xueqing maintained an air of calmness as she approached the conference table. The seat of honor belonged to Su Baohua, while the others were arranged according to rank and shareholding. Traditionally, Su Xueqing would occupy the first seat to the right of the main position. This time, she instinctively walked over to take her seat, only to be interrupted by a cold voice. "Su Xueqing, that seat hardly seems fitting for you now, does it?" Startled, she turned to find Su Jiqing, who regarded her with a frosty demeanor and a clear trace of disdain. In the past, even if Su Jiqing and Su Xueqing had their differences, he would never have dared to express his contempt so openly. "Why can't I sit here?" Su Xueqing replied calmly, challenging his assertion. "Why?" Su Jiqing smirked derisively. "Do you really need to ask? That position is reserved for the president of the group. What is your current status, that you believe you are worthy of that seat? Indeed, although you were once the president, that is no longer the case. The company's rules must be adhered to, even by the chairman. Do you wish to disrupt that? Chimed in fellow shareholder Su Run, echoing the sentiment with an air of righteous indignation. Though others remained silent, their expressions unmistakably accused Su Xueqing of disregarding the rules. Confronted by these fickle supporters, Su Xueqing felt a surge of anger. However, she recognized that today's meeting was pivotal to her future. She could not incite the wrath of the crowd at this crucial moment. Even with the assurance of securing a 500 million investment, alienating these individuals would jeopardize her future endeavors. Suppressing her fury, she slowly made her way to a seat at the back. Typically, shareholders do not occupy the rear. Such seats are reserved for those of lesser rank during expanded meetings or high-level conferences. Thus, when Su Xueqing voluntarily took a seat at the back, several faces shifted slightly. Yet, no one spoke up. A former group president, soon to be ousted, was no longer worth their flattery. Seated to her left, Su Xingxian wore a smirk of satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired, ensuring his dominance within the group moving forward. Chairman is here. At that moment, someone announced. Su Baohua and Su Jiwen entered in succession. Upon entering the conference room, they immediately noticed Su Xueqing seated in the back, their expressions momentarily stiffening. Everyone promptly rose, exclaiming, "Good day, Chairman." Su Baohua strode to the head of the table, casting a cold glance over the assembly before finally resting his gaze on Su Xueqing. "Su Xueqing, why are you seated there?" he inquired sternly. "Chairman, I find this seat quite suitable," Su Xueqing replied. Su Baohua's brow twitched as he pointed to the position before him. "Your title may be suspended, but you still bear the title of president. It is only at the conclusion of today's board meeting that a decision regarding your resignation will be made. What is this? Are you eager to leave your post?" Taken aback momentarily, Su Xueqing remained steadfast, calmly responding, "Chairman, since my position has been suspended, I believe that seat is not appropriate for me at this time. I would prefer to remain here." "Who says it is not appropriate?" Su Baohua asked icily, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room, exerting an oppressive aura that left many gasping for breath. "Chairman, I believe she is correct. The current group president is Su Xingxian. Su Xueqing is neither a shareholder nor holds any position and is indeed unsuitable for that seat." After a brief hesitation, Su Jiqing decisively proclaimed, "Oh, who else shares this sentiment?" Su Baohua calmly inquired again. "I think, since Su Xueqing is no longer the group president, that seat should remain vacant for the time being. This is the group's rule, one that you, chairman, personally established," Su Jiping asserted, rising to voice his opinion. With someone leading the charge, others, including Su Rin, echoed the sentiment that the rules must not be broken, and that seat should remain unoccupied for now. Although Su Baohua held the title of chairman, he found it difficult to impose his will when faced with unanimous agreement. Moreover, this regulation was indeed one he had instituted. "Chairman, there is no need to create discomfort. I truly have no issue sitting here. If I cannot reclaim my position as president, then even if I were to sit in that seat now, I would remain unqualified to hold it in the future. Conversely, if I am able to return to the presidency, that position will naturally belong to me thereafter." Su Xueqing discerned the simmering anger within Su Baohua and quickly interjected. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, conveying a strong impression that she would undoubtedly reclaim her rightful place. "Well then, if that is the case, let us adhere to the rules. Please, take your seats." Su Baohua relented. He harbored fondness for Su Xueqing, yet he had been the one to remove her from her position. He felt compelled to uphold his principles and not provide any leverage against himself. Standing quietly in the corridor, Zhang Li observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Although she did not catch every word, she grasped the general situation. She felt a surge of anxiety, recognizing that all the board members were uniting against Su Xueqing. If Meng Qingfeng failed to arrive as promised, Su Xueqing's predicament would be exceedingly dire. Just as her concerns deepened, Su Baohua began, "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's board meeting revolves around two primary issues." Upon his opening remarks, all present focused intently. The first issue concerned the change in presidency, while the second seemed to garner less interest. The first topic pertains to the difficulties facing Su Group. I urge everyone to brainstorm solutions. The second topic involves the transition of the group's presidency, specifically whether Su Xueqing will continue in her role as president, which will require a vote. Su Baohua cut straight to the heart of the matter. Upon hearing the first topic, nearly all shareholders frowned. The challenges confronting Su Group were not easily surmountable. The Yi family was relentlessly suppressing the Su family. having effectively allied with all notable families and companies in Xinjiang to encircle and besiege them. Smaller families and companies, naturally, were hesitant to offend the Yi family, opting instead to navigate the tides of favor. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire Xinjiang was orchestrating a campaign against the Su family, whether through outright hostility or by severing ties altogether. Regardless of the method, each was a formidable blow to the Su family. Who would like to share their thoughts on the first topic? Su Bao's expression turned solemn. This meeting not only pertained to the change in presidency, but also to whether Su Group could carve out a path to survival and resurgence. However, after he posed the question, a full minute passed without a single voice rising to respond, and several individuals even shook their heads in dismay. What is happening? Normally, everyone is so spirited, yet at this crucial moment, they fall silent? Are we truly unable to devise any solutions among so many of us? Su Bao's tone grew heavy, revealing his frustration. Chairman, the predicament of Su Group is entirely the result of Su Xueqing's actions. To resolve the crisis facing Su Group, it is imperative that Su Xueqing personally apologize to the Yi family. Should the Yi family present any conditions, Su Xueqing must acquiesce. In this manner, perhaps the Yi family would quell their rage and spare the Su family from further turmoil. Su Jiming rose and spoke eloquently. Su Jiping and Su Jiqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the source of the calamity must resolve it. Had it not been for Su Xueqing's capriciousness and her tumultuous engagement with that fellow Pai Yangyang, the Su family would not find themselves in such a predicament today. Su Jiping concurred. I believe it is Su Xueqing who should extend her apologies to the Yi family. If Yi Xiao requires her service, then she should remain and attend to him for a time. Only by doing so could the ire of the Yi family possibly be assuaged. Su Ren also interjected. The consensus among the group was clear. Su Xueqing must acquiesce to the Yi family's demands, personally apologize, and serve Yi Fenglu. Humph. How shameful for you to claim to be men of the Su family. Su Bao's expression darkened, and he scoffed coldly. It was indeed Su Xueqing's folly that led to this situation. But it was also our failure to communicate with her properly and to force her into marriage with the Yi family that precipitated such chaos. Now you would have her serve the Yi family as a maid in exchange for the Su family's safety. Do you not feel any shame? Su Xingxian stood and addressed his grandfather, but as he began to speak, Su Bao's countenance abruptly shifted, and he shouted angrily. In formal settings, address me as chairman. Su Xingxian was taken aback and quickly corrected himself. Chairman, please, go ahead. Su Bao, filled with fury, replied coldly. Su Xingxian found himself sweating involuntarily, stuttering. Chairman, I believe that in order for the Su Group to weather this storm, the only course of action is to divest from the pharmaceutical company. The troubles faced by the Su Group stem entirely from this investment. Su Bao narrowed his eyes and inquired, why do you hold this belief? Seeing a shift in Su Bao's demeanor, Su Xingxian felt a surge of hope, sensing he might be on the right track. His expression relaxed considerably, exuding confidence as he continued. It is quite simple. Prior to our investment in the pharmaceutical company, the Su Group was flourishing. However, since that investment, numerous issues have arisen. Most critically, we have encountered financial difficulties. What? As Su Xingxian reached this point, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Bao's eyes as he inquired calmly. Is that all? That is all. Su Xingxian responded, somewhat bewildered, unable to conceive of anything further. Su Bao's disappointment was palpable. He had hoped Su Xingxian would offer fresh insights, yet he merely recited a litany of the obvious. Who is unaware of the financial problems? But the reasons behind these issues and potential solutions were lost on Su Xingxian, who appeared utterly confounded. Does anyone else have an opinion? Su Bao scanned the assembly once more, his voice somber. Silence reigned. Su Bao's expression grew even grimmer. With so many present, not a single individual could propose even the slightest solution. Is the Su Group truly beyond redemption? Chairman, I have a thought, though I am uncertain if I should voice it. After a long period of contemplation, Su Xueqing rose cautiously to speak. Her current status is delicate, and she must tread carefully with every word she utters. Speak. Su Bao's eyes flickered momentarily as he gravely enunciated a single word. I believe that our initial decision to invest in the pharmaceutical industry was indeed sound. Presently, in Xinjiang, the pharmaceutical sector is languishing and the market is chaotic. It is not just Xinjiang. Throughout the province, there is not a single reputable pharmaceutical enterprise. Su Xueqing spoke slowly, contemplating each phrase with great care. Su Bao's expression softened slightly, yet remained solemn. The chairman's decision to invest in the pharmaceutical company stemmed from recognizing the immense demand in our provincial market. The subsequent crises faced by the pharmaceutical company, which ultimately jeopardized the entire group and led to financial strain, were not primarily due to the industry's shortcomings, but rather our hasty actions in certain respects. At this point, Su Xueqing paused. You've said quite a lot, yet you haven't pinpointed the issue at hand. What exactly caused the crisis within the pharmaceutical company? Su Jiming queried with a hint of sarcasm. Su Xueqing pondered for a moment before responding. The crux of the problem lies in our inability to present a product that can truly shake the market. Thus, no matter how much capital we inject, without a product to dominate the market, the pharmaceutical company will perpetually remain unprofitable. Su Bao nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Su Xingxian scoffed. Isn't that a mere platitude? Ultimately, we arrive at the same conclusion. Investing in a pharmaceutical company was a mistake. As soon as these words left his lips, Su Bao's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning icy towards him. Su Jiming was taken aback and hurriedly interjected. Su Xingxian, don't speak nonsense. That was the chairman's decision. How could it possibly be wrong? Su Xingxian suddenly became aware, nervously stating, Grandfather. Chairman, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Your decision is undoubtedly correct. In truth, it is Su Xueqing's incompetence that led to this mismanagement. Silence. Su Bao's voice thundered, causing Su Xingxian to startle and fall silent. Xueqing, how do you propose we resolve this issue? Su Bao turned to Su Xueqing, his tone softening immediately. Su Xueqing replied, to resolve the issue, we must first ensure that funding is secured, and equally important, we must expedite the launch of a market-shaking product. Only then can the pharmaceutical company survive. Funding? Su Zhiqing sneered derisively. Did you not claim that you could secure 500 million in investments within half a month? Today marks the 16th day. May I inquire if you have succeeded? Su Xueqing's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she confidently asserted, I have. Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Even Su Bao displayed an expression of disbelief. For the past several days, nearly all members of the Su family had been closely monitoring Su Xueqing's fundraising efforts, fully aware of her numerous setbacks, including a near calamity at Suiwei Villa. Now, Su Xueqing astonishingly claims to have secured investment. How could this not leave everyone in shock? The atmosphere in the conference room grew peculiar as silence enveloped the attendees, all gazing incredulously at Su Xueqing. Humph, you say you have obtained investment? Su Xingxian broke the silence, his countenance betraying disbelief. Su Xueqing, this is 500 million. It cannot simply be conjured with mere words. He found it utterly implausible that Su Xueqing had truly garnered such an immense sum. After all, it had taken considerable effort for him to ascend to this position. If Su Xueqing had indeed secured 500 million in investment, he would scarcely have settled into his role before being ousted. Not only did he harbor doubts, but the entire assembly shared his skepticism. Su Xueqing, this is a board meeting, not a venue for idle boasts. Su Zhiqing interjected coldly. Su Jiwen's expression darkened further, his jaw twitching as he cast a glare at Su Xueqing, exclaiming with irritation, Su Xueqing, how dare you make such grandiose claims in front of so many board members? A wave of despair washed over Su Xueqing. She understood that her declaration would undoubtedly evoke disbelief from many, or perhaps they simply refused to accept it. Yet, she never anticipated such a challenge from her own father. I see you are desperate to reclaim the CEO position. Your ambitions seem to have clouded your judgment. You assert you have secured 500 million in investment. Where is the funding? The contract? Su Yu fixed her with a scornful gaze. Instantly, Su Xueqing found herself the target of collective skepticism. No one believed she had truly procured any investment. Indeed, if you have secured funding, where is the contract? Su Jiming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. You cannot expect us to take your word for it simply because you've uttered it. Yes, present the contract. While Su Xueqing felt a surge of emotion, her expression remained composed. Xueqing, please enlighten us. From where did you secure this investment? What of the contract? Su Bao inquired, his tone authoritative. Deep down, he too doubted Su Xueqing had genuinely obtained investment. Although he had acted in haste to remove her, he had continued to monitor her activities. In fact, he had discreetly reached out to several old acquaintances, hoping to secure investment and attribute it to Su Xueqing. However, those friends had declined, fearing the influence of the Yi family. Thus, He was convinced that Su Xueqing could not have truly secured any funding. Chairman, esteemed board members, I assure you that I have secured 500 million in funding. This is absolutely true. However, the contract has yet to be signed. Su Xueqing took a moment to compose herself before speaking calmly. Humph. Without a contract, what do you call securing funds? I could just as easily claim to have acquired 1 billion. Su Xingxian interrupted mockingly before she could finish. Su Bao's expression shifted slightly, casting a cold glare at Su Xingxian, who felt a pang of anxiety and swallowed the rest of his words. Nonetheless, the other party had already assured him that he would arrive this morning with the contract to personally sign it with me. Su Xueqing remained unaffected by Su Xingxian's influence. After a brief pause, she continued speaking. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Bao's eyes. He was acutely aware that Su Xueqing was not one to utter falsehoods, nor would she boast without merit. It was precisely her integrity that commanded his trust and inspired him to nurture her as the future leader of the Su group. Thus, upon hearing her statement, a twinge of doubt crept into his heart. Could it be true that she had secured an investment of 500 million? However, he promptly dismissed the thought internally. That is impossible. If she had indeed procured such an investment, there would be no way I would remain oblivious to it. So, pray tell, from where did you obtain this investment? A bank loan, perhaps? Or from some prominent family or investment firm? Su Bao pondered, regaining his composure, and once again posed the question with utmost seriousness. If Su Xueqing had indeed exaggerated, he would show no leniency this time. The Tinglong Chamber of Commerce, President Ming. Su Xueqing confidently declared. Tinglong Chamber of Commerce? The room fell into stunned silence once more, with Su Zhiming gaping in disbelief. Su Xueqing affirmed with a nod, yes. Precisely the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xingxian could not contain his disbelief, exclaiming, how could that be? Your claims are becoming increasingly ludicrous. Su Jiping added, indeed. How could you possibly secure an investment from the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce? Why would I be unable to do so? Su Xueqing countered, with a scornful smile. Su Xingxian retorted, do you think we are unaware of the facts? The investment cap for the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce this year is 300 million. How could you claim to have obtained 500 million? That is utterly preposterous. Indeed, your boast has reached the breaking point. Others are constrained to 300 million. Yet you assert you have garnered 500 million? Do you fancy yourself the president of the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce? Su Zhicheng chimed in with a mocking tone. Su Jiwen's jaw twitched violently as he glared at Su Xueqing, his voice rising with indignation. Su Xueqing, if you failed to secure the investment, then simply admit it. Why resort to such grandiose claims? You will only earn contempt from everyone and leave the chairman disheartened. Su Bao's expression turned grave, and at that moment, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Su Xueqing, I have always believed you to be honest, neither prone to falsehoods nor exaggeration. Yet today, you have profoundly disappointed me. Su Bao gently shook his head, his visage revealing deep disappointment. Chairman, Su Xueqing felt a surge of urgency. She spoke the truth. Why did no one believe her? But as she began to voice her thoughts, Su Bao raised his hand to silence her, interrupting, do not speak further. What you have just stated is indeed far-fetched. I understand your eagerness for the position of president. But I will not entrust such a pivotal role in the group to someone who merely speaks empty words. His tone was frigid, rendering Su Xueqing's carefully prepared remarks trapped in her throat, unable to be voiced. Chairman, it appears we can proceed to the second agenda item. Su Jiping interjected. Raising his hand, Su Bao hesitated momentarily, but Su Zhicheng pressed on. Chairman, the Su group cannot remain without a formal president indefinitely. I propose that we proceed to a vote right now to formally dismiss Su Xueqing from her position as the president of the group. Raise your hands. At this moment, Su Xueqing became the target of collective scrutiny, inciting the wrath of Su Bao. This was indeed the opportune moment to completely remove her from the presidential position. Su Bao let out a sigh of relief, glanced at Su Xueqing, and was about to speak. Su Xueqing stood up resolutely and declared, I implore the chairman and all directors to believe me. Everything I have just stated is the absolute truth. Yesterday, I secured the investment from the Tinglong Chamber of Commerce at Ely Mountain Villa. President Ming of the chamber personally assured me that he would bring the contract today. Humph, still indulging in self-deception. Even if you truly did secure the investment from the Tinglong Chamber, would President Ming personally come to our group to sign the contract? Are you dreaming? Su Zhiming could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in anger. Su Xingxian scoffed, saying, Su Xueqing, although I was not at Ely Mountain Villa yesterday, I am aware that a crucial figure was present. Su Baoguo looked at him in astonishment and asked in a deep voice, "Who was it?" "The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafen." Su Xingxian enunciated each word deliberately. Su Xueqing immediately replied, "That's right, she was there." Su Baoguo's expression changed slightly. He understood the current relationship between the Su and Yi families, and the purpose of Yi Yafen's visit to Ely Mountain Villa was all too clear. Upon observing the subtle shift in Su Baoguo's expression, Su Xingxian felt a stirring within his heart. He promptly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing Su Baoguo. "Chairman, according to the information I have acquired, the eldest daughter of the Yi family has indeed gone to Ely Mountain Villa with the intention of soliciting investments." Su Baoguo's confusion deepened, his brows furrowing as he inquired in a grave tone, "Does the eldest daughter of the Yi family truly require investment from the Tenglong Chamber of Commerce? The Yi family is currently flourishing, enjoying a robust trajectory of growth. Even if they were in need of funds, they could hardly be lacking in the several hundred million from our chamber. I cannot ascertain whether she genuinely requires it or not. However, it is evident that she is preparing to invest in a cosmetics company in Xinjiang, necessitating a sum of capital. Furthermore, even if she does not have an actual need, her presence at the venue will undoubtedly prevent our Su family from securing these funds," Su Xingxian asserted emphatically. Su Baoguo's brows knitted even tighter, his countenance darkening. With this revelation, the prospect spoken of by Su Xueqing seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, the purpose of the Yi family's eldest daughter visiting Ely Mountain Villa must be to thwart our Su family. Ensuring that Su Xueqing cannot obtain the investment from the Tenglong Chamber of Commerce, Su Zhichen concurred thoughtfully. "Su Xueqing, do you have anything to say?" Su Baoguo turned to face Su Xueqing, suppressing his anger as he questioned her. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Xueqing replied, "Chairman, I assure you that every word I have spoken is the truth. If there are doubts, we may wait here together. President Meng has assured me he will arrive at our company at 9 o'clock sharp." 9 o'clock? Su Xingxian scoffed, casting a glance at the wall clock and dismissively remarking, "So, in less than 10 minutes, President Meng will arrive at our company, bringing with him the contract for a 500 million investment?" A flicker of unease crossed Su Xueqing's heart as she realized the time was drawing near. Although Meng Qingfeng had indeed promised to come to the company to sign the investment agreement the previous day at Ely Mountain Villa, she found it hard to believe. Later, Meng Qingfeng's female assistant had also called her to confirm that they would arrive punctually at 9 o'clock with the contract for Su Group. Throughout the night, Su Xueqing had pondered the reasons behind Meng Qingfeng's decision to choose the Su family, particularly the exceptional addition of 200 million to their investment. Could this all merely be a jest? Was everything simply a facade orchestrated by the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng? She shook her head inwardly, deeming it improbable. After all, Yi Yafen lost 10 million to Pai Yangyang. If it were merely a ruse, Yi Yafen would not have placed a bet, thereby relinquishing 10 million in vain. "Very well. We shall await 9 o'clock, Su Baoguo declared coldly. Although he harbored doubts about Meng Qingfeng's actual arrival at Su Group, he resolved to indulge Su Xueqing's wishes. He was curious to witness how the situation would ultimately unfold for her. "Su Xueqing, what are you doing? Quickly apologize to the chairman and all the board members," Su Jiwen urged anxiously. If it came to that, it would imply that Su Xueqing's claims were false, leaving her with no opportunity for redemption. He was solely focused on persuading Su Baoguo to show mercy, preserving his shares, and understood that he must not provoke Su Baoguo any further at this moment. "I speak the truth. Why should I apologize?" Su Xueqing replied resolutely, her demeanor remaining remarkably calm. "You." Su Jiwen trembled with anger. "Do not speak further. We shall wait." Su Baoguo cast a cold glance at him and spoke in a deep voice. Instantly, Su Jiwen dared not utter another word. In the corridor, Zheng Li had caught wind of the situation. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearing 9 o'clock, yet there was still no sign of Meng Qingfeng. Her heart sank gradually. If Meng Qingfeng failed to arrive, Su Xueqing would undoubtedly be expelled from the company, and Zheng Li's own position would be in jeopardy as well. Anxiety and impatience surged within her, leaving her feeling quite helpless. In the midst of her distress, an unexpected image of Pai Yangyang flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, she made her way downstairs towards the company entrance. At the parking lot by the company entrance, Pai Yangyang was engrossed in a game of Candy Crush, utterly indifferent to the events unfolding above. Just as he was enjoying the game, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Who are you? Stop right there." He looked up. Momentarily startled, and his gaze sharpened, he saw Meng Qingfeng, accompanied by a man and a woman, being blocked at the entrance by security personnel. Frowning slightly, he closed the game and strode over. I am Meng Qingfeng from the Tunglong Business Association, here to sign an investment agreement with your president Su Xueqing. Time is of the essence. Please allow us to enter. Meng Qingfeng urged the two security guards. These guards were none other than Old Gua and Young Xie. Upon hearing Meng Qingfeng's words, Young Xie scoffed disdainfully. What President Su Xueqing? Our group president is Su Xingxian. You don't even know the name and claim to be here for some nonsense agreement? You must be a fraud trying to sell us some ridiculous products. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. The president of the Tunglong Business Association was being mistaken for a mere peddler? His assistant, Xiao Ning, spoke with indignation. How dare you speak like that? This is President Meng of the Tunglong Business Association. We are here to invest in the Su Group. If you obstruct us and delay the contract signing, how will a mere security guard like you bear the consequences? Young Xie puffed out his chest, responding arrogantly. And what's wrong with being a mere security guard? I am acting on orders from our group president that no unauthorized personnel are allowed entry before the board meeting concludes. You. Xiao Ning's face turned a shade of deep anger, feeling as if a scholar had encountered soldiers. President Meng, it seems the Su Group has no genuine intention of collaborating with us at Tinglong. In that case, let us depart. The female assistant remarked coldly. Meng Qingfeng's countenance was equally grim. Wherever he went in Xinjiang, he enjoyed unimpeded access. Yet today he found himself obstructed by a mere security guard from the Su Group. We cannot leave. My word is my bond. If I were to depart like this, I would have no explanation to give. Though Meng Qingfeng was seething with anger, he managed to suppress it and spoke in a deep voice. He then took out his phone, stating, I will make a call to have Mr. Pai come and take us up. No need for that. I am right here. Before Meng Qingfeng could finish his sentence, the languid voice of Pai Yaoyang drifted in from behind. Mr. Pai, how come you are here? Meng Qingfeng turned around quickly, his face expressing bewilderment. Pai Yaoyang replied nonchalantly. I am not an employee of the Su Group. If I am not here, then where should I be? Furthermore, they are convening a board meeting. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for me to enter. But Meng Qingfeng was instantly dumbfounded, a wry smile creeping onto his face. You can choose not to enter, but I cannot afford to stay out. If I don't go in, how will the contract be signed? I promised Miss Su that I would arrive at the company by 9 to finalize the agreement, and we are only a few minutes away. He spoke with a hint of urgency. Pai Yaoyang dismissed the concern casually. It's not such a crucial matter. Is it really worth racing against time? Meng Qingfeng found himself momentarily at a loss, but seeing that Pai Yaoyang was not anxious, he too relaxed. Just then, Zhongli approached, her face lighting up upon seeing Meng Qingfeng. She hurriedly trotted over and exclaimed, Chairman Meng, you have arrived. President Su is waiting for you in the conference room. Why haven't you gone in yet? Meng Qingfeng glanced helplessly at Xiao Xie, managing a wry smile as he replied, I wish to enter, but I've been stopped. Zhongli looked at Xiao Xie and Old Gua, quickly grasping the situation. Old Gua, what is going on? She inquired, as she did not know Xiao Xie, having only seen her briefly upon entering. Old Gua, looking quite embarrassed, replied with a hint of resignation, initially. Young Master Su did indeed instruct that today's board meeting is of utmost importance, and no unrelated personnel are allowed to enter the company. Zhang Li's expression darkened as she coldly retorted, Chairman Meng is here to sign an investment contract. How could he possibly be considered unrelated personnel? You must let them in immediately. If this is delayed, the consequences will be on you. Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly? Before Old Gua could respond, Xiao Xie looked at Zhang Li with disdain and asked, She is the president's assistant, surnamed Zhang. Everyone calls her sisterly. Old Gua hastily explained, President's assistant? Spare me. You think I don't know the president's assistant? The assistant is clearly Shan Shan. How could it possibly be her? Old Gua was instantly awkward, forcing a smile as he replied, Xiao Xie, Sisterly is indeed Miss Su's assistant. Cut it. I don't care whose assistant she is. Right now, the group falls under young Master Su's authority. Without his say-so, no one is allowed to enter. Xiao Xie declared, her demeanor one of complete disregard, blocking Meng Qingfeng's path. Zhang Li's expression grew increasingly grim, her anger boiling over as she declared, I see you don't wish to keep your job as a security guard. Step aside, now. Her fury was palpable. Given her reputation as the formidable Aunt Li, as dubbed by Pai Yaoyang, Xiao Xia was taken aback, eyeing Zhang Li with suspicion, ready to retaliate. Who is this? speaking so boldly? A sudden voice, laden with sarcasm, pierced the air, and soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a security uniform, with his cap askew and a prominent belly, swaggered over, flanked by several security personnel. As his gaze fell upon Zheng Li, a glimmer of predatory hunger illuminated his eyes. Zheng Li turned to regard him briefly, her brows furrowing in skepticism as she inquired, "Who are you?" To her astonishment, she did not recognize this man. His disheveled attire and the way he wore his hat only served to aggravate her further. In the past, when Su Xueqing was present, no one in the company would have dared to dress in such a manner. Zheng assistant, this is the new head of security, Peng Dehai. Lao Gua hastily introduced him, his demeanor tinged with apprehension. Peng Dehai scrutinized Zheng Li with a lewd glint in his eyes and asked, "Zheng assistant? Who is that? I've never seen you before." As he spoke, he advanced toward Zheng Li, extending his hand with a smirk. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peng Dehai, the newly appointed head of security at the Su Group. We should engage in more dialogue moving forward." With disdain, Zheng Li stepped back and retorted coldly, "There is no need for that. Since you're the head, you should promptly allow President Ming and the others entry. Do not delay the company's important matters." "What important matters?" he countered. "As fellow members of the management team, I believe fostering communication is of utmost importance. Why not come to my office for a proper discussion?" Peng Dehai persisted, undeterred. Zheng Li was exceedingly repulsed, yet this man clung to her like a stubborn leech, showing no intention of letting Meng Qingfeng and the others pass. Panic surged within her. Su Xueqing was currently isolated in the conference room, facing all the directors, waiting for Meng Qingfeng to arrive with the contract to alleviate the situation. If they continued to linger here, the chairman might announce the complete removal of Su Xueqing from her position, and it would be too late. "Pai Yangyang, what are you standing there for? Su Zong is in a precarious situation. Why aren't you doing something to let President Meng and the others in?" Pai Yangyang, who had been watching with barely concealed amusement, had not anticipated that Li Momo would find herself in such a predicament. With a mindset that relished the unfolding drama, he had been eager to witness the spectacle. However, upon hearing Zheng Li's urgent command, he was jolted back to reality. Her apparent anxiety indicated that Su Xueqing's circumstances might indeed be dire. "Listen here, you rotund fellow, stop daydreaming. With your unfortunate appearance, Li Momo would never take a liking to you. Just let them in already," he said, somewhat resignedly to Peng Dehai. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. "Rotund fellow?" Peng Dehai's expression darkened significantly as he glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. "Who do you think you are to address our captain in such a manner?" However, before Peng Dehai could unleash his wrath, Xiao Xie lunged at Pai Yangyang, baring his teeth. Slap! Pai Yangyang, not hesitating for a moment, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Clear and loud, with remarkable impact. Consequently, Xiao Xie spun around 3 times on the spot, precariously balancing on one foot, executing a move that boasted a difficulty rating of 7. 8. The movements were exquisite, yet a slight dizziness clouded his mind, pain etched across his face, and a metallic taste lingered in his mouth. With a sudden gasp, he expelled 2 bloodied molars, glaring at Pai Yangyang with a mix of shock and fury. "How dare you strike me?" But before he could finish, Pai Yangyang, uninterested in his ramblings, swiftly dispatched him to the podium to collect his medal. With a shriek, Xiao Xie was flung backward, crashing against the iron gate, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground like a ragged dog, stripped of its vitality. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Zhang Li, taken aback, pondered the sheer ferocity of this individual. Although she had witnessed Pai Yangyang's wrath before, each instance left her in astonishment. Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow and shook his hand, as if dismissing the pain it had endured. Xiao Xie's haughty demeanor while speaking to Su Xueqing had already irked him, and now, his incessant chattering before Meng Qingfeng was intolerable. Despite not being affiliated with the Su Group, such scum certainly did not merit the role of a security guard. "You dare to strike my brother-in-law? I will end you." Peng Dehai suddenly erupted, his corpulent frame trembling with rage. Several security personnel rushed forward, drawing their rubber batons. Old Gua, drenched in cold sweat, quickly interjected, "Captain Peng, please, do not resort to violence. Get out of my way." Peng Dehai bellowed in fury, swinging a rubber baton that struck Old Gua's arm, leaving it bloodied and possibly fractured. "To dare lay a hand on my brother-in-law, you must be tired of living." He glared at Pai Yangyang with a venomous intensity. It was then that Pai Yangyang realized this ridiculous captain was, in fact, the brother-in-law of that skinny monkey. Li Momo. Take old Ming inside. You needn't concern yourself with this, he said dismissively to Zheng Li. Zheng Li hesitated, concern etched on her face as she asked, Are you all right? She seemed to be gradually acclimating to him, referring to her as Li Momo. Do I look like someone who would be in trouble? Pai Yangyang chuckled, adding that if trouble were to arise, it would be for them instead. Yet, speaking candidly, the security personnel of the Su group were woefully inadequate. Peng Dehai, incensed to the point of fury, felt completely disregarded as the security captain. How could he maintain his composure while such a conversation unfolded so brazenly? Moreover, that beauty appeared to care so much for this pretty boy. A pang of jealousy coursed through him, and he lost focus on Meng Qingfeng and the others, snarling, break his limbs and toss him in the trash. Zheng Li, leading Meng Qingfeng inside, felt a surge of worry for Pai Yangyang. However, she could not afford to delay with Su Xueqing, so she gritted her teeth and continued toward the office building. Be careful, she called back, hoping Pai Yangyang would be wise enough to flee if he could not prevail. Pai Yangyang grinned, amused. Ah, so Li Momo also has moments of concern? With a subtle, mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he gazed at Peng Dehai with a sense of amusement and remarked, Peng Dehai is indeed a fine remedy. Yet it is unfortunate that such a name is associated with a scoundrel like you. Enraged, Peng Dehai let out a furious roar, brandishing a rubber baton and swinging it menacingly at Pai Yangyang. Lao Guo, drenched in cold sweat, appeared ashen, uncertain if it was urgency or pain that afflicted him. Witnessing Peng Dehai and the security guards taking action, he anxiously shouted, Do not strike. Do not strike. He is Miss Su's husband. As he yelled, he rushed forward, attempting to shield Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation. On the very first day, he had met Su Xueqing. She had publicly introduced him within the company. The seasoned security guards were already familiar with him, and his association with Su Xueqing was well known. The other two guards hesitated. Evidently, they too recognized Pai Yangyang. What do you mean, Miss Su's husband? Here, it is Su Xiao who holds the reins. Anyone who dares to refrain from action today shall find themselves dismissed this afternoon. Peng Dehai bellowed in response. Lao Guo positioned himself in front of Pai Yangyang. Yet, without hesitation, Peng Dehai swung his baton directly at Lao Guo's head. Infuriated, Pai Yangyang shouted, Are you seeking death? He swiftly pulled Lao Guo aside and, with a powerful kick, struck Peng Dehai's protruding belly. The impact echoed loudly as Peng Dehai, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters, ripping his pants and leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Simultaneously, Pai Yangyang unleashed a flurry of punches with remarkable speed. With a series of loud thuds, all 6 security guards were sent flying, each landing squarely upon Peng Dehai, creating a pile resembling a 7-man Buddhist statue. Having endured that kick, Peng Dehai's insides churned violently, agony tearing through him as he teetered on the brink of consciousness. The impact of the 6 guards crashing down upon him caused him to roll his eyes back in pain, nearly meeting his demise. Lao Guo stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend how Pai Yangyang had accomplished such feats. The guards lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, some clutching their stomachs, others their chests, writhing in anguish. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang casually retrieved a chair from the security room, positioned himself at the door, stretched lazily, and addressed Lao Guo. Lao Guo, is there any water? Bring me a glass. Lao Guo, still bewildered, nodded, Why yes. I will get it for you. He felt a chill creep down his spine. This son-in-law of the Su family was extraordinarily fierce. Boy, just wait. If you dare to strike me today and I do not render you incapacitated, I shall no longer bear the name Pang. Finally, the guards gritted their teeth and managed to assist Peng Dehai back to his feet. He glared at Pai Yangyang with a smoldering fury, barking angrily. Lao Guo had already fetched a bottle of mineral water for Pai Yangyang, who took a refreshing gulp and disdainfully remarked, You can bear any name you choose. As long as it is not Pai, I fear my ancestors would not approve. Very well, you wait and see. Peng Dehai seethed through clenched teeth, angrily grabbing his phone to summon reinforcements. Mr. Pai, you should hurry and find Miss Su. Old Guo whispered anxiously, his demeanor revealing a past steeped in the underworld, where he commanded a legion of followers. Pai Yangyang recognized his concern and turned to him with gratitude, inquiring, Old Guo, may I ask why you aided me earlier? Old Guo chuckled sheepishly, replying, You are Miss Su's husband. I could not allow you to be harmed without cause. Fortunately, they were no match for you. Pai Yangyang pressed further. And if I were not Su Xueqing's husband, even then, I would intervene. You have committed no wrongdoing. Why should anyone strike you? Old Gua answered without hesitation. Pai Yangyang nodded appreciatively. Indeed, you are commendable. Yet, Old Gua did not revel in the compliment. Instead, he urged, you should quickly find Miss Su. With her presence, I believe these individuals will think twice before causing trouble. If all else fails, you ought to leave this place and evade them. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, there is no need. If they choose not to provoke me, it is their good fortune. Should they dare to challenge me, it will be they who regret their actions. Old Gua could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, you possess great strength, but they are numerous. A brave man cannot withstand many foes. Though Old Gua was merely in his 30s, he bore an air of weariness and even a hint of timidity. Nevertheless, Pai Yangyang perceived the goodness in his heart. Do not worry. This is the Su group. If a conflict arises, my wife will certainly intervene. Pai Yangyang offered this reassurance. Old Gua remained uneasy but understood that he could not sway Pai Yangyang's resolve. So he sighed and cast a nervous glance toward Pang Dehai. Just then, Pang Dehai, having concluded a phone call, approached them. You have some nerve to wait here. He spat with disdain. But when my brother arrives, do not show any weakness. Pai Yangyang lazily inquired, your brother? Is he formidable? A young security guard immediately chimed in. Captain Pang's brother is the notorious Brother Leopard. When he arrives, let us see how you maintain that bravado. Upon hearing the name Brother Leopard, Pai Yangyang could not suppress a laugh. Brother Leopard, you say? A playful smirk graced his lips as he feigned astonishment. He must be quite impressive. Pang Dehai, oblivious to the sarcasm, swelled with pride and declared, so now you are frightened? Quickly kneel and apologize, then allow me to slap you 20 times, and we shall consider this matter settled. 20 slaps? That does not seem excessive. I could likely endure that, Pai Yangyang replied, glancing up at Pang Dehai's portly visage. Pang Dehai sneered. Well, at least you possess some self-awareness. Kneel and apologize. Do not rush. Did you not call for a little kitty? Just wait, Pai Yangyang responded lazily. Pang Dehai's cheeks quivered with fury as he growled. Fine, since you wish to wait, then wait you shall. However, I must inform you that when Brother Leopard arrives, it will not simply be a matter of 20 slaps. After saying this, he suddenly paused, casting a suspicious glance at Pai Yangyang, and coldly remarked, do you dare to call Brother Leopard a little kitty? Pai Yangyang merely smiled nonchalantly, disregarding him, as he opened his phone to continue playing his casual game. Pang Dehai was infuriated to the point of almost spitting blood, yet he refrained from taking action. The kick he had just received still left him reeling. Guoweiman, just you wait. Once the board meeting concludes, I will ensure that Minister Su dismisses you. Pang Dehai seated, fixing a cold gaze on Old Gua, speaking with venom. Guoweiman's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately broke into a cold sweat, pleading, Captain Pang, please no. My wife is ill. My child is barely 3 years old. If I lose my job, how will my family survive? That is of no concern to me. If you dare to oppose me, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Pang Dehai retorted with a cruel edge. Guoweiman's eyes brimmed with tears, desperately imploring. Captain Pang, I cannot afford to lose this job. My wife and child depend on my salary. If you are so impoverished, why marry or have children? Pang Dehai scoffed, unmoved. How about this? Let me take care of your wife and child, and then you won't have these troubles. He concluded with a boisterous laugh. However, the moment he laughed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his insides had been jolted, causing him to groan in agony and break into a cold sweat. Several security guards, who had initially joined in his laughter, found themselves in the same predicament. As soon as they laughed, they were struck by excruciating pain. Consequently, all their laughter morphed into groans of distress. Guoweiman was filled with anxiety, but he understood that no amount of pleading would sway Pang Dehai. Pai Yangyang glanced at him with indifference and stated, the company is not his personal property. Can he simply dismiss you at will? Guoweiman's complexion turned pale, and after a moment of stunned silence, he sighed deeply and shook his head. Previously, no one would dare to dismiss him so easily. However, since Su Xueqing was suspended from her duties, there had been a significant upheaval in the company's personnel. His deputy security chief had been dismissed, and the former chief of security was outright fired. The former security minister, furious, had thrown down his resignation letter, abandoning even his salary. Now, the security team was indeed under Pang Dehai's command. There was little he could do, given his favorable relationship with the newly appointed security minister, Su Xiqing. Nevertheless, Even knowing he could not offend these individuals, he remained steadfast in his principles and refrained from colluding with them. Yet, he was deeply concerned for his wife and child, as he truly did not know what would become of them if he lost his job. Pai Yangyang could see Guo Weiman's appreciation for his position, yet he chose to remain silent, confident that as soon as Su Xueqing regained her power, individuals like Pang Dehai would certainly be cast aside, and Guo Weiman would undoubtedly be valued anew. The few security guards who had been knocked about were now hesitant to approach Pai Yangyang, instead keeping their distance, baring their teeth in resentment as they glared at him. They believed that as long as Brother Leopard arrived, he would surely avenge them with great vigor. Pang Dehai stood there, hunched over, yet dared not fetch a chair from the security room, enduring excruciating pain as he gritted his teeth. Minutes passed, and soon several motorcycles and a sleek cheetah sped towards them. These vehicles halted at the company entrance, and a dozen burly men disembarked. Among them was a man with a scarred face, his left arm encased in a plaster cast, fixed against his chest, his expression menacing. Despite the severity of his injury, he strode forth with a brazen demeanor. Behind him, another individual, his entire palm wrapped, sported an equally arrogant countenance. As they approached, the atmosphere thickened. Pai Yangyang cast a nonchalant glance their way and smiled. Indeed, this was Brother Leopard, the very man who had recently beaten him and tossed him into a garbage bin. He hadn't expected to encounter him again so soon. "Fatty, who dares to strike my brother?" Brother Leopard bellowed, not yet noticing him, exuding an air of invincibility. Pang Dehai, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly interjected, "Brother Leopard, you must stand up for your brother and teach that punk a lesson." As he spoke, he gestured toward Pai Yangyang, who was still engrossed in his game. "Who is this? Who the hell is he?" Pai Yangyang, with his head down, remained oblivious to the recognition. "Damn, dead again." Suddenly, he cursed at his phone, then turned to Brother Leopard and waved. "Hey, little kitty." "Little kitty?" Pang Dehai nearly fell over in shock. This audacious fellow dared to call Brother Leopard little kitty right in front of him? Truly, he seemed unaware of the precariousness of his situation. The crowd of Brother Leopard's subordinates and the security guards who had anticipated their savior were equally bewildered in their understanding. Most individuals addressed Brother Leopard with utmost respect, calling him either Brother Leopard or Lord Leopard. Yet here was someone calling him Little Kitty? Guo Weiman broke into a cold sweat, pondering how this son-in-law could be so oblivious to danger. Brother Leopard's fury surged. "You're the little kitty. Your whole family is a bunch of little kitties." However, as he began with a booming voice, it dwindled into a mere whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. His scarred visage flushed crimson, struggling to contain the final words that barely escaped his lips, an agonizing endeavor. Pai Yangyang slowly rose, turning to face Brother Leopard with a playful grin. Brother Leopard's heart sank, realizing the peril of provoking such a formidable adversary. Good heavens! Why must this fat fool incite trouble with this calamity? Is he seeking to make my life difficult? His subordinates, recognizing Pai Yangyang, felt an involuntary shudder run through them, their bodies instinctively leaning back, their legs tensing. Goodness, this man even dared to toss their leader into the trash. He is not someone to be trifled with. Brother Leopard's followers murmured, "It's him. This audacious punk even had the gall to call you little kitty." Yet, Pang Dehai wore a look of exhilaration, convinced that the more audacious Pai Yangyang became, the more humiliating his downfall would be. Brother Leopard is indeed a formidable figure, reigning as a notorious gangster. Bolstered by the immense backing of Zhao Jingguang from the Wanai Group, eliminating a person is as effortless for him as crushing an ant beneath his heel. If Pai Yangyang dares to call him a kitten, he may soon find himself unaware of the manner in which he meets his demise. Brother Leopard's lips quivered as he fixed his gaze intently on Pai Yangyang, his heart racing with trepidation. Pai Yangyang slowly approached him, casting a playful glance and extending his hand to gently prod at his severed arm. Brother Leopard, unable to retreat, endured the touch, which, though light, caused him to grimace in pain. "Little kitten, quite impressive, aren't you? It seems you've regained your bravado after our brief separation," Pai Yangyang remarked with a smile, poking at his right arm as if greeting an old friend. Yet, the seemingly harmless gaze from Pai Yangyang nearly drove Brother Leopard to the brink of despair, his legs trembling as he instinctively crouched lower. "How dare you continue to address Brother Leopard as a kitten? If you are wise, kneel and await his judgment. Perhaps he will grant you a swifter end," boomed Pang Dehai in fury. Suddenly, a meow echoed, leaving everyone momentarily frozen in disbelief. Remarkably, the sound emerged from Brother Leopard's own mouth, his expression one of unexpected contentment as he gazed at Pai Yangyang with a hint of vulnerability, fearing the loss of his other hand and another humiliating disposal into a trash bin. Pai Yangyang appeared somewhat dissatisfied, furrowing his brow. It's somewhat similar. But it seems your throat needs care. Perhaps you should smoke less. Meow, meow. Brother Leopard quickly attempted to replicate the sound again, this time with even greater finesse. He then produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, discarding them on the ground and crushing them beneath his foot with enthusiasm. Pai Yangyang chuckled. Now that is authentic. Peng Dehai, bewildered, pondered what Brother Leopard was up to. Had he truly altered his demeanor, choosing to mimic a kitten before engaging in violence? Brother Leopard, be quiet. With an exasperated shout, Peng Dehai, unable to comprehend, sought to inquire why Brother Leopard was imitating a cat. However, as he began to speak, Brother Leopard unleashed a furious bellow and delivered a resounding slap to his plump face. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the air, momentarily freezing everyone in place, including Guo Weimin, who stood in stunned silence. An ominous tension settled, reminiscent of the oppressive calm before a storm. Brother Leopard, Peng Dehai murmured as he touched his stinging cheek in disbelief. Why did you hit me? I hit you because you deserved it. Brother Leopard seethed, glaring at Peng Dehai with venomous intensity. If I cannot contend with this imposing figure before me, and you summoned me to confront this menacing deity, who else would I strike? Are you brothers? Pai Yangyang inquired with an intrigued expression, as if watching a spectacle. And no, who in the world would consider him a brother? He's merely a fool. Brother Leopard stammered, hastily disassociating himself. Oh, I was under the impression that he was your brother, yet he exhibits such arrogance, demanding that I kneel and apologize, and even threatening to slap me 50 times. How naive of me, Pai Yangyang suddenly realized. Speaking as if to himself, his casual remark sent a chill down Peng Dehai's spine. I meant 20 slaps, Peng Dehai protested. Feeling utterly wronged, the specifics of the number were not to be trifled with. Is it indeed 20? Old Gua, did you hear the correct amount? Pai Yangyang inquired, casting a dubious glance at Guo Weimin. The frustration within Guo Weimin had gradually morphed into resentment towards Peng Dehai. Does he not wish to expel me? In that case, I no longer need to extend him any courtesy. It is indeed 50 slaps, I can assure you, Guo Weimin affirmed hastily, as though he were on the verge of swearing an oath. Peng Dehai's visage turned ashen. Leopard Brother fixed a fierce gaze upon Peng Dehai and coldly remarked, You possess quite the audacity, demanding this esteemed gentleman kneel and subjecting him to 50 slaps? Thud. Witnessing Leopard Brother's menacing and furious demeanor, Peng Dehai was overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, leading him to kneel in terror. Dog Shengxi, summon the donkey. Leopard Brother commanded icily, and 2 burly men promptly approached him. Leopard Brother. At that moment, the 2 men were still dazed, utterly perplexed as to how Leopard Brother, who had been summoned by Peng Dehai for assistance, had instead dealt him a slap and forced him to kneel. Moreover, the normally imposing Leopard Brother, who walked with an air of confidence, had transformed into a timid little kitten today. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed it. 50 slaps, and if I find even one less, I shall strike you 10 times. If any slap is too light, I shall also strike you 10 times, Leopard Brother uttered through clenched teeth. He cast a sympathetic glance at the shivering Peng Dehai, internally scoffing, You might as well resign yourself to your fate. After all, you provoked this esteemed gentleman. Fortunately, he only demanded 50 slaps. Had he requested 500, even if his subordinate's hands became incapacitated, not a single slap would be spared. Smack, smack, smack. The 2 lackeys swung their arms vigorously, delivering slap after slap upon Peng Dehai's plump face. They dared not cheat or take it easy with every slap. They loudly counted. As the sounds of the slaps echoed, nearly everyone's heart raced in unison with the rhythmic claps, creating an extraordinary synchronization of heartbeat. Xiaoxie, who had just regained consciousness, quickly closed his eyes upon witnessing the scene. If he did not feign death now, he would genuinely find himself in peril shortly. At that moment, Peng Dehai comprehended the initial words of Pai Yangyang, realizing they referred to the fact that enduring 20 slaps was hardly an issue. Now, he wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. If the ground could split open beneath him, he would not hesitate to shove Leopard Brother into it, preferring to never have encountered this little kitten. After 10 slaps, Peng Dehai's face swelled to the size of a pig's head, and he was left in tears. Throughout his life, he had always been the one administering slaps to others. Never had he envisioned himself facing such a grim fate. In a moment of desperation, Dongsheng commanded the donkey to strike with unwavering determination. The formidable Pang Dahai, with his tough skin and robust physique, rendered Dongsheng's hands sore with each blow. 45. 46. Pang Dahai's head buzzed, his vision clouded with a myriad of stars, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he was nearing 50 strikes. Pianjiang, indifferent, remained engrossed in his game, as if this ordeal bore no relation to him. 50. With the final slap delivered, silence finally enveloped the scene. At this juncture, Pang Dahai was a pitiful sight. His face was battered, several teeth missing, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a picture of desolation. "Sir, it's done." Leopard Brother bowed, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he addressed Pianjiang. Pianjiang cast a detached glance, murmuring, "Goodness, such brutality." Leopard Brother's lips twitched. "Isn't this what you commanded?" Yet, Pianjiang appeared satisfied, a mischievous grin creeping upon his lips. "Little kitty, heed my advice. Be cautious when choosing friends. Such trash is only worthy of midday acquaintance." Pianjiang rose and, with a solemn demeanor, spoke earnestly to the bowing and scraping Leopard Brother. Leopard Brother was momentarily taken aback. What sort of peculiar maneuver was this? Only meet friends at noon? Was he a specter, lurking to cause harm at night? For he shall eventually bring you misfortune. Pianjiang exhaled deeply, stretching languidly as he added this final remark. Leopard Brother felt an acute embarrassment, doubting his own intellect for failing to grasp such a simple statement. Pianjiang's gaze suddenly shifted to a nearby deep green trash bin, and he solemnly reiterated, "Little kitty, do you recall what I once said?" "Ah yes, trash belongs in the bin." Leopard Brother jolted, recalling his own humiliating experience of being discarded into a trash bin by Pianjiang. His lips quivered as he turned to glare menacingly at Pang Dahai. Dazed from the beating, Pang Dahai could barely discern reality. Seeing Leopard Brother's sudden aggression directed at him, he stammered in fear, "Leopard Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Yet his words were muddled, his battered face rendering his speech unclear. "Did you not hear what our esteemed guest proclaimed? Trash belongs in the bin. Do not delay in sending him there." Leopard Brother, unperturbed by Pang Dahai's pleas, gritted his teeth and instructed his underlings. Any delay could provoke Pianjiang's wrath, and he too might find himself in the trash. Though Dongsheng's hands were swollen from the exertion, upon hearing Leopard Brother's command, he dared not hesitate. He swiftly approached, dragging the hefty Pang Dahai, weighing nearly 200 pounds, toward the trash bin. With determination, they hoisted Pang Dahai and unceremoniously tossed him into the bin. However, he was so corpulent that the trash bin creaked under the strain, a fissure forming along its side. "Sir, we have disposed of the trash for you. Do you have any further instructions?" Leopard Brother nodded, his demeanor still ingratiating. With a calm smile, Pianjiang declared, "All right, there's nothing for you here. Go wherever you please, and do not delay my gaming." Leopard Brother chuckled awkwardly, yet felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. "Everyone, follow me. No one is permitted to cause trouble here again," he shouted energetically to his subordinates. His authoritative demeanor restored. "Leopard Brother," cried the enormous Pang Dahai, trapped within the confines of a garbage bin, his voice laced with despair. Being tossed into the bin inflicted minimal physical harm, yet the humiliation was unbearable. Notably, the security guards, who usually instilled fear, hesitated to approach and assist him. "Curse you!" Leopard Brother growled menacingly, filled with indignation, and kicked the bin over. Pang Dahai let out another pained scream. "Take care, little kitty. You're welcome to visit again." Pianjiang waved goodbye with surprising warmth, reminiscent of a longtime friend bidding farewell. Leopard Brother stumbled slightly, muttering to himself, "Visit again? Not a chance." It was not until Leopard Brother and his crew departed that Guo gazed at Pianjiang in bewilderment, inquiring, "Son-in-law, how do you know Leopard Brother?" Pianjiang lazily replied, "I didn't know him initially, but a few days ago, I gave him a beating, and now we are acquainted." Guo then comprehended why Leopard Brother had behaved like a meek kitten in Pianjiang's presence. It was due to a previous encounter with this formidable individual. Several security guards approached, collectively extracting Pang Dahai from the rubbish bin. In that moment, Pang Dahai appeared utterly wretched. Rage, frustration, and hatred consumed his heart. "Guo, just wait. I will have you fired this afternoon." Though he dared not confront Pianjiang directly, he channeled all his fury towards Guo. Although Guo had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of termination, the reality of it stung. After uttering a harsh remark, Pang Dahai departed in disgrace. disregarding even his own brother-in-law, Xiaoxia. Feeling somewhat dejected, Guo Weimin picked up a broom and a dustpan, heading to clear the debris surrounding the overturned bin. Pai Yangyang cast a curious glance at him, thinking to himself, he's about to be fired, yet he still has the spirit to clean up. This person is rather intriguing. Xiaoxia could no longer feign unconsciousness. The sun was unrelenting, and if he continued to play dead, he would surely become a sun-dried husk. He sheepishly rose, daring not to utter a word, and slinked into the security room. In the conference room of the Su group, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, with no one privy to the unfolding events at the entrance. As the clock struck 9, Su Jimin fixated on the timepiece. In the instant the second hand settled into position, he remarked, "Su Xueqing, it is already 9 o'clock. Where is Chairman Meng? Where's the contract?" His tone carried a hint of derision. A collective sigh of relief escaped Su Jiqing, Su Jiping, Su Yu, and Su Xingxian, though a veil of disappointment lingered. Just moments ago, Su Xueqing's unwavering confidence had instilled a flicker of hope within them. Had she truly secured the investment? Given the Su group's precarious situation, such a development would undoubtedly be a monumental boon. Yet, with the clock now reading 9 and no sign of Meng Qingfeng, the anticipated contract remained elusive. Su Bao's expression hardened, disappointment shadowing his heart once more. Su Xueqing's complexion gradually paled. After departing from Yili Mountain Villa the previous day, Meng Qingfeng's assistant had assured her that he would arrive at the Su group before 9. With his stature, he would never be untrustworthy. However, his absence now raised doubts. Had something gone awry with the 500 million investment? Chairman Meng will surely come. Perhaps he is caught in traffic, she insisted, unwilling to yield to despair. Is that so? I believe it is time to cease making excuses and wasting time. Everyone's time is precious, and there is a multitude of matters awaiting our attention. Su Jimin scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Indeed, even if you wish to delay, how long can you prolong this? Regardless, the board will reach a decision this morning. Do you truly believe this course of action holds any significance? Su Yu chimed in, her impatience palpable. Chairman, let us vote. The supposed investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is nothing but a fabrication. Su Jiping promptly concurred. Yes, let us proceed with the vote. Continuing to linger holds no merit, Su Xingxian asserted, having adeptly managed the company for the past 15 days. Chairman, it is time to make a decision. The other directors echoed their sentiments, urging Su Baowo to take action. Only after Su Xueqing's formal dismissal would they truly feel at ease, especially those who had seized the opportunity to appoint their relatives to the board during her absence. Eager for swift resolution, Su Jiwen remained silent, his expression grim. He sensed that the matter had reached a foregone conclusion. Su Xueqing's prevarications had led to her ousting as president, and he too would bear the brunt of her failings within the group. Should Su Xingxian ascend to the presidency, he would undoubtedly face exclusion, possibly relegated to an inconsequential position. Previously, he had not enjoyed Su Bao's favor, and now he would only be further marginalized. Most distressing of all, his shares would be reclaimed. A mix of anger and resentment towards Su Xueqing brewed within him. Convinced that all of this turmoil stemmed from her actions, Su Xueqing, you must cease your stubbornness. The situation has reached this point. Perhaps it would be best for you to relinquish your stance and acknowledge your mistakes to the chairman. He felt a sense of helplessness, harboring a glimmer of hope that Su Baowo might ultimately show some leniency and refrain from reclaiming all his shares. However, upon noticing the grave expression on Su Baowo's face, he swallowed the words he had intended to continue. All eyes turned to Su Baowo, whose brows were furrowed in a pronounced frown. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous. He indeed held a certain fondness for Su Xueqing, believing she was capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Su group and becoming the most ideal successor for the Su family. However, the very person he had valued so highly had spoken falsehoods today, inciting his anger. Please grant me another 10 minutes if Chairman Ming does not arrive by then. I am willing to accept any punishment. Su Xueqing exclaimed, her urgency palpable. I have already stated that stalling is futile. What else do you hope to accomplish? Do you believe a miracle will occur? Su Jiming remarked with a cold sneer, now impatient for the proceedings to unfold. With Su Xingxian's ascension to the presidency, he would have free reign within the company. Originally prepared to make an announcement, Su Baowo hesitated upon hearing Su Xueqing's words. Since you claim to have secured investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, you must possess Chairman Meng's contact information, correct? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Su Xueqing with suspicion. Why did the chairman still believe she had secured the investment? If she had the contact information, wouldn't she have called by now? Su Jiming scoffed dismissively. Awakening from her thoughts, Su Xueqing immediately pulled out her phone, stating, "All right, I will call right away." However, before she could power on her device, the conference room door swung open, and a voice resonated, "No need. I have arrived." Everyone was taken aback, turning to see several individuals standing in the doorway. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, exuding an aura of authority. Behind him stood a young man and woman, accompanied by Su Xueqing's secretary, Zhengli. Upon seeing the man, both Su Baohua and Su Jiming displayed expressions of astonishment. This man was none other than Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Although they had limited interactions, they had crossed paths at various business events, and thus recognized one another. Upon spotting Meng Qingfeng, a profound sense of relief washed over Su Xueqing, and she realized she was drenched in cold sweat. "Chairman Meng," Su Baohua exclaimed, rising with a hint of disbelief. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded, addressing him. "Chairman Su, I am Meng Qingfeng. I have come at the behest of Miss Su Xueqing to discuss investment and contract matters with your esteemed company. I hope my visit has not caused any inconvenience." All the directors of the Su family were taken aback by Meng Qingfeng's unexpected humility. Everyone was aware that he was a titan of the business world in Xinjiang. Though lacking a grand family title, the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, under its governance, oversees several large-scale consortiums, wielding undeniable influence in the business realm of Xinjiang. Moreover, the Tunglong Chamber has a customary practice of investing in projects and companies they deem promising. Hence, it can be asserted that many renowned companies and projects in Xinjiang have benefited from Tunglong's investments. This very aspect has rendered Meng Qingfeng's connections in Xinjiang remarkably impressive. For years, the Su family has aspired to win the favor of the Tunglong Chamber, yet opportunities eluded them. Today, the legendary magnate himself has graced them with his presence, personally bringing a contract. How could they not be astounded? How could they not be astonished? Indeed, we have eagerly awaited Chairman Meng's arrival, akin to parched earth yearning for rain. Chairman Meng's esteemed visit to our Su group is a matter of immense honor for us, exclaimed Su Baohua, his face alight with joy. He promptly invited Meng Qingfeng and his two companions inside, urging Su Jiming, Su Jiwen, and Su Yu to relinquish their seats. Su Xingxian, Su Jiming, and Su Yu were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that Meng Qingfeng had truly arrived at the Su group. As the trio entered, Zhang Li outside nodded at Su Xueqing, visibly relieved. "Miss Su, I apologize for our tardiness. We encountered a minor inconvenience at the entrance of the Su group." "Please forgive us," Meng Qingfeng said, not immediately taking his seat, but rather addressing Su Xueqing with an air of regret. Su Xueqing, not overthinking the situation, nodded in response. "It is quite all right. Chairman Meng has arrived just in time. Please, take your seats." As they settled, Meng Qingfeng's male assistant, Ning Xiaobei, and female assistant, Tang Xiyun, bore expressions of discontent, still troubled by the earlier incident with the security. "Chairman Meng, what brings you personally to our Su group?" Despite Meng Qingfeng's presence, Su Jiming couldn't suppress his lingering dissatisfaction. Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly and took his seat leisurely. Tang Xiyun opened her laptop, while Ning Xiaobei placed a document folder on the table. "I trust Miss Su has briefed you all. I have come to discuss an investment with the Su group," Meng Qingfeng stated with unhurried demeanor. As Meng Qingfeng articulated his intentions, the expressions of the Su family shifted dramatically. A flicker of joy illuminated Su Baohua's eyes, and a weight that had long burdened his heart finally lifted. Stealing a glance at Su Xueqing, he felt a twinge of guilt for having harbored doubts about her. Su Jiwen was both surprised and amazed. He had not anticipated Meng Qingfeng's visit nor the purpose behind it. Conversely, the countenances of Su Jiming and Su Xingxian darkened, shattering their hopes and ambitions. Meng Qingfeng then turned his gaze to Su Xueqing, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Yet, his demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "Who is the person responsible for the Su group?" "We may begin now." Su Xingxian immediately rose, exuding confidence as he addressed, "President Meng, I am currently the acting president of the Su group. You may discuss the contract with me." Meng Qingfeng turned, casting a surprised glance at him, and skeptically inquired, "You are the president of the Su group?" Su Jiming quickly interjected, "Indeed, he is Su Xingxian, the acting president of the Su group." The father and son duo sensed an opportunity. It appeared that Meng Qingfeng's intention to invest in the Su Group was entirely based on the Su family's reputation, rather than the claims made by Su Xueqing that she had brought in the investment. If Su Xingxian were to sign this investment contract, it would solidify his position as president of the group. Su Bao's expression darkened slightly. He was not oblivious to the intentions of the father and son. However, as the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, Meng Qingfeng naturally sought a counterpart of equal standing for negotiations. It would be inappropriate to engage someone without any official position to sign this contract, as it would reflect poorly on the Su family's respect for the investment. He contemplated whether he should promptly reinstate Su Xueqing as president, yet Meng Qingfeng had already coldly smiled and stated, "It seems the Su family lacks the sincerity to collaborate with my Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. In that case, I see no necessity to proceed with this investment. I shall withdraw." With that, he rose abruptly. The Su family members were taken aback. Was the meat they had been served suddenly flying away? Su Bao's countenance shifted drastically, bewildered by Meng Qingfeng's sudden anger. He hastily remarked, "President Meng, please do not be upset. I will personally discuss this contract with you and sign it myself." "No need." Meng Qingfeng replied coldly, while his two assistants began to collect documents and shut down their computers. "I was considering this investment based on Miss Su's reputation. But it now appears that the management within the Su Group is rather chaotic, and I must reconsider this investment carefully." Upon hearing Meng Qingfeng's words, Su Bao felt a chill run through him and anxiously asked, "President Meng, may I inquire where we have fallen short? Please be explicit. The Su family will certainly provide you with an explanation." After speaking, he turned to Su Xueqing, his expression tinged with a hint of pleading. He was beginning to understand that Meng Qingfeng's interest in investing in the Su Group was not merely for the group's sake but was fundamentally tied to Su Xueqing. Su Xueqing stood, earnestly stating, "President Meng, if I have erred in any way, I sincerely apologize. However, I implore you to clarify your thoughts." Meng Qingfeng had no intention of truly departing. His visit to the Su Group was entirely motivated by Pai Yangyang. The reason Pai Yangyang had requested his assistance in resolving the Su Group's financial issues was undoubtedly for Su Xueqing's benefit. Yet, upon entering the conference room and observing Su Xueqing seated at the back, his heart sank. How could this esteemed young lady of the Su family be marginalized? Particularly with Su Xingxian attempting to seize the opportunity, it left him feeling quite displeased, and he felt compelled to advocate for Su Xueqing. Although the members of the Su family harbor their own hidden agendas, this investment is of paramount importance to the Su Group, and none wish to watch their hard-won funds slip away. Thus, at this moment, no one dares to speak, all anxiously observing the enraged deity of wealth. Eager to discern the cause of the commotion, "Given the circumstances, I shall speak plainly." Meng Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then turned to scan the crowd. "The reason for my tardiness was that I was halted at your group's entrance by your security personnel. I attempted to explain that we had an appointment with Miss Su to discuss the investment contract, yet the guard steadfastly refused us entry." Upon hearing these words, Su Bao was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Is it possible such a thing occurred?" Su Xueqing's expression shifted dramatically as she recalled the unfamiliar guard she encountered upon entering the company, stirring a slight unease within her as she glanced at Su Xingxian. "What is the meaning of this, Su Xingxian?" Su Bao's demeanor darkened as he coldly directed his gaze at Su Xingxian, inquiring in a grave tone. However, before Su Xingxian could respond, Meng Qingfeng gently waved his hand and interjected, "Chairman Su, this is a family matter for you to discuss privately. Now, I shall address the second issue." Although Su Bao was seething with rage, he managed to suppress it and replied, "Speak." Su Xingxian quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, cold sweat beating at his temple. "Yesterday, Miss Su represented the Su Group at Ely Mountain Villa, articulating the reasons for the funding request. After careful consideration, we deemed Miss Su indeed capable of leading the Su Group out of its predicament, hence our decision to invest in the Su Group. However, I have now learned that Miss Su holds no authority within the Su Group. Is the Su Group looking down upon my Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, or upon me?" Meng Qingfeng's tone was frigid, tinged with an intimidating pressure. Su Bao quickly grasped the situation and promptly replied, "This is due to my mismanagement. Miss Su was originally the president of the Su Group, but she was temporarily relieved of her duties due to a minor mistake. However, since she has now gained the recognition of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and you, President Meng, I shall reinstate her position immediately." Upon finishing, he gestured towards Su Xueqing, indicating the first seat on the right. "Xueqing, You may take your seat now. Su Xueqing slowly approached the chair, but before she could sit, Su Xingxian contorted his face in discontent and retorted, Chairman, is it appropriate to restore her position before matters are finalized? Having only just become the acting president, he felt a deep sense of reluctance at the prospect of relinquishing it after merely 15 days. What? Do you still wish to discuss propriety with me? President Ming is already present. What remains to be determined? Su Xingxian bit his lip, resolved to speak out. Initially, Miss Su promised to secure 500 million in funding. However, it is common knowledge that this year, the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment is only 300 million. His words remained unfinished as Meng Qingfeng offered a chilling smile. Does the scale of investment for the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce require your approval? Su Xingxian was taken aback, stammering, but there are no buts in this matter. Meng Qingfeng unceremoniously interrupted him once again, declaring, I have come to the Su Group with an investment of 500 million. Su Xingxian's complexion suddenly turned pale as he slumped into his seat, rendered speechless. Although Su Jiming was equally unwilling to accept the situation, the fact that Su Xueqing had secured such a substantial investment made her the undeniable heroine of the moment. According to their previous agreement, she was indeed entitled to resume her position as president. There should be no further debate on this matter. I hereby officially announce that Su Xueqing is restored to the position of president, while Su Xingxian's role as acting president is suspended, pending further arrangements, Su Baoguo proclaimed solemnly. Su Jiming, Su Jiping, Su Ren, and others exchanged bewildered glances. The turn of events had transpired too swiftly, catching everyone off guard. What had been previously settled was now entirely disrupted by Meng Qingfeng's arrival. Well, congratulations to Su Xueqing on her return to the presidency. After a brief silence, Su Ren broke the stillness with applause. Though reluctant, Su Jiming, Su Yu, and the others had no choice but to join in congratulating Su Xueqing. Miss Su, congratulations. Meng Qingfeng added, clapping his hands with a smile directed at Su Xueqing. This scene astonished Su Jiming and the others. The president of the prestigious Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was exhibiting such favorable regard towards Su Xueqing, even hinting at a desire to curry her favor. Thank you, Chairman and esteemed board members, and thank you, President Meng. I will certainly strive to work diligently and responsibly, living up to everyone's expectations, Su Xueqing replied. A heavy burden lifted from her heart, her face adorned with a smile. Although she felt a surge of excitement within, she maintained a calm exterior. Meng Qingfeng could not help but admire her composure. It was no wonder that a saying circulated in Xinjiang. The Su family has a daughter, unmatched by any man. This level of composure was indeed rare, especially in someone so young. President Meng, please take a seat, Su Xueqing gracefully invited. Only after Meng Qingfeng and his companions were seated did she herself take a chair. This display earned her praise from Su Baoguo, further solidifying his resolve to support Su Xueqing. Meanwhile, Zheng Li, who had been observing the meeting from outside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Xueqing having weathered the crisis, her own position was secure. A mix of joy and excitement flooded her heart, and she found her eyes unexpectedly moistening. At that moment, a curious voice interrupted her thoughts. Li Mama, what are you looking at? Why are you crying? Zheng Li was startled and quickly turned her head, only to inadvertently brush her nose and lips against another person's face. She stumbled back in shock, casting an irritated glance at the bewildered Pai Yangyang before exclaiming, What are you doing? You could scare someone to death, you know? Her tone was low but filled with indignation, her expression fierce, as if she might snap at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang, still savoring the moment, playfully touched her own cheek and smirked. It feels nice. Why not try it over here too? She turned her face slightly in invitation. Get lost. Zheng Li cast a significant eye roll. Is this affection? Were it not for the company's setting and the ongoing meeting, she would have pounced on him in a heartbeat. TCH, so petty. Pai Yangyang remarked disdainfully. What brings you up here? Are you all right? Zheng Li suddenly recalled that Pai Yangyang was downstairs, confronting those fierce security guards, and quickly inquired in a hushed tone, Why shouldn't I come up? I am the son-in-law of the Su family. Doesn't this company have a share for me? Pai Yangyang replied with unabashed confidence. Zheng Li shot him another glare and retorted, What on earth are you thinking? Do you really not understand your relationship with President Su? Pai Yangyang scratched his head and, with a cheeky grin, replied, It was too hot down there, so I came up to enjoy the air conditioning. Zheng Li wasn't genuinely angry. Her face merely flushed, her heart racing. She kept replaying the earlier scene in her mind. Did I just kiss this guy? If President Su finds out, will he be upset? Yet, Pai Yangyang appeared unfazed, peering through the window into the meeting room, inquiring, "How is it going in there?" "We've made it through the tough part. President Su is currently preparing to discuss the contract with Chairman Meng," Zheng Li responded joyfully. Pai Yangyang lazily acknowledged her with an "oh," then pulled out his phone, leaning against a pillar as he began to play. However, despite his apparent distraction, he could clearly hear the discussions taking place in the meeting room. Having trained his hearing since childhood, he possessed a superior auditory acuity compared to most. Even through the wall, he could grasp the general context. Inside the meeting room, the Su family members brimmed with anticipation. Although many felt discomfort by Su Xiuqing's return as president, she had indeed secured 500 million in funding. With this infusion, the Su group could potentially weather the storm and look forward to brighter days ahead. This thought brought them some solace. Su Baowo was particularly eager, wishing to finalize the contract immediately. "Chairman Meng, please go ahead. What are the conditions for the 500 million investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Su Xiuqing responded methodically, opening her notebook and addressing Meng Qingfeng naturally. Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly, gazing at Su Xiuqing, and asked, "Before we formally discuss the collaboration, I have a personal question I wish to pose. I wonder if Miss Su could indulge my curiosity?" Su Xiuqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. "Please, go ahead. As long as I know, I will certainly answer you." Meng Qingfeng inquired, "You and Mr. Pai have already obtained a marriage certificate, so Mr. Pai is now a member of the Su group, correct? What position does he hold within the Su group?" Su Xiuqing was instantly stunned, unsure how to respond. She glanced towards Su Baowo for assistance. Since Pai Yangyang had yet to gain the family's approval, any appointment would only be valid if articulated by Su Baowo himself. Su Baowo was equally taken aback. He couldn't comprehend why Meng Qingfeng exhibited such interest in his family matters. Although Su Xiuqing and Pai Yangyang had indeed married, and Pai Yangyang had previously saved Su Xiuqing, the inquiry still puzzled him. However, deep down, he found it difficult to accept that Pai Yangyang had become his granddaughter's husband, let alone consider allowing him to join the Su group. When Meng Qingfeng suddenly inquired about this, he was at a loss for words. What position could he possibly hold? A mere pretty boy, idling away his days, utterly incompetent except for living off others. Su Xingxian scoffed. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. Casting a cold glance at Su Xingxian, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you saying Mr. Pai is useless?" To him, Pai Yangyang was a divine healer. Could it be that the Su family was unaware of Pai Yangyang's remarkable medical skills? He was not incompetent. He could set up a stall under the overpass and deceive the elderly. But nowadays, there were few fools willing to be taken in. The corners of Meng Qingfeng's mouth twitched. Irritated, he silently thought, "I am the fool you speak of. If it weren't for this so-called swindler, I would not have descendants today." Nonetheless, he only seethed internally, not voicing his thoughts. A wise man has his own methods. Since the Su family was unaware, it must be that Pai Yangyang chose to keep his abilities hidden from them. Was he planning to surprise the Su family in the future? Yes, it must be so. Meng Qingfeng confidently concluded his judgment. "Well, little Pai has just arrived at our Su family, and indeed, we have not yet considered assigning him any position. Chairman Meng, this should not affect our collaboration, right?" Su Baoqiang observed the subtle changes in Meng Qingfeng's demeanor, feeling a pang of anxiety. He genuinely feared that the situation might change. If it did, he might suffer a heart attack. "It's fine. It doesn't affect anything. I merely expressed a moment of curiosity." Meng Qingfeng replied with a somewhat stiff smile. Su Baowo then breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile as he said, "That's good. In that case, Chairman Meng, please share your terms." Meng Qingfeng nodded, and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "The 500 million from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is an investment in the pharmaceutical company under the Su Group. In other words, this 500 million must be used exclusively for this purpose and cannot be allocated to any other projects of the Su Group." Su Xiuqing responded without hesitation, "That poses no issue. Secondly, the funds will be disbursed in 2 installments. The first installment will be 300 million, and upon receipt of this funding, the pharmaceutical company must launch a market-ready product within 3 months. Otherwise, the collaboration will be terminated, and we will not invest the second installment of 200 million. Meng Qingfeng articulated slowly. Although his tone was calm, it was resolute. Su Xiuqing did not respond immediately, for presenting a marketable product was no trivial matter. "I believe you can understand. Our investment is not blind. We seek returns. The best return from a pharmaceutical company is its products. Noting Su Xueqing's silence, Meng Qingfeng offered further clarification. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xueqing made her decision, nodding affirmatively. What Chairman Meng said is indeed correct. This condition is also acceptable. At last, the matter of equity share came to light. Meng Qingfeng revealed a smile, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. According to our understanding, the total investment of the Su Group pharmaceutical company amounts to 1.8 billion, with its current net market value hovering around 2 billion. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce has invested 500 million, which translates to a 20 stake. Meng Qingfeng turned to glance at his assistant's computer and remarked. Su Baohua, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce holds a 20 share, President Meng?" Meng Qingfeng responded with a slight smile, "No, I only require 15. The entire Su family was taken aback. In their minds, even a 20 share seemed to be a considerable advantage. After all, the pharmaceutical industry is currently in a dire state, desperately needing funds. Yet, they were astonished that Meng Qingfeng had voluntarily reduced his stake. Su Baohua let out a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that Meng Qingfeng would demand exorbitant terms. But it was now evident that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was genuinely sincere and considerate. He nodded, about to express his thoughts, when suddenly the door to the conference room was pushed open. "Old Meng, this is a bit underhanded, isn't it?" A playful voice echoed within the confines of the meeting room.